Chapter 1. The Pirate World. November 30th, 2042, Winter. Xu Yong, a regular office worker, finished his day at 6 in the evening, clocking out as usual. He stood at the intersection beneath the company building, waiting for the traffic light to change. With over a minute left on the green light, he pulled out a pack of unknown brand cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. Gazing at the remnants of the setting sun at a 45-degree angle, he mused how quickly time flies in the blink of an eye. He would soon be 30. Day in and day out, he commuted to work, returned home to read comics, and watch movies. Life felt utterly mundane. Was there nothing fresh or thrilling to experience? Some might suggest, why not date a girlfriend? Or hang out with friends, classmates, or brothers? To that, I would respond. In this era where money reigns supreme and information flows abundantly, without wealth or power, which girl would willingly endure hardship alongside you? Ultimately, perhaps being alone isn't such a bad thing after all. If only I could traverse to the pirate world, how delightful that would be. As this thought crossed Xu Yong's mind, a whimsical expression suddenly lit up his face. There I could roam the world with a sword, forge brotherhood with Ace and the others, and revel in the company of Nami, Robin, and Boa Hancock. Ha! Clearing his throat, he realized such musings were inappropriate in public. He glanced around, confirming that no one was paying him any mind, and adjusted his attire and expression. With 3 seconds left on the traffic light, Xu Yong hastily extinguished his cigarette and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Just as he prepared to cross the road, perhaps fate had heard this loser's wish. In a distant corner of the cosmos, an unknown entity awakened, having caught wind of Xu Yong's desire. Ah, lucky lad. If you wish to go, then go. With a casual wave, it bestowed upon Xu Yong a lightning strike of traversal. Off you go. In the pirate world, the year 1510 of the sea calendar. On a hill in Fuxia village in the East Blue, the joyous sounds of 3 children playing echoed through the woods. Sitting on a rock was a peculiar child, propping his right hand on his chin, contemplating life like an adult while gazing at the river before him. What the heck? I've traversed into the pirate world, a realm brimming with excitement, fervor, and the ruthless law of the jungle. Wait a minute, when I transitioned from my previous life, I vaguely heard someone say, "Off you go." What? Could it be that some deity has heard my wish? Indeed, remarkable. How considerate. Where's my golden finger, oh great one? I was promised the welfare of a soul traversing from Earth. It's been 3 months since I arrived in the pirate world. Aside from feeling remarkably healthy and harboring a mysterious energy within, I haven't received anything else. Ah, indeed, this person is none other than Xu Yong, the office worker loser, whose wish was heard by a deity, granting him a lightning strike that brought him to the pirate world. Hello, everyone. I'm Xu Yong from my previous life, now known as Monkey D. Yong. Indeed, the original owner of this body was an orphan, tossed in a wooden tub and adrift at sea until miraculously landing in the East Blue. Strangely enough, in this perilous world, he encountered no mishaps and even crossed paths with Garp, who, while secretly delivering Ace, just born to Fuxia village, fortuitously rescued him. Most importantly, Garp, holding the child in his arms, suddenly declared, "From now on, you shall be my grandson, and your name shall be Monkey D. Yong." Ha ha! All these memories were remnants left behind after the original owner suffered a high fever, which was fortuitously devoured by the soul of Xu Yong that had just traversed into this body. Ah, the drama of it all is unparalleled. What to do next? Without a golden finger, growing stronger will be a challenge. Perhaps I can start by exploring this mysterious energy within me. While pondering future plans for strength, voices approached from behind Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. Yong. This was quite bothersome. Could they allow me a moment of peace to contemplate life? 3 little brats, as they are now. Ace stepped forward, saying, Yong, it's about time to head back. Otherwise, Dayton will come over with a stick. All right, let's go. And you should call me brother. I'm a month older than you, Ace. Regardless of whether Ace and AC, Sabo, Luffy, get out of here. They all glanced at me simultaneously, unfazed, continuing their ruckus, treating Yong like mere air. Yong stared despondently at the ceiling of the bathroom, yearning for a moment of peace to enjoy a shower. I swear, what should have taken 10 minutes stretched into an hour, all thanks to these 3 little brats. Oh well, being 30 years old, I shouldn't bother with these kids. Time to retreat to my room for some sleep. Yes, a 30-year-old mind trapped in a 9-year-old's body. Exhausting. Tomorrow, it'll help Sabo move houses and take some time to ponder this mysterious aura within my body. Upon entering my room, I found Ace and the others engaged in playful scuffles. Great. Looks like tonight will be a sleepless one. My eyelid twitched involuntarily. I felt an overwhelming urge to give these 3 a good thrashing. Once I decipher the enigmatic aura, he'll make sure to teach them a lesson. Suddenly, Dayton burst in, flinging the door open and bellowing, "You four, quiet down. It's time for bed." Instantly, the room fell silent. Phew. Finally, some peace and quiet. Kudos to Dayton. The next day, I rose early, dragging Ace and the others to the waste disposal station to help Sabo move. Looking at this dump, I wondered how Sabo could possibly live here. After 2 hours of labor, we finally finished moving. There wasn't much to transport, primarily because Luffy found everything new and exciting, his eyes sparkling with wonder. "All right, all done." I turned to a young Ace and Sabo, saying I'm off to train. "Yeah, okay. Well trained too." The three little brats chimed in unison. We made our way to the river in the forest from yesterday, seated in the same spot, attempting to sense that mysterious aura within my body, while Ace and the others had long disappeared into their own adventures. Focusing my mind, I closed my eyes, shutting out all distractions. I felt the transparent aura, remaining completely still. First, I would try to see if I could mobilize it. But how could I do that? This is far beyond my capabilities. In my past life, I wasn't a top student or anything, just a poor loser. Anyway, they'll give a shot with my mental strength. That seems to be the way of cultivation, though I have no idea if it will work. Let's try. I concentrated once more, attempting to sense it with my mind. 1 minute, 10 minutes. Half an hour. Damn it, no response. I could only feel a mass of energy, indifferent to my presence, leaving me utterly frustrated. No, I can't give up. I mustn't rush. An hour passed, then 2. Just as I was about to lose my patience, I noticed that mysterious aura had taken on color. If it was once transparent, now it had begun to show hints of purple. Then, with the little mental strength I had left, I gradually pulled that strand of purple aura out. If anyone were watching the current state of Monkey D. Young, they would see him drenched in sweat, his clothes completely soaked. Just a little more, hold on. I suddenly opened my eyes, and at last, I had drawn it out. My right hand trembled as I concentrated. Murmuring appear, and a thin, delicate strand of that purple aura gradually manifested at my fingertips, fragile, yet brimming with potent energy, enough to feel as if it could explode me entirely. I rubbed my chin rhythmically with my left hand. Gazing at this remarkable aura, I pondered what it truly was, its energy so immense. It shouldn't exist in this world of pirates. Could it be something I brought with me when I crossed over? Lost in thought, my stomach suddenly growled audibly. Glancing at the sky, I realized it was nearing afternoon. Time to find something to eat. With such a vast forest, I could forage for something. First, I must store this purple aura away. After hastily resolving my hunger, I sat back on the same stone, unable to meditate any longer. My legs were nearly immobile from earlier. It seems that the notion of meditative cultivation is largely exaggerated. I closed my eyes again, using my mental strength to guide that strand of purple aura. Since I had drawn it out using mental power, perhaps I could allow it to circulate within my body for a while, aiming for a cleansing effect and altering my constitution. It was worth a try. Without hesitation, I directed the purple aura to circulate within my body. The pace was far from quick. It felt rather sluggish. Could my innate talent be lacking? It took about half an hour to complete a single circulation. Opening my eyes to gauge the changes in my body, I felt significantly lighter. Clenching my fists, I noticed an increase in strength. Now what about speed? Let's give it a go. I readied myself, counting down 1, 2, 3, go. Bang! I completed 100 meters in about 6 seconds. Not bad. Without this mysterious aura's enhancement, I would have needed at least 10 seconds for that distance. I glanced at the sky. There was still time to continue training, so I aimed for more circulations. I also wanted to test my reflexes. When Ace and the others arrived, I could challenge them. Who knows? I might end up giving them a taste of their own medicine. Haha, just thinking about it brings me joy. It's best to strike while the iron is hot. As evening approached, I heard Ace and the others' voices in the distance. "Hey, Young, it's time to head back for dinner," they called out. Monkey D. Young slowly opened his eyes, witnessing the world around him transform dramatically. I could now see particles that were previously invisible. I needed to conduct further tests to understand this change completely. As I stood up, preparing to turn around, I suddenly caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. Upon closer inspection, I realized I was covered in a thick, dark substance. Could it be that I actually achieved a cleansing effect? There was no time to dwell on it. I leaped into the nearby river to wash off. After emerging from the water, clad in only shorts, I tossed my shirt onto a nearby stone. "Oh, foolish, silly little beans, what did you just call me?" The drenched Young remarked as he returned to the riverbank. Sabo replied, "We called you Young. Come on, let's go back for dinner. I'm starving." Monkey D. Young retorted, "How many times must I say it? Call me brother. If you dare utter my name again, it seems a profound lesson is in order." standing by the riverbank. I straightened my posture, placing my left hand behind my back while extending my right hand in a provocative gesture. Come, let me teach you with my loving fists, and let's see the results of your training today. Ayoung challenged Ace and the others. Chapter 3. The Day You Call Me Brother. With a defiant expression, I declared, "Oh, foolish little beans. What are you hesitating for? Yes, perfect. The expression is just right. I can simultaneously test the results of my afternoon training in terms of reflexes and attack power. Time for some fun. Let's spice things up. Ace, Sabo, Luffy. I remember you all mentioned wanting to set sail. In this vast ocean, a world of the strong, hesitation is not an option. Only by growing stronger can you protect those dear to you." I continued, adopting a righteous demeanor. So, don't hesitate any longer, come at me. Ace and the others exchanged glances, no longer hesitating as they charged at me together. They are indeed pirates, ruthless marauders who plunder and pillage, opposing the world government and its navy. How could they have fallen to the status of mere fishermen? Despite the tumult of thoughts swirling in their minds, their hands remained steady, and with collective effort, the fishing net was hoisted aboard. The net spread across the deck, and the pirates, armed with wooden buckets, prepared to collect the fish. However, more than the catch, their attention was drawn to the peculiar presence of a person entangled within the net. "Is that a person?" one of them questioned uncertainly. Surely, they had not ensnared a human on land, and the figure before them did not resemble a fisherman. Indeed, it appeared to possess a pair of horns. One pirate stepped closer to the net, scrutinizing the figure, and inquired, "What shall we do now? Should we dispatch him?" The thought crossed his mind. As the individual was still alive, his heaving chest providing undeniable proof. For the safety of the crew, it seemed prudent to eliminate the potential threat. Especially in the unpredictable new world, where myriad monsters lurked, ready to annihilate the unprepared. "No need for that. I have already informed the captain. And the officers are on their way," replied a burly man with glasses. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance aboard, it was imperative to notify the captain. They, as subordinates, needed to acknowledge their place. "That's good to hear," came the agreement from the other pirates, who nodded in unison and fell silent. Their gazes fixated upon the horned figure. Chapter 3. Is the boss recruiting? Thud, thud, thud. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, gradually encircling the pirates. Sensing the urgency, the crew instinctively parted to create a passage. "What is going on, lads?" the scar-faced leader inquired. Having heard whispers of an incident aboard and hastily abandoning his previous task to investigate. "Boss, we've caught a person in the fishing net," the burly man with sunglasses reported promptly. "Is that so?" The scar-faced leader's brow furrowed as he hastened towards the net to examine the horned youth entangled within. "He seems to belong to the demonkin tribe." As his words fell, a towering man wielding an axe approached. "What is the matter? Do you recognize him?" the scar-faced leader asked without turning, his gaze still fixed on the youth ensnared in the net, who bore no resemblance to a giant. It was well known that the demonkin of the giant race were colossal beings, often reaching dozens of meters in height, with horns that could measure 7 to 8 meters long. The youth before him had horns, indeed, but his stature was far from that of a giant. "I do not recognize him. However, he is likely of mixed blood from the demonkin tribe," the axe-wielding man replied. "I believe it would be prudent to wait for him to awaken. Even a half-blood giant is no weakling. As we are newcomers to the new world, having a local guide could prove advantageous." "I see. What do you think, Hank?" Listening to the words of his subordinate, the scarred face nodded slightly and turned his attention to the gaunt man clutching a book on the other side. This man was the ship's navigator and its intellectual resource, often consulted when faced with perplexing dilemmas. Typically, he would first seek Hank's opinion. For Hank was a man of sheer brawn. When it came to cerebral matters, he could be quite at a loss. This consideration had been pivotal in selecting a navigator in the first place. After all, once aboard, they were all in the same boat, and should calamity strike, all would suffer. Thus, he was not overly concerned about Hank leading him astray. Hank adjusted his glasses, his expression betraying some hesitation. After all, he was merely a navigator, not a scientist. Questions regarding rain or wind were within his purview, as he could assess the weather and currents to make predictions. However, when it came to this matter, how could he provide clarity? Such a mixed-breed conundrum was beyond his grasp. Moreover, considering he was the captain, if he constantly turned to Hank for answers, it might become tiresome, despite the sense of importance it afforded him. Yet, given the captain's evident trust in him, he could not respond hastily. What if this horned fellow turned out to be a rogue, with intentions to betray them? On the other hand, to eliminate him outright seemed too wasteful. Judging by the man's empty demeanor, killing him would yield no benefit. This was indeed a quandary. After a brief contemplation, Hank devised a strategy and spoke up. Captain, I believe it would be best to let everyone decide together. After all, keeping this fellow poses equal risks and rewards. While dispatching him certainly brings no advantage, unless you plan on consuming human flesh. This sentiment resonated with the crew. Indeed, with so many of us. There is no need to fear this horned wretch, one chimed in. However, another rebutted. Such words are ill-advised. One cannot rely solely on age in these times. Are you aware of the 4 emperors, such as Shanks? Age may be on their side, but they have risen to power. Hence, relying on age alone is precarious. I believe it would be wiser to eliminate him. The pirates engaged in a spirited debate, their opinions on how to deal with the captured youth varying widely. Enough. Silence. The scarred face bellowed, his frustration mounting as his subordinates buzzed around like a swarm of flies, disrupting his peace. The atmosphere fell abruptly silent as the crew exchanged glances. Perplexed by their leader's sudden outburst, they looked at one another, thinking it must be this lot that has irked the captain. Someone as charming and sharp-witted as I could never provoke such ire. Big Axe, I'll leave this fellow in your care. Notify me when he awakens, the scarred face said, glancing at his subordinate with exasperation. How had he ended up with such unreliable crew members? Did he not possess any discernment? They were even casting furtive glances around. Understood. Captain, I'll take charge of this lad, Big Axe replied. The burly figure of the axe wielder nodded, gesturing to his subordinates to carry the young man with long horns away. Upon witnessing the axe wielder's actions, the scar-faced man finally felt a sense of relief and proceeded towards the cabin, contemplating how reliable the axe wielder truly was. If only he had more subordinates like him. Grand endeavors would be easily achievable. All right, make sure to gather the fish properly, lest the captain erupts in anger again, Hank remarked, observing the idle pirates. Before making his way towards the cabin, for he was a navigator and the menial tasks aboard the ship were beyond his purview. Now, everyone, continue with your duties. The burly man wearing sunglasses addressed the remaining pirates, noting that since the captain and officers had departed, it was time to return to the matter at hand. The other pirates nodded in agreement, refraining from any dissent. On a pirate ship, strength dictated respect, and the sunglass-clad brute was the 3rd strongest among them, subordinate only to the captain and his officers. In the absence of directives from the captain and his cadre, the pirates had no qualms in heeding his words. The axe-wielder led his subordinates into a chamber within the cabin, opened the door, and unceremoniously tossed the young man inside. The notion of delicately placing him on the bed was out of the question. They were pirates, not attendants, and had little concern for the comfort of the unconscious. Big Axe, we're off, the pirates announced after completing their task, addressing the axe-wielder who stood nearby. He replied, waving his hand to signal his subordinates to depart. They promptly exited the cabin, heading towards the deck. Once assured that his men had left, the axe-wielder entered the room, set down his axe, and found a chair to recline against the wall, drifting into a light slumber. He was a villager from a small island in the North Sea, endowed with a faint bloodline of the giant race, which had granted him greater strength and stature than his peers from a young age. Eventually, he became a pirate and rose to a cadre position aboard the ship due to his prowess. However, these details paled in comparison to his burning curiosity about the true nature of the giant race. After all, he had learned from his father that they were the mightiest among races, possessing a formidable technique known as the domination of nations, akin to a clan's ultimate secret. If he could forge a connection and learn this unparalleled skill, it would be nothing short of extraordinary, although he had not encountered any giants throughout his years at sea. Today seemed promising as he had stumbled upon a half-breed demon. The long horns might not necessarily indicate a bull. They could belong to a giantess progeny. Yet, the horns were quite conspicuous, and coupled with his considerable height and lineage from the New World, it was evident that this demon must possess knowledge of the giant race's island. This was precisely why he had advocated for sparing the young man's life. As the candle flickered, casting an orange glow throughout the room, sounds gradually emerged from the once silent space. Where am I? Greetings, good sir. My name is Rothus, a refugee on the run. My small boat was unfortunate enough to be destroyed by a sea king's assault, and now I find myself alone and destitute. Might you have any means to assist me? Lotus gradually awakened, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, attempting to untangle the chaotic threads of his memory. He soon inquired, recognizing that he was indeed in a room, presumably rescued from the sea by the imposing figure before him. Given the man's robust physique, he speculated that he might be a pirate. However, the absence of restraint suggested an opportunity to align himself with this crew. The mere thought of a future devoid of worries about food and drink, engaging in brawls and leisurely pursuits, filled him with a sense of hope. Meanwhile, the large axe-wielding man felt somewhat bewildered. Upon hearing the commotion, he opened his eyes to a barrage of questions. This young man had audaciously proposed to join their ranks. Do you even know who we are? Are you familiar with our pirate crew? What skills do you possess? The instant he opened his eyes, it seemed he was expected to join them. Was he truly foolish or simply overly optimistic? I believe this matter requires our captain's discretion. I cannot make that decision. The axe wielder stated. Since the young man expressed a desire to join, it was no longer his concern. Any potential complications could be left for the captain to handle. Ah, I see. If it pleases you, I hope you might speak a kind word on my behalf to the captain, allowing me to join. In the future, I pledge to follow your lead with unwavering loyalty, dedicating myself wholeheartedly to our cause. Without a moment's hesitation, Rothus exclaimed, what does it matter? A trio of compliments is certainly the way to go. It's not every day one encounters a potential benefactor. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Very well. Wait here while I summon the captain. Dax felt somewhat dazed. Although the words of this peculiar individual were rather odd, he inexplicably found them quite agreeable, leaving him in a state of mild euphoria. All right then, my friend. Upon witnessing the departure of the burly man, Luotez was filled with elation, marveling at his fortunate circumstances. Just that morning, he had been ruminating on how to resolve his dining predicament, and by afternoon, he had fortuitously encountered a recruitment opportunity. Admittedly, the proprietor of this recruitment endeavor had not posted any formal notices. However, piracy is an inherently perilous profession, and one can certainly expect some attrition along the way. In simpler terms, this opportunity was assured. Chapter 4. I am here to apply. Are you truly here to join us? The scarred-faced man inquired, gazing at the young man reclining nonchalantly. Just moments ago, Dax had informed him that this newly rescued individual sought to enlist in their pirate crew, and he was somewhat perplexed. He could hardly recall a time when he had exuded such irresistible charm. Indeed, he was correct. Rhoda spoke decisively. Observing the puzzled gaze of the scarred man before him, he immediately rose from the bed, straightening his back with alacrity, fully aware that his moment to perform had arrived. Lotus's face lit up with excitement as he began to narrate. My esteemed leader, I have long held you in deep admiration, yearning to serve under your illustrious command. Your silhouette is akin to the vast and boundless ocean, so expansive and magnificent. I am acutely aware that in my lifetime, I may never attain even a fraction of your greatness. I only wish to follow closely in your footsteps. Ever since I learned of your presence in the New World, I have hastened towards your direction. Alas, fortune has not favored me, causing my delayed arrival. Sigh, how I lament being born in an ill-fated time. Unable to embark on this journey to the New World alongside you, this is indeed my greatest regret in life. You are like the sun and the moon. Wait a moment. The scar-faced man abruptly interrupted his continued flattery. While he relished the praise from others, he was aware of the crowd surrounding them. Ah, very well. Rhotus was interrupted by the scarred face, yet he displayed no sign of displeasure. Rather, he patiently awaited the forthcoming words from the scarred man. Meanwhile, the two individuals nearby were engulfed in confusion, questioning whether the long-horned youth was truly speaking of their captain. They could not help but glance towards their captain, their eyes filled with scrutiny. Noticing the gaze of his two subordinates, the scarred face felt a flush of embarrassment and could no longer restrain himself from interrupting Rhotus. Although the young man was quite astute, articulating thoughts that resonated with his own life experiences, he feared that prolonging the conversation would lead to arrogance. He addressed the towering youth before him, stating, First, you possess keen insight and remarkable attention to detail. Having discerned my background and character, I must commend you. Second, we are indeed in search of recruits, and your physique certainly aligns with our needs. I believe you would make an excellent companion. As the scarred man paused in his speech, his gaze shifted to Rhotus, who immediately seized the moment to affirm his commitment. Indeed, I shall diligently and earnestly fulfill my duties. I will never betray the trust you, Captain, have placed in me through your careful guidance and tireless mentorship. Rhotus was about to utter a few more words when the scarred-faced man interrupted him, saying, I believe you are indeed an exceptional pirate. However, as you are new, you will undergo a period of evaluation during which your actions will be closely monitored. Once you successfully navigate this phase, you will officially become one of us, and I have every confidence that you will prevail. After finishing his statement, the scarred man patted Rhotus on the arm and exchanged a knowing glance with him, though he had wished to place a hand on his shoulder, regrettably unable to reach. Of course, Rest assured, Captain. Rhodes immediately assured, regardless of the circumstances. As long as he could secure his position on the ship, his fate would ultimately be his own to dictate. Observing the robust physiques of the individuals before him, he mused that the provisions aboard the vessel could not possibly be lacking. This fellow, with his slick tongue and incessant chatter, seemed to warrant their caution. Indeed, Sweat K and Big Axe exchanged whispers, swiftly discerning Rhodes's true nature. To their eyes, he was nothing but a blatherer, unaware of the caliber of his own captain. Had they not known Rhodes was conversing with their leader, they might have mistaken his words for a tribute to the glorious days of the four emperors. Such was the fervor in his tone and his admiration for the strong. However, upon realizing to whom Rhodes was addressing his words, they understood that this young man was not to be trusted, possessing an extraordinary ability to fabricate tales. Of course, the captain's audacity was equally remarkable, likely rivaling that of the Red Earth continent. By the way, young one, do you possess any particular talents? Perhaps in swordsmanship, martial arts, or hockey? Scarface inquired hopefully. Having also emerged from the New World, he presumed Rhodes would be familiar with hockey. If not, he might at least have some skills in swordsmanship or martial arts. After all, how could one dare to venture into such a perilous world without some semblance of ability? Well, I have immense strength, Rhodes replied slowly, under Scarface's eager gaze. He had intended to claim that he had a remarkable appetite, but he feared that such a revelation would swiftly earn him a one-way ticket to the depths of the sea at the hands of these pirates. As for hockey, swordsmanship, and martial arts, he possessed not an ounce of knowledge. His daily survival required him to scavenge for food across the islands. Otherwise, relying solely on his mother's languorous nature would not have allowed him to develop such a sturdy physique. His strength was forged through hunting wild beasts, ensuring he would not starve, but also never achieving the robust build he now possessed. Moreover, in his quaint village, while blacksmithing was feasible, swordsmanship was a different matter entirely. It was likely that old John at the village entrance would proclaim that a hammer is the true romance of a man, while swords were the playthings of women. A real man should wield a hammer. Thus, he would swing a hefty iron hammer with vigor, stirring up clouds of dust, while Madame Luna from the pancake stand nearby would rush out wielding a kitchen knife, engaging in a spirited altercation with old John, berating him for his antics that had sullied her pancakes. If you don't buy them all today, I will not let this matter rest, she would declare. To which old John would retort, I refuse. Your pancakes are horrendously unpalatable, and I want tea by them. Then don't expect to do any business today. Madame Luna would insist, her knife moving ever more swiftly, while old John matched her fervor, their clash becoming increasingly intense. Rhodes stood silently to one side, contemplating that there was likely no one on the island skilled in the art of swordsmanship. However, there were probably many proficient in the use of hammers and cleavers. As for hockey, he had a desire to learn, yet upon inquiring with the island's inhabitants, he found none willing to impart their knowledge. Indeed, it was not a matter of unavailability, but rather a dismissive assertion that one would naturally grasp it when the time was right. This left Rhodes incensed. He pondered the distinction between that phrase and the notion that understanding would come with the proper timing. Regarding physical techniques, he believed it best to refrain. The more he moved, the quicker his body digested food. Were he to practice physical techniques, he suspected he would struggle to sate his hunger for an entire month. Furthermore, he was not boasting. The rudimentary physical arts practiced on the island were so simplistic that he had comprehended their essence over the years without the need for formal instruction. However, he felt that admitting his lack of proficiency in such arts was somewhat humiliating. Thus he chose to feign ignorance. Consider the Navy's Six Powers or the Revolutionary Army's Dragon Claw technique. Each exuded sophistication and grandeur, whereas his own physical skills were embarrassingly primitive. Strength? The scarred-faced individual lamented, a hint of disappointment in his eyes, realizing he was merely an ordinary person with a bit of strength. Swordsmanship, hockey, and physical techniques, he was lacking in all. Thus, his hopes of serendipitously encountering a promising ally had been dashed, prompting him to reflect on the improbability of such good fortune. Boss, I truly possess extraordinary strength, I assure you, Rhodes hastily remarked, for he could perceive the despondency lurking in the depths of the scarred man's eyes. If he were to reveal the extent of his strength, their plans might very well unravel. It is important to note that he was no ordinary individual within his village. His prowess was unparalleled. So what if he was not the tallest among the villagers? Does strength truly correlate with height? Generally speaking, it does. Yet he was far from an ordinary person. Upon hearing Rhodes' impassioned words, the dim flame of hope within the scarred man flickered back to life. It seemed this fellow possessed a considerable amount of confidence. How do you intend to prove your strength, Rotes? The scarred man inquired, for mere words would not suffice. Something substantial was required. Otherwise, not only he but the entire crew would remain unconvinced. Chapter 5. Is my axe a sight to behold? Boss. May I borrow this gentleman's axe for a demonstration? Rothus gestured towards the massive axe behind Scarface and remarked, Isn't it quite simple to demonstrate one's strength? The weight of that axe your brother carries is undeniably substantial. If I can wield it with vigor, even if I cannot ascend to the rank of an officer, surely I can secure a position as a chief mate. Are you certain? Scarface inquired, glancing at Rothus's height and then at the enormous axe. If he was not mistaken, Rothus stood nearly as tall as the axe itself. Should Rothus manage to swing it, his strength would likely be comparable, albeit not surpassing that of the axe's wielder. Thus, addressing the axe-bearer, he said, Axe, lend your weapon to Rothus for a moment. Startled by Rothus's words, the axe-bearer quickly regained his composure and replied, Certainly, Captain. With that, the axe-bearer unfastened the strap securing the axe, and it fell with a resounding thud, causing the ship's deck to tremble. The sensation was profoundly impactful, signifying that the axe had been forged without any shortcuts and underscoring the strength of its wielder. Here you go, the axe-bearer said, extending his weapon towards the standing Rothus. Thank you, brother, Rothus replied. Upon hearing this, Rotes promptly seized the axe, weighing it in his hands, and found its heft quite satisfactory. He felt a surge of confidence, believing he could unleash a chaotic flurry of strikes. It seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure. Scarface, observing Rotes firmly grasping the axe, could not suppress a flicker of joy within him. As the captain, he possessed considerable insight into the weight of the great axe. After all, he wielded it effortlessly. However, to receive such an axe from the hands of the great axe wielder without the slightest tremor was an impossible feat for anyone else. He began to suspect that Rotes might indeed be of mixed blood with the demon race, for his strength was remarkable. The prospect of having such a capable subordinate in his crew filled his face with delight. He wondered, though, what expression the one-eyed wolf would wear upon their next encounter. He recalled his wager with the one-eyed wolf, stipulating that the losing pirate crew must join the winning side. In his view, given Rotes' displayed power, the next encounter would undoubtedly favor him. When the two pirate crews merged, their strength, while perhaps not on par with the 7 warlords, would certainly overwhelm ordinary pirates. In contrast to Scarface, the great axe wielder remained remarkably composed. As the first to recognize Rotes' demonic lineage, he had braced himself for the sight of Rotes catching his axe without faltering. Yet, he felt a twinge of annoyance at Rotes' playful handling of his weapon. What was the harm in carrying the axe? Did heft alone signify strength? Would the formidable Whitebeard, adept with a naginata, lack power? With hundreds of kilograms of weights aboard the ship, why resort to his axe? He fretted that if Rotes were to swing it carelessly, it might inadvertently fly into the sea. What vexed him further was the inevitable comparison his crew would draw between him and Rotes once they stepped outside. Nevertheless, as captain, he had issued an order, and though he was reluctant, he had to comply. Failing to do so would risk his dignity in front of others and challenge his authority. He hoped fervently that Rotes would exercise caution with his beloved axe. Sank adjusted his glasses, striving to maintain his composure. It was impossible for him not to be astonished. As a veteran who had followed the Scarface pirate crew from the North Sea to the New World, few could appreciate the weight of this axe better than he. Scarface, indifferent to the thoughts of the other two, urged Rotes to demonstrate his strength without delay, saying, Rotes, what do you say? Shall we head out now? Naturally, Captain. Rotes replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Rotes replied, Once I wield the axe, there is no telling if I'll still make it in time for a meal. If I don't swing the axe, there is food, but the extent to which I'll be sated remains uncertain. Then let us proceed, the scar-faced man declared, leading the trio towards the deck. As dusk settled upon the sea, the pirates, typically engrossed in their toil, set down their tasks and gathered at the edge of the deck. They observed the captain alongside the youth brandishing the hefty axe. Sensing that a spectacle was about to unfold, life aboard the ship could be rather monotonous, and with the promise of entertainment, who would resist? Naturally, the prospect of a little idleness was even more enticing. The captain, noticing the growing crowd, chose to remain silent, which signified his tacit consent. All right, everyone, make some space. Allow Rotes to showcase his skills, the scar-faced man called out, as he noticed the deck nearly brimming with crew members. He certainly did not wish for his men to be mere spectators, only to find that Rotes' axe play could inadvertently lead to calamity. If that were to occur, Who would be to blame? While others wielded their axes skillfully, it would be foolish for them to linger too close and invite danger upon themselves. Understood, Chief. No problem. Captain, the pirates replied hastily, shifting outward, for they had no desire to provoke the captain's ire. Otherwise, they might find themselves relegated to menial tasks while others enjoyed the show. So, Rotes, do you believe we can commence now? The scar-faced man observed the retreating crew with satisfaction, indicating his effective management. However, above all, he yearned to witness Rotes' prowess firsthand. Indeed, there is no issue, Rotes affirmed. Rotes surveyed his surroundings, hefting the axe in his hands and twisting his neck to warm up. On the second floor of the cabin, the burly man with sunglasses and the great axe stood on the balcony, observing the events unfolding on the deck from their elevated vantage point. Brother Axe? It seems we are about to welcome a formidable officer aboard, the sunglasses-clad man remarked. The strength of Rotes is evident. He can wield that axe with ease, surpassing my own capabilities. He felt no threat to his position, as the captain would undoubtedly assign Rotes a role of authority, one that would not encroach upon his own. And besides, he knew he could not contend with Rotes in any physical confrontation. The great axe nodded silently, not disputing the man's words. He merely hoped that Rotes would conclude his display soon, returning the axe to him. He felt quite unaccustomed to the emptiness at his back. Moreover, Rotes had promised to follow his lead. Truly, men are often thoughtless creatures. Observing the disinterest of the great axe, the sunglasses-wearing man refrained from further commentary. His gaze fixed on the deck once more. On the deck, Rotes grasped the axe firmly, inhaling deeply as he steadied his stance. The axe handle began to rotate slowly. He understood that his future depended on this performance. As the 3-meter-tall axe twirled in a graceful dance between his crossed arms, it began to spin like a helicopter-esque rotor, stirring up gusts of wind. Boss, I reckon Rotes possesses greater strength than even the great axe, Sweatco. Leaning closer to the scarred face beside him, said. Feeling the breeze created by the axe, he worried that a misstep from Rotes might result in unintended consequences. The scarred man nodded, offering no further words, his eyes glinting with intensity. Meanwhile, the pirates surrounding Rotes began to retreat toward the cabin, fearful that a moment's inattention could render them victims of his wrath. Yet, the retreating pirates were marked by expressions of dread and awe. From the second floor of the cabin, the sunglasses-clad man observed this scene and also took a step back. Although he believed that Rotes would maintain control, he was not an officer of the captain. He understood that the captain's officers were equipped with haki, capable of enduring blows with merely minor injuries. If he were struck, his life would likely be forfeit. Seeing the retreat of the man in sunglasses, the great axe remained silent, his focus unwavering on the deck below. Observing the expressions of those around him, Rotes felt a sense of satisfaction, yet it seemed insufficient at this moment. Consequently, he intensified his efforts, his waist began to twist, and the movement of his arms quickened. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept across the ship, causing the pirate flag hoisted upon the mast to flap violently, as if it might be torn away at any moment. Lightweight objects on deck began to tremble and gradually lifted into the air. Scarface and Sweck, standing nearby, felt as though their garments were being tugged by an unseen force, and the book in Sweck's hand rustled audibly, its pristine pages flipping incessantly. Then, the two men beheld Rotes' hands transforming into mere phantoms. The axe was no longer discernible, morphing instead into a dark, ominous disk. A sense of foreboding gripped their hearts. The air was filled with the sound of slicing winds, the force now magnified 6 or 7 times greater than before, sweeping over them. The deck began to sway, and the entire vessel rocked perilously. Scarface and Sweck, positioned closest to the tempest, were abruptly thrust against the edge of the cabin by the relentless gusts. With a sharp crack, the mast bearing the pirate flag snapped. Chapter 6, Great Sage, Restrain Your Powers. The broken mast, carried away by the tempest amidst the terrified gazes of the pirates, left behind only a half-stump where it once stood. All manner of items on the ship, barrels, mops, and seats, were swept skyward. The sound of nails being wrenched from the deck added to the pirates' terror, as they clung desperately to anything within reach. Half their bodies lifted from the ground. Scarface and Sweck grasped the protruding edges of the cabin, eyes tightly shut, teeth clenched to prevent the wind from forcing its way into their mouths. Sunglasses and the great axe retreated into the cabin, bracing themselves against the corner, striving to maintain their balance. The burly figure of Sunglasses observed the sliding furniture and the cacophony of falling objects. Speaking up, Great Axe. The current wind is akin to a tempest of unprecedented ferocity. If Rotes continues this display, our ship may not withstand it. Indeed, there is nothing I can do. At this juncture, we cannot escape, the great axe replied, resigned, pondering whether this was indeed the might of the giant race. If a mixed blood possesses such formidable power, one can only ponder the true magnitude of the giant race's strength. However, at present, the utmost concern lies in the fact that if this continues, the ship may soon be lost. The whims of nature are not easily resisted by human will. After all, the notorious pirate, Gold Lion, suffered greatly at the hands of the elements. Yet, he is unable to maintain his balance amidst the tempest. Even the captain's prowess is rendered futile against such fierce winds. Otherwise, the storm would have already abated, and the winds would have ceased. We can only hope that this fellow, Rothus, becomes aware of the situation. Should he fail to do so, their pirate crew may be compelled to seek a new vessel. The once tranquil sea had transformed into a tumultuous maelstrom, with towering waves crashing against the ship's hull. The pirate vessel, already compromised, had taken on water, while Scarface observed a 3-meter-long tuna sliding across the deck, propelled by the fierce gusts. Nevertheless, Scarface paid little heed to the chaos surrounding him. His narrowed gaze remained fixed on a figure upon the deck, for he understood that his crew was on the verge of gaining an extraordinary new member. As for the current peril confronting the pirate ship, it seemed trivial. Even if all his subordinates were to meet their demise in the depths, as long as he, Rothus, Big Axe, and Hank remained, the Scarface pirate crew would endure. Of course, the pirates felt as though they were losing their grip on reality, as if they were being swept away into the heavens. Indeed, many had yet to reach the cabin doors before they found themselves airborne. This chaotic state resulted from their collective curiosity, which rendered them unprepared for the unexpected tempest that exceeded their wildest imaginings. The consequences of this unpreparedness left them in a precarious state, their lower bodies drenched, their trousers, shoes, socks, and undergarments were soaked, while only their upper garments remained intact. Scarves, glasses, and headscarves had been lost to the winds. In a state of utter panic, they fervently hoped Rothus would bring the tempest to a halt. Their fingers, once tightly clenched, now stood upright, and should they release their hold, they would plunge into the sea. If they were to encounter a sea king, it seemed likely that the creature would find the unexpected delivery quite enticing. Were it possible to leave a review via smartphone, it would undoubtedly garner 5 stars, for these unfortunate souls had shed their garments, sparing the beasts the trouble of unwrapping their meals. After all, no one wishes to consume meat alongside plastic. The pirates now resembled the Dragon King, desperately beseeching Sun Wukong, who had snatched the golden staff from him, to refrain from wielding it within the Eastern Sea's Dragon Palace. Their thoughts echoed a singular plea. "Oh, celestial being, please cease this divine spectacle." Before long, as if Rothus had heard their silent entreaties, the howling winds began to subside, and the pirates felt their lower bodies return to the deck. Upon regaining their footing, the first instinct of the pirates was to flee, racing desperately towards their quarters. The sensation of being bare-bottomed always brings a chill, and being unclothed is not embarrassing. Rather, it is the smaller ones who ought to feel the discomfort. After all, such vulnerabilities are a matter of pride for every man. No one wishes to encounter the awkwardness of being labeled as lacking when aboard the ship. Consequently, aside from a few fortunate pirates whose trousers remained intact, the rest hurriedly covered their groins in haste. In an instant, the deck became eerily silent. The scarred-faced man released his grip and strode onto the deck, his eyes gleaming with delight as he beheld the halted Lotus. Unable to contain his laughter, he exclaimed, well, I never imagined you possessed such a skill, Lotus. Had I not grasped onto something, I would have nearly succumbed myself. From this day forth, you shall be the combat captain of this vessel, holding a position akin to that of the great axe-wielder." "Understood, Captain," Lotus swiftly responded, acknowledging the captain's personal assurance that he would not escape the ship. However, he was quite famished, having engaged in such vigorous activity for the first time in ages. While his craving for excitement had subsided, his hunger was now unmistakable. Truly, the pleasure of showing off was fleeting, leading to a rather grim aftermath. Upon hearing Lotus's reply, the scarred-faced man's expression of delight grew ever more pronounced. He turned to Hank, who was tidying his attire, and proclaimed, "Hank, inform everyone that we shall hold a gathering tonight to welcome Lotus into our scarred pirates' crew. Indeed, today is a splendid occasion." "Aye, Captain," Hank responded promptly, adjusting his hair. It was evident that the captain was genuinely pleased. After all, their journey to the New World had been devoid of festivities, making this celebration of Lotus's induction all the more significant. "A gathering? Splendid, splendid. Rhodes exclaimed in surprise at the unexpected gathering, realizing it presented an opportunity to satiate his hunger. Just moments ago, he had been wielding his axe when an abrupt pang of hunger struck him. It is essential to note that he was a man of considerable endurance. Thus, succumbing to hunger so swiftly was quite uncharacteristic. Despite his efforts to withstand the discomfort for an extended period, he ultimately found himself unable to endure any longer. "Let us discuss the gathering later," Rhodes declared. "But first, please return my axe to me." Lotus was daydreaming about the delectable meats at the gathering when suddenly, he heard the voice of the axe. Raising his gaze, he beheld the axe approaching alongside a burly man adorned with sunglasses. Both figures bore a disheveled appearance, their backs marked with stains of an unidentifiable liquid, exuding an aura of disarray. "All right, brother." Rhodes swiftly handed over the axe, simultaneously calming his mind to dispel any undesirable imagery. The large axe received his weapon with a mere nod of acknowledgement before retreating to the cabin with the sunglasses-clad behemoth, their garments stained with remnants of alcohol, necessitating a change. Lotus gazed at the silhouettes of the two departing figures under the setting sun, a peculiar sensation washing over him. He couldn't shake the feeling that they shared an unusual bond. Had he truly descended to the level of viewing relationships through a distorted lens? This shouldn't be the case. After all, he considered himself a heterosexual man. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to maintain some distance from those two gentlemen in the future. "Lotus, let us retreat to the cabin to converse," suggested Scarface. "You are to be one of the ship's officers from this point onward, and it is essential for you to familiarize yourself with the other officers." Scarface was oblivious to Lotus's musings, as he prepared to enlighten him about the hierarchy aboard the vessel. After all, they would all be members of the same pirate crew moving forward, and it was imperative for Lotus to be acquainted with the names, backgrounds, and bounties of his fellow officers. "Very well," Lotus replied. Lotus averted his gaze and followed the scarred man towards the conference room in the ship's cabin. He felt compelled to familiarize himself with the strength of this pirate crew. Otherwise, frequently changing crews would prove quite troublesome. After all, the unpredictable nature of the sea could lead to dire consequences. Should this crew lack sufficient prowess, they might either be vanquished by rival pirates or apprehended by the Navy. Lotus was well aware that companions could also be adversaries. The positions on the vast ocean were limited. With countless pirates competing for dominance, it was inevitable that a significant number would be eliminated. The remaining few would either be renowned figures or members of other pirate factions, while the select few would indeed be the true pirates of the sea. Rhodes contemplated the possibility of his pirate crew losing a confrontation against another band of pirates. Should the opposing crew be open to incorporating new members, he would gladly forego the effort of seeking out other employers. However, if they intended to leave no survivors or to enslave them, he would undoubtedly flee. He was neither reckless nor foolish. After all, he had a life to live. As for the scar-faced captain and his crew, he could only extend his apologies. They were mere acquaintances to him. He sought a place to indulge in food and drink, not to accompany them in awaiting their demise. He was clever enough to avoid such folly. Regarding the Navy, he believed that as long as he did not encounter Admiral Akainu, he could opt for surrender. If worst came to worst, he could always end up in Impelled Down. He did not recall any pirates perishing from hunger within those walls. In fact, Impelled Down seemed quite appealing, providing sustenance and shelter. The former warlord of the sea thrived there, surrounded by a lively entourage that danced joyously. When hunger struck him, he could always consider mingling within the confines of Impelled Down, biding his time. Chapter 7. This pirate crew is so poor. Rhodes followed the scarred face into the conference room, with Hank trailing closely behind. Soon after, the burly man with sunglasses and the axe-wielding individual arrived, prompting the scarred face to begin elucidating the backgrounds of each member. The first was dubbed Scarface due to the prominent scar gracing his visage, officially named Pugilu, boasting a bounty of 230 million berries, hailing from the North Sea. As he introduced himself, there was a distinct air of pride when he mentioned his bounty. However, he swiftly moved on to the others. The man bearing the axe, the first individual one might notice, was named Yaf, with a bounty of 150 million berries. Renowned for his constant companionship with his axe, he was also referred to as the Bloody Axe, having accompanied them from the North Sea. He could simply be addressed as Axe in casual conversation. The individual cradling a book was Hank, who had also journeyed with them from the North Sea. Besides serving as the navigator, he was the intellectual backbone of the crew, possessing a bounty of 80 million berries. Lastly, the man adorned with sunglasses served as the ship's chief sailor, overseeing over 100 subordinates. His name was Curl, commonly referred to as Sunglasses. and he too had traversed from the North Sea alongside them, with a bounty amounting to 100 million berries. Through Scarface's exposition, Rhodus garnered a clearer understanding of the ship's composition, a pirate crew nearing 200 members, with only 3 officers and a chief sailor. Their collective bounty exceeding 600 million berries. It was evident that they were not merely fortunate to have entered the New World, their strength was indeed formidable. One must recognize that the pirate crews capable of breaching the New World are often infamous and populated by powerful officers. Of course, many who venture into the New World are met with peril, particularly the supernovas, who, blinded by ambition, seek to challenge the 4 emperors. The outcomes are often dire. Either they never encounter the 4 emperors at all, leading to their complete annihilation, or they do meet them, only to face immediate demise. Or ultimately, they capitulate to the 4 emperors' fleets, becoming their subordinates. Rhodus perceived that the band of pirates before him was fortunate, though he could not precisely articulate why. It was merely his instinct. He sensed that these marauders were not particularly formidable, believing he could easily topple them single-handedly. Nevertheless, he had no intention of doing so. Aside from indulging in sustenance, he harbored aspirations of broadening his horizons, hoping to glean insights into the mastery of hockey and similar arts. After all, even those pirates who had reached this juncture, despite their good fortune, undoubtedly possessed some degree of strength. They were likely acquainted with at least a modicum of armament hockey, particularly the kind that fortified specific parts of the body. Rhodes felt an urgent need to learn, for on the vast ocean, the mastery of hockey was paramount. His physique was robust, and his strength considerable, yet he remained perplexed as to why he had yet to awaken his armament hockey. He had pondered the reasons. Perhaps it was due to his demonic bloodline, or maybe his body was not fully developed. However, as of now, he had no definitive answer. Nevertheless, it was time for him to introduce himself, especially since the scarred face had already shared details about the ship and was now gazing at him with curiosity. My name is Rhodes. I am a half-demon from an island known as Kabul. I possess great strength but also a hearty appetite. I hope the captain and my esteemed comrades can bear with me regarding this flaw. Lotus candidly divulged his shortcomings regarding his appetite, ensuring that he would not startle them later on, for he could not guarantee whether others might go hungry. Oh, it's nothing. The food is ample. I am eager to see just how much you can consume. The others merely chuckled, dismissing Lotus's admissions without a second thought. To them, Lotus, being a half-demon, inheriting a prodigious appetite was hardly a matter of concern. It was simply a matter of being able to eat. After all, their pirate crew could certainly afford it. Is that so? Splendid. Rhodes scratched his head and laughed heartily. He had declared that if they ever sought to oust him from the ship, it was unlikely they would find the courage to voice such intentions, especially since they had previously assured him of their capacity to support him. Indeed. Let us proceed to the gathering. The younger crew members are eagerly awaiting us. The scarred-faced captain was indifferent, believing that the matters at hand had been resolved. And he led the others out of the conference room, with Rhodes following closely behind, his heart brimming with anticipation for the feast, a banquet laden with meat. As night gradually descended, the pitch-black sea was illuminated solely by the twinkling stars and moon. A somewhat dilapidated pirate ship, aglow with lights, was visible. The scarred-faced pirate crew was currently reveling, with the once busy pirates having set aside their tasks to congregate on deck, joyfully drinking. They had all but forgotten when their last gathering took place. This occasion, after much anticipation, was a chance to indulge freely. Typically, the provisions aboard were strictly regulated, leaving little room for indulgence, which explained the unprecedented excitement surrounding this gathering. The cause of their predicament lay with their captain. The scarred-faced captain and the one-eyed wolf were like opposing poles of a magnet, invariably destined to collide. On certain occasions, the one-eyed pirate crew preferred to avoid conflict, especially near inhabited islands, as they too required supplies. Yet, the scarred-faced captain clung to them like a stubborn plaster, insisting on confrontation. The one-eyed pirates had intended to dock, only to be forcibly repelled back to sea by the scarred-faced crew. The moment they approached the shore, the scarred-faced crew would unleash cannon fire upon their hulls, necessitating evasive maneuvers that could only be executed when the ship was turned. Thus, the one-eyed wolf pirates, repeatedly denied their supplies, finally reached a breaking point. They commenced retaliatory actions, employing the same tactics against the scarred-faced crew. Each time they discerned signs of the scarred-faced crew attempting to resupply, the one-eyed crew responded with bombardments. Over time, the resources aboard both pirate ships began to dwindle, and even other crews that typically enjoyed ample provisions were now experiencing shortages due to the ongoing conflict. This scarcity extended beyond beverages to include meat as well, which explained why the scarred-faced crew had taken to fishing as a secondary occupation. Though both factions had descended into such dire straits, neither side was willing to be the first to extend an olive branch for reconciliation. In the realm of pirates, the first to extend an olive branch is often deemed the vanquished. There exists an unwavering desire to firmly integrate the captain of the opposing crew, with even the smallest affront to pride being intolerable. Yet, Rothus remains blissfully unaware of these unspoken tensions. He now finds himself clutching a goblet, sipping on his drink. While his gaze fixates upon a banquet of fish, he cannot help but ponder why the menu is solely composed of aquatic fare. Beef, pork, lamb, venison, or even a simple chicken leg would suffice. Yet here he is, confronted by an abundance of fish. A glance around reveals that his fellow pirates are similarly encumbered by a fish-centric diet, with no sign of land or sky creatures to be found. Only the bounty of the sea graces their table. A troubling thought crosses his mind. Perhaps he has allied himself with the wrong crew. He recalls the days of reading comics, where crews boasting bounties in the tens of millions feasted heartily on meat, with a ceaseless flow of alcohol. How unlike the current situation, where not only is the fish abundant, but the alcohol appears to be rationed as well. As he contemplates his circumstances, a sense of urgency arises. He must devise a plan for an alternative path, lest he find himself starved in this seemingly impoverished pirate band. If he were to indulge his appetite, it seems that the daily provisions for the entire crew would scarcely suffice to sate his hunger. The future of this pirate crew appears bleak. A band unable to adequately feed its members is unlikely to achieve great feats. Scarface, reveling in his drink, observes the jubilant atmosphere surrounding him. The addition of a formidable ally significantly bolsters the strength of his crew. He intends to bestow upon Rothus his invaluable techniques for mastering the art of hockey once the latter's probationary period concludes. After all, such skills are not sustenance. If they can expedite the growth of Scarface's crew, it would be a boon for him as well. However, progress must be gradual. Both Hank and Axe have traversed a similar path, and it was only through obtaining foundational hockey techniques that Sunglasses earned their loyalty. Yet, were Scarface to learn of Rothus's intentions to abscond with a fortune, he might very well contemplate eliminating Rothus as a sacrifice. In stark contrast, some pirates, while drinking, are beset by trepidation. Unbeknownst to Rothus, these very individuals had initially plotted his demise. If he were to seek retribution, their fates would be sealed. This realization compels them to cast furtive glances at Rothus, their hearts heavy with unease. Rothus was voraciously devouring his food, utterly oblivious to the eyes upon him. Though the fare was somewhat monotonous, he indulged without a care. Chapter 8. Is this what they call being a bit of an eater? Amidst the furtive glances of the pirates, Rothus resembled a glutton, his mouth agape as he stuffed fish into it, one after another, as if they were mere fodder. The manner in which he consumed the food suggested an insatiable appetite. Having finished the food before him, Rothus's gaze and hands simultaneously reached for the table of a nearby comrade. Amidst the bewildered stares of others, the food on the table vanished at an astonishing rate, leaving nothing but a collection of empty plates. Was he a demon? The previously apprehensive pirates now stood agape, repeating this thought in their minds. This fellow was not merely eating fish, he was devouring them whole, bones and all, without so much as a chew, as if they were mere noodles. He was nothing short of a fiend. Observing Rothus's gaping mouth, they felt that he could swallow a person whole. A shiver ran down their spines as they contemplated the need to confide in their fellow pirates, ensuring Rothus remained unaware of the circumstances surrounding his arrival. However, lost in their thoughts, they soon realized their tables were barren, the fish having entirely vanished. Scanning their surroundings, they finally identified the culprit, Rothus, who continued to ravage the tables of his companions, instilling a sense of foreboding in their hearts. It seemed Rothus's capacity for consumption had exceeded all bounds, and they feared that the days ahead would be particularly arduous. "Captain, Rothus has truly overstepped," Hank whispered as he approached Scarface. Rothus had just finished clearing the remnants of food before him, and was now relentlessly sweeping through the offerings of others, as if gliding upon ice. It was worth noting that the gathering had only just begun, and they had barely sipped their drinks, yet Rothus had nearly consumed everything in sight. And he showed no signs of satiation. This was no mere appetite. He could almost be mistaken for a giant. Having ingested fish weighing several times his own body without causing a single ripple, as if a stone had been dropped into water. "A bit indeed," Scarface muttered, his lips twitching. He had finally grasped the magnitude of Rothus's veracity, but having made a vow, he felt too embarrassed to intervene. "Hank, go to the hold and bring out all the food. We shall fish tomorrow," Scarface instructed. Today, he intended to witness just how much Rothus could consume, to better prepare for the future. Understood, Captain, Hank replied. As Hank rose to summon several pirates to the ship's cabin, he sensed the captain's intentions. However, it seemed that this band of part-time fishermen would soon transform into genuine fishermen. After all, if Rothus continued to consume food at this rate, he alone would devour all the provisions meant for the pirates. No matter how much wealth they amassed, it would be unsustainable without self-sufficiency. Their crew would have to seize several hundred billion berries merely to maintain their future expenses. Yet, observing Rothus at present, it appeared that despite consuming the entirety of everyone's food, he still showed no signs of satiation, which was indeed alarming. The thought of the captain's assurances in the conference room filled Hank with a sense of pity for the pirates, as the captain's promises were hollow, and the labor would inevitably fall upon the crew. Once Rothus had consumed all the food, he beamed with joy upon seeing Hank and a few others wheeling in more provisions. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he felt compelled to express his appreciation for the admirable pirate crew and their honest captain. Before that, however, he extended his apologies to the pirates, acknowledging that he had taken all their food without prior consent. The pirates, in a show of camaraderie, assured him that they bore no ill will and swiftly moved past the incident. What could they do? Rothus had previously showcased his strength, and with the captain's declaration of Rothus' new status as an officer, they had little choice but to accept the situation. On this occasion, Hank brought food and generously allocated 2/3 of it to Rothus, anxious to prevent any further incidents of Rothus raiding the provisions of others. However, he soon realized that Rothus swiftly consumed the entirety of the food he had provided, which amounted to several hundred pounds, and astonishingly, he still appeared unsatisfied. How did Hank discern this? Rothus' unwavering gaze fixed upon the others served as irrefutable evidence, and the intensity of his stare was somewhat terrifying, reminiscent of the glint he had seen in the eyes of those who coveted wealth, greedy, and yearning. Unexpectedly, the captain set down his wine glass and approached Rothus, engaging him in conversation. Hank then witnessed a faint glimmer of gold spark in Rothus' eyes, which gradually intensified into a tangible brilliance by the time the captain concluded his words. Could it truly be? Captain, this is rather embarrassing. Rothus repeatedly confirmed his disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that this frugal captain had permitted him to indulge freely in the ship's pantry, assuring him that as long as he was satiated, there would be no issue. He felt as though he had stumbled into paradise, and this economical captain was akin to a deity. Naturally, how could a captain allow his crew to go hungry aboard his vessel? Rothus was reminded to feast liberally and fill himself. Today was a celebration in honor of his arrival, and there was nothing inappropriate about it. The scar-faced man, in a generous spirit, remarked that he was investing heavily this time, merely to observe just how much Rothus could consume. Initially, he believed that sustaining him would be feasible. However, it now appeared that unless they took up fishing, it would be a considerable challenge. Yet, he clung to a glimmer of hope that Rothus would soon reach a point of satisfaction. Otherwise, after vanquishing that one-eyed wolf, he would have to devise a scheme to lure Rothus off the ship, allowing the entire crew to make their escape. What a splendid excuse it would be to claim that Rothus had lost his way on the island and failed to return within the stipulated time, thus necessitating his abandonment due to an enemy assault. His reputation would remain untarnished, for the stigma of forsaking a comrade would not be easily borne. Once such a rumor spread, it would become arduous to maintain order among his men. Contemplating these thoughts, the scar-faced man gestured for one of his subordinates to escort Rothus to the ship's storeroom. Rothus rose, following the pirate, his face radiant with joy, his heart blossoming with delight. For the first time, he perceived the world as extraordinarily beautiful, and the harmony between individuals felt profound. Indeed, the world was suffused with love. After Rothus departed, the gathering on the deck resumed its lively atmosphere. They had all been astounded by Rothus's prodigious appetite, and now that he was gone, they felt no concern as they indulged in their drinks, oblivious to the impending scarcity of food. Clearly, they had yet to grasp the hardships that awaited them in the days and weeks to come. Not long after, Hank returned, having opted not to accompany Rothus to the storeroom, as he preferred to continue reveling on the deck. Scarface, upon seeing Hank's return, sipped his drink while anticipating Rothus's imminent return, convinced he would reappear shortly. However, as time passed and the stars shifted in the night sky, Rothus remained absent from the deck, causing Scarface to grow increasingly anxious. He rose and made his way towards the food storeroom, and the other pirates, engrossed in their drinking, paid him no mind. The closer he approached the storeroom, the more trepidation gripped his heart. Upon reaching the doorway, His mouth fell agape in shock. The vast storeroom, save for a mound of untouched fruit, was nearly devoid of the several thousand pounds of fish that had once filled it. Rhodas, at that moment, was voraciously gulping down wine from an oak barrel while munching on the remnants of smoked beast legs, all the while casting his gaze towards the fruit scattered on the ground. This scene sent shivers down Scarface's spine. Nearly half a month's provisions had been devoured in such a manner, and it appeared that Rhodas had not yet had his fill. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself for ever suggesting that Rhodas should eat to his heart's content. "Alas, Captain, where are you?" As Rhodas heard footsteps, he turned towards the door and exclaimed with delight, "Oh, Captain, have you eaten your fill?" The scarred face, struggling to maintain composure, inquired with a rigid smile. "I am quite well, Captain. I have just eaten to about 90% fullness. Once I finish these fruits, I shall be nearly satisfied. Indeed, this has been the most comforting meal I have ever had, and I must extend my gratitude to you, Captain." Rhodas expressed his profound gratitude, remarking on the unparalleled comfort of having ample food and drink without the need for hunting. "Is that so? Then take your time to enjoy. I shall return to the deck," he said. Upon hearing this, the scarred face felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, as they had consumed nearly all their provisions over the past fortnight, leaving them only partially satiated. He was on the verge of striking out in anger. Yet his years of experience enabled him to preserve the dignity of the captaincy. Never before had he felt such regret. This was not mere sustenance, but rather akin to a monstrous appetite. "Very well, Captain." Lotus bid farewell to Scarface with great delight, hoping that such days would persist in the future. Chapter 9. We might be a bunch of faux pirates. Scarface, weary to the core, returned to the deck. He felt utterly exhausted and longed for tranquility. Should anyone dare inquire about tranquility, he would send them to meet Roger. After much effort in recruiting a formidable subordinate, he was dismayed to realize he could not afford to maintain them. What could he possibly say? With this in mind, he took a generous swig of alcohol and sighed, lamenting the relentless passage of time. If only he could wait 2 years until he had established his territory, he would not have to worry about sustenance. Though he was reluctant to part with his newly acquired subordinate, he recognized the harsh reality. He could not sustain them, nor could the entire crew. Once he vanquished the one-eyed wolf, he contemplated discarding Lotus. However, for the time being, their pirate crew could manage to sustain themselves, but if this continued, they might find themselves compelled to take up fishing. Hank gazed at his captain with a complex expression, surmising the circumstances within the cabin. He could not help but observe a moment of silent tribute for his captain, whose words had been overly ambitious. Nevertheless, Lotus possessed remarkable strength. Having an additional powerful ally aboard would indeed be beneficial, though if their appetite were a touch more modest, it would be preferable. The more he pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became, and Hank felt a slight headache brewing. He gulped down a drink, shaking off the disquieting thoughts. After all, it was not he who had made such bold declarations, so why should he be troubled? In contrast to Hank, Big Axe and Sunglasses appeared rather carefree, perhaps entirely indifferent. They held bowls in one hand and a wooden barrel in the other, drinking and pouring with great merriment. No matter how lively the gathering, all festivities must eventually come to an end, and even the finest wines would eventually run dry. After a night of revelry, the Scarface Pirates celebration reached its conclusion. Having finished the provisions from the cabin, Lotus retreated to his quarters, harboring no desire to venture onto the deck. He feared that his recently satiated appetite would be reignited upon witnessing his crewmates enjoying their meal. It was important to note that he had just consumed all the food in the cabin, and if he continued to eat on the deck, even his thick skin would not withstand the embarrassment. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of self-consciousness. However, he was genuinely concerned about the breakfast awaiting him the next morning, not expecting to be fully satisfied, particularly since he had devoured all the provisions on board. Yet even consuming 30 to 40% would suffice. One must understand that apart from these days at sea, when he could eat his fill, all other times were spent tightening his belt to deceive his stomach into feeling satiated. After all, if he indulged without restraint, no matter how abundant the island's wildlife, it would soon be depleted. For sustainable survival, he selectively hunted males, sparing the females. Keeping just 1 or 2 males was enough, but without females, the species would vanish. Even so, 90% of the island's beasts were juveniles. He couldn't bring himself to harm them, waiting instead for them to mature. Their tiny frames yielded little meat, and their adorable fluffiness, coupled with their tender cries, made the act unthinkable. Thus, he resorted to fishing along the shore. Though the coastal waters teemed only with small fish, larger ones risked beaching, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Whether he ate enough depended entirely on luck and labor. He often wondered why no kings of the coast lurked near his island. Catching just one would have filled him 80%. Later, his mother revealed that the island's villagers were so ferocious they had nearly driven the local sea beasts and sea kings to extinction, forcing them to flee. Even passing creatures now avoided the area entirely. This left only small fish, turning the waters into their paradise while Rados languished in a state of perpetual semi-starvation. He believed that had he not been chronically malnourished, stunting his growth, he might have awakened Haki long ago. Now, he could have subdued warlords like Crocodile or Jinbe with one hand, or crushed Mariah barehanded. No, even with just his feet. Why such confidence? By age 7 or 8, his appetite already dwarfed that of an average giant, twice as much. Naturally, that was also when he stopped eating his fill. Over time, hunger became routine. Fortunately, between hunting and scavenging meals, he at least avoided starvation. On deck, after the revelry ended, Scarface promptly announced that all pirates must rise at dawn to fish, or face empty stomachs. As for the reason, could he admit he carelessly boasted and now faced the consequences? He could only silently endure as Rados consumed an excessive amount of food, depleting the ship's provisions entirely. The pirates, upon hearing this, were filled with an urge to express their frustration, knowing that the fish they had labored tirelessly to catch from morning until afternoon had been devoured. Yet, they could only respond with assurances of their understanding and promises to rise early the following day. For Rodos's display of strength in the afternoon instilled a sense of fear in them. After all, among the men of the sea, strength was the ultimate currency. Scarface, witnessing his subordinates' perceptiveness, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. However, the mere thought of Lotus made him shake his head in resignation. As the moon waned and stars faded, when the first rays of light graced the earth, the members of the scarred pirate crew began to awaken. Though they were a disorganized and unruly band of pirates, they were acutely aware of their roles within the pirate life. With the sun rising halfway above the ocean, a vast net was cast into the sea. Over 100 pirates traversed the deck of their ship, tugging and pulling at the fishing net, striving to spread it to its fullest extent while simultaneously avoiding entanglement. The helmsman and lookout exchanged communication to avert any encounter with hidden reefs. Everything appeared to be in perfect harmony. One could imagine the parents of these pirates watching proudly, remarking that they had become excellent fishermen and it was time to acquire a fishing vessel to contend with the unscrupulous merchants. On the second deck of the ship, Axe and Sunglasses were engaged in their workout, showing no concern for the other pirates. For them, strength was paramount. Other matters could be left to their subordinates. Sweat and Scarface had yet to make their presence known among the crew, while Lotus remained blissfully asleep, drooling in utter comfort. The atmosphere on the deck was bustling with activity, creating a stark contrast to his serene repose, and thus the ship continued its journey amidst this peculiar ambience. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the ship had traveled an indeterminate distance, the net had been cast and retrieved numerous times, and the pirates had gathered their fair share of fish. Lotus finally awakened, marking the first time since the onset of his hunger that he had slept until he naturally roused. He felt an unparalleled comfort, his entire body enveloped in a warm, soothing sensation. Previously, on the island, he had to rise before dawn each day in search of food, a far cry from this exquisite ease. Upon seeing Lotus emerge, the pirates on the deck momentarily froze, a tremor of anxiety coursing through many of them as they hastily turned away, preoccupied with fishing, fearful that Lotus might inquire about how he had been rescued the previous day. Upon noticing the gazes of those around him, Lotus felt a tinge of embarrassment. Suddenly, observing that they had resumed their labors, he let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but reflect on the fact that the pirates aboard the ship were indeed a group of diligent workers. From their appearance, one might easily mistake this vessel for a large fishing boat, were it not for the knowledge that he had joined a pirate crew. Lotus stood for a while, noticing that no one paid him any attention, and then made his way towards the kitchen, feeling quite famished and hoping for a meal. After the departure of Rothus, the bustling pirates began to slow their pace, engaging in conversation amongst themselves. Previously, the imposing figure of the great axe-wielding officer commanded the highest authority aboard, instilling considerable fear. Now, with the towering presence of Rothus standing at 3 meters before them, their anxiety only intensified, particularly as they had incurred his displeasure. The events of the previous day, when they nearly found themselves swept away, were vividly etched in their memories. Despite Rothus' formidable appetite, they dared not utter a word against his demands, fearing yet another display of his axe-wielding prowess. Lotus was entirely oblivious to the events that transpired after he left the deck. He was now in the kitchen, relishing his meal. Upon inquiring with the chef, he discovered that the captain had instructed them to prepare an abundance of food for him. The dishes comprised freshly caught fish, exquisite in flavor after a slight enhancement. However, the quantity was somewhat overwhelming, exhausting the chefs. Grateful for the captain's generosity, Lotus expressed his heartfelt thanks to several of the chefs. They warmly accepted his gratitude, recognizing the sincerity etched upon his face and the sheer joy he derived from their culinary offerings, filling them with a sense of fulfillment. After all, the chefs of the pirate crew were dedicated to ensuring that their guests experienced joy through their culinary artistry. Meanwhile, Scarface observed his hard-working subordinates and contemplated that perhaps replacing his pirate flag with a fish would be more fitting, as he felt his crew was straying further from the true essence of piracy. Chapter 10. Days of hardship and the dawn of hope. The past few days had been both arduous and fulfilling for Scarface's pirate crew. They rose before dawn to cast their nets for fish, only able to rest when the sun dipped below the horizon. And true respite came only when the moon graced the branches. Their daily routine of casting nets barely sufficed to meet their sustenance needs. The onset of their tribulations could be traced back to their ill-fated decision to cast the net. In stark contrast, the last few days for Lotus had been nothing short of paradise, indeed, a veritable heaven. For the first time, Rothus indulged in a life of feasting and slumber, awakening only to eat once more. He wished fervently that this blissful existence would never come to an end, and if it must, he hoped it would be a decade or 8 years hence. Scarface, however, was under immense pressure. His crew of pirates had begun to voice their grievances. Some even threatened that if Rothus was not removed from the ship, they would abandon it entirely. After much effort, he managed to quell the unrest. Yet, deep down, he too yearned to see Rothus cast off the vessel, though he found it difficult to relinquish his pride. More crucially, having invested so much, it was contrary to his nature to dismiss Rothus without any gain. The one-eyed wolf, that scoundrel, had been elusive. It had been a week since he last laid eyes on the flag of the one-eyed pirate crew. Meanwhile, the discontent among his subordinates grew louder. Although he regarded them merely as expendable pawns, their complete departure would render the ship inoperable, compelling him to comfort them unexpectedly. Nevertheless, despite their dissatisfaction, they did not express it openly towards Rothus, nor did they allow it to circulate aboard the ship. Scarface understood that his crew still harbored a fear of Rothus and his menacing display of the axe. This knowledge provided him some solace. After all, if Rothus were to learn of their discontent and leave abruptly, it would render all his efforts futile. Yet, the continued silence from the one-eyed pirate crew left him feeling anxious, fearing their potential demise. If the one-eyed wolves had indeed been vanquished, their own crew would likely face a similar fate. Amidst Scarface's deep contemplation, Hank entered the captain's quarters. "Captain, are you still troubled by the matter of Rothus?" Hank inquired. Noticing the captain's furrowed brow, he was well aware of the recent turmoil aboard the ship. Rothus had nearly exhausted the crew, and their dissatisfaction was palpable. Yet, the captain had boasted grandly in the past, and now found himself in a precarious position, which Hank interpreted as the captain's distress. "Not that," Scarface replied. "What news do you have regarding the one-eyed pirate crew?" He was already prepared to deal with Rothus, having devised a plan, but first, he needed to extract the last vestiges of Rothus' value, which hinged on locating the one-eyed wolves. Hank hesitated before responding, sensing the captain's strong bond with Rothus. "Despite the dire situation aboard, we have yet to locate the one-eyed pirate crew. However, while my men were fishing, they recovered the flag of the one-eyed crew. Based on my deductions, it seems they have encountered trouble. Perhaps they have been completely annihilated." Hank meticulously organized his thoughts and articulated everything that needed to be said. The term haul resonated with him. He recalled the last time he had successfully acquired something. It was the flag of the Lotus pirate crew. Now, having stumbled upon the flag of the one-eyed pirates, he couldn't help but wonder if misfortune would strike once more. Enduring the presence of just one Lotus was already a burden too great. Perhaps it was best to return home and resume fishing. They must persist in their search and endeavor to uncover the whereabouts of the one-eyed pirates. Scarface fell into a contemplative silence before speaking. Although the one-eyed wolf was a sworn enemy, the desire for mutual cooperation as potential first mates weighed heavily upon them both. In life, one must encounter the living. In death, the deceased. "Very well," Hank nodded, acknowledging his understanding, and exited the captain's quarters to continue his vigilant watch over the sea. "You scoundrel, one-eyed wolf. I hope you are still alive. I still wish for you to serve as my first mate," Hank muttered under his breath as he departed. Scarface, left alone, began to ponder whether it was his intention to lure Lotus off the island before making a swift escape. Initially, he had considered exploiting Lotus before his departure. But now it seemed prudent to divest of this financial liability sooner rather than later. Rhodes remained blissfully unaware of the impending abandonment, as there had been not a whisper of discontent aboard the ship in recent days. He found himself lamenting the lowly character of the people in this world, who would audaciously discard their pirate flag into the sea, an act of sheer malice. They seemed oblivious to the environmental repercussions, such as the potential for fish to consume the flag and suffer intestinal blockages. Truly, they were a wretched lot. Yet, it seemed that this world lacked any advocacy for civility or environmental preservation. Rhodes merely wished to voice his dissatisfaction, as he resented the flag's presence for robbing the sea of fish, thereby diminishing the ship's bounty. He had conveniently forgotten that he himself had broken the flagpole and cast both it and the pirate flag into the ocean, leaving the deck with a flagpole that appeared half new and half old, adorned with several large patches. Sunglasses and the axe, burdened with weights of several hundred pounds, looked enviously at Rhodes lounging on a beach chair. Their hearts brimmed with jealousy. Despite their relentless training, they found themselves weaker than the idler. They had come to realize that Rhodes had no intention of training. His days were consumed with eating and sleeping, a cycle of sloth. When asked how he possessed such strength, Rhodes would merely attribute it to his natural endowment. A fine excuse, indeed. The two of them longed to confront Rhodes physically, yet the reality was that without weapons, they would likely find themselves overpowered by him. After all, upon his arrival, Rhodes had casually lifted the weights, dismissing them as too light, and declared that he had no use for the training equipment, preferring instead to recline. Thus, Rhodes had remained in a state of repose ever since. Sunglasses believed Rhodes was merely concocting excuses for his laziness. Yet he suspected that Rhodes frequented the training room only to create a fade of diligent practice for the sake of his subordinates. If Rhodes were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly grasp his hand and exclaim, "Ah, a kindred spirit." He had come here solely for the sake of idleness, perpetually at leisure. While the captain remained oblivious, the pirate fisherman would surely perceive his lack of purpose, diminishing his reputation. Contemplating this, he made his way to the training room. One must admit, the beach chairs here are remarkably comfortable. He found that occasionally changing his surroundings for relaxation was quite agreeable. Just observe how diligently these officers labor. The future of expanding the pirate crew and establishing their name rests upon their shoulders. You may wonder why it is always others who toil. What of Rhodes? He wishes to convey that have you ever heard of a salted fish striving? A salted fish need only to call out 6666, and that suffices. Thus, Rhodes has begun to secretly practice his 6,666 in his heart, in future skirmishes. He intends to cheer from behind the captain, adding his 6666, which he hopes will please the captain. Yet, realistically, he mused that the likelihood of the captain wishing to eliminate him might be greater. He concluded that such thoughts were best left as mere musings. Should he actually act upon them, he would likely find himself cast off the ship. As Rhodes pondered, a dark plume of smoke suddenly materialized on the horizon, catching the attention of the fishermen pirates. They momentarily paused, recognizing it as the black smoke billowing from a ship ablaze. Having navigated the seas for many years, they understood the implications and soon resumed their tasks. On the lookout, Hank lifted his binoculars for a brief inspection before hastily making his way to the captain's quarters. Inside, Scarface was nursing a drink, reminiscing about his lost youth. Suddenly, the door burst open with a crash as Hank rushed in, exclaiming, "The one-eyed pirate crew has appeared ahead. Their ship is on fire, likely having just endured an attack." Scarface hesitated, the nostalgic reverie shattered. His hand trembled slightly around his glass. After a moment, he replied, "Let us approach the one-eyed pirate crew and ascertain their survival." "Understood, Captain." Without delay, Hank set off to execute the order. "I hope you are still alive, One-Eyed Wolf." Scarface continued to sip his drink, rising only after finishing the last drop and heading toward the deck. Chapter 11. Life has finally laid its hands on me. This weak and helpless little demon, the Scarface pirate ship advanced toward the smoke-emitting one-eyed pirate vessel. As they drew nearer, the features of the one-eyed ship became increasingly discernible. One-Eyed Wolf leaned against the railing, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he recognized the approaching Scarface ship. He had anticipated that his old rival would come seeking their whereabouts after so many days apart. Indeed, they had arrived. The days preceding had seen his crew embroiled in 3 battles, some victories, some losses. Despite the perils, they had managed to survive, though their ship had not endured. And some expendable crew members had perished. The pirate ship was slowly sinking, flames smoldering in its lower decks. The vessel was beyond salvation. The one-eyed crew huddled at the stern, hesitant to leap into the sea. For the treacherous waters of the New World and its monstrous denizens would teach them a harsh lesson, the cost of which would be their lives. In this desolate stretch of ocean, not a single rock was in sight, let alone an island. In this era of grand piracy, land was a scarce commodity, otherwise. So many would not be forced to make their living upon the waves. Yet, despair did not cloud their eyes. They held firm belief that Scarface's crew would come to their aid. Their hopes were not in vain, for soon the Scarface ship appeared before them. Many surviving pirates waved their arms, shouting in exuberance to express their relief. Scarface stood at the bow, directing the ship to inch closer to the one-eyed vessel. Once the two ships were alongside each other, his crew swiftly threw ropes to secure the one-eyed ship's railing. "One-eyed wolf, you scoundrel, you're still alive. How fortunate indeed." Scarface observed One-eyed Wolf, who appeared somewhat disheveled, yet his demeanor was relaxed, filled with playful banter. "Ever since I lost one eye, fortune has never abandoned me," he quipped. One-eyed Wolf touched the eye socket concealed by his eye patch, a self-satisfied smile gracing his lips. Although he had sacrificed one eye, he found that each time he faced peril, he managed to escape unscathed, believing that the loss was merely an offering to the deity of luck. "Enough boasting. Bring your crew aboard my ship," said Scarface. "The New World is perilous, far more so than the first half of the Grand Line. I believe our two pirate crews must unite, for it would be all too easy for us to be annihilated individually." Scarface waved off One-eyed Wolf's tales of his solitary exploits, steering the conversation towards the merger of their crews, sensing that One-eyed Wolf recognized their collective inadequacy and strength. "Indeed. We must discuss this matter. The prolonged conflict ought to cease. However, I believe it is best if I take the helm as captain, for luck has consistently favored me," Scarface asserted. One-eyed Wolf nodded, acknowledging Scarface's newfound clarity, yet he firmly believed he should remain captain, as Scarface had never truly been fortunate. "Let's postpone this discussion. We should leave this place first," Scarface suggested, feeling an urge to admonish One-eyed Wolf for his misguided sense of luck. "Very well. Let us retire to your captain's quarters for a proper discussion. Fuxia, take the other officers and engage with Hank to foster camaraderie." One-eyed Wolf felt a twinge of melancholy as he acknowledged the loss of his once loyal ship and most of his crew, though he was relieved that his officers were safe. He exchanged a few words with his first mate before departing with Scarface. Fuxia, understanding the likelihood of their crews merging, greeted Hank, Big Axe, Sunglasses, and Rhodas warmly. Although he was somewhat unfamiliar with Rhodas, introductions facilitated a swift understanding of his background. After a brief exchange, Hank led Fuxia and the others to the ship's cabin. Recognizing that they had just emerged from battle and were in dire need of fresh clothing and rest, Lotus stood on the deck. Observing the joyful expressions on the faces of the crowd, feeling a profound sense of happiness within. With so many people, not only did the strength of the pirate crew increase, but they could also alleviate some of the pressure on the fishing pirates, allowing them to engage in their endeavors with much greater ease. "Rothus has completely slipped my mind. Who exactly is it that has exhausted these pirates to the point where they might as well become fishermen, with nothing left to do?" The Sunglasses and the Great Axe returned to the training room, while the other pirates resumed their fishing activities. The scarred pirates regained their previous state, and the atmosphere aboard the ship suddenly became bustling with activity. In the captain's quarters, after a thorough discussion and a wager exchange, Scarred Face and One-eyed Wolf finally determined who would be captain and who would be first mate. "It is you who has emerged victorious," Scarred Face declared. "Damn it. Luck was clearly on my side," One-eyed Wolf retorted, unable to accept his defeat. "This is inconceivable. I possess fortune on my side." "Very well, my first mate. You must come to terms with reality. A man of the sea must adhere to the words he has spoken," Scarred Face said with a mischievous grin, relishing the sight of One-eyed Wolf's dismay. Did he not have any inkling of his own luck, whether he was a fortunate one or not? Yet, he still pretended to be the Grand Wolf. If self-hypnosis were truly effective, there would not be so many pirates at sea, after all. If they could convince themselves of wealth, they would not be foolish enough to venture out as pirates. In Scarred Face's view, One-eyed Wolf had become hopelessly deluded, firmly believing in his own luck. "Of course, when have I, One-eyed Wolf, ever failed to keep my word?" he scoffed. "It is merely a matter of being captain. I will serve under him, and once Scarred Face realizes how unfortunate he truly is, he will willingly relinquish the captaincy to me." Very well then. Scarred face, reassured by his guarantee, sighed in relief and soon shifted the conversation back to Rothus. So, you have indeed decided to abandon Rothus? One-Eyed Wolf inquired. Abandoning a comrade would not earn them a good reputation. Even the most ruthless pirates seldom engaged in such conduct. After all, the pirates aboard the ship could lose their lives at any moment. Should a vacancy arise, they would need to recruit new members. If a pirate crew was not only infamous but also discarded their comrades, attracting new recruits would prove exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, once comrades are forsaken, not only would their external reputation suffer, but it would also become challenging to manage the remaining pirates. After all, no one would know if they might be the next to be cast aside. Yes, the crew has been complaining for quite some time. Yet they are too intimidated by Rothus to express their grievances openly. They can only come to me to vent their frustrations. If I do not rid us of Rothus soon, our pirate crew will be reduced to a fishing vessel. Moreover, the crew desires to see Rothus gone. I believe they would be quite pleased to hear the news. Scarred Face could only relay the recent circumstances to One-Eyed Wolf. He genuinely wished to retain Rothus, recognizing the substantial advantage he offered, yet alas, he was powerless to do so. Very well, you shall decide for yourself. The One-Eyed Wolf listened to the recent circumstances of the scarred pirate crew, remaining taciturn. He noted how voracious Rothus was, and he could see the furrowed brow of Scarred Face, which made his heart involuntarily sigh. After conversing for a while, as evening approached, Scarred Face and the One-Eyed Wolf announced the merger of their two pirate crews at the dining table. They then proceeded to assign positions to the One-Eyed Wolf's crew members. Scarred Face, with a calm demeanor, spoke a few words to Rothus, encouraging him to engage with the One-Eyed pirate crew, emphasizing that they would all be one group moving forward and should not remain strangers. Everything seemed so placid, devoid of any forewarning. Rothus merely assumed that the captain was urging them, as leaders, to become acquainted with one another, completely oblivious to any underlying intentions. After the meal commenced, the One-Eyed Wolf finally understood Scarred Face's remark about Rothus's insatiable appetite. It was imperative to disembark Rothus, or else someone in their crew would surely go hungry. He was tempted to inquire how Scarred Face had the audacity to bring such a glutton aboard. In response to the One-Eyed Wolf's questioning gaze, Scarred Face averted his eyes, regretting his decision, wishing he had first ensured that the newcomer was well fed before considering their acceptance into the crew. The meal concluded amidst a somewhat peculiar atmosphere, and after dining, Scarred Face summoned Hank, needing his navigational expertise to facilitate Rothus's departure from the ship. Chapter 12. Clearly assigned since becoming the vice-captain of the Scarred pirate crew, the One-Eyed Wolf had taken charge of the ship's affairs, leaving Scarred Face to assume the role of a mere steward. Over the past few days, the One-Eyed Wolf had come to understand why Scarred Face was willing to bear the blame to rid himself of Rothus. One does not grasp the value of resources until they are in charge. He finally comprehended Scarred Face's earlier helplessness. The subordinates accompanying him had begun to harbor significant resentment towards Rothus, who, despite his idleness, consumed 2/3 of the ship's provisions. Had he not managed to placate their grievances, chaos could have erupted on board. Fortunately, he had previously advised his crew to voice any complaints to him directly to prevent turmoil, a precautionary measure against potential friction arising from the merger of the two pirate crews, which had now proven useful. Fortunately, they were set to reach an island that afternoon, one under the dominion of the Yonko Whitebeard. Following Scarred Face's plan, he would provide Rothus with some money and arrange for a pirate to escort him away. This would allow them to swiftly replenish their supplies and, with cleverness, evade Rothus. Once they set sail, even if Rothus became aware of their intentions, it would be too late, for they would have already navigated far away. After parting ways with Rothus, they could simply claim ignorance if anyone inquired about him, thus avoiding any tarnish on their reputation. Contemplating this, his mood significantly improved, and so did Scarred Face's, who, from his previous conversation with Hank, had learned that they would reach the nearest island in just a few days. He devised a plan, and the afternoon presented a perfect opportunity to distance themselves from Rothus, ensuring he could not pursue their pirate crew. While Scarred Face felt elated, he also experienced a sense of frustration, having engaged in a losing venture that might cost him further treasure. Otherwise, aside from allowing Rothus to thoroughly indulge in the culinary delights of the island, there truly seems to be little that could persuade this voracious consumer to disembark. It is evident that Rothus lacks financial means. Thus, to entice him off the vessel, a substantial amount of berries would undoubtedly be required. Otherwise, it would be quite extraordinary for Rothus to consider leaving the ship. The recent demeanor of Rothus can be summed up in a single word: indolent. He is utterly lethargic, lounging on a beach chair all day while observing his comrades diligently honing their skills. Yet he himself makes not the slightest effort to engage. Out of concern for his subordinates, the scarred face took it upon himself to inquire, only to receive the response: "Captain, I cannot train. The more I train, the hungrier I become, and my appetite only grows. I fear that the brothers aboard will end up going hungry." Well, upon hearing this, Scarred Face deemed Rothus to be a loyal subordinate, always considering others. What a farce. Thus, one must ponder, what exactly is Rothus doing in the training room? He neither trains nor allows others to utilize the space. Furthermore, it remains unclear whether Rothus is genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance, as since the unification of their two pirate factions, some aboard have already been experiencing a state of semi-starvation. He is indeed the root cause of this predicament. Yet he shamelessly claims to be concerned about others' hunger, when in reality it is already manifested on board. It is crucial to remember that while the burden on the fishing pirates has lessened, their catch has not increased in proportion to their growing numbers. This disparity has led to insufficient provisions, naturally resulting in hunger amongst some, which in turn breeds discontent. Thankfully, he has delegated all trivial matters to the one-eyed wolf, or else he would undoubtedly have more headaches to contend with. Nevertheless, for the sake of future tranquility, he must ultimately pay a price to avert disaster. He has entertained thoughts of eliminating Rothus, but such notions were swiftly extinguished. Setting aside the fact that Rothus was personally recruited by him, any act of aggression would instill a sense of caution among his men, who would recall past experiences. Just Rothus's display of strength suggests that he is not an adversary they could easily subdue, should they fail. They would truly be unaware of the ramifications of provoking such a formidable and youthful force, leading to a future fraught with peril, likely involving relentless pursuit. Hence, Scarred Face would rather endure some indignation than delay in ridding himself of this nuisance, treating this interval as a period of nurturing a sun. As the sun hung low in the sky, reaching its zenith of warmth, the pirates of the Scarred Face crew finally beheld the long-missed island, which lifted their spirits immensely, banishing the gloom of their hunger. The island promised beauty, libations, sustenance, and all manner of pleasures they could conceive, invigorating them with a fierce enthusiasm. Had there not been a distance to traverse, Rothus felt certain these fervent individuals would swim ashore in their eagerness. Rothus, however, contemplated whether he wished to join them on the island, for it brimmed with delightful delicacies. Scarred Face emerged from the captain's quarters, standing beside Rothus, and in a voice laden with temptation, remarked, "No, no, Captain, I shall refrain from going. I am content to remain aboard and keep watch." Rothus declined, his hands empty, devoid of even a single. Upon reaching the island, he could only observe without the means to purchase, and he wondered why he would expend his energy engaging in such pursuits when he was already satiated. It seemed far more prudent to remain on the vessel. "Are you short on funds, Rothus?" Scarface inquired, his tone laced with temptation. "I could lend you 5 million. That sum should suffice for you to enjoy yourself on the island. We set sail tomorrow morning, giving you ample time to revel in your pleasures." Scarface was well aware that Rothus would likely refuse to disembark, and it appeared that these funds would be unavoidable. He merely hoped that Rothus would not squander the money too quickly and would refrain from returning before their departure from the island. "Is that so? I am truly grateful to you, Captain." Rothus was pleasantly surprised and promptly expressed his gratitude, as he had not anticipated the captain's generosity in lending him 500,000 Bailey. With this sum, he could leisurely explore the island. "No need for thanks. It is only natural. You are a newcomer, and I understand your financial constraints." The scar-faced man waved his hand dismissively, his expression nonchalant. He continued, "By the way, you may accompany the Swift Runner on your journey to the island. This fellow is remarkably swift. Should any issues arise, he can easily notify you. Moreover, his memory is quite sharp, making it difficult for him to lose his way." As he spoke, the scar-faced man summoned a pirate, who was both quick and clever. He had previously instructed this individual to escort Rothus deep into the island, ensuring that Rothus would not return before the ship departed. "Then I shall extend my heartfelt thanks to the captain." Lotus took over from Bailey, watching the approaching pirates with a heart full of excitement. Fully aware that the captain was concerned he might lose his way, the scarred-faced man exchanged a few more words with Lotus, mentioning that it was getting late and darkness would soon fall. Eventually, he managed to send Lotus off the ship. As he observed Lotus's departure, a sigh of relief escaped him. He retrieved his transponder snail, and issued notifications to the other crew members responsible for procuring supplies and engaging in leisure activities, instructing them to return promptly after completing their purchases. Those indulging in merriment were also to return within an hour. Prior to disembarking, he intentionally encouraged the crew to form small collectives centered around the officers, facilitating communication through the transponder snail when it was time to return. They certainly needed to procure supplies for the ship. Otherwise, they would find themselves devoid of even the most basic sustenance, let alone other necessities. If they failed to procure provisions, they might as well resign themselves to a life as fishermen. Furthermore, aside from food, other materials such as timber, clothing, beverages, and medicines were imperative. After all, navigating the seas demanded such essentials. Without these supplies, they would be perilously close to crossing over into the realm of the dead. He fervently hoped that the pirates acquiring supplies would act swiftly and not linger too long. If Lotus returned with all his money spent, this plan would be irrevocably thwarted. As for the crew members enjoying themselves, a brief stroll on land to breathe in the earthy air would suffice. There was no need to tarry for long, especially as they weren't working or guarding the ship. If the captain himself was not indulging in leisure, why should they? On the island, the members of the scarred pirate crew received their captain's orders through the transponder snail and promptly set their plans into motion. They learned of the situation from the officers and were filled with exhilaration. Their captain was finally seeking to rid himself of Lotus. This was indeed monumental news. With eager expressions, they quickened their pace, careful to keep their voices low lest Lotus, who was making his way ashore, overhear them. Chapter 13. Captain, I have successfully arranged for Lotus. Rotes and Fimonwi disembarked, strolling along the dock towards Island Street. As Rotes walked on the pier, he paused for a moment, gazing at the pirate flag that stood erect in the center of the dock. Ah, to think there is a pirate flag here. Rotes found it rather peculiar. It appeared to be his first encounter with an island adorned with a pirate flag. He recalled that in the New World, such displays were typically protected by one of the four emperors. He gazed at the pirate flag, which depicted a skull with a large white crescent mustache, fluttering gracefully in the sea breeze. This was the territory of Whitebeard. Lotus recognized the pirate flag and was filled with joy upon realizing that he had entered the territory of Whitebeard. Being in the domain of one of the four emperors provided a sense of security. He could dine without the fear of stray bullets suddenly flying his way. It is well known that the safest havens in the New World are those shielded by the four emperors, where foreign pirates dare not act recklessly. And the local pirates are merely vassals of the emperors, typically refraining from causing disturbances. After all, these islands are required to pay a protection fee each year. Should they instigate trouble, the four emperors would be the first to deal with them. As sovereigns of the sea, they place great importance on their reputation, with the notable exceptions of Big Mom and Kaido. As Rothus wandered through the island, he was profoundly moved by the sight of villagers and pirates coexisting harmoniously. This exemplified the formidable deterrence exerted by the four emperors. The pirates, passing by like ordinary tourists, refrained from any unruly behavior. They engaged in bargaining with merchants. And were it not for the skull tattoos adorning their bodies, he might have mistaken them for upstanding citizens. Although the pirates grumbled and cursed about overpriced goods during their haggling, they ultimately paid with a commendable honesty, their hands steady despite their harsh words. Rotus stood motionless, surveying the surroundings that felt both unfamiliar and oddly reminiscent. He gazed around for a considerable time without moving, embodying the essence of a spectator. Beside him, the agile companion, Fimatwi, was growing increasingly anxious, as his mission was to lead Rotus away from the dock, the farther the better. Thus, he engaged Rotus in conversation, hoping to persuade him to venture further ahead. Rotus, considering that the pirate crew won't depart until tomorrow, why don't we delve deeper? The streets near the dock tend to be rather expensive, while the merchants further and offer more reasonable prices. Since the money is borrowed, it ought to be spent wisely. Wouldn't you agree? Fimatwi understood that aside from food, Rotus rarely showed interest in other matters. To sway him, he had to rely on his intellect. Fully aware that the goods near the dock were priced significantly higher than those found deeper within the island. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Rotus soon began to walk, following Fimatwi. Observing that his words had resonated with Rotus, Fimatwi couldn't help but exhale in relief. Rotus followed closely behind Fimatwi, finding profound wisdom in his companion's words. It is essential to recognize that this dock represents a prime location. Those engaged in commerce here undoubtedly incur substantial rental fees. As for the source of these rents, it is evident, without a doubt, they are extracted from the pockets of individuals like themselves. Lotus contemplated the situation and felt that the captain was indeed a good person, clearly aware of the potential mistakes one could make. It was likely for this reason that he had assigned the swift-footed companion to accompany him, to prevent him from being deceived by unscrupulous merchants. Upon realizing that he had entertained thoughts of switching allegiances, a pang of guilt washed over him. The swift-footed companion remained oblivious to Lotus's inner turmoil, silently calculating the time and pondering when he might extricate himself from this predicament. He had no desire to be stranded on the island, a place unfamiliar to him, lacking the strength of someone like Lotus to ensure his survival. If he were to remain, devoid of funds, he would likely have to revert to his former occupation as a porter. The mere thought of toiling all day for a meager existence, barely affording a warm bowl of soup, filled him with a sense of dread. Yet, he dared not return to the ship too early. Otherwise, the captain would discover that he had failed in his duties and had brought Lotus back. He feared that would result in being cast off the ship. The swift-footed companion reflected on the time required for the ship as provisions while continuing to meander with Lotus, exchanging a few words here and there to delay their departure. Eventually, they arrived in front of a restaurant, and Lotus found himself unable to move his feet. His eyes gleamed with delight as he beheld the sign that proclaimed it to be a buffet. He had never anticipated encountering such a venue here and felt a surge of relief, believing he could indulge in a hearty meal for a minimal expenditure. Observing Lotus's reaction, the swift-footed companion understood that he need not worry about the forthcoming events, as long as the establishment did not impose a time limit. Lotus could consume to his heart's content, potentially exhausting the restaurant's resources, even if there were restrictions. Matters aboard the ship would likely be resolved before Lotus finished his meal. In this light, he considered his mission accomplished. With this in mind, he tactfully remarked, "Brother Lotus, I shall take my leave now. You enjoy your meal here, and we shall meet again in the morning." "Very well, go ahead," Lotus replied. Rhodes waved his hand, and in his eyes, there was nothing left but the shop door. Seeing this, Fimatwi quickly departed, racing towards the dock. Although he had not been out with Rhodes for long, he was still apprehensive about being left behind. As Rothus entered the establishment and paid 200,000 berries at the front desk, he promptly seized a chair and positioned himself at the dining table laden with food. Under the astonished gaze of the staff, he commenced his indulgence in the feast. The table, originally intended for patrons to serve themselves, became his personal banquet. He clutched a metal platter measuring 1 meter in length and 50 centimeters in width in one hand, while the other hand delivered a colossal leg of meat to his mouth. This platter, designed to catch the savory juices of the meat, had now transformed into Rothus's bowl. Hearing the commotion from below, the proprietor descended the stairs. Upon observing Rothus, he quickly instructed his employees to attend to their duties. Having operated his business for many years, he had witnessed all manner of scenes. Such voracious pirates were not new to him. He understood that while they might initially consume copiously, they would eventually eat their fill like any ordinary customers and depart. He had anticipated this when he set the entry fee at 200,000 berries. He believed that even if giants were to visit, a hearty meal would leave his establishment unscathed. After all, many had tried to take advantage of him over the years. Yet how many truly succeeded? With his extensive experience in the trade, he had mastered the essence of the business. Desserts should be as sweet as possible, meats generously slathered in oil, and the cheapest ingredients procured in abundance. Ultimately, he was assured of profit, and such matters weighed little on his mind. Instead, he reminded his staff to replenish the food, ensuring that the table remained abundantly filled, for he valued his reputation greatly. Having given all necessary instructions, the proprietor glanced at other tables where patrons were enjoying their drinks, contemplating a trip to the local distillery for affordable spirits. Knowing that these pirates were drawn to his establishment for the very beverages he offered. With these thoughts, he returned upstairs, preparing to rest. The employees, following their boss's orders, could only watch as a glutton devoured the food on the table, while they tirelessly fetched more provisions from the storeroom to fill the voids. It felt as though there was no end to this cycle, as they mechanically repeated the process. On the docks, the agile figure of the Swiftfoot darted across, leaving trails of shadows in his wake. Upon reaching the ship, he leaped effortlessly aboard. "Have you completed your task?" Scarface inquired languidly from his beach chair, noticing Swiftfoot's return. "Indeed, Captain. Rothus is currently dining at a buffet. From his demeanor, it appears he intends to eat his fill." Swiftfoot recounted his encounter with Rothus. "Well done. You may go now." Scarface felt a surge of joy and waved for the swift-footed one to leave. Rothus, yearning for a hearty meal, knew he wouldn't return for at least an hour. Moreover, this establishment operated on a buffet system, ensuring that Rhodas would indulge until the designated time arrived. This meant they had a generous window of 3 to 5 hours at their disposal. Indeed, time was more than sufficient. With this thought, Scarface reclined comfortably, awaiting the return of his subordinates. After half an hour, the reveling pirates returned, followed by another half hour of waiting for those who had gone to procure supplies for the ship. Upon their return, the pirates glanced around, noticing the absence of the figure who had tormented them in recent days, and a resounding cheer erupted among them. Seeing that most of his crew had gathered, Scarface commanded the ship to set sail. The one-eyed wolf stood on the deck, gazing at the diminishing island, a vague unease stirring within him, an instinctual foreboding that they would eventually regret abandoning Rhodas. The Scarface pirate crew, facing the crashing waves, embarked on a new chapter of their piratical existence. Chapter 14. All day hunting geese. Yet ultimately pecked by geese in the buffet restaurant, Rhodas was indulging heartily, feeling as though he had entered paradise. The service was commendable. As soon as he finished one platter, a waiter promptly whisked it away, bringing forth another bountiful dish. It seemed as though the food on the table would never diminish, allowing him to satisfy his cravings without restraint. Since his arrival in this world, he had never experienced such joy and delight in dining. Relishing the freedom to select his favored delicacies, Rhodas indulged in his meal with great delight, his lips glistening with grease, while the other pirates wore expressions of discontent. They found their desired dishes monopolized by Rhodas, and though their tempers flared with frustration, they could only swallow their indignation. Their predicament was exacerbated by their status as outsiders. Causing a ruckus on an island under the protection of a Yonko could spell disaster unless one possessed the strength of a warlord or a vice-admiral. The prospect of surviving an escape from this place seemed utterly fanciful. Even if they managed to flee, their lives would remain fraught with difficulty unless another Yonko offered them sanctuary. Without such protection, they would be forced to return whence they came, for the Yonko had neither the time nor inclination to chase after this band of insignificant ants. Moreover, if they chose neither of these options and continued to act recklessly in the New World, the Yonko would hunt them down relentlessly. After all, to provoke a Yonko and then linger beneath their very nose was tantamount to inviting death. The pirates exchanged wary glances, each fearful that a comrade might incite trouble. They whispered amongst themselves, plotting to confront the gluttonous Rhodas when he departed the island. The waitstaff, appearing somewhat numb, continued to replace the dishes. When patrons complained about Rhodas' exclusive consumption of a particular dish, the staff offered only perfunctory apologies before dismissing their grievances. Overwhelmed with work and under the indifferent gaze of their employer, they were powerless to intervene in Rhodas' gluttony. What could they do? Ask him to slow down and leave some for other guests? Each diner had paid for their meal, and none could afford to offend anyone. They chose to turn a blind eye, secretly hoping for a brawl to erupt, envisioning that the Whitebeard pirates would whisk them away from their toil. They shook their aching arms and backs, yearning for the chaos to commence. Yet, as time passed, nothing transpired. The complaining pirates even resumed their drinking, revealing themselves to be bullies who preyed on the weak. The waitstaff felt a twinge of disappointment, withdrawing their gaze and continuing their duties of replacing the plates. Rhodas was oblivious to the duration of his indulgence. All he knew was that the plates had been replaced numerous times. Finally, feeling his round belly, he let out a satisfied burp and unsteadily rose from his chair. The waitstaff, witnessing Rhodas' departure, felt tears welling in their eyes, their arms trembling involuntarily, silently exclaiming, "At last, at long last, this tormentor has finally left. We can finally rest." For a full 2 hours, the 5 servers had tirelessly delivered dishes, ensuring that the table remained filled, and those 2 hours felt akin to 2 years. They set aside their tasks and retreated to the kitchen, where relaxed expressions adorned their faces as they savored the hard-earned tranquility. Meanwhile, the manager, emerging from the storeroom, bore a grim countenance. Clutching the inventory list, which detailed the day's consumed provisions, he compared it against the day's earnings and discovered a significant loss. Indeed, it was a substantial loss, one that would require nearly half a month's revenue to rectify. 10 tons of food had been consumed in just 2 hours, and the day's income could not cover the cost of the consumed provisions. After a long day of exploiting others, they had finally encountered a situation that exploited them. The manager approached the owner with the comparative ledger in hand. It was indeed a peculiar scene, but it unfolded nonetheless. As the financial manager, he was responsible for tallying the day's earnings, and as a partner in the establishment, he shared in the losses. While he could vent his frustrations on his subordinates, he chose not to do so, knowing it would be futile. Such an issue must surely have originated with the owner. Otherwise, the staff would have reported any discrepancies. Thus, he sought out the owner. Upstairs, the owner was still asleep when he was abruptly roused by a kick from his own manager. Groggy and disoriented, he saw a paper flying toward his face. Grasping it, he squinted at the document, and his drowsiness vanished instantaneously. He sprang up, disregarding the manager, and hurried downstairs to confront the waitstaff in the kitchen. The manager, taken aback, quickly followed suit. In the kitchen, after the employees explained the situation, both the manager and the owner wore dark expressions, particularly the owner. He had not anticipated that his earlier remark before ascending the stairs would lead to such a predicament. He realized that he bore the brunt of the responsibility, with the manager shouldering a mere 20%. The manager, while equally grim-faced, felt deeply frustrated. They had agreed that the owner would oversee the establishment while he managed finances and logistics. Today's debacle was entirely the owner's fault, yet, bound by their agreement, he could only swallow his grievances. Though the owner was vexed, he knew he had to resolve the matter. He first ordered the restaurant to blacklist the individual responsible for the financial loss and began preparations to shift the establishment's model to that of a conventional restaurant. Having suffered once, he could not afford to endure a second loss. Rhoda strolled down the street with great delight, utterly unaware of the events that had transpired after his departure from the restaurant. With a buoyant gait, he indulged in a leisurely post-meal walk. Gazing at the sun, which had yet to descend, he contemplated whether to indulge in another meal that evening. After all, the night was still young. He had overindulged this time, yet felt a profound sense of comfort, as if every cell in his body was absorbing the nourishment of the food. He felt utterly at ease, akin to the gradual subsidence of a once-enlarged belly, visibly diminishing before the naked eye. Lotus became acutely aware of his physical condition, recognizing that he had never truly been satiated before, which led to his malnutrition and incomplete development. Otherwise, his cells would not be so ravenous. He understood that as long as he consumed nourishing food and did not endure hunger, his body would continue to grow. Perhaps it was due to his mixed heritage that he possessed boundless potential, akin to a monster. As long as he continually ingested sustenance, he would gradually become stronger. This realization was not lost on Lotus, yet the quantity of food required to satiate him was overwhelmingly vast. He believed that in order to challenge the four emperors and confront the admirals, he must first ensure he is adequately nourished every day, perhaps for 2 years, before mastering hockey and wielding a sea prism stone hammer. If he could also learn martial arts akin to the Navy's 6 powers, it would be even better. He envisioned a time when he could spar with the admirals. However, for now, he must focus on his own development, for while he possessed great strength, that strength alone could not be entirely transformed into power. Once he could break through all techniques with sheer force, he would reign supreme over the seas, establishing his own faction, free from the worries of hunger or want. Lotus set aside the visions of a splendid future that occupied his mind. For now, he decided to savor the present moment and indulge in a delightful meal later in the evening. After all, 200,000 Bailey was not an excessive amount. With 5 million Bailey at his disposal, he could relish exquisite dining for several days to come. Rothus gradually ventured deeper into the island, meandering through the streets, and stumbled upon a seafood buffet. Currently, his enthusiasm for seafood was waning. Instead, he yearned for the succulent, juicy meat of game, with its tantalizing juices glistening at the corners of his mouth. After casually glancing at the restaurant's location, Rothus resumed his leisurely stroll. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the insects began to chirp, he decided it was time to return, for hunger had begun to stir within him, signaling that it was time to indulge in a meal. Lotus made his way back along the familiar streets, returning to the well-known buffet. Oh, when did they change the sign? As Rothus approached the self-service restaurant, he glanced up and noticed that the establishment had undergone a transformation. The former buffet had been replaced by a quaint eatery named Little Island. A sign stood prominently on the steps, announcing a shift in the dining model to a price-per-dish system. Moreover, due to the abrupt change, a promotional discount of 20% was introduced as a gesture of goodwill towards both new and returning patrons. Rothus cast a skeptical glance at the sign and murmured to himself, "Do I truly care about a mere 20% discount? What truly matters is how much I can save while ensuring that my pockets are sufficiently filled and my appetite is thoroughly satisfied." After murmuring to himself, Rothus turned and departed, pondering where he might indulge in a meal of fish at a seafood restaurant. He sensed that he had perhaps overindulged at this particular establishment, leaving a shadow of doubt in its wake. Now, he needed to seize the opportunity to dine at a buffet seafood restaurant before it became crowded. For he would soon be leaving, and the fate of these eateries held no significance for him. As the moon hung gracefully over the sea, Rhoda stepped into the buffet seafood restaurant. Chapter 15. Am I unemployed now? The moon shone brightly in the sky as Rhodas emerged from the restaurant, feeling the fullness in his stomach and stifling a hearty belch. Behind him stood a man in a suit, leaning against the doorframe, his eyes vacant, murmuring, "It's over. It's over. The boss will surely fire me. 7 million Bailey's worth of food devoured by this demon." Burp, burp. Rhodas, unperturbed by the man behind him, continued his leisurely stroll through the streets. He had paid for his meal. There was no guilt weighing on his conscience. Those who run self-service restaurants should be prepared to face the consequences of their own choices. After all, why set such high prices otherwise? This world is akin to an ocean abundant in fish, while the land is scarce, making meat from land animals a luxury. At the restaurant he visited earlier, he had deliberately chosen to indulge in the finest cuts of meat. The staff there had shown remarkable composure upon finishing his meal and leaving. Not a single soul cried or caused a scene. Yet, upon entering this new establishment, he found the atmosphere markedly different. It was evident that self-service restaurants vary in quality, and this one was undoubtedly among the most inferior. He resolved never to return. The limited selection of food and the stinginess of the establishment were disheartening. Most egregiously, the staff watched him eat with no semblance of courtesy, making him feel as though he were pilfering rather than enjoying a meal for which he had paid. Had he not feared that dealing with this unruly crew would waste his precious dining time, he would have shown them the true meaning of a pirate's iron fist. Rhodes cast aside these inconsequential thoughts and continued to stroll along the street, searching for additional buffet restaurants for future visits. He wandered for quite some time without discovering a third establishment, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He then turned towards the dock, as the day was waning, and it was time for him to rest. Staying on the island would incur expenses, and rather than spending money on a hotel, he preferred to walk a bit further back to the ship for a night's sleep. Speaking of which, he noticed that his companion, Swift, seemed to have vanished. He presumed he was likely on the ship. Rhodes recalled being so preoccupied with the buffet restaurants that he had neglected to keep an eye on him. He would need to explain the situation to Swift later to avoid any misunderstandings. Rhodes pondered to himself, his footsteps unwavering as he gradually approached the dock. However, he found himself momentarily stunned, for the scarred pirate ship that had once been moored at the dock was now nowhere to be seen. What on earth happened to my ship? Captain, I haven't even boarded yet. Rhodes could not help but curse aloud. He glanced around, still clinging to a faint glimmer of hope. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he found no sign of the scarred pirate ship or their distinctive flag. Damn it! Where on earth is my long-term meal ticket? Where could it possibly be? Lotus was deeply despondent, particularly so, for his long-standing source of sustenance had vanished. Indeed, he could scarcely fathom that his beloved captain and cherished companions would so ruthlessly abandon him. Lotus, clinging to his final hope, prepared to wait through the night, anticipating the return of his beloved ticket the following day. If it did not return, he would truly feel abandoned. After all, the captain had informed him that they would gather in the morning to set sail. Rothus gazed upon the tranquil dock and chose a secluded spot. Laying down a tarpaulin, he found on the ground to prepare for sleep. However, before succumbing to slumber, he tucked his money beneath him, ensuring that he would be alerted should anyone attempt to pilfer it. Wrapping himself in his garments, Rothus crossed his arms and closed his eyes, gradually drifting off. The nighttime dock was eerily quiet, lacking the vibrancy of daylight. Rothus's arrival and actions failed to rouse anyone, save for the murmurs of his curses that stirred the slumbering sailors and pirates. As the moon waned and the stars faded, the sun rose upon the sea and the island. Rothus opened his eyes to the blinding light, feeling a sense of resignation as he realized he had no shelter from the sun's harsh rays. Observing his surroundings, he noticed the dock slowly coming to life with people. Rising, he gathered his money and made his way toward the dock, leaving only the tarpaulin behind as evidence of his brief respite. As Rothus entered the dock, he scanned the rows of pirate ships, only to find that the scarred pirate crew was still absent. His final glimmer of hope extinguished, he was compelled to confront a stark reality. He was now unemployed, bereft of his secure livelihood and a long-term source of sustenance. Rhodes meticulously recalled his experiences with the scarred pirate crew, convinced that nothing was amiss. Initially, he had worried about potential complaints from the fishermen pirates, yet during those days, he had encountered none. He had thought that everything was perfectly normal. However, upon reflection, He realized that the captain must have long harbored intentions of abandoning him. After all, how could those pirates have been so compliant in their fishing endeavors? Moreover, he had consumed 2/3 of the provisions on board, so their lack of grievances seemed rather peculiar. It was clear that any discontent had been suppressed by the captain, who had already devised a plan. With this newfound clarity, Rhodas felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He lamented that had he eaten less, he might not have so swiftly frightened away the scarred pirate crew. Nonetheless, now that they had departed, it was futile to dwell on nostalgia. His immediate concern was to procure a meal, purchase a few sets of clothing, and find a place to rent. Upon his arrival at the island, he had noticed an abundance of sea creatures, with small sea kings frequently surfacing. He could reside here for a while, hunting these marine beasts for sustenance. And once the food supply dwindled, he could simply relocate. Having resolved these matters, Rhodas made his way to a seafood buffet, hoping that he might still enjoy a meal there. Though he reassured himself, he rationally understood the improbability of this hope. Nevertheless, driven by that faint glimmer of possibility, he resolved to venture forth. The streets in the early morning were shrouded in mist as Rhodas walked along the cobbled path, gazing at the newly erected signs and notices. It became evident that he had overthought the situation. Clearly, the establishment had not faltered in its operations, swiftly adapting like any other buffet. Realizing that his breakfast aspirations were now relegated to the depths of the sea, he remained unfazed, for it was still early and his appetite had yet to awaken. He first purchased several affordable sets of clothing, shoes, and pants, while inquiring about rental properties nearby. Despite the early hour, with the sun barely peeking above the horizon, many shops had already opened their doors, allowing Rhodas to procure his garments without much delay. As for housing, he was guided by a vendor to the landlord of a rental property. This landlord owned a wooden cabin situated in a remote area of the island, where few ventured. The surroundings were lush with greenery, and although the cabin was newly constructed and 2 stories tall, boasting over 100 square meters of space, it was conveniently located not far from the shoreline. The nearby coast, dotted with treacherous reefs, was teeming with sea creatures, rendering it a place rarely visited by boats. Upon hearing the landlord's description, Rhodas felt that this was indeed tailor-made for him. He promptly decided to rent it, but first requested the landlord to take him to see the place, as he could not wholly trust the landlord's words. After a brief journey, Rhodas arrived at the wooden cabin mentioned by the landlord. Upon meticulous inspection of both the interior and exterior, he discovered that the cabin indeed matched the landlord's description perfectly. It not only boasted a generous area but also an appropriate height, sparing him the embarrassment of bumping his head against the ceiling. A smile of delight crept onto his face. Observing Rhodas' expression, the landlord proceeded to show him the surrounding environment. After this tour, Rhodas was already inclined to secure the rental. Following their inspection, the two began to negotiate the price. The landlord proposed a sum of 2 million Bailey, justifying this figure by noting that all the furniture within the cabin had been purchased at his expense, allowing Rhodas the convenience of moving in with just his belongings, thus alleviating the hassle of acquiring furniture. However, Rhodas was not one to acquiesce to the landlord's initial offer without negotiation. They engaged in a back and forth, settling on a range between 150,000 and 200,000. After several rounds of bargaining, both parties made concessions and ultimately agreed on an annual price of 185,000 Bailey. Lotus successfully rented a house for a year. Although the duration is merely 1 year, this place has become his home. Sleeping on the floor poses no issue for him given his physique. However, matters that can be resolved with a little expenditure are hardly considered problems. Rhodas stepped into the wooden cabin, neatly arranging his clothes before placing them into the wardrobe and his shoes upon the rack. Then, donning a pair of wooden clogs, he ventured outside, making his way to the shoreline. There, he shed his garments and footwear, and with a spirited leap, plunged into the sea. Delectable sustenance, here I come. Rhodas gazed at the marine creatures drifting upon the surface of the sea, his eyes gleaming with intensity. With a swift and graceful motion, he plunged into the water, leaving behind only a few diminutive splashes. Chapter 16. Rhodas is an honest man. As the years slipped by like sand through an hourglass, Rhodas found himself unwittingly residing on the island for half a year. One day, he awoke from his slumber, surveying the familiar furnishings around him. He mused that living this way for a lifetime would not be so bad. It was indeed comfortable, and his abode was spacious. Yet, aside from the absence of a wife, everything seemed perfect. However, of late, he had noticed a troubling scarcity of food. The marine creatures and small sea kings from his vicinity had seemingly vanished. Today, He ventured into the waters beyond the 10th sea and managed to catch an unfortunate marine beast. It is worth noting that in these times, it is rare for sea creatures to seek their own demise. Had this creature's relatives not warned it about the presence of a demon who has been hunting marine beasts and sea kings in these waters over the past few months? Gazing upon the sea creature that had collided with him, he felt a pang of sympathy, surmising that perhaps this creature was an orphan. After all, it had journeyed all the way from the coast, while the other marine beasts had fled from 10 nautical miles away, leaving this unfortunate soul to present itself before him. In order to honor the creature's earnest approach, he graciously led it to a realm devoid of strife, pain, and turmoil, an exceptionally serene sanctuary. Naturally, the sea creature need not express gratitude. He, Rhodas, was merely a benevolent conjurer, deriving joy from aiding creatures without expectation of recompense. As the sun began its descent, he further bestowed upon the creature a magnificent 17-meter-long sea king, ensuring a harmonious companionship. Observing the sun's descent towards the horizon, Rhodas resolved to find additional companions for the sea creature on the morrow. For now, he needed to return home and rest. Since his unemployment, half a year had elapsed since Rhodas had rented his abode. During this time, numerous sea beasts had grazed his stomach, while many had ventured far beyond 10 nautical miles. Although a few sea creatures still occasionally ventured within 10 nautical miles, Rhodas found himself disinterested in these smaller, slippery beings, which appeared unappetizing. He deemed it more prudent to hunt beyond the 10-mile mark, where an abundance of delectable sea beasts awaited, despite some fleeing at the sight of him. There were also the audacious ones that sought to devour him, alongside larger creatures that disregarded him entirely due to his diminutive size. Rhodas relished the indifference of these formidable sea kings. After all, their time would be better spent pursuing other prey rather than him. Upon arriving at this locale, he could commence his selection of favored sea creatures, much like a patron at a vibrant marketplace. Once he identified his target, Rhodas would pursue it with the fervor of a hound scenting a bone, refusing to relent until he had caught it. On several occasions, he had chased his quarry for over 100 nautical miles, spending entire days submerged in the ocean. The initial months of this half-year had been quite pleasurable for Rhodas, as the coastal waters near his dwelling were rich with hidden reefs and abundant algae, providing a haven for numerous fish. Many sea beasts, drawn by the scent of food, flocked to the area. Yet, despite the plentiful bounty, Rhodas's relentless hunting had forced these creatures to flee. After all, he consumed 3 sea beasts daily, and on occasion, even 5 or 6 if they were particularly small. Daily depredation by Rhodas rendered it impossible for these creatures to persist in their coastal sanctuary. Consequently, Rhodas was compelled to venture farther from the shore in search of sustenance. Over the past few months, he had come to understand the rhythm of life, rising with the sun and resting with its setting. Each morning commenced with a free swim of 10 nautical miles, followed by a chase, culminating in a meal far from the island, before swimming back. Thus, he would traverse several hundred nautical miles in a single day. Initially, his pursuits had led him perilously far, nearly causing him to lose his way. Fortunately, despite the distance, he possessed keen eyesight, enabling him to spot a distant speck of land. Thus, he diligently reminded himself that while chasing prey was permissible, losing sight of that tiny dot of land was not an option. If that dot faded, he could easily become disoriented in the vastness of the ocean, adrift without means of return. Though the seas were rife with pirates, the vast expanse of the ocean rendered it uncertain whether a ship would pass by. If no vessel appeared, he would be left to drift indefinitely. By adhering to this principle, Rhodas managed to maintain his sense of direction throughout these months. Although the act of hunting was arduous, the satisfaction and fullness he experienced after each meal brought him immense joy, compelling him to dive into the waters time and again. Despite returning home only each night, Rhodas found contentment in this lifestyle, for he could satiate his hunger, and as long as he could eat, he was willing to undertake any endeavor, be it virtuous or ignoble. Though each day was filled with toil, Rhodas could feel the transformation of his physique. His once frail body had become robust, his arms brimmed with vitality, and his heart beat with renewed strength. A well-defined set of abdominal muscles emerged as his golden locks grew lustrous and silky. The latent strength within him gradually flourished, and months of swimming had endowed his body with resilience, allowing him to master each ounce of his power. His overall prowess had markedly increased, leading him to believe that he could hold his own against notorious pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions. Yet, he pondered, how capable was he truly? Rhodes was not particularly informed about the formidable bounty of several hundred million belonging to the notorious pirate. However, he found himself in high spirits recently, as the long-cherished ambition of mastering armament hockey finally showed signs of fruition. He raised a middle finger, which unexpectedly transformed into a deep black hue, creating a striking contrast against his other pale fingers. With a kitchen knife in hand, he struck the finger fiercely. The clash produced a cacophony of sounds, sparks flying as the blade met flesh, yet the middle finger remained unscathed. The reason for this remarkable resilience stemmed from months of diligent effort, tirelessly traversing both sea and land, enhancing his physical prowess, coupled with a well-nourished diet that had elevated his mental fortitude to its zenith. At last, he had successfully summoned the elusive armament hockey from within. Currently, Roth's mastery of armament hockey is limited to localized application, such as his arms or the area from his neck to his abdomen. He has yet to achieve full body coverage. He believes this limitation may stem from a lack of physical training. Roth possesses a unique interpretation of armament hockey, likening it to the respiratory energy of human cells. The stronger the cells, the more potent the respiratory energy becomes. When this energy reaches a certain magnitude, one can manipulate the density and pressure of the exhaled energy, enabling a force capable of clashing with metal. However, this understanding is solely Roth's own. He remains uncertain of the underlying mechanics, content only to know that he can harness armament hockey. As for his training regimen, Roth has devised a singular approach, relentless swimming in the ocean, engaging every inch of his muscles to achieve the desired conditioning effect. Rotas's plan unfolded in a daily routine, and soon, his appetite began to escalate significantly. This development left him somewhat perplexed. After all, he had already experienced an increase in his consumption while hunting in the sea over the past few months. Now, with a singular focus on training, his appetite had surged even more, doubling from before. Once, a 20-meter sea creature was sufficient to satiate him, but now he could barely manage to feel full. Were it not for the abundance of marine life in this area, he might have contemplated setting up a sign at the dock. The sign would read, "Seeking employment, a hard-working individual, obedient and strong, capable of both guarding the employer and toiling in the sea. Most importantly, I only require 3 meals a day to be satisfied." He envisioned passers-by not wanting to miss this opportunity, proclaiming, "Once you leave this village, I will await you in the next." This was the notion that occupied Rotas's mind. He believed there would surely be someone at the dock willing to employ him, especially since he asked for no payment, merely sustenance. When they eventually realized they had been duped, it would be of no concern to him. After all, they had been lured by a trifling temptation. Suddenly, Rotas recalled that a mutually agreeable arrangement could hardly be termed deceitful. He was no swindler, but rather an honest individual. Chapter 17. A remarkable fate that brought us together today. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, signaling the approach of a formidable storm. Rotas stood at the threshold, gazing at the tempestuous weather with a sense of bewilderment. Is it truly about to rain? Rothas could not help but curse. The ominous clouds overhead were unmistakably heralding a tempest. After spending several months on the island, he had grown accustomed to the weather, which alternated between brilliant sunshine and torrential rain. Yet, on a day like this, when it was nearly 7 in the morning and the sky remained as dark as night, it was evident that something significant was about to unfold. To be candid, Rothas was reluctant to venture outside. The rainy weather was bleak and damp, and visibility at sea would be severely compromised. Moreover, the atmospheric conditions clearly suggested an impending storm, with the winds intensifying and dark clouds converging ominously, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning and punctuated by the rumble of thunder. He feared that if he took to the sea for fishing, he might very well be struck by lightning. However, despite his apprehensions, Rothas had no choice but to brave the ocean that day, for his stomach was growling. At this moment, it was merely a growl, devoid of the pangs of hunger. Yet, once the sensation of hunger set in, his efficiency at fishing would diminish significantly. Thus, after a brief contemplation, Rothas resolved to head out to sea. Before departing, he meticulously inventoried his possessions, mindful of the possibility that he might not return. And he certainly did not wish to leave his landlord at a loss. After searching high and low, he found no bales of currency, leaving him puzzled as he pondered where his money had all gone. After a moment's reflection, he recalled that since renting the house, he had spent the remaining currency on vegetables, fruits, and various necessities. Although his sustenance primarily came from the ocean, the edible and palatable flora of the sea was scarce. It was well known that subsisting solely on meat without fruits and vegetables could lead to scurvy. For the sake of a balanced diet, He had to spend substantial sums each month on a supply of long-lasting vegetables and fruits. Furthermore, while the cabin was furnished, essential items like soap were still required. Rothus needed soap daily, as returning from the sea left him coated in salt, which made him feel sticky and uncomfortable. Without soap to cleanse himself, the briny odor clinging to his skin was unbearable. With no currency left, Rothus felt no regret. He swiftly moved around his home, packing his clothes and shoes into a waterproof backpack. These garments, secured within the bag, would remain dry should the storm whisk him away to an unknown location. They would keep him comfortable and dry, provided he found a suitable place to stand. Otherwise, wearing those clothes in the sea would be of little benefit. After ensuring everything was in order, Rothus cast a final glance at the wooden cabin and turned to leave, feeling no lingering attachment. He understood that today he might return, or perhaps never again. After all, the forces of nature are formidable and merciless. No one can guarantee that everything will proceed smoothly in the face of nature's might. He could only assure himself of one thing: he must survive. Rothus made his way to the shoreline, this time not shedding his clothes or shoes. Instead, he donned his backpack and leapt directly into the sea, commencing his swim. The waves, stirred by the ocean breeze, rose to heights of 1 or 2 meters, crashing relentlessly against him. As the surging waves approached, Rothus held his breath to prevent the salty water from flooding his lungs. He attuned himself to his surroundings, noting the intensifying winds that whipped the sea into a frothy turmoil, while raindrops from above became increasingly plentiful. Taking a deep breath, Rothus plunged into the depths of the ocean, embarking on a dive. Drawing from his experience, he knew that in the water, he only needed to contend with the currents. Disregarding the chaos on the surface, all he required was to surface periodically for air, and beneath the waves, his speed would increase. Rothus swam through the sea, occasionally surfacing to catch a breath. As time passed, amidst the continuous inhalation and exhalation, Rothus beheld the weather above the ocean turning exceedingly severe. The waves gradually swelled to heights exceeding 10 meters, transforming from a gentle breeze into a howling tempest. To his astonishment, what fell from the sky were not raindrops, but hailstones the size of fists. As Rothus emerged from the water, he was met with a shower of icy shards, leaving him with a chilling sensation atop his head. Gazing at the ominous skies threatening a snowstorm, Rothus dove back into the depths, discovering that the hailstones fell like stones, sinking into the water without immediate melting. Numerous hailstones traced white lines through the water, brushing against Rothus's body. The once tranquil sea had transformed into a swirling maelstrom, where whirlpools emerged in various places. As Rothus submerged, he sensed immense forces propelling the currents, making his swim increasingly laborious. However, this tumultuous situation in the sea caused many fish to remain stagnant, spiraling in place. Seizing the opportunity, Rothus deftly approached them, capturing one in each hand and surfacing for his breakfast. He repeated this process multiple times, and soon his previously empty stomach began to swell. As time passed, the currents grew increasingly tumultuous. Rothus felt as though he were standing in the aisle of a bus, swaying with its movement. Gradually, the bus traversed a bumpy, muddy road, causing it to jolt and sway violently, and Rothus found himself tossed about in a similar manner. After enduring this chaotic motion, Rothus felt a wave of discomfort and nausea. Unable to bear it any longer, he burst forth from the water, confronting the towering waves and grapefruit-sized hailstones. As he swam freely on the surface, a sense of relief enveloped him. The cold air filled his lungs, revitalizing his spirit. Yet, with each breath, seawater splashed upon him, and the tumultuous winds lifted him skyward, only to plunge him back down, akin to a surfboard riding the waves. A continuous cycle of ascent and descent. Rothus bobbed with the undulating waves, refraining from any resistance against the tumultuous sea. He remained alert, conserving his strength while awaiting the tempest's conclusion. He understood the capricious nature of the weather in this new world. Its shifts could occur without warning, and perhaps the next moment would be bathed in sunlight. All he needed to do was wait. As his body swayed with the swell, Rothus clutched his backpack tightly. He felt an uncanny intuition guiding him. Had he not been prepared in advance, he would now find himself stripped of all but his clothes, truly bereft of possessions. Fortunately, he still had a change of garments. As time passed, Rothus lay upon the surface of the sea, rising and falling with the waves. And in a moment of blissful surrender, he felt as though he were cradled in a gentle embrace, unexpectedly succumbing to drowsiness. Rothus gazed at the tumultuous sea and the unsettled weather, feeling as though taking a nap was of little consequence. Thus, he succumbed to slumber. remaining utterly unperturbed by the hailstones the size of footballs that pelted his body, appearing as lifeless as a corpse. This treacherous weather persisted for several hours until, at last, the skies began to clear, as if the dark clouds had never existed. Bathed in sunlight, a warship adorned with a seagull flag, its prow graced by a fierce dog gnawing on a bone, glided slowly across the waters. The sailors aboard, clad in short-sleeved uniforms, diligently swept away the remnants of ice from the deck, remnants of the recent tempest that had ravaged the ship. The hailstones that had fallen had transformed into piles of ice debris, thickly coating the deck. Fortunately, aside from the deck, there were scant traces of ice elsewhere. The sailors wielded shovels to clear the ice, casting it back into the sea, while at the bow, Captain Carp, donned in a dog-headed hat and draped in a naval cloak, faced the ocean, his back to the crew. Although the sailors could not see Captain Carp's face, the snores emanating from the bow revealed that he was indulging in a midday nap. Such scenes unfolded daily, and the sailors had long since grown accustomed to it, admiring Carp's remarkable ability to doze off while standing or even while eating. As the sailors tidied up the ice, they remained oblivious to a yellow object bobbing on the surface of the water, making its way toward the warship. Chapter 18. The Heart of an Old Man. Burning with loyalty to his country thanks to the sailors' efforts, the ice debris on the deck had been nearly cleared. They observed puddles of water remaining, which gradually dissipated under the bright sunlight, eliciting expressions of joy from the crew. They detested a wet and slippery deck, preferring a dry and radiant one. With their shovels stored away in the hold, the sailors returned to the deck in an orderly fashion to resume their duties. Suddenly, the sleeping Carp jolted awake and addressed the other sailors. "Is everything tidied up?" "Ah, yes, it is all done, Captain Carp," responded a nearby soldier, startled and hastily replying. "Oh, splendid. I do not relish a damp ship," Carp remarked, stretching his neck and rubbing his arms. Having taken a nap on the ship's prow amidst the storm, he felt slightly numb, his body soaked in melted snow. "It's nothing. This is our duty," the soldier quickly replied, affirming that it was their responsibility. "Indeed, well done. You are truly commendable soldiers, worthy of the righteousness you bear," Kapu continued, expressing his surprise at having unknowingly dozed off amidst the blizzard. The diligent soldiers were laboring tirelessly to maintain the warship, and he felt it necessary to offer them encouragement, even if merely verbal. "Where is it?" Vice Admiral Kapu chuckled. The soldier, upon hearing this, felt a flush of embarrassment. He was just one among many in the arduous task of clearing the ice. How could he possibly receive such praise from Vice Admiral Kapu? "Do not belittle yourself, soldier. Have faith in justice. Have faith in yourself. You are destined to become the next naval hero." Kapu turned, placing a reassuring hand on the soldier's shoulder, who was still bowing his head. As a seasoned naval officer, Kapu was always eager to inspire the younger generation. After all, he had devoted his life to the Navy. "Ah, yes, Vice Admiral Kapu." The soldier, startled by Kapu's gesture, quickly raised his head, straightened his back, and saluted with fervor, overwhelmed with excitement. Very good. Keep up the hard work. I shall go enjoy some rice crackers now." Seeing the soldiers so invigorated brought satisfaction to Kapu. These younger ones were indeed commendable. "Yes, Vice Admiral Kapu. I will certainly strive to do my best." The soldier's face was flushed, filled with an overwhelming sense of honor at receiving recognition from a naval hero. Kapu nodded thoughtfully and strode towards the ship's cabin. The young Navy personnel brimmed with vitality and a fervent sense of justice. Yet his own grandson aspired to become a pirate, all due to that detestable red-haired brat. The mere thought of this impudent youth ignited Kapu's anger. He held great hopes for Luffy, wishing for him to join the Navy and bring honor to their family. However, those aspirations had been shattered by the red-haired scoundrel, whom Kapu suspected was seeking to avenge the grievances he harbored from the days when he pursued the Roger pirates, leaving him with no escape. The hearts of these pirates were indeed wicked, and it pained Kapu to see his foolish grandson fall for their schemes. As Luffy grew older, Kapu felt increasingly unable to rein him in. He had come here upon hearing that the red-haired fellow had appeared in this sea region, intent on giving him a thorough lesson, to remind him that experience is invaluable and that daring to scheme against Luffy would not go unpunished. Yet, in addition to Luffy, Ace was also a source of concern. Just months ago, he learned from the village chief that Ace was preparing to set sail as a pirate upon turning 17, which was already quite troubling. To make matters worse, Ace's 17th birthday was only a few months away, and during that time, he would be navigating the new world, far from Windmill Village. Kapu rubbed his aching head, his grizzled hair shaking with emotion. As he walked towards the ship's cabin, he suddenly paused, turning his gaze toward the sea. In his line of sight, a yellow mass bobbed on the surface of the water, resembling seaweed from a distance. However, as a naval hero, Kapu's perception extended beyond mere sight. He understood that the eyes can often be deceived through his mastery of observation haki. He discerned that the rising and falling yellow object was indeed a person, a living individual. Although he could not make out their features clearly, he sensed their breath. Considering the recent storm and the falling hail, Kapu surmised that his ship had likely encountered misfortune. After all, his warship was constructed with cutting-edge naval technology, far superior to that of pirate ships or merchant vessels. His ship could withstand hailstones the size of soccer balls, while ordinary vessels could not. He also pondered whether villagers from nearby islands had been swept into the sea by the winds and carried along by the currents. In a matter of moments, numerous thoughts raced through Kapu's mind. Though he often appeared carefree, he was meticulous when faced with a dilemma. After a brief contemplation, he promptly instructed his soldiers to alter their course and rescue the floating object. As a member of the Navy, it was his duty not to turn a blind eye to the plight of distressed civilians. Of course, this unfortunate individual might also be a pirate. Upon regaining consciousness, they could very well attempt to retaliate against their savior. But there were not many pirates who could stand on Kapu's ship and still manage to escape after making a move. The soldiers on board were initially taken aback by Kapu's orders, having not noticed anyone in the vicinity. However, since the vice admiral had spoken, they knew there must be someone in need, and thus they changed their course toward the yellow object. Upon approaching within a few meters of it, the soldiers secured a rope to the ship's railing and, working in unison, plunged into the sea to tightly bind the soaked figure of Roths. Rothus was bound and appeared to be deep in slumber, utterly unaware of how he had drifted to this place, nor that he had been rescued by Karp. Several soldiers, having completed their tasks, called out to their comrades aboard the vessel, instructing them to haul him up. Subsequently, they too began to ascend the rope. Upon hearing the soldiers' calls, those on the ship gradually started to pull the rope, and as it shortened, Rothus was slowly brought closer to the ship's railing. Observing this, a few soldiers united their strength to draw Rothus into the vessel. "He's quite heavy," one remarked. Indeed, another concurred. As they struggled, they beckoned other soldiers for assistance. And once they could finally lift Rothus, they ceased calling for additional help. The soldiers then placed Rothus upon the deck, rubbing their arms before they began scrutinizing this laborious figure. Karp stood nearby, also examining the individual his men had fished out, and upon noticing the golden locks, a familiar adversary's name sprang to mind. Golden Lion? Karp, momentarily lost in thought at the sight of the golden hair, mused that it resembled that of the Golden Lion. Though the visage and stature were clearly different, and he had no recollection of the old rascal having a son. While Karp pondered, he suddenly noticed the soldiers gathering. Speaking of horns and hybrid demons, intrigued, he turned towards the encircling soldiers, who parted respectfully to allow him passage. "Vice Admiral Karp, this fellow appears to be a hybrid demon. Look at these horns." A bolder soldier stepped forward to share their discovery. "A demon? How fascinating." Karp's eyes gleamed with excitement. It had been ages since he had encountered a demon, and to find one today was a rare delight. He approached Rothus, crouching down to tug at the horns atop his head, seemingly assessing their authenticity. Rothus's head, being tugged, swayed slightly, and an expression of displeasure crossed his slumbering visage. He directly swatted at Karp's hand, which was gripping the corner as he scrutinized this individual, pondering his age. Observing Rothus's hand approaching, Karp remained unfazed, reasoning that despite Rothus being a hybrid of demonic lineage, how much strength could he possibly possess? Surely not more than his own. Karp continued his examination, dismissing Rothus's actions as insignificant. However, Rothus's hand soon struck Karp's, producing a sharp crack. Karp glanced at his hand, which had been forcefully swatted away, his expression one of astonishment. Turning to the reclining Rothus, he noticed Rothus shaking his head, seemingly liberated from restraint, a look of joy illuminating his face as he muttered, "Stop it, I still wish to sleep. I am utterly exhausted after swimming in the sea." After Rothus murmured, he drifted back to sleep. "Goodness, what strength." Karp, having heard Roth's words, glanced at his own hand in astonishment at the little one's might. He was not at all surprised that Rothus could sleep on the sea. Some races possess terrifying physical prowess, making it entirely unremarkable for them to slumber upon the waves. In contrast, Karp's fervent desire to strengthen the Navy began to ignite. He scrutinized Rothus as if assessing a precious gem, muttering to himself, "Such a remarkable physique, coupled with such immense strength. If only he could undergo Navy training. He would undoubtedly contribute to the cause of justice in the future. Chapter 19. The Novice Recruit Carp. To Carp's astonishment, his hand was swatted away. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as his mind raced with thoughts of how to recruit Roths into the Navy. The surrounding soldiers gasped at the sight of Carp's hand being brushed aside. It was well known that when training them, Carp used only one hand, and no matter what they did, they could not budge his hand in the slightest. Yet this reclining fellow had effortlessly pushed Carp's hand aside. This alone was enough to indicate that he was no ordinary individual, and the soldiers' expressions grew serious, the previously boisterous atmosphere settling into silence. What are you all afraid of? My young comrades? This is my ship. Carp, pulled from his musings, noticed the soldier's demeanor and chuckled. Indeed, that was correct. Even Whitebeard could not gain the upper hand against Carp. After all, Carp was the man who had captured the Pirate King alive. The once quiet soldiers erupted in excitement following Carp's words. This was Carp's ship, and even the sea's so-called strongest man, Whitebeard, would surely fall before him. All right, everyone return to your posts. No loitering on the deck. Carp interjected, interrupting the still excited soldiers. Though he relished the praise from his juniors, they were on a mission. And as Navy personnel, they could not afford such laxity. Yes, Vice Admiral Carp. The previously exuberant soldiers suddenly halted, their expressions turning serious as they saluted Carp before orderly returning to their respective stations. Carp nodded slightly, appreciating his soldiers. They were quite commendable, though lacking in mid-tier combat strength. Often, when faced with small pirates, he still had to take matters into his own hands. However, now, Carp glanced at Roths, who lay on the deck, fingers inserted in his nostrils, a broad grin revealing his white teeth. Was this not an invitation to engage? As long as he diligently trains at the naval headquarters, he can undoubtedly alleviate his daily burdens. Being a relic of a bygone era, his age is not insignificant. He yearns for retirement, to return home and educate his grandchildren. However, his old comrade, the current Admiral Sengoku, adamantly opposes this notion. Without the Admiral's consent, retirement remains an elusive dream, forcing him to endure a few more years until he can retire alongside Sengoku. After all, Sengoku is of a similar age, and in a few years, he too will reach retirement age. With the passage of time, one's strength inevitably wanes. It is unrealistic to maintain one's peak condition indefinitely. For the future of the Navy, it is essential to provide opportunities for the younger generation. Thus, Sengoku is currently in the process of selecting a successor for the next admiral. Nevertheless, these matters hold little relevance for him at present. His sole desire is to retire swiftly. In his free time, he drifts across the sea, equipped with several months' worth of rice crackers, sailing from one destination to another. When encountering pirates, he effortlessly dispatches them. Yet, on the warship, he stands as the sole formidable force. When faced with even moderately powerful pirates, he must intervene, for his subordinates lack the strength to prevail, potentially leading to casualties. However, this constant struggle contradicts the very purpose of his aimless wanderings. He deliberately chose to wander, avoiding the darker aspects of the Navy and the world government, partly to indulge in leisure. However, his penchant for hands-on involvement frequently disrupted his time savoring Senbei. To alleviate this, he sought assistance from Sengoku, but the latter paid him no heed. Sengoku, attuned to Garp's proclivity for idleness, recognized that Garp merely wished to serve as a mascot aboard the ship rather than embody the ideals of the Navy. Thus, Sengoku insisted that Garp recruit his own personnel, who would then be trained at the base before joining Garp's vessel. The concern was that if other naval officers were dispatched to Garp's ship, they might adopt his languid demeanor, which would be detrimental to their development. Consequently, Garp tirelessly scoured the seas for promising candidates, eager to liberate himself from responsibility. He stipulated that these individuals must possess exceptional talent, unwavering determination, and, most importantly, a certain level of capability. Otherwise, training a weaker recruit would necessitate starting from scratch, consuming precious time. By the time he molded someone capable, he would be nearing retirement. Now, a candidate who perfectly matched Garp's criteria had emerged, filling him with immense joy as he envisioned a future of comfort. Garp turned and retrieved a beach chair from the cabin, settling onto the deck, where he produced half a pack of Senbei and began to munch contentedly. He planned to instill the ideals of justice in the young man once he awoke, guiding him toward the embrace of righteousness. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting a warm orange glow upon Garp, he suddenly paused his snacking, clapped his hands, and stowed the chair against the ship's railing before striding to the bow. The sea breeze rustled his navy coat, and the sunset illuminated his figure, rendering him a majestic, expansive, and profound presence. Many duty-bound soldiers caught sight of him, their hearts lifted and faces reflecting admiration. Sensing the soldier's gaze, Garp felt a swell of satisfaction. He turned his attention to the awakening Rhodes, quickly averting his gaze. From a fleeting glance at a social etiquette book he had seen Sengoku peruse, he recalled that first impressions held immense significance. A favorable initial encounter could leave a lasting impact, often resurfacing in one's mind during future interactions. Garp wholeheartedly agreed with this notion. To ensure that the young man was profoundly impressed by the Navy, he positioned Rhodes to face the bow, allowing the youth to behold Garp's imposing silhouette, aiming to leave an indelible mark on his psyche. As time meandered onward, Rhodes gradually opened his eyes, only to find himself gazing at a figure clad in a coat of justice, topped with a sandy-colored hat adorned with what appeared to be a small tail. The sight nearly provoked a laugh from Rhodes. However, he managed to restrain himself, surveying his surroundings and gazing at the weather. Soon, he clarified his situation. First, the blizzard had passed. Second, he had been rescued and brought aboard a vessel, which happened to be a naval warship. Observing the figure standing at the bow, it appeared to be an officer of the ship. Otherwise, he could not recall any soldier daring to don a naval coat and wear such an unusual hat. A common soldier would surely avoid provoking a superior, and only those of rank would act so boldly aboard a warship. He speculated that this might be a rear admiral from the headquarters. After all, it was rare for a rear admiral to wander alone in the New World without facing dire consequences. Such audacity was typically reserved for elite vice admirals. Standing at the bow, Garp wore a somewhat stiff expression. This rascal had awakened and stared at him for so long without revealing a hint of emotion, which was particularly vexing for someone of his already limited patience. After all his efforts to learn something from Sengoku, what was the outcome? His attempts bore no fruit. Others simply ignored him, silently watching without uttering a word. Finally, just as Garp could no longer endure the silence, Rhodes spoke up. He expressed his profound gratitude to the esteemed vice admiral who had saved him from his dire predicament. Rhodes gazed intently for a considerable time before deciding to speak, as this approach would lend an air of seriousness to Zheng's demeanor and facilitate the establishment of a favorable impression. Otherwise, an overly enthusiastic greeting might raise suspicions among the Navy, jeopardizing his aspirations for a stable position within their ranks. "Ah, it was not I who rescued you. It was my soldiers who brought you ashore," Garp stammered, caught off guard. This was far from the outcome he had envisioned. However, acknowledging that the individual had been saved by his men, he spoke candidly. "Is that so? I am truly grateful to all you esteemed members of the Navy." Rhodes bowed to the other naval officers in gratitude, primarily to convey his appreciation and to enhance their favorable impression of him. "It's nothing. It's our duty as the Navy." Garp interjected, disregarding whom Rhodes was thanking. He was eager to achieve his objective, realizing that subtlety was futile. Thus, he opted for a more forthright approach. "Do you wish to become one of the most esteemed individuals upon the seas? Do you aspire to fight for justice in the Second World War? Consider the suffering civilians." "I am certain these thoughts occupy your mind," Garp declared, his tone solemn as he turned and approached Rhodes. "Garp? Ah, so this is Admiral Garp," Rhodes mused, momentarily taken aback, yet his heart settled. In the New World, few dared to stroll with such nonchalance, and Garp seemed to be the only one. Observing Rhodes's momentary daze, Garp assumed the young man was contemplating how to contribute to justice. A truly righteous child, the Navy required individuals like him. He clapped Rhodes on the shoulder and, amidst Rhodes's bewilderment, laughed heartily. "Well, young lad, since you wish to join the Navy, I shall grant my approval. For now, you shall remain by my side, and later you will undergo training at the Navy headquarters. At that time, I will ensure you receive a colonel's rank, allowing you to shine in the pursuit of justice aboard my vessel." The Luffy family was notoriously unresponsive, as if lost in their own musings. Garp's soliloquy was met with silence, an unusual encounter where one forcefully invited another to join. However, Rhodes recognized that he could not contend with Garp's authority. The circumstances were not in his favor. Although he had initially intended to enjoy a leisurely life within the Navy, Garp's insistence compelled him to comply. Rhodes could only hope that the Navy's provisions would suffice. Otherwise, he risked being abandoned. Chapter 20. The Importance of Sustenance. Admiral Garp, I believe you ought to reconsider my enlistment in the Navy. I have quite the appetite, and I fear you may not be able to sustain me. Rhodes stated directly that it was essential to clarify matters first. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing to be abandoned later on. He currently seeks a stable life to develop properly. A hearty appetite? Carp pondered, scratching his head, a look of contemplation crossing his face. Such an appetite. It bears a striking resemblance to my own family. It appears they are quite fated. Recalling the scenes of Luffy and Ace enjoying their meals, he nonchalantly remarked, "No worries. My family can eat quite well too. A hearty meal leads to greater strength." "Are you certain?" Roth hesitantly inquired, believing it prudent to confirm such matters multiple times. He reflected on how the scarred pirate crew had cast him aside, an unsettling thought. Initially, he had intended to spend a few months aboard their ship, planning to leave the scarred pirates afterward. However, the captain's kindness had extinguished his desire to change allegiances. Ironically, before he could even familiarize himself with all the crew members, he was the one abandoned by the scarred pirate crew. Rotston was overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of loss, as if he had squandered a fortune of 100 million. Fortunately, before the captain abandoned him, he had received a small sum of money. Otherwise, he would have been forced to utilize the heavens as his roof and the earth as his bed. Such an experience was one he wished never to endure again. Naturally, "You little rascal," Carp replied with a hint of impatience, his tone laced with irritation. "I am a naval hero. How could I possibly go back on my word? Am I to stoop so low as to deceive a child? Is that so? Then that is splendid. I shall look forward to your esteemed guidance in the future." Admiral Carp. Observing Carp's impatience, Rhodas felt an unexpected surge of joy rather than discomfort. Carp's evident desire to recruit him into the Navy suggested that the likelihood of being abandoned by them in the future was minimal. After all, if Carp were to retract his offer later on, it would surely tarnish the Navy's reputation. Haha. Indeed, this is as it should be. I shall nurture you diligently. Young man, what is your name? Carp, pleased by Rhodas's straightforwardness, grinned widely, pondering how refreshingly honest the boy was. While other children typically emphasized their strengths to join the Navy, this one openly acknowledged his flaws. Such a remarkable child deserves to be cultivated well. My name is Rhodas. Admiral Carp. Rhodes found himself at a loss for words, quietly uttering his name. It was no surprise that this man was indeed the grandfather of Luffy. His demeanor was remarkably carefree, as he had only just remembered to inquire about Rhodes' name. Rhodes? The name lacks a certain charm. Not nearly as melodious as that of my grandson, he mused. By the way, you don't have a surname? Admiral Carp muttered, resting his chin on his hand, a pensive expression gracing his face. Soon, he uttered a remark that made Rhodes want to retaliate. The tension in Rhodes' forehead became palpable. However, Carp was utterly oblivious to Rhodes' reaction and continued to press on with his inquiry regarding the absence of a surname. I have no surname. Admiral Carp. You may simply call me Rhodes. Rhodes pondered the disparity in strength between himself and Carp, ultimately deciding to maintain a calm demeanor. He suppressed the urge to retaliate and continued to respond to Carp's inquiries. Indeed, he chuckled lightly. Carp, perceiving the underlying agitation in Rhodes' tone, chose to steer the conversation away from what may have touched upon Rhodes' privacy, instead inquiring jovially, Rhodes, do you prefer swordsmanship or martial arts? If it is swordsmanship, Bogart can certainly instruct you. However, if martial arts are your inclination, I am quite proficient in that. Alas, Bogart is currently absent from the ship, imparting his swordsmanship skills to the soldiers in the Navy. Should you wish to encounter him, you must accompany me to the Navy headquarters next time. Furthermore, Bogart serves as my aide, so if you wish to learn swordsmanship, opportunities will abound in the future. For now, you may only study martial arts under my tutelage. Carp erupted into hearty laughter, his entire being quaking with a sense of satisfaction at having achieved his objective. He spoke the truth. The Navy headquarters indeed required Bogart to assist soldiers who had reached a plateau in their swordsmanship. Bogart, among the finest swordsmen in the Navy, was originally supposed to accompany him, but Sengoku deemed it a misallocation of resources, suggesting that having Bogart follow him was a waste of the Navy's capabilities. Carp scoffed at Sengoku's remarks, knowing that Bogart was a man of action rather than words. Sending him to command soldiers would undoubtedly lead to some amusing outcomes. As for Sengoku's choice to recruit others for instruction, Carp remained unfazed, understanding that these instances were infrequent and that Bogart would soon return, as he was, after all, his aide and could not stray from his duties for too long. At that moment, Carp felt a surge of joy. It had been quite some time since he had employed his loving iron fist on his grandson, and he found himself eager to do so. He glanced at Rhodes, rubbed his wrists, revealed a broad grin, and his eyes sparkled with mischief. So, all this effort you put forth is clearly an invitation for me to teach you martial arts, is it not? Lotus felt a twitch in his eyelid. And from Carp's words, he easily discerned that Carp's intention was clear. He was to learn martial arts. Regardless of the myriad of options available at this moment, he had but one choice: to study the art of combat. Rhodos observed Carp, who was cracking his knuckles with a mischievous grin, and instantly discerned that Carp was undoubtedly contemplating bestowing upon him a hearty dose of affection through his formidable fists. However, Rhodos was not foolish enough to welcome such a painful display of love. Thus, he spoke up. "Admiral Carp, might I first indulge in a meal? I have been adrift at sea for quite some time, and I find myself utterly exhausted. I believe that should I satiate my hunger, I could learn martial arts far more swiftly thereafter." Carp paused, momentarily ceasing his preparatory motions, and contemplated Rhodos's words. He recognized the validity in Rhodos's reasoning. After all, having just been rescued, it was evident that Rhodos's stomach was empty. Furthermore, a person who had not eaten would lack the strength to endure a beating. In that case, Carp's affectionate fist would not be able to dance with fervor. Releasing his grip from Rhodos's shoulder, Carp approached the soldiers nearby. Upon his approach, they stood at attention, awaiting his command, for they had been within earshot of the unfolding conversation. While they were somewhat surprised by their admiral's sudden inclination to recruit Rhodos, their military training swiftly restored their composure, as obedience to orders was their paramount duty. Delighted by the soldiers' demeanor, Carp flashed a broad smile and instructed one of them to fetch additional provisions from the kitchen to bring onto the deck. The soldier promptly complied with Carp's command. While Carp returned to Rhodos's side, several soldiers on duty perked up their ears, drawn to the dialogue between Carp and Rhodos. For Carp's voice carried with such volume that anyone within reasonable proximity could easily hear. Upon hearing Carp's orders for food, they felt a twinge of disappointment. They had hoped to glean some knowledge of martial arts from Carp during his instruction of Rhodos. Yet, it was clear that a meal would take time, and they would miss the opportunity to learn. Although Carp occasionally provided guidance during their training sessions, few were fortunate enough to receive his hands-on tutelage. As a celebrated hero of the Navy, Carp's prowess was indisputable, placing him among the elite. To be personally instructed by Carp would undoubtedly lead to significant advancements in one's abilities. Involuntarily, the soldiers felt a pang of jealousy towards Rhodos, wishing it were themselves receiving such esteemed mentorship. Rhodos was entirely oblivious to the thoughts of the other soldiers. Even if he were aware, he would scoff at them. Should they dare to experience the methods with which Garp mentors Luffy, they would soon abandon such notions. Moreover, he sensed that Garp seemed intent on delivering a few affectionate punches, which sent a shiver down his spine. He had merely come to the Navy to scrape by. Yet Garp's demeanor felt somewhat off, as if he were treating him as if he were Luffy. When he recalled that Garp had retracted his hand from rubbing his wrist upon hearing him mention his hunger, yet did not display disappointment, a sense of unease began to brew within Rhodos. Chapter 21. I have fallen for your deceit. Before long, a soldier emerged from the kitchen, bearing a substantial sack of provisions to the deck. The soldier approached Garp and Rhodos, placed the food down, and stood at attention, saluting as he reported. The mission has been successfully completed. If there are any further orders, please instruct me, Vice Admiral Garp. Excellent. Well done, Garp commended, clearly pleased with the soldier's discipline and demeanor, a testament to his training. However, instead of dismissing the soldier to return to his duties, he turned to Rhodos and inquired, Rhodos, is this sufficient for you? Garp recalled that Rhodos had particularly emphasized his hearty appetite, and glancing at the large sack of food, he doubted it would satisfy him. Rhodos must be equally insatiable. Well, Vice Admiral Garp, I believe if I were to have 100 or so of these fully packed bags, it might suffice to satiate my hunger. Of course, there is no need to trouble this fine fellow to carry them up to the deck. I can simply head to the food storage on the ship and serve myself. Rhodos spoke nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. In reality, beneath his composed exterior, he was in a state of inner turmoil. Out of the corner of his eye, he constantly monitored Carp's expression, dreading the possibility that Carp might cast him overboard. Are you certain, Rhodos? It is essential to recognize that wasting food and lying are neither commendable habits. Should I discover any wrongdoing, the consequences could be dire. Carp declared with a serious demeanor, entirely shedding his usual carefree attitude. He rubbed his wrist, his eyes gleaming with intensity, casting a threatening gaze upon Rhodos. Indeed, Admiral Carp. Seeing that Carp had relaxed considerably, Rhodos answered candidly, feeling a tinge of anxiety at the prospect of Carp remaining unresponsive. Very well, soldier, return to your post. This matter does not concern you. Upon hearing Rhodos's words, Carp maintained an outward composure, Yet internally, he began to feel a rising unease. He pondered whether this rascal could truly consume such an extraordinary amount of food. Surely that could not be the case. A glance at Rhotus's physique led him to believe that perhaps a few 100 pounds would be the limit. Despite these musings, Carp could not shake the feeling of apprehension. "Yes, Admiral Carp," the soldier replied, promptly returning to his station. He strained to listen, just as the other soldiers did, to the conversation between Carp and Rhotus, all of whom were taken aback by Rhotus's claims. What a jest! Even the giant army of headquarters would not dare assert that a single giant could consume such a vast quantity of food. How could a mere 3-meter-tall Rhotus possibly eat so much? To them, it was evident that Rhotus was merely boasting. "Very well, follow me." Carp pinched his nostrils, observing Rhotus's demeanor and tone, which did not seem fabricated. He resolved to take Rhotus to the storeroom to witness firsthand the extent of his appetite. If need be, he would have Rhotus hunt for sea creatures himself in the future, for Carp would not allow himself to be outsmarted. "Is that so? That is splendid." Rhotus, upon hearing this, could not conceal the joy that illuminated his face. Truly, he was deserving of the title of naval hero, exhibiting such generosity by leading him directly to the food storage. With a heart brimming with excitement, Rhotus closely followed behind Carp. As the naval soldiers perked up their ears, they could only hear the rhythmic sound of footsteps, gradually fading away as they entered the ship's cabin. The soldiers shifted in place, their bodies twisting while their feet remained rooted, casting furtive glances at one another, countless pairs of eyes converging in the air. "Do you think that fellow has such an enormous appetite?" "Who knows? We will find out when Admiral Carp returns. I reckon Rhotus possesses quite the voracious appetite, after all." The appetite of a demon is far greater than that of a giant. Not necessarily. Rhotus is a hybrid, not a pure-blooded demon. Otherwise, do you think our ship could accommodate him? One cannot dismiss this. A hybrid demon is still a demon. And it is possible that Rhotus inherited the appetite of his kind. The soldiers exchanged silent conversations through their gazes, articulating their opinions in the air. It was unclear how long they had been in discussion, but as dusk began to settle, the sound of footsteps approached once again. They realized that at some point, Admiral Carp and Rhotus had finished their meal and were making their way back to the deck. However, the soldiers remained composed, instinctively turning their backs to maintain a facade of seriousness. As the sound of footsteps grew louder, Carp emerged slowly from the cabin, with Rhotus trailing closely behind. Under the sunlight, Carp's expression appeared dark, as if shrouded in the ominous aura of his haki, glistening with an oily sheen. He could hardly fathom that Rhotus had spoken the truth and even understated his consumption. They had set sail with several tons of provisions. Yet Rhotus had already devoured a third of it. If this trend persisted and they did not procure supplies from the nearest naval base or capture sea kings for sustenance, they would soon find themselves at the mercy of the winds. Rhotus followed closely behind Carp, a contented expression gracing his face as he patted his bulging belly. He couldn't help but reflect on the exceptional quality of the military's provisions. Aboard this warship, the fare consisted predominantly of meats, much of which was game. Moreover, these meats were either smoked or marinated, their exquisite flavors enticing him to indulge a little more than he intended. "Carp, shall we commence our training now?" Rhotus inquired, his tone light despite Carp's ominous demeanor. Carp, bearing the weight of his irritation, looked as though he could drip ink from his furrowed brow. He was solely inclined to vent his frustration on Rhotus, fully aware that once he brought Rhotus to the Navy headquarters, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of Sengoku. However, having spoken, there was no turning back. Carp's temples throbbed with tension as he prepared to unleash his pent-up anger upon Rhotus. Although Rhotus had previously mentioned his hearty appetite, prompting Carp to deliberate before making a decision, Carp still felt somewhat duped. "Perhaps we could postpone this, Admiral Carp. I find myself rather sated at the moment. Let us train later, so I may allow for some digestion." Lotus hesitated, expressing his fullness, concerned that if Vice Admiral Carp were too forceful, he might end up being sick, which would be a disservice to the delicious food. "Just a moment, please?" he inquired. Carp, upon hearing this, readily acquiesced, though his back was turned to Lotus, and his expression was somewhat grim. He cracked his knuckles ominously, revealing a mouthful of white teeth that appeared rather fearsome. It seemed that Vice Admiral Carp was in a rather foul mood. Indeed, it appeared that Lotus was in for trouble. The soldiers standing on the deck felt a chill run down their spines as Carp emerged, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. They pondered just how much Lotus could consume to provoke such a reaction from Carp. After all, if Lotus had merely deceived Carp, given the Vice Admiral's boisterous nature, he would likely just chuckle and let it slide. However, if he had truly wronged Carp. The Vice Admiral would not hesitate to demonstrate the meaning of a loving iron fist. The current demeanor of Carp was indicative of having been duped, and the cracking of his knuckles sent shivers through them as they imagined the grim fate that awaited Lotus. They silently mourned for him, aware that while Carp was generally jovial, he could also be quite vengeful and meticulous. "How are you feeling, Lotus? Have you rested enough?" Carp inquired after a brief pause, his impatience evident. "I'm ready now, Vice Admiral Carp." Rothus rose from the deck, assessing his condition, and concluded that he could withstand the iron fists of Captain Carp. He had noticed a peculiar expression on Carp's face after finishing his meal, suspecting that Carp might be feeling somewhat dejected. After all, Carp had not been mentally prepared for the sudden predicament Rothus had put him in, and it was only natural for him to harbor some frustration. Having satiated his hunger, Rothus figured that he could endure a few affectionate punches without losing much flesh. He regarded it as merely a consequence of indulging in a lavish meal without the means to pay, resulting in a bit of a beating. If he could dine so heartily every day, the occasional thrashing would be of little concern, and inexplicably, Rothus found himself looking forward to such a life. "Very well. Come here, my young friend." Carp beckoned Rothus to the center of the deck with an inviting gesture. Chapter 22. This old man is quite the rascal. Ouch. Ouch, ouch. "Captain Carp, please refrain from striking my face. If this continues, I shall be left disfigured," Rothus exclaimed as he defended himself against Carp's relentless blows on the deck. Upon hearing Rothus' pleas, Carp ceased targeting his face and redirected his fists toward other areas. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Captain Carp, please do not strike my kidneys." Rothus crossed his arms to shield himself from the two powerful punches aimed at his kidneys by Carp, exclaiming loudly that the old man was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Was it really necessary to threaten his lineage over a mere increase in rations? After fending off Carp's blows, Rothus noticed a tingling sensation in his arms and an ache throughout his body, particularly in his swollen face. Carp, instead of targeting Roth's kidneys, had redirected his strikes to other areas, growing increasingly astonished with each hit, unable to resist the urge to apply a bit more force. Goodness! It was no wonder Rothus consumed such a large amount of food. His physical resilience surpassed that of an average vice admiral. Remarkably, even while being pummeled, he could occasionally withstand a few punches. It was worth noting that although Carp had aged, his strength had diminished little from its peak. In fact, at Roth's age, Akiji could hardly endure a beating from him. While Rothus might have a hearty appetite, his potential was boundless. Within a decade, he could undoubtedly reach Carp's pinnacle of power. Carp's punches became increasingly rapid, the gleam in his eyes intensifying. The era had long since moved on from accommodating old-timers like them. Yet he could still place Rothus upon the ship of this new age, allowing him to stand at the helm. "Admiral Carp, do you truly wish to end my life? You cannot take personal vendettas to such extremes. It was merely a matter of 10 tons of food. If you seek compensation, I can certainly procure you a head of a sea king. Please, do not strike with lethal intent." Rothus could only perceive a flurry of punches before him. He was utterly unable to grasp the trajectory of Carp's fists. Pain radiated throughout his body, and as he caught sight of the gleam in Carp's eyes, every hair on his body stood on end. Did Carp intend to end his life? In a desperate bid for survival, Rothus shouted out. The soldiers on duty listened to Roth's exclamation, their foreheads glistening with cold sweat. They were astonished by Roth's insatiable appetite and simultaneously contemplated why Vice Admiral Carp's expression was so grim. Given the amount of food Rothus had consumed, their own rations would soon dwindle, unless they managed to capture some sea kings or resupply from the nearest naval branch. They would find their provisions insufficient within a few days. However, the Navy had strict guidelines regarding supplies. Exceeding these limits required a compelling justification to secure approval from Admiral Sengoku. Otherwise, any excess costs incurred by the fleet would ultimately fall upon the highest-ranking officer. After all, if the Navy possessed no expenditure guidelines, many would exploit the system. Moreover, the Navy's budget was not as bountiful as the world presumed. Nearly 90% of it was allocated by the world government, with the remaining fraction derived from bounties captured from pirates, which served to fund the training of the next generation of naval officers. Thus, while the Navy may appear to be a vast organization, its financial resources were, in reality, quite constrained, constantly under the scrutiny of the world government. If the Navy were to expand its ranks, how could it possibly contend with the ever-growing pirate threat? The world government had no intention of allowing the Navy to swell in size, as that would pose a potential risk to their control. Consequently, Admiral Sengoku had consistently practiced frugality, diligently managing the Navy's expenditures to avoid perpetual requests for funds from the world government, which would inevitably lead to being compelled to undertake morally questionable actions. Yet, despite Sengoku's efforts to maintain a tight budget, military expenses remained a pressing issue. The Navy was engaged in combat against pirates, which inherently resulted in casualties. Thus, as the pirate population grew, he was compelled to petition the world government for increased military funding on a monthly basis. This predicament had rendered the Navy a mere pawn in the hands of the world government, often referred to as their lapdog by pirates. Sengoku yearned to break free from the world government's constraints, yet reality often thwarted his intentions. He had to accept the circumstances. While Carp stubbornly clung to his rank of vice admiral, roaming aimlessly to avoid confronting the world government's true nature. Upon hearing Rote's words, Carp momentarily paused in his actions before swinging his fists once more, albeit with slightly less force. Nevertheless, the intensity of his blows remained substantial. He almost forgot the importance of moderation in both eating and fighting. If he were too heavy-handed and seriously injured Rotes, he would not only have to compensate for the lost meal but also for medical expenses. However, Rote's remark regarding eating a little more still infuriated him. Was that truly what one would call excessive consumption? The giant race, tenfold his size, cannot consume as he does, since he is capable of capturing sea kings. Why not feast upon them in the depths of the ocean before boarding the vessel? This is evidently a case of taking advantage and then feigning innocence. Upon this realization, Carp's previously restored complexion darkened once more. While the force of his strikes did not increase, the speed with which he delivered them doubled. Oh dear, that hurts. Admiral Carp, please, do take it easy. Rotes was struck with excruciating force, trembling from head to toe, overwhelmed by pain. He was utterly incapable of discerning the trajectory of Carp's punches. Whenever he attempted to counter with a punch of his own, Carp, possessing foresight, anticipated his movements with ease. Thus, Rotes found himself in a position of passive suffering, powerless to retaliate. This inability to fight back was agonizing for Rotes, leaving him in a state of utter frustration. Lacking the awakening of observation haki, he was ensnared in a suffocating predicament, while Carp, utilizing his own haki, foresaw Rotes' every subsequent action, rendering each of Rotes' attacks futile, as if striking against cotton. Rotes contemplated employing armament haki for defense, yet upon reflecting on Carp's exceptional mastery of it, he relinquished the idea. Presently, he relies on the resilience of his physique to endure blows. However, should he attempt to utilize armament haki, he remains uncertain of his ability to withstand the onslaught. After all, armament haki exists in varying tiers, and Carp's prowess is among the elite. His own rudimentary haki might easily be overpowered by Carp's haki-infused strikes, leading to an embarrassing defeat. To master martial arts, one must first learn to endure punishment. Young one, I am not exerting my full strength. Your physical condition is commendable. Not significantly inferior to that of an average vice admiral, albeit your techniques are somewhat limited. Nevertheless, your reflexes are rapid, far surpassing those of Akiji at your age. If you train diligently under my guidance, I assure you that in due course, neither Akiji nor Kazuru will stand a chance against you. Carp, upon hearing Rote's cries, showed no sign of ceasing his assault, instead opting to elucidate further. After half an hour of sparring with Rotes, Carp had garnered a substantial understanding of his capabilities. Remarkably resilient and possessing excellent reflexes, Rotes was already far more advanced than Carp had been at that age. Furthermore, Rotes' physical condition appeared exceptionally suited for a path in martial arts. It was anticipated that, upon maturation, he might rival Kaido in strength, albeit slightly inferior in durability. Yet, in terms of raw power, Kaido would undoubtedly prove no match for Rotes. The thought of nurturing a warrior who could rival Kaido ignited a fervor within Carp. Although he seldom intervened in the affairs of the sea, the prospect of contributing to the cause of justice filled him with delight. Upon hearing Carp's words, Rothus exhibited no signs of astonishment. He was well aware of his own physical capabilities. He was merely a green pheasant, albeit born a decade or two prior. Had they been contemporaries, the seas would have offered little opportunity for either of them to rise. In stark contrast to Rothus' composure, the soldiers on duty displayed expressions of shock. Who were the green pheasant and the yellow ape? They knew them all too well. If Vice Admiral Carp claimed that Rothus could surpass the two admirals, then it was indeed a remarkable assertion. They understood that Carp rarely made comparisons involving others, and if he did, it was invariably a statement of undeniable truth. They turned their gazes toward Rothus, who was being pummeled on the deck, and could not help but compare his figure to that of the admiral's. In a fleeting moment, Rothus seemed to don the naval cloak of an admiral while battling Vice Admiral Carp. The soldiers shook their heads, dispelling the fleeting illusion that had momentarily clouded their minds. Chapter 23, The Frustrated Rothus. Are you not at all surprised, Rothus? Carp inquired, observing Rothus' lack of astonishment for an extended period. Curiosity washed over Carp, akin to the scratching of a cat, as he struggled to comprehend Rothus' extraordinary calmness. He had anticipated a display of surprise from Rothus. Surprised by what, Vice Admiral Carp? Rothus dismissed with a nonchalant air, blocking the already slowing fist of Carp with one hand. Are you not astonished by my words? Carp, observing this reaction, grew even more intrigued. Why did this young man not conform to expectations? Should he be expressing surprise or offering thanks? After all, Admiral Carp's statement was not devoid of merit. Why should I feel astonished? Rothus replied, effortlessly catching Carp's leisurely punch with one hand. Carp spoke the truth. He could indeed toy with Akiji for an extended period, and it would not exceed a decade. This is a fact, so why should he be surprised? Ha ha ha. A fine young man, indeed. I have high hopes for you. Upon hearing this, Carp squinted slightly, halted his swinging fist, scratched his head, and erupted into hearty laughter. Surely, this man cannot be a fool. Rothus gazed at the boisterous laughter of Carp before him, silently pondering the eccentricities of these members of the D-clan, whose madness seemed to stem from a peculiar genetic anomaly. He considered himself an unremarkable magician, unable to endure their erratic thought processes. Well, Rothus, how do you find my punch? Is it to your taste? Carp, noticing Rothus's lack of mirth, felt a twinge of awkwardness and quickly stifled his laughter, seeking to divert the conversation to mask the previous discomfort. Observing Rothus's obliviousness to social cues, he was suddenly reminded of his grandsons. After all, in Windmill Village, both Luffy and Ace would have shared in his laughter. Quite a punch indeed. I almost couldn't rise to my feet. Lotus touched the swollen area on his face. Grimacing in discomfort, his gaze filled with frustration. He was unable to retaliate, having acquiesced to the situation. After enduring more than half an hour as a punching bag, his entire body felt as though it might collapse under the relentless blows from Carp, leaving him in a state of numbness. He suspected that he was covered in bruises. Ha ha, indeed. I am not so old that my punches lack strength, Carp exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter, completely oblivious to Lotus's pained expression. Hee, that is quite true. Rothus sneered, his lips twitching slightly. Were it not for the fact that he could not match Carp's strength, he would undoubtedly make Carp aware of the reason behind the blooming of flowers. It seemed Carp, in his endeavor to ensure that Rothus understood his punches were not to be taken lightly, had given him a sound thrashing. I know you're formidable, you're impressive, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun, able to challenge the divine. But do not bask in your glory for too long. The tides of fortune shift every 30 years. Do not underestimate the youth. I shall bide my time and cultivate my strength, and in the future, it will be you and the world government who will lament. Ha ha. So, little one, do you aspire to possess fists like mine? You must toil diligently for that. Carp laughed heartily, perceiving the discontent in Rothus's words. He felt a sense of satisfaction. It was precisely this dissatisfaction that would drive Rothus to train harder, much like Luffy and Ace, who, after receiving a beating, would resist. And when resistance proved futile, would train again, only to continue their defiance. Although they could not stir up a tempest in Carp's presence, they had undeniably transformed from their childhood selves. This was the essence of Carp's training, one simple principle, to strike. As long as one did not strike to the point of incapacitating the other, the blows would continue. Of course, one must be careful not to render the opponent bedridden, for if they were confined to bed, training would become futile. Thus, Carp skillfully maintained the balance, ensuring that Rothus did not sustain internal injuries while still inflicting enough pain to elicit cries from him. I am indeed striving diligently, Lotus retorted, gripping his swollen cheek, feeling as if a large dumpling had formed there, involuntarily gasping in pain. It truly hurt. Fortunately, his teeth were resilient, otherwise, they would have surely shattered. Is that so? Then you must continue to strive, Cap remarked, observing the rapidly diminishing swelling on Lotus's face, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he continued. Lotus, have you rested enough? Let us resume our training. Lotus rubbed his face, momentarily taken aback by Cap's words. Hadn't they just finished their training? He was already in such a state, and yet they were expected to begin anew. Observing Lotus's expression, Cap offered no further words but instead raised his fist, signifying his resolve. Damn it, Old man, are you serious? Are you trying to kill me? Lotus let out a loud cry, hastily defending himself against the massive fist of Cap, who seemed intent on delivering a fatal blow. Was it really necessary for him to hold such a grudge simply because he had indulged a bit more? Haha. Lotus, this is training. Do you think I am merely jesting? You must take this seriously, otherwise it could prove fatal, Cap declared, his demeanor suddenly shifting. The once languid aura transformed into one of fierce intensity, the force behind his punches doubling, and the speed of his strikes became nothing short of illusory. Old man, you're serious about this? Lotus sensed Carp's movements and couldn't help but curse, the playful grin on his face fading away, replaced by a serious expression in his eyes. A sudden shift in his aura emanated a palpable sense of menace. He felt an imminent threat in Carp's fist, a life-threatening peril that compelled him to unleash his full potential. If he did not exert himself to the utmost, he could very well meet his demise. He had no choice but to summon every ounce of his skill, entering a state akin to that of a predator confronting a formidable prey. At times, in order to hone his abilities, he would challenge adversaries beyond his own strength, for consistently preying on the weak would yield no growth in his prowess. In his relentless pursuit to vanquish his quarry, Lotus fought fiercely to the bitter end. Through countless battles, having soaked his hands in the blood of numerous victims, he had cultivated a formidable aura of menace. Although it did not rival the intensity of a seasoned warrior forged in the crucible of war, it was far from insignificant. Rotes now appeared utterly frenzied, having completely relinquished any semblance of defense and transformed into a feral beast, wholly immersed in his primal state. His mind fixated solely on the offensive, he relentlessly attacked, for he understood that defense had become futile. It would only render him increasingly passive. Only through aggression could he seize the initiative. Rotes swung his fists towards Carp's neck, ribs, and joints with ferocity. Well done, indeed, Carp thought, as he fended off Rotes' onslaught, astonishment flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Rotes would abandon all defense, attacking like a wild animal and forcing him to adopt a defensive stance. Yet, Carp was not incapable of overcoming Rotes. Rather, he feared that unleashing his full strength might inflict fatal harm. Thus, he opted for defense, acutely aware that his power had already surpassed Rotes' threshold. Should he escalate his force, Rotes might not only suffer severe injury, but may also find himself incapacitated for weeks following this training. Nevertheless, from the intensity of Rotes' attacks, it was evident that he was far from the simple opponent Carp had presumed. Rotes had cultivated a combat instinct akin to that of a beast, engaging in battle with a clarity of mind that rendered his strikes both lethal and fierce, proving exceedingly difficult to contend with. Carp found himself increasingly vexed by Rotes' relentless aggression. Yet he could not afford to intensify his own force. Instead, he sought an opportunity to conclude the bout with a single decisive blow, all the while mindful not to inflict serious injury upon Rotes. Carp had initially intended to unearth Rotes' latent potential, yet conventional training methods had failed to elicit such a breakthrough. To provoke Rotes' capabilities, Carp wielded his fist with the intent of instilling a sense of lethal threat. Through Rotes' offensive maneuvers, Carp discerned a distinctly primal style, likely honed through fierce encounters with wild sea creatures. Though Rotes' techniques were indeed rudimentary, their potency and practicality were formidable, forged through combat experience that rivaled more conventional methods. Nevertheless, the singularity of his attack strategies was a notable drawback. While Rotes' strikes were swift, they lacked overwhelming force. Despite the duration of his assault, he struggled to inflict any significant damage upon Carp. This was to be expected, as the absence of systematic training hindered Rotes from fully harnessing his physical prowess, rendering him unable to unleash his complete potential. Rotes, at times, evaded like a nimble monkey, and at other times, pounced like a famished tiger, launching a flurry of strikes at Carp. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, Rotes found himself utterly incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm upon Carp, which left him feeling immensely frustrated. Each punch Carp delivered left Rotes bruised, his skin marked in hues of blue and purple, or swollen, while his own attempts at offense were akin to a mosquito's futile bite against a turtle's shell, causing no damage whatsoever. In Chapter 24, A Dream in Broad Daylight, Rotes displayed remarkable prowess, managing to compel Vice Admiral Carp into a purely defensive stance. Conversely, Carp's extraordinary skill rendered Rotes unable to so much as graze the hem of his garment. Since their training commenced, the deck reverberated with the sound of their clashes. And now it shook with Rotes' persistent assaults as he circled Carp, striving to breach his defenses, all the while forcefully stomping on the deck beneath him. The soldiers on duty occasionally turned their heads, momentarily distracted, witnessing the spectacle of Carp warding off Rothus's attacks. Some expressed admiration for Rothus's strength. Yet an overwhelming number marveled at Carp's prowess. It was evident to all that, despite Rothus's frenzied onslaught, Carp remained unscathed, while Rothus bore visible signs of struggle. His face slightly swollen and his arms adorned with bruises, making the disparity in their strengths abundantly clear. Those who remarked on Rothus's capabilities merely acknowledged his resilience. The fact that he could endure such a prolonged beating and still attempt to counterattack, however ineffective it may have been, was indeed impressive. They recalled a former major who had sought Carp's guidance, only to find himself airborne in a parabolic arc, crashing into the sea with a resounding splash mere minutes later. Hence, the soldiers now dared only to observe and learn in groups, shying away from approaching Carp individually. For none wished to experience a similar fate. While Vice Admiral Carp was somewhat brash, he would still offer verbal guidance to groups, rather than engage in one-on-one instruction. The thought of a group of soldiers soaring through the air only to be reprimanded by Sengoku was a source of irritation for Carp. Although the sailors aboard his ship remained silent, it was difficult to ensure that the sailors from other vessels would privately discuss such matters. Once Sengoku caught wind of it, Carp would inevitably face reprimands during his next report. Although they were old comrades, even the thick-skinned Carp could not withstand the reprimand. If word got to Little Crane, his already weathered face would surely suffer further humiliation. Thus, Carp preferred to consult the soldiers he wished to mentor privately. After all, he could use the pretext of individual guidance to gloss over the situation, as such one-on-one instruction would undoubtedly involve the physical memory techniques he favored. Should Sengoku wish to chastise him, Carp could defend himself, stating that he was merely educating the younger generation of the Navy and contributing to the cause of justice, leaving Sengoku with no grounds for reproach. As the soldiers observed, they suddenly beheld two figures on the deck before they could fully comprehend the scene. One of them soared into the air, tracing a parabolic arc before plunging into the sea. "Wow, that kid is quite something," Carp exhaled, followed by a hearty laugh. Rothus was indeed a formidable opponent, and while Carp could not afford to exert excessive force, he seized the opportunity when Rothus momentarily faltered in his attack, sending him into the water for an unexpected bath. True to form, Rothus landed in the sea. The soldiers, witnessing Rothus fall, exchanged glances that conveyed their understanding of how the training session would conclude. "All right, youngsters, stop staring and maneuver the ship to retrieve Rothus," Carp instructed the surrounding soldiers, a hint of concern creeping into his thoughts. He feared he might have struck too hard, allowing Rothus the chance to escape. If Rothus managed to flee, Carp would regret it for a long time. He had finally encountered a promising young talent worthy of cultivation, a chance to unleash his long-dormant iron fist. If Rothus slipped away now, who knew when he might cross paths with such potential again? Upon hearing Carp's orders, the soldiers sprang into action, altering the course of the warship to head towards the point where Rothus had fallen. "Cough, that insufferable old fool actually knocked me into the sea. I shall make the Navy pay dearly for this." Rothus emerged from the depths of the sea, expelling the salt water from his throat, indignantly cursing. How detestable Cap was for having thrown him into the ocean. If he were to train at the Navy headquarters, he would undoubtedly drain the Navy's resources, making Cap aware of the repercussions of his own actions. Observing the warship altering its course towards him, Rothus began to paddle through the water, determined to reach the vessel. It was not in his nature to flee after suffering a loss. Even if it meant enduring hardship, he would seek retribution. Moreover, the culinary delights aboard the warship were too enticing for him to consider escape. He intended to stay for dinner. "Ha, that scoundrel is not so bad after all." Cap, seeing Rothus swimming towards the warship, burst into hearty laughter, relieved that Rothus had not simply run away, which would have left him profoundly disappointed. Rothus' current demeanor only served to affirm Cap's discerning judgment. "Old man, you rascal, how could you strike so hard?" Rothus ascended from the sea onto the warship, approaching Carp with a scornful remark. Ha, Rothus, I merely wish to gauge your strength," Carp chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits, revealing a dazzling grin that nearly blinded Rothus. "Now that I have observed, may I indulge in dinner? I find myself quite famished." Rothus rolled his eyes in response to Carp's nonchalance. At that moment, he appeared entirely unscathed, having fully regained his usual composure. However, a slight hunger stirred within him. After all, the recovery from his injuries necessitated a consumption of energy. Otherwise, considering the force of Carp's earlier blow that had sent him flying, Even an ordinary rear admiral would have been incapacitated for a week. Really, Rhodus? Have you not eaten sufficiently just a short while ago? Carp exclaimed, taken aback, as Rhodus, having just finished his meal, surprisingly found himself hungry again. Lotus cast a glance at Cap, his expression impassive, and spoke quietly. It seems I am not as ravenous as I thought. However, considering the duration of your relentless blows, my digestion has certainly accelerated. Furthermore, with the weight of your mighty punches, I bear numerous injuries. Were it not for my robust recovery, I would be confined to my bed at this very moment. Therefore, is it not entirely reasonable for me to feel hungry? Upon the completion of Rhodus's remarks, a shadow of displeasure clouded Carp's visage. The implication of Rhodus's words was unmistakable. Had it not been for your insistence on my training, leaving me bruised and battered, would I have succumbed to hunger so swiftly? You may proceed to the food depot alone. Waste is not permitted. Furthermore, commencing tomorrow, you shall be obliged to capture no fewer than 30 meters of marine beasts or sea kings daily. Otherwise, I shall forbear from imparting the Navy's 6 styles and the mastery of armament hockey to you. With that, Carp hastened into the ship's cabin, seeking solace in a packet of senbei to alleviate his vexation. Rhodus's insatiable appetite was becoming increasingly exasperating, and Carp found himself on the brink of wanting to discipline him once more. However, upon reflection, he deemed that further punishment would yield more drawbacks than benefits, and thus, he dismissed the notion. Yet, from tomorrow onward, Rhodus would be tasked with independently capturing marine creatures. Otherwise, the soldiers he brought along would find themselves deprived of sustenance. As for Carp's promise to teach Rhodus the Navy's 6 styles and armament hockey, it was merely a stratagem to entice him. For Rhodus had not undergone formal training and undoubtedly yearned for the knowledge of these formidable techniques. Nevertheless, while he professed his willingness to teach, he never specified when such instruction would commence, leaving Rhodus to remain dutifully aboard his warship. Rhodus paused momentarily, yet his body obediently made its way towards the ship's cabin. He felt an urge to indulge in a hearty meal, for tomorrow would bring an end to complimentary provisions. Thus, he resolved to savor every morsel today. He contemplated the prospect of capturing a sea beast, a creature of the oceanic monarchy, and whether he could enlist the ship chef to prepare a delightful feast. After all, in the past, he had been deprived of the luxury of cooked meals. Now aboard the vessel, he was graced with both the facilities and a skilled cook. Why then should he opt for raw fare when the opportunity for delectable, prepared dishes presented itself? He possessed no peculiar predilections that would compel him to endure such hardships. At this moment, he sensed that accompanying Carp was indeed a fortuitous choice. Not only could he acquire knowledge of hockey and the marine 6 styles, but he could also secure lodging and sustenance. Of course, he was currently an unofficial member, devoid of benefits such as social insurance, housing funds, year-end bonuses, or even a monthly salary. Nevertheless, having a reliable support system was advantageous. With guidance and training, his abilities would undoubtedly flourish. Furthermore, by leveraging this connection, he might procure some benefits. Whenever hunger struck and funds were lacking, he could simply seek refuge at the Marine branch for a meal and a place to stay. Should any rear admirals from other branches inquire, he could casually claim to be the esteemed Carp's grandnephew, and should they choose to investigate, they would undoubtedly uncover his presence aboard Carp's vessel. Rhodus believed that in the branch, one would not only consider the monk's face but also the Buddha's. He thought he could enjoy complimentary food, drink, and accommodation at the branch. Chapter 25. Covered but unconcerned with meals. Brothers, lend me a hand. Help me elevate the Sea King class together. Rhodus dragged a 30-meter-long Sea King and shouted towards the soldiers aboard the warship. For the past few days, it had felt like staying in a hotel. Accommodations were provided, but meals were not. Fortunately, the ship's cook had been assisting in preparing the Sea King, or else he would have resorted to a raw and bloody feast. All right, Rhodus, just wait a moment while we fetch some rope. The soldiers replied with smiles as they leaned over the railing of the warship's deck, watching him drag the Sea King. They hurried off to retrieve a thick rope, knowing that once again they would feast on Sea King meat. The soldiers' faces were alight with joy. For the past few days, the crew had enjoyed extra rations, as the remnants from Rhodus's catches, once prepared by the cook, proved plentiful by their standards, though Rhodus considered them mere scraps, inconsequential. However, the soldiers aboard the warship did not share this sentiment. It is essential to recognize that Sea Kings are not beings that just anyone can confront. One must possess at least the strength of a colonel to tackle a typical Sea King. Yet, even a colonel would not dedicate their efforts to hunting Sea Kings solely for the crew's sustenance. resulting in their infrequent consumption of such meat. Thus, the past few days had brought them substantial portions of sea king meat during meals, a source of immense happiness for them. The meat of a sea king far surpasses that of ordinary marine beasts in terms of energy content, offering significant benefits. Had they been raised on sea king meat from a young age, their potential might have reached the rank of rear admiral. Although a rear admiral might struggle against formidable pirates, it remains a lifelong aspiration for these ordinary men. Possessing such strength would at least grant them a measure of safety upon these vast seas, provided they avoid reckless provocations. The abundance of sea king meat over the past few days had significantly improved their perception of Rothus. Initially, they worried that he would consume all the food aboard the warship, leaving them to starve, prompting some mild resentment towards him. After all, while the military rations were not sea king meat, their flavor and texture were commendable. Now, with the availability of sea king meat, who would concern themselves with the other rations? While the deliciousness of the military provisions was acknowledged, the benefits of sea king meat far outweighed them. They were not gourmets, after all, but rather pragmatic individuals prioritizing their well-being. Back already? Carp remarked with a hint of discontent upon seeing Rothus climb aboard the warship. He had been feeling rather gloomy lately, as his popularity among the crew began to wane in light of the allure of sea king meat. This shift left Carp, who was usually held in high regard by the soldiers, feeling somewhat perturbed. Old man, Rothus replied. Rothus ascended the warship, nonchalantly responding while drying his damp hair with a towel. Behind him, a throng of soldiers tugged at ropes to prevent the sea kings from toppling overboard. While on the other side, another group wielded axes, busily butchering the catch. They were filled with excitement, entirely unconcerned that the blood spilling from their quarry might attract other sea kings. On the contrary, they eagerly anticipated the approach of these creatures, well aware that Vice Admiral Garp seldom took action against them unless provoked. If any sea king dared to assault their vessel, however, Garp would not hesitate to intervene. Furthermore, there were more than one capable hands aboard to deal with the sea kings. The more that ventured close, the better. Perhaps they could even turn the excess into jerky for their provisions. As the soldiers reveled in these thoughts, Rothus finished drying the seawater from his hair. He found it slightly sticky but refrained from washing it, for he was to train in the sea after his meal. Thus, washing his hair now would be a frivolous waste of water. In recent days, Garp had instructed the soldiers to bind the numerous loops on the warship with hemp rope, fashioning them into a single reins, which he would carry while swimming, exerting all his strength to propel the vessel through the waters. Upon hearing Captain Carp's training regimen, Rothus felt an urge to lash out. He pondered the absurdity of his situation, likening himself to a mule, laboriously towing a vessel. The thought of others discovering this humiliation left him despondent, seemingly rendering his quest for a romantic partner futile. However, Carp elucidated the rationale behind this unusual training method. The ship lacked appropriate equipment for Rothus training. The standard tools utilized by regular soldiers were utterly unsuitable for his needs. Moreover, these implements would fail to foster genuine improvement in strength. To enhance his capabilities, Rothus required weights that were both substantial and cumbersome, capable of imposing significant strain. Carp soon contemplated the warship beneath their feet, its considerable mass offering ample resistance. Although the ship appeared unwieldy and ill-suited for training, the context of being on the open sea transformed it into a viable option. Furthermore, the deck and surrounding structure were adorned with numerous cleats, designed for securing ropes when the vessel was damaged or adrift, facilitating towing operations. Thus, the most significant obstacle had been surmounted. Rothus merely needed to exert his strength in pulling. With Rothus designated as the manual force to tow the ship, Carp commanded the cessation of all propulsion aboard. After all, should the vessel be powered, Rothus' task would become considerably easier, which was contrary to Carp's intentions. He envisioned Rothus exerting himself to the utmost, eschewing any semblance of underhanded shortcuts. Consequently, the soldiers aboard the warship found themselves with little to occupy their time, leisurely standing on the deck, either observing the sea or watching Rothus cleave through the waves. Initially, Rothus was quite displeased, as dragging a warship reduced his swimming speed to that of a snail. Yet, contemplating Carp's extraordinary prowess, he recognized that such strength was not innate but honed through relentless training. Thus, he resolved to endure. Acknowledging Carp as a master of martial arts who had ascended to the pinnacle of this world through sheer determination, if he could adhere to Carp's training regimen, it would undoubtedly shorten the arduous journey toward his own strength. Rothus now embodies the spirit of the ancient King Gojian, adopting a philosophy of patience and perseverance. biding his time in quietude while nurturing his ambitions. He perceives that achieving fame too soon may not be advantageous, thus. In the absence of the strength to traverse the vast oceans, Rhodes resolves to endure for the time being. Kapu, witnessing Rhodes's swift acceptance of his training regimen, feels a profound sense of satisfaction, recognizing the potential for mentorship. As he reflects on his own troublesome son and his grandson, who aspires to become the pirate king, a wave of bitterness washes over him. Both grandsons seem impervious to proper guidance, and with the passage of time, their obstinacy has only intensified. Yet, he finds himself powerless to effect lasting change, for he is no longer in the prime of his life, capable of momentary intervention but not enduring influence. His only hope is that his grandsons do not fall into the clutches of the Navy. While Kapu contemplates these matters, Rhodes has already dried his hair and made his way to the kitchen. After a brief interval of restless anticipation, his lunch is finally presented upon the dining table. In the gaze of numerous soldiers, Rothus showcased the spectacle known as the gluttonous maw. With a mere opening of his mouth, he drew the food towards him in a single swift motion. The piled food, akin to strands of noodles, slithered effortlessly into Rothus' mouth. How remarkable! No matter how many times one witnesses this, Rothus' eating prowess remains astonishing. Indeed, it is truly extraordinary. It is no wonder he can propel warships. Such an appetite is unparalleled even among giants. The soldiers, acting as spectators, murmured amongst themselves, having witnessed Rothus' dining habits on multiple occasions. Yet, each time they beheld this sight, they were left utterly astounded. His consumption and method of eating seemed almost inhuman. It is little wonder that he possesses such formidable strength. A group of onlookers, would they not indulge in a meal themselves? Why merely observe? Lotus savored his meal, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a group of soldiers gazing at him in dumbfounded astonishment. He couldn't help but scoff inwardly. They had worn that expression for several days now, and it had begun to wear on his nerves. Were they truly so idle? Did they not have meals of their own to attend to? Was it truly entertaining for them to watch him dine alone? Rhodes was contemplating the soldiers, who, after a moment of astonishment, finally sprang into action to fetch their meals, all the while casting glances at Rhodes as he dined. They were utterly tantalized, their throats involuntarily swallowing in hunger. When it came time to serve themselves, they heaped their plates with an abundance of food, feeling as though they could consume an entire cow. Unbeknownst to Rhodes, his influence had begun to swell the appetites of the sailors aboard the warship. It was likely that upon their return to the naval headquarters, they would find themselves considerably heavier on the scales. Chapter 26. The slothful maniac carp. Time passed imperceptibly, and Rhodes found himself having spent an entire month aboard the warship. His daily routine consisted of rowing, followed by sparring sessions with Carp every couple of days. Before each practice, Carp would chuckle heartily, claiming he was enhancing Rhodes' combat experience, only to deliver a thorough thrashing that left Rhodes unable to retaliate. To any discerning observer, it was clear that Carp was effortlessly dominating him. Each time, Rhodes emerged battered and bruised, while Carp wore an expression of complete ease and satisfaction. Rhodes has come to a realization. Carp, in his restlessness and boredom, treats him as if he were Luffy or Ace, exclaiming how Luffy and Ace must have a few screws loose, their nerves being thick and unwieldy. It is evident that during their childhood, they were often subjected to Carp's relentless blows, and it is a miracle they emerged without lasting repercussions. Indeed, as the old adage goes, one clad in the thickest armor endures the most severe beatings. He ought not to possess such a robust constitution, enduring Carp's brutal training sessions every other day. Fortunately, these hardships were not in vain. Otherwise, he would have truly been driven to the brink of despair. Through countless sparring sessions with Carp, Rhodes can feel his strength steadily increasing. After all, the duration of his beatings has been lengthening, and even he, in his carelessness, has taken note of this progress. Rhodes felt that all his efforts were not in vain. Indeed, the adage one must endure hardship to rise above others held true. He was now fervently honing his skills, yearning to master the Navy's 6 forms and hockey swiftly so he could escape this warship. He had no desire to remain here, where promises of a secure naval system with 5 insurances, paid vacations, and a decent salary had proven empty. He cared little for the rest. However, the assurance of meals and accommodations should have been guaranteed. Every day, he chased after sea kings, and it was hardly a leisurely pursuit. These sea kings were as slippery as eels. Initially, he attempted to capture the sea kings single-handedly, but they hardly regarded him as a threat. Now, dragging a warship behind him, even the most foolish of sea kings would recognize the danger. Naturally, some chose to flee, yet there were those of colossal size, surfacing like islands amidst the waves. Rotes would be courting disaster if he sought to confront a sea king thousands of meters long. Such creatures were beyond his capability to subdue, and even if he could, there was no room on the ship for them. Fortunately, each species had its share of brash individuals. Some sea kings, though not particularly large, possessed fierce tempers akin to rabid dogs. They would attack anything that dared to intrude upon their territory with open jaws. On one occasion, as Rotes maneuvered the warship, he was met with a gaping maw, a gruesomely bloodied mouth lined with formidable teeth. Without hesitation, he dropped the rope and unleashed a series of powerful strikes, his Lushan rising dragon paired with a flurry of lion spiral kicks upon the 70-meter-long sea king, who promptly fell to its knees, floating on the surface like a despondent salted fish, having lost all dreams of swimming. After finishing his task, Rotes exhaled deeply, feeling a refreshing sense of clarity wash over him as the gloom of recent days dissipated. He couldn't help but realize that only by transferring his own suffering onto others could he experience true joy. Just look at how elated Rotes is now. He is on the verge of bursting into joyous exclamations. After defeating the headstrong young foe, Rothis soon found himself surrounded by the ship's crew, who arrived without the need for his summons. The soldiers aboard exhibited remarkable skill, efficiently subduing the defeated Sea King, who had lost all hope. They proceeded with their daily tasks of cutting and processing, engaging in lively conversation, each remark inevitably revolving around Rothis. Over the course of the past month, they had begun to view him as their idol. After all, with such formidable strength, a kind disposition, and the generosity of providing them with captured sea creatures for sustenance, it was indeed rare to find an elder brother figure like him. Lotus expressed his disdain for the group of enthusiastic admirers who seemed to have materialized from nowhere, dismissing them as mere gluttons. Their admiration stemmed solely from his ability to catch sea kings, leading them to revere his imposing figure. This situation was akin to having fair-weather friends. What he truly desired was not such sycophants. Recently, Carp found himself in high spirits. Though his soldiers had transformed into mere admirers, it did little to dampen his mood. His body felt invigorated, as he relished in the frequent opportunities to relax, allowing his once rusty iron fist to shine with renewed vigor. He felt as though he had regained his youth. As he stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at Lotus's golden hair, he was tempted to deliver a punch. The brilliance of Lotus's flowing locks bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the golden lion. During their sparring sessions, he could not help but exert a bit more force each time he saw that glimmering mane. After all, that old rascal, the golden lion, had managed to escape from prison and had yet to show his face, which was utterly infuriating. It seemed as if these relics of a bygone era had forgotten themselves, indulging in their carefree pursuits. Was it that Carp had become dull, or were these rascals simply drifting away? However, there was someone even more unfortunate than him, the solitary and proud Red, who had languished in prison for nearly 3 decades. The thought of Red made Carp chuckle. That unfortunate lad had been taken under his wing and sent to Impel Down, where he had remained for decades. Thankfully, during moments of nostalgia, he would visit Red. Otherwise, he might have forgotten about that unfortunate soul entirely. Now, he felt a renewed sense of purpose in mentoring the younger generation, witnessing a formidable figure gradually take shape under his guidance. This sense of pride was perhaps something only Zifa could comprehend, while Sengoku remained utterly baffled. As Carp pondered, he suddenly realized he had overlooked something important. He waved over a soldier on duty. The soldier, who had been idly splashing in the water, immediately sprang to attention upon seeing Carp's gesture, rushing over and standing tall, saluting. "Please give your instructions, Vice Admiral Carp." "Ha. So, young lad, how long has it been since we left headquarters?" Carp scratched his head, laughing awkwardly as he inquired, having lost track of the number of days since their departure. He contemplated returning before Ace turned 17 to check on them. However, he needed to be mindful of his work schedule. Otherwise, it would be difficult to request leave from Sengoku. 34 days, Vice Admiral Carp. The soldiers exhibited no hesitation, promptly voicing their thoughts. They harbored no concerns regarding the boisterous nature of Vice Admiral Garp. To them, it was entirely normal for powerful individuals to possess eccentricities. For instance, Kaido is a madman. Big Mom has an affinity for childbirth. Whitebeard has a penchant for adopting sons. Shanks often demands respect. Fleet Admiral Sengoku enjoys tending to goats. Admiral Akiji likes to ride bicycles upon the sea. Admiral Kizaru has a rather lewd demeanor when he speaks, and Vice Admiral Akainu erupts with magma when agitated. Each of these formidable characters possesses their own peculiar traits, and the soldiers had nearly grown accustomed to Garp's idiosyncrasies. Moreover, Garp's personality resonated well with them, providing a sense of ease and alleviating pressure. 34 days. Garp mused, counting on his fingers. He contemplated requesting leave from Sengoku to return to Windmill Village in the coming days, intending to take Roronoa back with him to practice hammering the mountain. As a naval officer meticulously trained by Garp, how could Lotus fail to embrace the indomitable spirit of perseverance that Garp exemplifies? It would also serve to enlighten both Luffy and Ace, the young rascals, about the fortitude of the formidable warriors that their grandfather has nurtured, thereby extinguishing their aspirations of piracy and guiding them to earnestly follow him as a righteous naval officer. Upon contemplating this, Garp instructed a soldier to fetch the transponder snail. Sengoku sat in the office of the fleet admiral, one hand perusing documents while the other passed the completed ones to the goat, which bleated contentedly, shaking the bells around its neck as it chewed on the papers, exuding an air of untroubled satisfaction. Moshi moshi, moshi moshi, Sengoku heard the ringing of his transponder snail. He set down the documents in his hand and picked up the device, only to find Garp's visage, his finger lodged in his nostril. Upon seeing this, Sengoku felt a sudden aversion to answering the call. He knew all too well that Garp was likely seeking yet another vacation to visit his two beloved grandsons. After much hesitation, he reluctantly connected the call. Sengoku, I wish to take a week off to visit Luffy and Ace, Garp declared, still with his finger in his nose, devoid of any semblance of respect that a subordinate ought to show to his superior, as if recounting a mundane occurrence. You rascal, can you not take your work seriously? Sengoku bellowed into the transponder snail, mirroring the exasperated expression on the device. What does it matter? There is hardly anything happening on the sea, Garp replied nonchalantly, continuing to pick his nose, completely indifferent to Sengoku's mounting frustration. Suit yourself, you old fool, Sengoku roared, abruptly disconnecting the call. Garp was beyond redemption, and Sengoku understood that expecting Garp to work diligently was utterly futile. Garp merely followed protocol, should he wish to return to Windmill Village. There was little Sengoku could do about it. After so long, Sengoku had come to terms with it. Chapter 27, Trouble Strikes from Within One's Home. Ha ha ha. My vacation has been approved. At long last, I can return to Windmill Village, Garp exclaimed, bursting into laughter, completely disregarding the soldiers nearby. The soldiers, witnessing the unrestrained joy of Vice Admiral Garp, felt beads of cold sweat forming on their brows but still ventured to inquire, Vice Admiral Garp, shall we traverse the doldrums directly now, or wait a few days before setting out? Let us depart at once. I can hardly contain my eagerness to see Luffy and Ace, Garp decisively proclaimed, still with his finger in his nose. Since Sengoku had granted his request, he was determined to return immediately. Very well, Vice Admiral Garp, I shall go summon Lotus to halt. The soldier received the command and turned to instruct Rothus to halt. Otherwise, they would be unable to traverse the doldrums. Rothus was sailing in the wrong direction, and the doldrums were the breeding grounds of the Sea Kings, making it perilously unwise for Rothus to venture into such waters. Shortly after the soldier departed, Rothus emerged from the sea onto the warship. He first took a refreshing bath in the cabin, then made his way to the deck, where he found Captain Cap reclining on a sun lounger. Rothus inquired, Old man, are we returning to the naval headquarters? Has something transpired at sea that necessitates your early return? Rothus gazed curiously at the leisurely reclining Garp, having just witnessed the soldiers aboard the warship unfurling the sails, signaling a halt. Thus, he returned to the deck, albeit still perplexed by the turn of events, particularly as Garp had instructed him to cease training and come back. The old man had only recently requested leave from Sengoku and was now preparing to return to the East Sea. Garp, his face partially obscured by a dog head cap, spoke in a relaxed and unhurried manner. The East Sea, Windmill Village? Upon hearing this, Rothus immediately blurted out that he was aware of Cap's hometown. Oh, so you are acquainted with my old place? Cap exclaimed, pulling off his hat that had been obscuring his face, revealing a look of astonishment. He slowly rose to sit upright, gazing at Rothus with great curiosity. Indeed, I not only know that your esteemed hometown is Windmill Village, but I am also familiar with other details. Lotus remarked nonchalantly that Garp's hometown, Windmill Village, was likely known to almost everyone on the sea. Furthermore, he claimed to possess knowledge of corrupt officials and pirates in the area. Oh, is that so? Do enlighten me, Garp responded, intrigued by Lotus's words, which suggested he held knowledge beyond merely identifying Windmill Village as Garp's place of origin. Very well, I shall share, Lotus continued, I have heard from those aboard trading ships journeying from the East Sea to the New World that the East Sea is often referred to as the weakest sea, where pirates are scarce and the surface appears quite tranquil. Lotus was speaking with a grave demeanor, uttering a series of nonsensical remarks. At first, Cap thought it was quite normal, but soon he began to sense that Lotus's words were increasingly askew. Nevertheless, he refrained from intervening, curious to see what Lotus would say next. In truth, the situation was akin to that in other seas. Piracy remained rampant. In the East Sea, there existed a village named Fuxia, which was under the tyrannical rule of the evil dragon pirates. This notorious crew dominated not only Fuxia but also several neighboring villages, establishing a fishman park within Fuxia itself. The evil dragon pirates, composed entirely of fishmen, harbored a deep animosity towards humans, subjecting the villagers to constant persecution, with many defiant souls meeting their demise. The villagers sought assistance from the nearby naval branch, yet their pleas fell on deaf ears, for the evil dragon pirates had corrupted the branch's colonel. These compromised sailors not only failed to report the atrocities, but also acted as a shield for the pirates. Beyond his apparent identity, Arlong, the captain of the evil dragon pirates, held another title as a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, the infamous Jinbei. Consequently, the evil dragon pirates grew increasingly audacious over the years, leaving the villagers in despair, their cries for help unheard, living perpetually in the shadow of Arlong's crew. Upon hearing this, Rhodes could not help but glance at Carp's expression. He believed that since they were headed to the East Sea anyway, it would be wise to leverage Carp's influence to eliminate the Arlong pirates directly. After all, this would expedite the liberation of the people of Fuxia village, thus accomplishing a noble deed. Very well, splendid indeed. Jinbei, was it? Arlong, was it? The Navy branch, I presume? I shall see if these ruffians can withstand the force of my iron fist. Carp's face darkened as he absorbed Rhodes' words, a crimson light gleaming in his eyes that startled even Rhodes. Had he not known Carp's human nature, he might have mistaken him for a pacifist. Hailing from the East Sea, Carp held a particular sentiment for his homeland, and now, to see chaos unfolding there was intolerable. If Rhodes had not mentioned it, Carp would have remained oblivious to the extent of decay within the East Sea Navy. This time, he resolved to return to the East Sea and cleanse both the Navy and the pirates, ensuring they understood that although it may be the weakest sea, it was not to be trifled with. Carp rose to instruct the soldiers to alter their course from Windmill Village to Fuxia Village, where they would inspect the Navy branch and confront Arlong. Upon witnessing Carp's demeanor, Lotus realized that the villagers of Fuxia had hope. However, he was apprehensive about the blue giant, Jinbei, and preferred that he refrain from approaching the Navy headquarters. Should he do so, Lotus was uncertain whether he could return to Fishman Island unscathed. A week later, the warship traversed the calm sea and arrived at the East Blue, proceeding relentlessly towards Fuxia Village. On the shores of East Blue's Fuxia Village, the villagers were engaged in fishing when they suddenly spotted a warship emblazoned with the image of a dog gnawing on a bone, making its way toward them. They gazed at the ship in astonishment, and soon their excitement rendered them nearly speechless. That is the warship of the Navy's hero. Splendid. The esteemed sir has finally come to rescue us. The villagers erupted in fervent cheers. Carp was a hero of the Navy, hailing from East Blue, and they took immense pride in his presence in their region. They had closely followed his exploits, recognizing his ship as one with the fearsome insignia of a dog biting a bone. For 5 long years, they had been under the oppressive rule of the Arlong pirates, during which many villagers had lost their lives. They had sought assistance from the Navy, but their pleas had gone unanswered. Today, however, hope appeared on the horizon. For the Navy hero had arrived. Surely he could vanquish the Arlong pirates. Orders were dispatched, instructing all soldiers to encircle Fuxia Village. Any sighting of fishmen was to be met with lethal force. No mercy would be granted, and not a single one was to escape. Carp stood at the bow of the ship, observing the villagers on the shore, their faces alight with exhilaration and renewed life. Yet, a pang of guilt welled up within him. Despite being hailed as a hero of the Navy, he had failed to safeguard even the vicinity of his homeland. Yes. The soldiers on deck responded in unison, quickly leaping from the ship to commence the encirclement of the village. All fishmen in the sea are entrusted to you, Carp instructed. You may either slay them or capture them alive. Once the soldiers had departed, he turned to Lotus and said, We must eradicate this menace. The fishmen will undoubtedly attempt to flee upon sensing danger. However, ordinary soldiers will likely be unable to thwart them, hence I require your assistance. Rest assured, I will eliminate every last one of them. These scoundrels of the sea are a waste of air. Rhodes nodded in agreement. eager to confront the group of fishmen that had long vexed him. Not only were they unsightly, but they also harbored deep-seated prejudices. Kapu, acknowledging this, leapt from the deck and approached the villagers engaged in fishing, bowing deeply as he expressed his heartfelt apologies. I am deeply sorry for the misfortunes you have endured at the hands of pirates. I offer my sincerest regrets. Such things are not your fault, Lord Kapu. The villagers hastily reassured him. You need not apologize. It is the pirates who are to blame. The villagers of Fuxia rushed forward to support Kapu, overwhelmed by the weight of his remorse. Despite their humble origins, they recognized that Vice Admiral Kapu was a formidable figure tasked with navigating the treacherous waters of the Grand Line, where danger and piracy abounded, making it implausible for him to oversee their remote village. Thank you for your understanding. I assure you, from this day forth, no pirate shall dare to set foot here, Kapu declared, straightening his posture as the villagers' reassurances eased his burden. Is that so? That is truly wonderful. Thank you, Lord Kapu, they exclaimed, tears of relief welling in their eyes, for they could finally put to rest their fears of sudden persecution by the Arlong pirates. I shall make it a point to visit you all whenever I return to the East Blue. Should you learn of any pirate threat to your village, do not hesitate to inform me. Kapu resolved to prioritize a visit to Fuxia village during his future sojourns to Windmill village. Thank you, Lord Kapu. Thank you. The villagers expressed their profound gratitude. Rest easy, my friends. I must now attend to the Arlong pirates, Kapu reassured them before setting off to confront the nefarious crew. Lord Kapu, allow me to accompany you. I know where Arlong and his gang are hiding, suddenly interjected one of the fishermen. Very well, Kapu replied with a nod, as the villager eagerly joined him on the path toward the lair of the Arlong pirates. Meanwhile, the soldiers who had come ashore divided into two groups, one encircling Fuxia village, while the other gathered the villagers to prevent the desperate fishmen from resorting to violence. Chapter 28. The old man remains the old man. What? You say Kapu has come here? Arlong's face paled with fear, his body trembling. Did he not know who Kapu was, born of Fishman Island? He was a man of monstrous reputation. Even Whitebeard, who protected Fishman Island, would not dare claim he could best Kapu in battle. How could such a terrifying figure have suddenly arrived here? Yes, Brother Arlong, Kapu is on his way, guided by the villagers. The voice of the fishman trembled slightly as he relayed the urgent news from his brethren on the shore to Brother Arlong. They had been bullying the innocent civilians of the East Sea, but now they were about to confront the soldiers from the Navy headquarters, and panic had ensued, especially since these soldiers were under the command of the esteemed Navy hero, Garp. Their anxiety was palpable, although the fishmen possessed strength tenfold that of ordinary humans. It was evident that they were no match for Garp's formidable troops. Did that rat not send anyone with a message? Arlong slammed his fist on the table, furious. That scoundrel of a Navy officer had accepted his bribe, promising to suppress the matter, yet Garp, such a powerhouse, had arrived in the East Sea without notifying him. No. Brother, the fishman replied cautiously, knowing all too well the unreliability of humans, yet Arlong still chose to conspire with that rat. How infuriating. Let the brothers escape. Arlong said reluctantly, releasing his tightly clenched fist. Though he often proclaimed humans as inferior, the reality was that fishmen had long been treated as merchandise by humans, rendering them the truly vulnerable party. Understood, brother. The fishman, having received his orders, promptly exited the room to inform the members of the Arlong pirates. As the fishmen of the Arlong pirates gathered to prepare for their escape, the island's villagers were also assembled. Noki and Aiken found themselves amidst the crowd of soldiers, watching over them protectively. Noki felt tears welling up, while Aiken offered her comfort. With the arrival of Vice Admiral Garp, the Arlong pirates had no hope of escaping. Liberation was near, and Nami would no longer have to resort to thievery at sea to pay protection fees. Indeed, but they have come too late. If only they had arrived sooner, Belmare would not have. Naki's voice quivered as she neared tears, and Aiken's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet, time was irretrievable, and Belmare would never witness this day. Outside Arlong Park, Garp stood at the entrance, directing the villagers to flee, before delivering a powerful punch that shattered half of the surrounding wall. The tremendous sound echoed through Arlong Park, causing the gathered fishmen to change their expressions dramatically. Arlong, taken aback by Garp's swift arrival, immediately issued orders for all fishmen to escape into the sea from the park's pool. As Arlong jumped into the pool first, many fishmen were poised to follow suit, when suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, and all the fishmen were hurled away, unconscious and unaware of their fate. To think they would attempt to flee before me. Kapu emerged from the swirling dust, retracting his fist as he surveyed the multitude of fallen fishmen sprawled upon the ground. A profound sense of satisfaction washing over him. With a single punch, he had unleashed a formidable gust of force, sending all those poised to leap into the pool sprawling away. Although his fist did not make contact with these fishmen, many had already met their demise. He examined the remaining survivors, then entered an unscathed house, retrieving a bundle of rope to bind the living fishmen together, dragging them away as one might a sack of refuse. Along the coastline, Rhodas glided across the sea surface with a moonwalk, seeking any fish that had eluded capture. After a week of traversing from the Grand Line to the East Sea, he had ceased sailing and instead devoted himself to learning the marine six styles from Kapu. Possessing formidable physical prowess, he quickly mastered techniques such as the finger pistol, gale foot, shave, moonwalk, and iron block. However, he struggled with paper drawing. It felt strangely uncomfortable, likely due to his preference for the visceral impact of direct blows. Despite the peculiarities of paper drawing, he diligently practiced it, understanding that mere learning did not equate to mastery. Once he had achieved proficiency in the marine six styles, he aspired to develop his own techniques. Throughout his studies, he had contemplated seeking Kapu's guidance on the art of life return, yet he deemed it imprudent to pursue too much too soon, especially after recently mastering the six styles, and ultimately decided against it. Lotus, treading the moonlit path, produced a resounding thud with each step, vigilantly awaiting the arrival of the members of the Arlong pirates as they fled from the waters of Arlong Park into the sea. After a brief interlude, he beheld a blue-skinned merman, adorned with a top hat, swimming through the azure depths, accompanied by an octopus that seemed to exhibit a sense of urgency. Arlong, is that you, little octopus? Rhodas murmured to himself, swiftly recognizing the two figures. He took quick strides through the air, then brought his feet together, initiating a spin. The tips of his toes grazed the atmosphere, faintly glowing with a crimson hue, before he plunged into the sea like a bolt of lightning. With a resounding splash, the impact echoed. With a swift and lethal strike akin to a lightning-fast drill, Rhodas pierced the space between Eren and Sabo, treating the two aquatic beings as mere planks of wood. Rhodas, embodying the spinning drill bit, collided with them, causing their bones to shatter against his rapidly rotating legs. Eren swam towards the shore from the park's water pool, where he encountered the waiting Sabo. The two exchanged no words, their only instinct driving them to flee. Gripped by the terror instilled by Carp, fearful of any distraction, they raced away with all their might. In their single-minded haste, they remained oblivious to Rhodas soaring above them. By the time they became aware of their surroundings, they had already lost consciousness, sinking into the depths like two desiccated fish. It seemed they were still alive after all. Lotus grasped one in each hand and proceeded towards the village. He had not gathered strength beforehand. He had simply acted. The two men did not kneel, which did not surprise him. However, upon observing the two individuals rolling their eyes and losing consciousness, he realized their bones must have sustained considerable damage. If they did not seek medical attention, they would likely be rendered incapacitated. Yet, he found little favor in either of them. Perhaps their disability would serve him better. As he gazed at the distinctive nose of Eren, an impulse surged within him to sever it and fashion a dagger from it. After all, it was not his fault that Eren's nose possessed such an exquisite and unique allure. With a graceful stride reminiscent of the moonwalk, Rhodas swiftly arrived at the village, holding one captive in each hand. Under the excited gazes of the villagers of Kokosia, he nonchalantly tossed them onto the open ground. Old man Cap, I have brought you these two stragglers. I must apologize for not exerting enough force during the capture. It seems I spared their lives by mere chance. However, considering their feebleness, I had no intention of further aggression and thus presented them to you. Before disembarking, Rhodas had declared his intent to eliminate these individuals. Yet he returned with them alive, prompting him to feel the need for an explanation. Well done, Rhodas, he acknowledged. Captain Carp then turned to the villagers of Kokosia and inquired, Is there anyone among you who has spotted any remaining fishmen? If so, I shall instruct Rhodas to capture them immediately. The villagers of Kokosia began to recite the names of the officers from the evil dragon pirates: Along, Xiaoba, Krubi, Jiao, Xiaowu, Yin Xiao, Pizarro, and Kaneshilo. Soon enough, the answer was revealed. A Jian stepped forward from the crowd, bowed to Carp, and with palpable excitement, reported, Lord Carp, nearly all members of the evil dragon pirates are present. However, there is one creature named Mumu the Sea Cow, which is a pet of the evil dragon pirates, currently roaming the waters near our village. We kindly request your assistance in dealing with it, so that we may fish in peace. Is that so, Rhodas? Carp addressed him, his meaning unmistakable. Hasten your actions. Understood, old man. Rhodas replied affirmatively. Rhodas responded with a lackluster demeanor, before gracefully departing in a moonlit stride to seek out the unfortunate manatee. During his time in the village, he did not encounter Nami, but instead met with Nokigo and Achan, suggesting that Nami had embarked on her escapades as a petty thief. Let us distribute these ill-gotten gains, he declared. After Rhodas had left, Carp brought forth the plunder seized from the dragon pirate crew, intending to assist the beleaguered villagers in rebuilding their homes. Thank you, Lord Carp. The villagers of Kokosha expressed with deep bows of gratitude, for these treasures were precisely what they required. Moreover, they acknowledged that their plight was not an isolated one. Other villages had also suffered at the hands of the dragon pirate crew. Thus, they resolved to retain only a portion for themselves, pledging to share the remainder with other afflicted communities. Once they had collected their rightful share, Rhodas arrived, dragging along a colossal manatee. Ladies and gentlemen, is this the manatee in question? If not, I shall continue my search. Rothus dragged one of the manatee's feet, the creature's head adorned with bruises, clearly having endured a severe beating. Tears welled in the manatee's eyes, which gazed pitifully at the onlookers with a sorrowful expression. It is indeed him, Lord Rothus. The villagers quickly recognized the manatee. For years, it had roamed in their vicinity, so familiar to them that they would recognize it even in ashes. So, shall we slaughter it, to treat you all to a sumptuous feast? Upon hearing this, Lotus suggested that he had yet to taste manatee meat and was curious about how it differed from beef and buffalo meat. The manatee responded with a mournful wail, tears streaming down its face. The sound was truly heart-wrenching, resonating with sorrow. Perhaps it's best to reconsider, my lord, it lamented. For this manatee too had suffered at the hands of the vile dragon pirates. Witnessing the creature's plight, the villagers found it too cruel to acquiesce to Lotus's request. Very well, be gone, and should you ever return to Kokosha village, I shall demand that you become a tomato-stewed beef. Rhodas released his grip and kicked the manatee with a fierce expression, uttering harsh words. Upon hearing this, the manatee nodded, stifled its tears, and immediately began to dash back to the sea, not daring to tread upon a single blade of grass, fearful of being slaughtered. Chapter 30. Windmill Village. Cap was entirely oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Rhodas's mind. He was solely consumed by a yearning to return home, eagerly anticipating the moment he would reunite with his two grandsons. Old Master Cap, what do you intend to do with these individuals? Surely, you cannot keep them by your side indefinitely. I recall that you planned to spend a week in Windmill Village. Seeing that Carp was in good spirits, Rhodas suddenly inquired, finding the presence of these individuals quite bothersome. They were neither edible nor worth engaging in conflict. It seemed pointless to keep them around. Despite his own considerable strength, Rhodas refrained from causing a stir on the open sea. I shall first escort you to Windmill Village to meet with Luffy and the others. Then, you will remain there to demonstrate to Luffy the fruits of my training, he declared. I will linger in Windmill Village for a day before sending this group to Logue Town, where that imp, Smoker, resides. Upon hearing Rhodas's words, Carp found them quite reasonable. He had no desire for his naval vessel to be sullied by this detritus. Otherwise, his soldiers would have to scrub the deck. Thus, he resolved to rest for a day in Windmill Village before dispatching this unruly lot to Smoker, while also taking the opportunity to eliminate some pirate and naval scum along the way. Indeed, that is a splendid plan, old man. I believe it would be prudent to rid ourselves of these eyesores sooner rather than later. Rhodes wholeheartedly endorsed Carp's plan, and simultaneously felt that it was the perfect opportunity to deliver a resounding thrashing to Luffy and Ace, repaying in full the grievances he had endured at the hands of Carp upon their family. As the saying goes, a debt to the grandfather is repaid by the grandson. Rhodes felt no sense of wrongdoing. After all, it was the venerable old man Garp who had expressly instructed him to showcase his training results to Luffy and Ace. How could he demonstrate without giving them a few good thrashings? Moreover, Rhodes surmised that Garp also intended to alter Luffy and Ace's perceptions of piracy, steering them to believe that only by joining the Navy could they attain strength and realize their dreams. However, considering the personalities of Luffy and Ace, one would wonder if the old man had truly grasped the situation after thrashing them countless times. If they could be swayed, there would be no need for Rhodes' intervention. He was merely there to administer beatings, not to serve as a life mentor encouraging virtuous paths. Indeed, the old man seemed to share this sentiment. Garp, upon hearing Rhodes, felt a profound agreement, entirely oblivious to Rhodes' intention of venting his grievances from the past few days onto his two grandsons, nodding vigorously in approval. On the deck, A motley crew lay haphazardly piled together, including members of the Arlong pirates and soldiers from the 16th Division. Garp had ordered them to be unceremoniously tossed together, allowing this ragtag bunch to forge connections. For once they entered Impel Down, it was uncertain whether they would even share the same level. The individuals entangled in this heap cursed and blamed one another, yet none dared to utter a word against Garp. The first to speak ill would find themselves swiftly dispatched into the sea, only to be used as bait for marine beasts. The unfortunate soul who had been dealt with by Rotes appeared increasingly paranoid, muttering incessantly as though teetering on the brink of madness, sending shivers down the spines of the others piled around him, cold sweat pouring forth. They realized Garp had dismissed them entirely, treating them as mere refuse, carelessly allowing Rotes to handle them. To them, Rotes had transformed from a horned demon into a true fiend, toying with their very lives. For an extended period, the cadre of the Arlong pirates and Arlong himself remained unconscious, their Captain Mouse still in slumber. The unfortunate soldiers and the lowly members of the Arlong pirates could only hurl curses at one another to alleviate their fear. This scene, witnessed by the patrolling soldiers, became an amusing spectacle to pass the time. Meanwhile, Rotes found himself unceremoniously thrust into the sea by Garp's punch, bewildered as to why the man who had just conversed with him would suddenly resort to violence. By the time he sought clarification, a multitude of bodies were unceremoniously tossed beside him. Thus, Rotes began to haul the ship, coming to the realization that Garp had merely acted out of a desire to keep him occupied. Rotes firmly etched in his memory the punch that Garp had dealt him. He was nearing Windmill Village, and while he could endure this grievance, he only hoped that Ace and Luffy would be resilient. In the residential area of Goa Kingdom in East Blue, two young lads dashed through the streets, pursued by a band of chefs wielding pots and ladles, who were fervently cursing as they ran. "Luffy, they're closing in. Don't eat," Ace urged, pulling Luffy along as they sprinted through the alleyways. The chefs chased relentlessly, but a sudden sharp turn by Ace sent them sprawling far behind. "Ah, Ace, slow down," Luffy exclaimed, one hand clutching a beast's leg, his mouth stuffed with food, his words coming out in fragmented bursts. Ace paid no heed to Luffy's protests, continuing their swift escape. "Cough, cough. Those little rascals run too fast. How infuriating." Eating without paying again. The chefs, now out of sight of the two boys, halted, one hand resting on his hip, panting heavily, their faces flushed with anger. "Great. We finally lost them. Luffy, you fool, next time when I say go, just go. Don't keep eating." Ace sighed in relief as he noticed no one was trailing them anymore. They had initially planned their day well, but Luffy's gluttonous tendencies had once again led them into trouble. Had it not been for their experience, they might have been caught this time. Luffy swallowed the last morsel of the beast leg and let out a long, satisfied belch, a silly grin illuminating his face, his white teeth shining brightly in the sun. "Well, let us head back," Ace remarked, observing Luffy's demeanor with exasperation, rubbing his forehead as if conceding defeat to his younger brother. And together they made their way back to Windmill Village. At Windmill Village, a warship was docked at the pier. Garp disembarked with Rotes, followed by a group of soldiers clad in various civilian attire. They had specifically changed into plain clothes for the purpose of enjoying a day of leisure in Windmill Village. Aside from the personnel left behind, the majority of the crew had been granted a day off by Garp, allowing them to indulge in some well-deserved relaxation. "Where shall we go, old man?" Rotes trailed behind Garp, gazing around with curiosity about where Garp would lead him next. "I will first visit Makino to inquire about the recent happenings of Luffy, Ace, and the others," Garp replied without hesitation. It was a routine he followed every time he visited Windmill Village, and this occasion was no different. "Oh." As Rotes listened, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Wasn't Machino the red-haired confidant, the beloved elder sister of Luffy and Ace? She had imparted manners to Ace and taught Luffy the essence of compassion. Now, his curiosity piqued about her appearance, he followed closely behind Garp, eager to catch a glimpse of Machino at her tavern. As they traversed the streets, passers-by greeted Garp with warmth, and he reciprocated their affections with equal enthusiasm. Rotes noted the familiarity Garp shared with the townsfolk of Windmill Village. They did not exhibit the reverence typical of villagers in other locales. However, as he walked, he realized that while these individuals greeted Garp, their gazes remained fixated on him. The scrutiny became increasingly irksome for Rotes. Had Garp not been present, he might have lost his temper. He pondered, was it a crime to be handsome? Did his looks warrant their judgment and envy? The villagers of Windmill Village whispered among themselves, their eyes sparkling with curiosity as they observed the peculiar figure accompanying Garp. He stood taller than Garp, adorned with flowing golden locks that glimmered under the sun, dazzling them to the point of squinting. Yet, what captivated their attention the most were the striking black and white horns adorning his head. Amid the peculiar gazes of the villagers, Rothus finally arrived at the tavern of Marquino. He exhaled a long sigh as he beheld the bar before him. Indeed, the world was replete with the most astonishing oddities. And it was no wonder that jealousy arose towards him, the handsome demon. With a creak, Mr. Cap pushed open the tavern door, ushering Rothus inside. As he stepped over the threshold, Rothus instinctively lowered his head, fearful of inadvertently causing damage. "Ah, Mr. Cap, you have returned," Marquino exclaimed, gracefully navigating through the establishment with drinks in hand. Upon seeing Cap, a joyful expression lit up his face. "Well, Marquino, I trust that Luffy and Ace have not caused you any trouble?" Cap inquired, extending his hand in greeting as he comfortably settled into his seat. "Not at all, Mr. Cap. Luffy and Ace have been quite well behaved," Marquino replied, placing the drinks down and approaching Cap to share news about Ace and Luffy. "What a gentle and kind-hearted girl she is," he added, reflecting on the fortunate red-haired beauty. Rhodes sat in his seat, observing the conversation between Kapu and Magino. Kapu occasionally erupted into hearty laughter, while Magino covered her mouth, stifling a giggle, which led Rhodes to think that Magino was indeed a delightful young lady. However, the constant scrutiny from the patrons of the tavern left Rhodes feeling quite irritable, as he noticed that Kapu and Magino were engrossed in their exchange. Seemingly oblivious to his presence, Rhodes fixed his gaze on those who had dared to stare at him, leaving none unperturbed. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in his eyes, and a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. His towering stature only intensified the intimidation, causing the intoxicated patrons to avert their eyes and break into a cold sweat. One by one, they hastily placed their drinks down and stumbled away in disarray. Soon, only Kapu, Machino, and Rhodes remained in the tavern. Rhodes relished the newfound tranquility. He took pleasure in dealing with those who lacked respect. Kapu and Machino observed the tavern's atmosphere, yet neither paid it much heed as they continued their conversation. Chapter 31. The Iron Fist of Love. Mr. Kapu. Who was that gentleman? Machino inquired after a while, suddenly realizing she had overlooked the presence of Rhodes, who had accompanied Kapu. A twinge of regret surged within her. "Haha. That lad is Rhodes, my beloved disciple," Kapu replied with a hearty laugh, his booming voice resonating throughout the tavern. To Kapu, though Rhodes had not formally apprenticed under him, he felt a kinship through the martial arts Rhodes had learned from him. Thus, he considered Rhodes to be his disciple. "Is that so, Mr. Kapu?" Machino responded, covering her mouth in mild astonishment. Her gaze lingered on Rhodes for a moment before she withdrew it, surprised that Mr. Kapu had taken on a disciple. "Haha, indeed. This young man has been pleading with me for quite some time." I finally relented, recognizing his earnestness and unwavering spirit, Kapu declared proudly, portraying Rhodes as a fervent admirer who had exhausted every effort to become his disciple. Despite his initial refusals, Rhodes's persistent entreaties had compelled him to acquiesce. "Am I invisible or something? Old man, do you truly regard me so lightly?" Rhodes listened to Cap's boastful prattle, downing a large mug of ale that had gone untouched. Having scared away his customers, he felt a deep sense of discontent, akin to the bitter, sour taste of the drink he consumed. Indeed, as one ages, one becomes increasingly verbose. Cap not only rambled on but also grew more boastful with each passing moment. Rhodes had never begged Cap for anything, yet here Cap was, spouting nonsense. Moreover, the martial arts were something he had been compelled to accept, leaving Rhodes feeling quite stifled. He yearned to expose Cap's fabrications, yet fear held him back. He could not predict how Cap would react if his lies were revealed before Marquino. Thus, he chose to remain silent, adhering to his own heart. "Mr. Cap, you are truly remarkable," Marquino remarked, glancing at Rhodes and noticing his lack of emotion, which led her to readily believe Cap's words. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, that is only natural," Cap replied with delight, stealing a glance at Rhodes and noticing his stillness, which increased his fondness for the earnest lad. He genuinely feared that Rhodes, the honest boy, might suddenly confront him and expose his words. "By the way, Mr. Cap, the village chief is looking for you," Marquino suddenly interjected, recalling that the chief had mentioned wanting to speak with Cap. Now that Cap was present, she conveyed the message. "Oh, is that so? Then I shall go seek that fellow," Cap replied, momentarily taken aback that the old man would seek him out through Marquino. It seemed evident that the chief indeed had something to discuss. "Well then, Mr. Cap, take care," Marquino said with a slight bow as she bid farewell to Cap and Rhodes, before proceeding to tidy up the bar after the guests had departed. "Old man, could you perhaps consider my position? You may revel in your boasting, But surely you ought to take me into account, Rhodes thought to himself. Rothus followed closely behind Carp as they exited the tavern. Observing the desolate surroundings, he felt compelled to express his pin-up frustrations. With no one around, he decided to challenge Carp's assertions, reasoning that the old man would never resort to striking him. Ahem. Rothus, what splendid weather we have today. Carp coughed a few times, his face flushing slightly, appearing rather embarrassed as he desperately attempted to divert the conversation. Old man, you have gone too far. The countenance of Roths was dark as night, for Cap had just insulted him before his very eyes and now refused to acknowledge it. Did Roths not value his dignity? Ha, Roths, I assure you, there will not be a next time. How about you simply pretend you didn't hear anything? Realizing that diverting the topic was futile, Cap began to soften his stance with subtlety. Very well, but I have one request. Speak, replied Roths. I shall acquiesce to whatever is within my power. Cap readily agreed, hoping Roths would not hold a grudge. Otherwise, he truly feared that Roths might take offense and suddenly flee. I wish for the return of my life. Lotus articulated his intentions, feeling that it would be a pity to squander this opportunity without bestowing a second chance upon Captain. As for his dignity, he had long relinquished any hope of reclaiming it. He was merely eager to reap some benefits. A second chance at life? Captain mused, gazing at Lotus with a curious intensity that made Lotus somewhat uneasy. He hastily added, Old man, could you please be straightforward? Your stare is quite unnerving. Ha. This is amusing indeed. I agree to your request, Captain replied after scrutinizing Lotus for a moment. Initially, he had intended to wait until Lotus had mastered the Marine 6 styles before imparting further knowledge. However, given Lotus's proactive request, he saw no reason not to teach him in advance, especially considering Lotus's commendable prowess. Thank you, old man, Lotus expressed gratefully. Lotus was quite delighted. He had not anticipated that Carp would acquiesce so swiftly. He had assumed that this request would prove to be quite challenging. Just as Carp nodded and was about to speak, he suddenly paused, gazing at 2 figures rushing toward them in the distance. A smile crept across his lips, and his body began to lean forward in anticipation. Upon noticing the direction of Carp's gaze, Rhodes followed it and immediately recognized the 2 individuals by the straw hat and foolish expression. Simultaneously, Ace and Luffy, who were hastening towards the Magino Tavern, froze upon seeing Carp standing by the roadside. Luffy trembled uncontrollably, fear evident on his face, his legs rooted in place, muttering, Grandpa, why are you back? Luffy, we must flee. Ace, upon spotting Carp, suppressed his fear and swiftly grabbed the dazed Luffy, urging him to run. A sense of panic surged within him. The news of their plan to set sail at the age of 17 had already spread throughout Windmill Village. Now that Carp had returned, he understood all too well the potential consequences. Old man, it seems your grandsons have become quite agitated and are heading in the wrong direction. Lotus observed Ace as he pulled Luffy away like a kite, and couldn't help but tease Carp, saying, Ha, they are too excited. I shall correct their course. Carp maintained a stiff smile, striving to uphold the image of a benevolent grandfather, while swiftly catching up to the fleeing Luffy and Ace. In an instant, he appeared before them, delivering a powerful punch that sent gusts of wind swirling, scattering dust in all directions. The 2 figures tumbled through the haze, rolling to a stop right in front of Lotus. Old man, you truly mean business. As Lotus beheld this scene, his lips involuntarily twitched, feeling a sense of pity for these 2 foolish youths. How unfortunate it was for them to have such a grandfather. The fact that they had not yet met their demise at his hands indicated their extraordinary resilience. That wretched grandfather, how could he be so harsh? The rascally duo, Ace and Luffy, rose from the ground, their faces bruised. They muttered curses under their breath while brushing off the dust from their clothes. Suddenly, their expressions shifted to one of anxiety as they watched Carp emerge from the billowing smoke. Is this how I have taught you to greet your elders? Carp approached them, delivering a loving punch to each of their heads, instantly causing noticeable lumps to form. Why can my grandfather inflict pain upon me when I am made of rubber? Luffy exclaimed, clutching his head and grimacing in agony. Ha, this is my loving punch, infused with my profound affection, Carp declared, blowing on his fist and bursting into hearty laughter. Curse be you, wretched grandfather, Ace complained, nursing his head. Though his bump was certainly smaller than Luffy's, it still caused him to wince in discomfort. Old man, you continue to bully these 2 for their lack of experience, and I shall remain silently observant, he thought to himself. Rhodes stood silently, a playful expression gracing his features as he observed the trio of grandfather and grandchildren, curious about the antics they might conjure. He found himself quite entertained as the three of them exhibited a childlike exuberance. Indeed, this was Rotus, who would accompany you all in training for the upcoming week. As the old man would not return until then. After delivering a sound thrashing to the two, Cap felt a refreshing sense of relief. This satisfaction surpassed even that of confronting Rotus. He planned to escort the soldiers tomorrow to deliver the captured pirates to Rogue Town, while also undertaking a sweep of the East Sea. Really? That's wonderful! Luffy exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he shouted joyfully, utterly disregarding Cap's presence nearby. In response, Cap delivered yet another affectionate punch to him. Rhodes stood beside, shielding his eyes, feeling a sense of urgency regarding Luffy's intelligence, as if his own intellect had been struck a blow merely by observing him. You are Rhodes, are you not? You were with the Navy? Ace disregarded Luffy and Garp, instead approaching Rhodes and scrutinizing him. Indeed, I am Rhodes. Young Ace, but I do not belong to the Navy. Rhodes nodded slightly, tilting his neck to observe Ace, who was not much taller than his waist. He pondered to himself about the Navy, which offered no sustenance, no salary. What kind of Navy was this? Ace was nothing more than a temporary worker in his eyes. Don't call me little Ace. I'm 17, Ace retorted with an expression of displeasure, as if someone had owed him money. Very well, Ace. Lotus readily complied with Ace's suggestion and eliminated the fine print. Chapter 32. Departure come. Let us engage in a duel, Lotus. A fiery determination gleamed in Ace's eyes as he challenged Lotus, who towered over him by more than half a head. He yearned to witness the prowess of one favored by his grandfather. No, you are too weak. I have no interest. Rhodes displayed a demeanor of utter disinterest, watching Carp deal with Luffy with a lackluster expression. In his mind, he contemplated the prospect of addressing these two fools once Carp had departed. He understood that should he act against them in Carp's presence, his efforts might be deemed excessive, leading to potential repercussions from Carp. Thus, he found it foolish to engage in a skirmish with Ace at this moment. After all, he had not yet descended to such trivialities. Do you look down upon me? Rhodes questioned. Upon hearing his words, Ace's face contorted with anger. Although he had spent the past few years learning manners from Makino, it did not imply that he would tolerate any semblance of disrespect. No, please don't misunderstand, Ace. I harbor no intention of belittling you. Do not overthink it. Rhodes held his hands up in front of his chest, repeatedly gesturing to convey that he harbored no such intention. However, Rhodes did not even spare a glance at Ace. His gaze was fixated on Carp and Luffy. To Ace, this was no longer mere disdain, but rather a complete disregard. Infuriated, Ace could no longer contain himself. His eyes blazed with a fierce fire as he assumed an attacking stance, bellowing, Rhodes, do not underestimate me. With that declaration, he swiftly propelled himself forward, akin to a predatory leopard, and hurled a punch at Rhodes. Oh! Lotus listened to Ace's words, his eyes unblinking, and in an instant, he utilized the technique of shaving, vanishing from his original position and reappearing beside Carp and Luffy. Thud. Ace swung his fist, but struck nothing but air, surprise evident in his eyes. He was unable to retract his force in time, and his body inevitably began to descend towards the ground. However, Ace quickly regained his composure, flipping gracefully in midair and landing firmly where Lotus had once stood. Turning around, Ace's face held no trace of joy at having regained his footing. Instead, it was etched with gravity. He observed Lotus standing at a distance, a tremor passing through his heart. Such incredible speed. If Lotus had intended to kill him, he would have had no time to prepare. It was no wonder he dared to disregard Ace. Indeed, he possessed the capital to ignore him. Nevertheless, Ace was not disheartened. He believed he would reach that level in no time. How about that, Ace? The soldier I trained is formidable, isn't he? Carp, who had been watching closely since Ace made his move, could not conceal his delight upon seeing Ace falter, and he spoke up. He is indeed impressive. But give me some time, and I shall reach that level too. Ace nodded slightly at Carp's words, yet soon his expression displayed a competitive spirit. You shall be disappointed then, Ace. Lotus did not even exert himself. Otherwise, you would have been dead the moment you attacked, Carp stated mercilessly. He was all too aware of Lotus's capabilities, having trained him personally. Although Lotus lacked a devil fruit and extraordinary techniques, his terrifying strength was the best weapon for taking lives. While Ace's physical prowess was commendable, it paled in comparison to Lotus's, for Lotus fought with relentless ferocity, pressing forward without mercy, launching a seamless barrage of attacks that left Ace feeling somewhat cornered. Unlike Ace, who engaged in combat with unnecessary banter, allowing his opponent time to recover before continuing his assault. How could that be? Lotus is not much older than I am. Ace, struck by Carp's words, momentarily appeared dazed, then incredulously replied. No matter how he looked at it, Lotus seemed barely older than him. How could his strength be so overwhelming as to be capable of instantaneously defeating him? He acknowledged that in a life-or-death struggle, Lotus could indeed kill him. But how could he achieve such swift annihilation? This is the truth. Lotus's training is far from the playful sparring you and Luffy engage in. He not only swims while pulling a warship through the sea every day, but also slays 3 sea kings exceeding 30 meters in length daily. Carp continued his relentless critique. Although Ace's strength was commendable, it was nothing compared to Lotus, who had fought his way through the New World. The difference was akin to that between a flower nurtured in a greenhouse and a thorny bush thriving in the desert. Two beings forged in vastly different environments could not possibly be the same. Truly impressive, Sea Kings, with his head battered and bruised from Carp's blows. Luffy listened intently to his grandfather's words, his eyes sparkling with a diamond-like golden glimmer, his mouth agape in astonishment, drool trickling from the corners. You foolish boy, Luffy. Ace, upon witnessing Luffy's expression, immediately grasped the reason behind it. Luffy was undoubtedly exhilarated by the thought of consuming the meat of the Sea Kings that Rodus had slain. After all, they had scarcely indulged in the delicacy of Sea King flesh on a few occasions. Lotus rubbed his forehead, concluding that it was perhaps best to refrain from conversing with this group of individuals who seemed rather dim-witted. Their focus was distinctly misplaced, particularly Luffy, whose sole preoccupation lay with food. Initially, Lotus had exuded an air of superiority, but Luffy's antics swiftly deflated his pretentious demeanor. This rendered his attempts at pretension utterly futile. Carp turned around and delivered another punch to Luffy's head, wishing to convey to both Luffy and Ace the immense effort Lotus had exerted to attain his current prowess, rather than allowing Luffy to fixate on the meat of Sea Kings. Old man, please stop. I believe it would be prudent for us to find a more suitable place to converse, lest we become the spectacle for others. Rodus observed the previously unremarkable surroundings as individuals began to appear one after another. Realizing that their commotion had drawn attention, he spoke up, expressing his desire not to be regarded as a spectacle. To Dayton's place, you rascals. Upon hearing Rodus, Garp, carrying Luffy, addressed the other two, sharing his reluctance to be seen by the villagers in the act of reprimanding his grandson. Indeed, Lotus nodded, falling into step with Cap. Seeing this, Ace also joined in, positioning himself beside Lotus. Despite the recent outburst, Ace's countenance bore no trace of anger as he smiled and inquired, Lotus, how old are you? 18, Lotus replied. I have come of age. Rodus replied nonchalantly, continuing his stride. Ace pondered for a moment and then inquired, Rodus, how did you become so powerful? Oh, do you wish to know? I could teach you. Rodus abruptly halted, a profound smile gracing his lips as he suddenly spoke. Is that truly the case? Ace's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he came to an abrupt stop. Though he harbored doubts regarding his grandfather's words, he had witnessed Rothus's astonishing speed firsthand. If he could learn Rothus's training methods, he believed he could swiftly enhance his own strength. Indeed, it is possible, as long as you can endure the hardships involved. Rodus turned to Ace, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. Of course, it can be done, he remarked. Ace, observing the sinister smile on Rodus's face, felt a shiver run down his spine as an ominous premonition arose within him. Though his confidence wavered, he suppressed the unsettling feeling for the sake of enhancing his strength. Very well, he replied. Today shall be a day of rest. Tomorrow, simply learn from my actions. Rod's mind was bustling with schemes as he resolved to wear Ace down thoroughly, teaching him a lesson to prevent this fool from becoming overly complacent, thinking that merely bearing the title of Fire Fist would allow him to underestimate the world. Ace, gritting his teeth, reluctantly agreed, yet an increasing sense of unease gnawed at him. At the Dayton residence, Higura and Megura concealed themselves behind Dayton, observing the approach of Carp, accompanied by a tall figure with long horns, trembling involuntarily. Dayton, my disciple shall reside here for a week. I entrust you with his care, Carp stated bluntly, pinching his nose and tilting his head without a hint of courtesy. You bastard, what do you think my place is? Dayton retorted, smoke curling from her lips, her face ablaze with fury, ready to charge at Carp, only to be firmly restrained by Higura and Megura. What did you say? Be careful lest I send you to prison. Carp's gaze turned icy as he threatened, causing Dayton to wilt, adopting a demeanor of submission. Higura and Megura quaked in fear, shrinking back towards the house. Now that's more like it. Take good care of Rhodes. I shall return in a week to fetch him, Carp remarked, a smile returning to his face upon witnessing Dayton's reaction. I appreciate your assistance, Aunt Dayton. Rhodas approached Dayton and offered a slight bow, acknowledging that he would be troubling the Dayton family this week and felt it necessary to express some gratitude. He could not be as brazen as Carp, treating the Dayton family like mere caretakers. Very well, little one, Dayton replied, slightly flustered by Rhodas's politeness, but quickly acquiesced. Ace, come with me. Noticing Rhodas engaging with Dayton's family, Carp summoned Ace to follow him to an isolated area away from prying eyes. Upon seeing Ace, who was battered and unconscious, carried back by Carp like refuse and unceremoniously dropped to the ground, the atmosphere shifted. Carp, with a grim countenance, departed, leaving everyone, except Rhodas, in shock. Even the fearless Luffy fell silent. After Carp's departure, the Dayton family lifted Ace back to his room, while Luffy trailed behind, weeping uncontrollably, his tears and snot mingling as he repeatedly uttered pleas for Ace to survive. Rhodes felt a dark cloud of frustration hovering above him as he contemplated the foolishness of the situation. Ace, upon hearing this, would undoubtedly be infuriated. Rhodes could surmise what transpired between Carp and Ace in the clearing. It must have revolved around Ace's decision to become a pirate at the tender age of 17. The outcome? A discordant conclusion, with both parties parting ways in discontent. Chapter 33. Ace, I fear I may be a simpleton. Ahem, that damned grandfather nearly struck me down. Upon regaining consciousness, Ace immediately began to cough, utterly unprepared for the severity of his elder's actions. However, there was a silver lining. Before losing consciousness, he had heard the urgent warning to avoid capture by the Navy, which indicated that his grandfather had tacitly accepted his choice and would not interfere any further. Oh, how splendid. Ace, you have not perished, truly, that is wonderful news. As Ace reminisced, he was suddenly jolted by the sound of Luffy's sobbing. Turning to look, he instinctively leaped away from the bed. Why are you running away, Ace? Luffy cried, his face a disheveled mess of tears and snot, a rather unpleasant sight. Clean yourself up before you come near me, you foolish Luffy, Ace shouted, keen to avoid any remnants of Luffy's tears. All right, Luffy responded, promptly ceasing his weeping and fetching a towel to tidy his face. By the way, where is Rhodes? Ace pondered, realizing that Rhodes, Dayton, Gokula, and Magula were all missing, which struck him as odd since they were usually at home. Rhodes went hunting, and Dayton and the others are transporting the catch, Luffy explained, his eyes sparkling and drool escaping from the corners of his mouth. Is that so? Ace furrowed his brow and swiftly exited the room. Upon stepping outside, he was confronted with a veritable mountain of beast carcasses, many still dripping with fresh blood, indicating they had not been dead for long. Ace, impressive, right? This is all meat, Luffy exclaimed, having followed Ace outside and now grinning with delight at the sight of the abundant food. Is there truly enough for us to consume? Ace surveyed the vast quantity of meat, aware of his companion's appetites, and felt a wave of confusion. Surely, such a massacre could not mean the entire forest's wildlife had been decimated. Not at all. There is plenty to go around. Rhodes said it's insufficient for him. Luffy replied, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Luffy continued, his body instinctively moving forward to attend to the carcasses of the prey. His mind was consumed solely by thoughts of meat. Roasted, stewed, any form of meat would suffice. However, to indulge in such desires, he first needed to transform these carcasses into edible flesh. Under Ace's watchful gaze, Luffy transformed into a diligent worker, laboring amidst a sea of fallen game. Glancing at the sky and then back at Luffy, Ace pondered briefly before joining in the task. Before long, the two had cleared the ground of prey, and a bonfire blazed in the open space. Luffy circled the fire eagerly, where a beast was roasting. Ace, is it done yet? He exclaimed, his anticipation palpable, causing saliva to dampen the ground beneath him. No, you fool, Ace retorted, irritation evident as a vein throbbed on his forehead. He delivered a swift punch to Luffy's head, causing Luffy to retract his neck momentarily before quickly re-emerging. Oh, no, Ace, I want to eat meat, Luffy cried, undeterred by Ace's reprimand, his expression pleading as he clutched Ace's arm. All right, you fool, be quiet, Ace replied, swatting Luffy's hand away. With a disgruntled expression, he picked up a small knife and began to carve the glistening meat from the beast's surface. The creature was large and would take time to cook thoroughly, but the outer layer had already been rendered tender by the flames. Here, Ace cut off a generous portion of meat, keeping only a small piece for himself and handing the rest to Luffy on a wooden board. Ace, you're the best, Luffy exclaimed, drooling as he eagerly accepted the offering and began to devour the meat, showering Ace with praises. Ace, though unamused by his foolish brother, slowly savored his own share of the roasted meat. Suddenly, a heavy thudding sound caught the attention of both Luffy and Ace. They set down their food and turned toward the source of the noise, where they spotted a colossal sea beast being carried on the shoulders of Rotes, who was making his way toward them. Behind Rotes, Dayton and the others were hoisting a large refrigerator as they approached the house. "Oh, so you really managed to eat that quickly," Luffy remarked, impressed by their speed. Rotes greeted the two of them before turning to effortlessly lift the massive refrigerator carried by Dayton and her companions, placing it inside the house with a single hand. What a colossal creature! Upon seeing the enormous sea beast, Luffy set down the skewers he had been roasting and circled around the beast, saliva uncontrollably dripping from his mouth. "Where have you been, Dayton?" Ace inquired after glancing at the 20-meter-long sea creature, slightly taken aback. "We went to the village. You two rascals have been living in my house for so long and haven't even brought me a single piece of furniture. Look at Rotes, who arrives and immediately gifts me a grand refrigerator," Dayton exclaimed, a cigarette dangling from her mouth, her irritation palpable. It was infuriating that these two little brats, Ace and Luffy, had stayed with her for so long, yet it was the newcomer, Rotes, who displayed such thoughtfulness. "Haha," Ace chuckled nervously, turning his head away, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Aunt Dayton, shall we eat?" Rotes emerged from the house and addressed the two lingering individuals, expressing his mild hunger and disinterest in their conversation. "Indeed, let us dine," suggested Giagula, promptly pulling Dayton along, while Magula nudged Ace, urging him to follow suit to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. "Very well." Dayton inhaled a puff of smoke, slowly exhaling a cloud, deciding to let go of the matter. As they approached the bonfire, they beheld Luffy, already satiated and sprawled on the ground in slumber, eliciting exasperated expressions from the group. Ace gazed at the charred remains roasting over the flames, the veins on his forehead pulsating like a volcano on the verge of eruption. "Ace, refrain from such behavior," Giagula advised, recognizing Luffy's temperament after their extensive acquaintance. It was best not to embarrass themselves in front of outsiders. "All right." Ace glanced at Rotes, calming the fire within him, unwilling to strike his foolish brother in front of others. Following this brief interlude, they commenced their meat roasting. It was at this moment that Ace and Dayton's family truly grasped the concept of appetite, as Rotes devoured an entire beast in mere bites. And even the largest sea creature succumbed quickly to his voraciousness. Observing this spectacle, Giagula and Magula trembled, seeking refuge behind Dayton, fearful that Rotes might still be hungry enough to consume them. Dayton, with trembling hands, lit his cigarette, his eyes betraying a sense of terror, while Ace stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face. After finishing his meal, Rotes wiped his mouth and surveyed the ground strewn with animal bones and a skeletal frame. He licked his lips with a lingering sense of satisfaction. This sight instantly terrified Magula and Gagula, causing them to react like startled cats, their fur standing on end, their faces etched with fear. Observing their expressions, Rotes felt a sense of bemusement. The meager 2 pieces of meat from Gagula and Magula were hardly sufficient to fill a gap between teeth, and besides, he had no inclination towards human flesh. Having concluded his meal, he declared that it was time for everyone to disperse. "Ace," he continued, "be sure to rise early tomorrow morning. I shall take you swimming in the sea, and we can enjoy breakfast together. Do not be late." After Rotes finished speaking, he retreated to his quarters to rest, paying no heed to the varied expressions of those around him. It was truly terrifying. Giagula, witnessing Rotes enter the house, stammered as he slowly emerged from behind Dayton. Indeed, it was quite frightful. "Ace, do be cautious tomorrow," Magula expressed his concern to Ace, feeling a profound sense of agreement. "I'll be fine," Ace replied, his confidence wavering. Yet the dignity of a man compelled him to face Rotes for training the next day. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the dense forest, casting dappled patterns upon the ground as 2 figures navigated the thicket, one trailing behind the other. "Ace, hurry up, your pace is too slow. By the time you reach the coast, we'll be ready for lunch." Rotes sprinted ahead, glancing back at Ace, who lagged far behind, continually urging him on. "Hurry up." "Ace." Ace gasped for breath, striving to extract the last vestiges of strength from his weary body to quicken his pace and catch up with Rotes. He felt like a fool for foolishly challenging Rotes to train together, and now he found himself utterly exhausted. "Then be swift. I shall await you at the shore." Rotes glanced at Ace, who was panting and out of breath, and concluded that this fellow was merely a burden. He decided it would be more prudent to prioritize his own training rather than squander time waiting for Ace. The words of Rotes drifted on the breeze to Ace's ears. Ace observed Rotes suddenly accelerate and then vanish from sight. He paused momentarily before swiftly quickening his pace. How infuriating. Do not underestimate others. Ace clenched his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as he desperately pursued the direction in which Rotes had disappeared. Ace Rotes, wait for me. Meanwhile, at an indeterminate distance from Ace, Luffy was shouting and hollering amidst the dense forest, resembling a frenzied husky, darting about in search of Ace's figure. After what felt like an eternity of calling, he finally exhausted himself, displaying a look of despair on his face, his mouth agape, and his tongue rhythmically lolling as he struggled to cool down. Chapter 34. The Teachings of Rotes' Goodness. Ace is truly slow. I am nearly finished eating, and he is yet to arrive. Indeed, abandoning him was the right choice. Rotes bit into the flesh of the sea beast, his gaze sweeping across the shoreline, only to discover that Ace was still nowhere to be seen. A sense of vindication washed over him for having chosen to abandon Ace prematurely. Initially, he had presumed that Ace's martial prowess would be formidable, but upon reflection, it appeared rather unremarkable. He had already slain 2 or 3 sea beasts, and the final morsel was nearly consumed, yet Ace's shadow was still conspicuously absent. If Ace did not arrive soon, Rotes would have to commence his own training. As he swallowed a piece of meat, a sudden rustling sound emerged from the dense coastal foliage, and at last, a disheveled figure made its appearance. Ace, your speed leaves much to be desired. I have already finished my breakfast. At this rate, how do you expect to survive as a pirate? Upon spotting Ace, Lotus immediately launched into a lecture. Emerging from the dense forest, Ace found himself utterly bewildered by Lotus's words. He had already exerted himself to the utmost in his escape, unaware of Lotus's remarkable speed. Well, it seemed he might as well finish the training. As Lotus observed Ace's bewildered expression, he found it rather uninteresting. With a swift motion, he seized the remnants of the sea beast and cast it onto the shore. Raw are we? Ace inquired, gazing at the mangled, bloody carcass of the creature before him. A sense of unease creeping into his heart as he addressed Lotus. Brother, this is a sea beast. The taste of it raw is quite exquisite. Surely, you cannot desire to consume only cooked meat. A pirate's life is hardly one of indulgence. One is perpetually pursued by the navy and kept in the crosshairs of rival pirates. Rotes, after listening to Ace, could not help but express his bewilderment, pondering whether Ace and Luffy were merely 2 foolish individuals. It is quite commonplace for ordinary pirates to consume raw meat. Yet they seem utterly oblivious to the true essence of piracy. Do they aspire to become the pirate king simply by following trends? Or do they genuinely believe that being a pirate is in vogue? Ace, rendered speechless by Rotes' words, gazed at the remnants of the sea beast before him. He swallowed hard, contemplating his desire to surpass that man. His resolve solidified, and he proceeded to devour the sea beast. Now, that is more like it. Lotus observed Ace's actions with a nod, recognizing the essence of a true pirate. One must embrace their craft wholeheartedly, lest they become a mere caricature. Before long, Ace finished devouring the sea beast's flesh and, with a swift kick, sent the skeletal remains tumbling into the depths of the ocean, promptly following suit with a leap of his own. Have you finished your meal? Yes, I have. Then swim alongside me, and do not lose your way. Lotus glanced at the somewhat disoriented Ace and inquired a few questions. After receiving Ace's responses, he began to lead the way in swimming. Rotes sliced through the waves, etching a long white line upon the surface of the sea, while Ace trailed closely behind, exerting every ounce of his strength to avoid being left behind. His gaze fixed upon Rotes' figure, a glint of determination sparkled in his eyes. He beheld his goal. Attaining Rotes' prowess would bring him one step closer to surpassing that man. To eclipse him, Ace would not flinch, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Having long enjoyed invincibility in Windmill Village, Ace had gradually grown complacent in his training, and the fierce spirit he once shared with Luffy amidst their childhood battles with beasts had begun to wane. The tranquility of recent years had lulled him into a false sense of security. At last, someone had appeared before him, shattering this illusion of comfort and compelling him to strive anew, rather than waiting until his 17th birthday to venture into the vast ocean. You are too slow, Ace. At this pace, we shall not complete 100 nautical miles before nightfall. Rotes observed Ace's sluggish swimming movements and couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. Ace was truly a hindrance to his progress. He began contemplating whether to abandon Ace and train independently. Initially, he had planned to return from the beating he received from Carp, but instead, he found himself mired in trouble. Ace, nearing 17, possessed such limited strength. His swimming was as slow as a snail, and his running was even worse. With such poor physical skills and a lackadaisical attitude, Spending his days idly feasting in the city, it was no wonder he would eventually be treated like a fool by Blackbeard. If only he could muster the same dedication to training. In the future, while he might not be able to vanquish Blackbeard, he could at least hold his own and escape without issue, rather than being beaten down like a husky. "I'm sorry, Rotes," Ace said, sincerely apologizing as he met Rotes' disappointed gaze. "All right, grab hold of one of my feet. I will show you what true training looks like. With your current swimming skills, you would have starved long ago in my village." Lotus gazed at Ace, reflecting on that old man Carp, whose white hair contrasted with the dark locks of youth, evoking a sense of pity. Reluctantly, he decided to lend Ace a hand, as a token of gratitude for Carp's mentorship. "Very well." Ace hesitated for a moment before swiftly swimming to Lotus's side, firmly gripping his foot. "With this hold, I shall swim with all my might." As Ace clutched Lotus's foot, he heard the latter's voice, and just as he prepared to look up, he felt an immense force pulling him, propelling him forward like a ship cleaving through the waves. How swift! Ace marveled at Lotus, who, using merely his arms, achieved a speed that far surpassed that of ordinary sailboats. The sun ascended to its zenith, and after swimming for the entire morning, Lotus finally began to decelerate. Coming to a halt upon the ocean surface, "Ace, take a moment to scan the surroundings for any sea creatures. It is time for our lunch." Rotes extricated his foot from Ace's grip and turned to him, saying, "Very well." Ace promptly acquiesced, his heart brimming with exhilaration. He had glimpsed the path to strength. Throughout the morning, Rotes had illuminated for him the essence of martial arts and the significance of rigorous training. Ace felt he had been excessively complacent in the past, and from this moment forth, he resolved to diligently learn Rotes' methods of fortification, striving to become a formidable warrior and ultimately to surpass that man. After a thorough search in the sea, the duo encountered 4 sea beasts engaged in their predatory pursuits. Rotes swiftly dispatched the creatures, and together with Ace, they partook in a joyful luncheon. Meanwhile, on the shore, Luffy lay sprawled like a despondent fish, intermittently lamenting, "Ace, Ace, I am hungry, Ace. Where have you and Rotes gone?" Luffy, clutching his stomach, wore a sorrowful expression. The sudden absence of Ace, who was typically inseparable from him, left him quite distressed. Although he understood that in a few months, Ace would set sail while he himself would have to wait 3 years for his own journey. He found the present disorientation painfully unsettling. Casting his gaze over the empty expanse of the sea, Luffy dragged his famished body towards Makino, knowing she would prepare sustenance for him. In the waters far from Windmill Village, after their meal, Rotes instructed Ace to swim back to Windmill Village alongside him, no longer intending to pull him along, lest the day's training become futile. "Ace, swim faster. Dawdling will yield no training benefits." As Rotha swam swiftly, he urged, "We are heading towards Windmill Village." He was untroubled by the thought of Ace getting lost. Thus he felt at ease allowing Ace to follow closely behind him. "All right," Ace replied succinctly, striving to paddle faster, his face etched with seriousness. "Listen, Ace, one must possess a sense of reverence in life. One cannot be blindly arrogant. The greater a person's fame, the more prone they become to hubris. When hubris takes hold, death is not far behind. Take the examples of the Golden Lion and the Proud Red. Those two were once formidable adversaries like the old man Carp. Yet, what became of them? Their arrogance and disdain for others led them to ruin. One is now a cripple, the other has languished and impelled down for decades. This serves as a stark lesson. Moreover, mercy towards one's enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Remember, do not hold back against adversaries. Admiral Zifa epitomizes this. The first time, he lost his wife and children. And the second time, his arm and nearly all his students fell victim to the very pirates he spared. What a tragic irony that is. Lastly, on these vast seas, one's physical prowess is the most crucial support. Unless one can awaken the powers of the devil fruit, it is essential to hone one's physical abilities and navigate the ocean. Otherwise, those with powers meet their demise rather swiftly. Lotus imparted his wisdom to Ace, wary that this naive youth might impulsively venture alone to deliver provisions to Blackbeard. Ace, with a serious expression, humbly absorbed Lotus's caution, although he was unfamiliar with the concepts of the awakened devil fruit and the solitary crimson. He was well aware of the nature of his grandfather. Thus, he took Lotus's words to heart. Indeed, this child is worthy of guidance. Lotus nodded, feeling a sense of satisfaction with his educational efforts. At least Ace was absorbing the lessons. However, if it were Luffy, he thought it best to first deliver a sound thrashing, binding him and withholding food until he could articulate the teachings. It seemed that only through such measures would the mischievous Luffy heed his words. Yet, Rhodes surmised that even if Luffy remembered, comprehension would elude him, which was precisely why Rhodes refrained from including Luffy in his training sessions. Chapter 35. The Life Mentor Rhodes. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, Rhodes and Ace emerged from the sea, having shared a meal in the waves. The two, drenched, made their way to a clear patch of ground. Ace, attack me with all your might, fueled by the intent to vanquish me, Rhodes instructed, standing across from Ace in the open space. With a beckoning gesture, he urged Ace to initiate his assault. I'm coming, Ace exclaimed, charging toward Rhodes. In a swift motion, he found himself pinned to the ground by a single strike from Rhodes. Observing Ace sprawled on the ground, Rhodes' eyes reflected a blend of affection and bemusement. Ace, is this a battle or a theatrical performance? Do you intend to make me laugh to secure your victory? Ambushes are not the hallmark of a true man of the sea. Ace, slightly dazed, rose from the earth, his body smeared with dirt. Yet his eyes sparkled with a fervor rooted in unwavering belief. Many have perished in the sea under the likes of you. You will face consequences in the future. Rhodes spoke coldly, a hint of annoyance etched upon his face. This fellow, like a fool, possessed a stubborn temperament. Unable to rectify his tendency to signal his intent to strike. In the future, he would undoubtedly suffer for it. I understand, yet this is my own conviction. Ace's gaze was resolute, brimming with confidence. He aspired to surpass that man, to attain a recognition that the world would acknowledge, and thus, he would not waver. I hope you do not meet your demise too swiftly, he remarked. Rhodes felt utterly helpless. This individual was clearly dim-witted, entangled in a quagmire of his own making. He was at a loss to persuade him, as it seemed that all members of this D-clan were similarly foolish. He could only hope that this man did not possess an overly stubborn disposition, lest he find himself prematurely burying him. Until he surpassed that man, he was resolute in his determination to survive. Thus, I wish you the fulfillment of your aspirations. Rhodes smacked his lips, somewhat speechless. Ace, that fellow spoke sweetly. Yet what was the outcome? He had gone to become Whitebeard's son, fervently aspiring to assist Whitebeard in claiming the title of King of the Seas. It seems that Ace, no matter the length of his life, would never surpass his father. In his youthful arrogance, he was brimming with hubris. In the future, once Ace had fully embraced his role as Whitebeard's son, he would certainly have to confront the absurdity of his situation. Thank you. Upon receiving Rhodes' well wishes, Ace straightened his posture slightly and bowed in gratitude. No need for concern. Let us continue. If you wish to surpass others, you must possess an unwavering resolve to face death itself. Thus, I shall present you with the specter of mortality. Rhodes waved his hand, and in the very instant Ace lifted his head, he launched a flurry of attacks, leaving Ace with no choice but to defend desperately, with not a moment's respite for counterattack. Rhodes, you resort to ambush. You are not a true hero. A hero of the sea would never employ such insidious tactics. Ace, battered and crying out in agony, found himself powerless to resist, resorting to words as his only form of retaliation. I am merely a refugee struggling to survive. Whether I am a hero or not matters little to me. As long as my fists are stronger than others, I declare myself a hero, and so I am. Rhodes paid no heed to Ace's words. Instead, he fervently instilled his own theories into Ace, simultaneously quickening the pace of his assaults. To Ace's astonishment, he still possessed the strength to speak, suggesting that Rhodes' blows were insufficiently forceful. Ace found himself momentarily choked by Rhodes' discourse, having uttered but a single word. He was immediately engulfed by a torrential onslaught, leaving him no room to divert his focus to conversation. Ace, Rhodes admonished, be sensible and cease your verbal sparring. With the energy you have, consider whether you will crawl back tonight or if I shall carry you. Rhodes struck Ace with a series of punches, serving as a reminder for this fellow to contemplate how he would return. Although Rhodes did not wield excessive force, his speed was remarkable. If Ace did not take the situation seriously, even the act of crawling back would prove to be a considerable challenge. Upon hearing Rhodes' words, Ace's face turned pale with fear, as he had not anticipated that Rhodes intended to unleash his full strength. How dare you remain distracted? You must have a head of iron, you stubborn fool. As Rhodes noticed Ace was distracted by conversation, he delivered a forceful blow to his head, causing a lump to swiftly emerge. The pain made Ace's mouth twitch involuntarily, compelling him to focus entirely on the matter at hand. He now realized that Rhodes was just as ruthless as his own grandfather. Indeed, Rhodes was the type who would strike with the intent to incapacitate. One must sweat more in training to bleed less in combat. Rhodes continued to fulfill his role as a dedicated teacher, diligently instructing Ace. who was as stubborn as a mule. Time swiftly passed under Rote's guidance, and as dusk began to settle, he carried the exhausted Ace back to the Dayton household. Ace. Look at you, so feeble, he chided. I haven't even exerted myself, and you've already collapsed. How do you expect to surpass that man? You must strive to train harder instead of indulging in frivolities. As your elder brother, it is your duty to create a path for Luffy. Do you understand? Just look at that little rascal, so simple-minded and oblivious, believing everything he hears. If you don't take good care of him, he might end up being sold by traffickers at sea, counting money for someone else. I am putting in such effort to mentor you, and you must reciprocate by training diligently. Otherwise, you will disappoint not only me but also the old man Carp, Luffy, Luffy's father, Luffy's uncle, and Luffy's great-uncle, among many others. In short, you must not let so many people down. You must commit yourself to your training. Rothus pondered for a moment. Realizing that all of Luffy's distant relatives, his aunts, uncles, grandfathers, and great-uncles, had already been mentioned, he decided to cease his rambling. Ace nodded numbly, barely absorbing a word. Having been thoroughly beaten by Rothus, his body ached with every slight movement, rendering him nearly immobile. As Rothus continued his incessant chatter, Ace's mind grew even more muddled, leaving him capable only of mechanically nodding in response. A promising student indeed, Rothus remarked. Seeing Ace in such a state brought great joy to Rothus. He had not anticipated that Ace would possess the patience to endure his teachings. It seemed there was still hope for him, unlike Luffy, who was akin to a stubborn clay that could not be molded. His efforts in imparting lessons through his physical training were not in vain. Indeed, venting his frustrations, which were originally directed at Garp, onto Ace provided Rothus with immense satisfaction, lightening his steps considerably. With a buoyed spirit, Rothus moved with a swiftness that surpassed his earlier pace, and before long, as the moon began to rise above the horizon, he arrived at the Dayton residence. Outside the Dayton house, Luffy appeared anxious, pacing restlessly like a husky chasing its own tail, repeatedly uttering, "Ace, Ace. Enough with the chanting, we have returned." From a distance, Lotus overheard Luffy's murmurs and called out, "Ah, Ace, you're back. Ha ha, that is splendid." Luffy suddenly dashed to Lotus, sporting a goofy grin. However, upon noticing Ace's myriad of injuries, his excitement swiftly dissipated and tears threatened to spill from his eyes. "Ace, I'm fine. These injuries are merely from training," Ace promptly reassured. Wishing to halt Luffy's impending tears, he certainly did not want Luffy, in a fit of emotion, to smear his snot and tears all over him. "Really, Ace?" Luffy inquired, immediately stifling his tears and sniffing back the mucus that had threatened to escape. "Yes, indeed. Today, Lotus taught me a great deal. Luffy, when I have the time, I will teach you as well." Ace sighed with relief, feeling utterly drained. He knew that if Luffy clung to him now, he would be unable to escape a deluge of snot and tears. "That is absolutely wonderful," Luffy exclaimed, extending his hands with a silly grin, radiating joy akin to that of a child weighing over 100 pounds. "Well, let us leave it at that. Ace is quite tired today. Why don't you take him to have a bath and rest?" Rotes playfully thrust Ace into Luffy's embrace, casually requesting that Luffy bathe Ace for him. As he had no leisure to attend to the troublesome antics of the monkey-like Ace, Luffy, taken aback, held Ace in his arms, feeling rather awkward due to his considerably shorter stature compared to Ace. Furthermore, being a rubber man, he found Ace gradually slipping downward towards the ground. Rothus paid no heed to the subsequent developments concerning Ace and Luffy. Instead, he indulged in a refreshing bath. Upon finishing, Rothus discovered that the Dayton family had seemingly vanished, as not a soul was in sight, suggesting that they were not the reclusive type who remained cooped up at home. The following morning, Rothus took Ace back to training, while Luffy remained blissfully asleep. Today, Ace's situation had improved considerably compared to yesterday, when he could barely eat the dust beneath Rothus's feet. At least now he could see the dust, prompting Rothus to wonder if Ace had experienced a sudden surge in growth. Perhaps this was an innate trait of the D lineage. However, observing Ace's continued struggle brought Rothus a measure of relief. If Ace were to suddenly match his speed, he would have to reconsider his own ambitions and perhaps resign himself to a life of idleness. After all, it was disheartening to toil so diligently only to be outpaced by a newcomer. Continuing with the training from the previous day, Rothus chose not to continue pummeling Ace, but instead embarked on the task of hammering the mountains, a mission entrusted to him by the Elder. Rothus was determined to execute it, ensuring that he enveloped his fists in armament hockey, for striking the mountain bare-fisted would be painfully imprudent. Chapter 36. Halfway through the task, thud, thud, thud. The deep, Rhythmic sounds reverberated through the expanse of forest as Rothus stood at the foot of a small hill, delivering powerful punches that echoed from within the slope. In the distance, Ace, laboring to drag a massive stone, observed Rothus's training with a mixture of awe and trepidation. His scalp prickled and his eyelids fluttered in sync with Rothus's strikes. The dust swirling around the hillside and the resonant thuds compelled him to distance himself from Rothus's vicinity. Yet the sheer force shattering the rock held his gaze captive. Incredible! Such formidable strength. Ace swallowed hard, marveling at Rothus's might, while also contemplating the pain that must accompany such vigorous hammering of the mountain. Keep training, don't slack off, Ace. Rothus sensed Ace's hesitation and remarked without turning around. If it weren't for his pursuit of mastering that formidable punch akin to Carp's, do you think he would come here to hammer the mountain just for the sake of it? Hammering the mountain not only leaves one's arms aching, but also disturbs the local wildlife, forcing them to flee. Engaging in such self-destructive behavior would only occur if one were utterly unoccupied. My apologies, I shall resume my training at once. Ace quickly expressed his regret and began dragging stones for his training. This young man, Ace, exhibits a distinct lack of enthusiasm. One wonders how he will fare in the future. Rothus, assuming the role of a mentor, felt a sense of concern for Ace's future, realizing that if he continued to be so easily distracted, his efforts would be in vain. However, he reasoned that he need not overly concern himself. As if Ace's trajectory followed the original narrative, in 4 or 5 years, his fate would be sealed, perhaps allowing Rothus to dance atop Ace's grave in celebration. There's an adage that goes, "I have a dear friend much like you. Now green grass grows upon his grave." If Ace chooses to disregard advice, there's little that Rothus could do except perhaps light incense at his tomb. At present, Rothus acknowledged that he must focus on his own training progress. This mountain is indeed a formidable challenge. Without at least 6 months of dedicated effort, the prospect of shattering it with a single punch seems nearly impossible, let alone achieving Carp's extraordinary ability to demolish 8 mountains in one blow within a short span. He contemplated that this task of hammering the mountain was a gradual endeavor. It might be more beneficial to hone his mastery of armament hockey, at the very least. His fists were now enveloped in a dark sheen of armament hockey after so long of striking the mountain. While he may not have made significant progress in reducing the mountain itself, his development in hockey was evident. Rothus speculated that perhaps Carp's intention behind this mountain-hitting exercise was to cultivate his mastery of armament hockey rather than to train him in an ultimate technique like a one-hit knockout. Otherwise, he mused, if Carp had truly mastered such a technique, his hair would not be so lush today. Lost in his thoughts, Rothus continued to pound the mountain with unyielding vigor, the dull thuds resonating beneath his feet and echoing into the distance. The sunlight gradually took on a golden hue, and the sky began to darken ominously. Noticing the shift in the atmosphere, Rothus paused his labor. Casting a glance at the lopsided slope and then at his own mud-streaked form, he deemed it unwise to extend his toil any further. A refreshing bath in the sea followed by a meal beckoned him. With a resolute plan forming in his mind, Rothus swiftly dusted off the dirt clinging to him, turned, and called out to Ace, who was distanced from his training. Ace, it's time to stop. Today's training concludes here. Ah, understood, Ace replied, promptly relinquishing the heavy rope tethered to the stone. Although the exercise served its purpose, the weight still felt burdensome to him, and having only trained for 2 days, he had yet to acclimate fully. Once their training session came to an end, the two quickly set off in search of food and a bath. As night fell, they returned to the home of Destined. Days passed in this cyclical manner, with Rothus diligently guiding Ace through numerous training sessions. Over time, Ace had begun to take the initiative in his training, no longer requiring Rothus' encouragement. Eventually, the day arrived when Carp was scheduled to come for Rothus. Rising early, Rothus recalled Carp's intention to fetch him, but he was wary of allowing Carp to traverse Windmill Village in search of him. Rothus feared that the old man would seize the opportunity to reprimand him. After all, Carp's temperament was somewhat capricious, reminiscent of the unpredictability of menopause, leaving Rothus with a lingering sense of insecurity. As Rothus stepped outside, the Destined family along with Ace and Luffy emerged together. Rothus waved at them and said, at Destined, Gokura, Megura, Ace, Luffy, I am off now, so there's no need to see me off. Safe travels, Rothus, they replied. Indeed, take care. And do come back to visit us often. The group waved goodbye to Rothus as he departed. It turned out that Luffy intended to accompany him out of Windmill Village. But Ace mentioned that Old Man Carp was at the dock, and thereafter, Rothus did not see Luffy emerge from the house again. This made Rhodas feel that Carp and his family might need a heart-to-heart conversation, as their familial dynamics seemed to cause him concern. Upon reaching the dock of Windmill Village, Rhodas spotted a military ship anchored nearby, with Carp standing at the front wearing his dog-headed hat, while soldiers waved at him from the ship's deck. "Ha, Rhodas, you have arrived. I thought I would have to go to Destined to fetch you," Carp exclaimed joyfully, striding towards Rhodas and placing a hand on his shoulder. "Old man, do lighten your grip a bit." Rhodas braced himself, visibly displeased, pondering the elder's intentions behind such exertion, which compelled him to withstand the force on his shoulder to maintain his balance. "Ha ha, the elder chuckled. "I merely wish to ascertain whether you have grown complacent of late. It seems, Rhodas, that you remain quite diligent." Cap laughed heartily as he elaborated, extending one hand with his pinky finger lodged in his nostril, his dazzling white teeth momentarily captivating Rhodas. "Elder, might you consider being more mindful of your appearance?" Rhodas swatted away Carp's hand, his face contorting in disdain. He found Carp's habit of picking his nose utterly distasteful, as no one relishes having nasal debris smeared upon them. "Oh, come now, Rhodas, do not dwell on such trifles," Carp chuckled, slowly retracting his finger from his nostril. "Let us board the ship. It is, after all, the commencement of your well-deserved holiday." Rhodes rolled his eyes slightly, reminding Old Man Carp that his vacation period had come to an end. Were it not for the fear of being reprimanded by the Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Rhodes believed it would be wise for the old man to return to his duties promptly. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have truly forgotten," Carp replied nonchalantly. "However, it matters not. That fellow Sengoku will hardly mind my delayed return." Carp casually picked his nose, his expression one of indifference. His words dripped with nonchalance. While other soldiers might dread Sengoku, Carp felt no such trepidation. After all, they were old comrades, and he had long since developed an immunity to Sengoku's scoldings. "Old man, you clearly embody the attitude of a dead pig that fears not boiling water." Rhodas found himself at a loss for words, yet he dared not voice his thoughts, choosing instead to silently grumble within. He had come to accept that Carp was utterly fearless, wearing an expression of nonchalance as if the military orders held little significance for him. "Oh, by the way, Rhodas, I tasked you with training Luffy and Ace. What are the results?" Carp suddenly inquired with a serious tone, startling Rhodas. It was rare for the old man to adopt such a solemn demeanor, and each time he did, it was quite a shock. Nevertheless, Rhodas was quick to respond, having prepared himself for this moment. Calmly, he stated, "Ace has engaged in weight training and long-distance swimming under my guidance. I have also imparted some techniques and shared my experiences with him. Overall, Ace has approached his training with great seriousness. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is poised to become a remarkable new star in the pirate world." As Rhodas concluded, his tone was imbued with a sense of certainty. He was, however, mindful of the reaction his words would elicit from the old man, Carp. Should Carp respond with a quip such as, "Then I must thank you for training a pirate supernova," Rhodas would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious position. Yet, Carp maintained his usual composure, a smile gracing his lips as he uttered a remark that left Rhodas momentarily speechless. "Naturally, one must consider whose grandson it is, huh? Your enjoyment is all that matters, old man. Fortunately, I refrained from mentioning that I had Ace so thoroughly beaten he couldn't rise, otherwise. Would you have taken it upon yourself to ensure I couldn't rise either?" However, observing Carp's demeanor, Rhodas surmised that a reconciliation between Carp and Ace had likely occurred. For surely Carp would not boast so freely otherwise. It was probable that he had already visited Destined's home to impart the iron fist of love to Ace. Having discussed Ace, Rhodas reluctantly turned his attention to Luffy. He found himself at a loss on how to properly guide him. After all, how could one possibly train a husky to act as a military dog? It was akin to Rhodas's inability to instill obedience in Luffy. "Old man, I truly cannot teach Luffy. You must not hold this against me. I attempted to have him rise early the next day, yet he did not awaken until noon. In the time it took for me to utter a few words, he had vanished, as if he had simply slipped away. You must be aware of this yourself." Nevertheless, he assured, "As for Ace, I have taught him with great diligence, leaving no stone unturned. The lessons he is learning now will undoubtedly serve him well in the future." Rhodas fervently assured that he had imparted all his knowledge to Ace, and from this point onward, Ace's progress would solely depend on his own efforts. Rhodas had reached his current stature through these very training sessions. "Very well, I understand," the old man replied. "I do not hold you to blame." Carp rubbed his head, a look of vexation crossing his face. Despite countless encounters with Luffy throughout the years, he found himself at a loss in terms of effective guidance. Chapter 37. The little cat scrubbing the deck. That's a relief, old man. I was quite worried that you might discipline me. Rhodes let out a sigh of relief. There was something he had yet to convey to Carp. He had solely instructed Ace in physical training, refraining from teaching him any of the 6 forms or hockey techniques. After all, he had endured considerable hardship to acquire such knowledge, while Ace seemed to expect to gain it without any effort. An utterly unrealistic expectation, at least in Rhodes's view. As for whether Ace would seek Carp's guidance, Rhodes believed the likelihood was no greater than Ace becoming the pirate king himself. Their relationship was rather awkward, given that Ace was Luffy's brother and Carp was their grandfather, whose affection was often expressed through a punch. Luffy and Ace's fear of Carp overshadowed any fondness they might have. In a typical grandfather-grandson relationship, one would expect the grandson to see the grandfather off on a journey, perhaps preparing some provisions for the trip. However, with Carp's family, such gestures seemed almost laughable. Ha ha ha, worry not, my friend. I am not that kind of person, Carp said, his face adorned with a mysterious smile that left Rhodes momentarily stunned. He never anticipated Carp to exhibit such behavior. Today, Carp appeared rather peculiar, seemingly buoyed by some promising news, for it was indeed rare to witness the old man in such high spirits. Rhodes, you are aware of that red-haired brat, correct? Carp inquired. Indeed, one of the 4 emperors, Shanks, the red-haired, Rhodes replied. Excellent. During my recent trip to Rogue Town, I happened upon an old acquaintance of Shanks, a former subordinate of Roger, on my way back to Windmill Village. What do you intend to do with him, old man? I believe it would be prudent to confine him and impel down, particularly in the lowest levels. After all, he is a former subordinate of Roger and a friend of Shanks, necessitating a serious approach. I suggest restraining him with sea prism stone handcuffs and adding several hundred kilograms of iron chains. He should only be allowed 2 loaves of bread per day to prevent him from having the strength to escape. As Rhodes grew increasingly animated, he articulated nearly every conceivable strategy at his disposal. Upon hearing the mention of Rogue Town from Old Man Carp, Rhodes immediately deduced the identity of the captured individual. If his estimations were not flawed, it must be the infamous clown, Buggy, a man reputed to possess the luck of the Conqueror's hockey. Yet, facing the formidable Carp family, Buggy's so-called luck proved utterly useless, leading to his serendipitous capture by Old Man Carp. Ha ha ha, Rhodes, while your tactics are commendable, they seem rather exaggerated for the situation. That red-nosed little scamp hardly warrants such a grand display. Carp chuckled heartily, deeming Rhodes's methods somewhat overblown. He recalled how the red-nosed boy had always cowered at the rear during his time aboard Roger's ship, and now he appeared even more timid, unchanged in his cowardice. Carp vividly recalled the scene from the previous day when he stood aboard the red-nosed boy's vessel. The boy trembled at the sight of him, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter shock, his eyes vacant, murmuring Carp's name repeatedly in a comical fashion, completely paralyzed by fear. The boy's distinctive red nose made it easy for Carp to recognize him as one of Roger's former apprentices. To Carp's astonishment, the boy's crew had been oblivious to his past affiliation with Roger until he revealed the boy's true identity. At that moment, the atmosphere aboard the vessel transformed, filled with astonished expressions among the crew. However, the red-nosed boy's face betrayed sheer terror, which Carp found highly amusing. He had initially considered sending the lad to the headquarters of Impel Down, given that none of Roger's crew were to be underestimated and deserved significant scrutiny. Yet, upon reflecting on the boy's threat level, Carp decided it would be more fitting for him to serve as a deckhand aboard a naval ship. After all, the red-haired pirate had led his grandson into a life of piracy, and Carp felt compelled to exact some form of retribution. Now, with the boy's connections to the red-haired pirate, Carp believed it appropriate to assign him to menial tasks aboard the warship. Even if he would never permit a pirate to join the Navy. Well then, as long as you find joy in it, old man, he concluded. Rhodes felt a tinge of melancholy. Initially, he had hoped to persuade Old Man Carp to confine Baki within the confines of the advancing city for several decades, allowing him to coexist as a good neighbor with the Red Count, thereby sparing himself from the inevitable pretentiousness that this individual would exhibit in the future. Lotus harbors a deep envy towards Buggy's fortune with the Conqueror's hockey. The sight of Buggy's misfortunes delights him, and he would not hesitate to stoke the flames further. However, it appears that Old Man Carp is rather indifferent to his suggestions at present. Haha, come aboard with me, Lotus, and you shall witness just how amusing the individual I have captured truly is. Carp, noticing Lotus's lack of enthusiasm, deliberately emphasized the word amusing. Indeed, Rhodes regarded Buggy as rather unremarkable, lacking any significant allure, yet out of respect for the old gentleman's rare good spirits, he offered his enthusiastic agreement. As the two ascended the ship, a figure clad in white, adorned with a matching hat and long hair obscuring half of their face, swiftly approached on a unicycle. "Captain Carp, welcome back," Kabaji exclaimed, his expression one of obsequiousness as he gestured invitingly. In a bid to avoid remaining in the confines of the city, he exerted every effort to satisfy everyone aboard the warship. Although Captain Buggy had once served under the notorious pirate king, Roger, it was clear that he could not elude Carp's relentless pursuit. Despite Kabaji's perception of Buggy's formidable strength, it was evident that he could not measure up. "Ha ha, Kabaji. Do your best. I have high hopes for you," Carp declared, visibly pleased by Kabaji's antics, which bolstered Carp's sense of pride. While the sight of Kabaji riding a unicycle on the warship was indeed peculiar, it did nothing to dampen Carp's good mood. "Don't you think that outfit resembles morning attire?" Rhodes remarked, eyeing Kabaji's garb, which struck him as reminiscent of funeral clothing. He felt their maritime journey bore an ominous portent. "Rest assured, Captain Carp. I shall endeavor to excel," Kabaji responded, buoyed by Carp's encouragement. To an uninformed observer, Kabaji might have appeared a spirited youth. But Rhodes was acutely aware that Kabaji served as the chief strategist of the Buggy Pirates, known for his cunning swordsmanship and mastery of various tricks while riding his unicycle. As Carp waved his hand dismissively, Kabaji scurried off to attend to other matters. Once Kabaji had departed, Rhodes spoke up, "Old man, do you not find Kabaji's attire somewhat inauspicious? I believe a change in color or the addition of some patterns would be more appropriate." Carp, upon hearing Rhodes's comments, merely pinched his nostrils and replied nonchalantly, "There are no spare garments aboard. They are currently wearing the outdated chef's uniforms discarded by headquarters. I opted to have them change from their original, less suitable attire, which was far less presentable for a warship." Upon listening to Carp's words, Rhodes couldn't help but feel sympathy for the Buggy pirates, who seemed to be in a rather dismal state. The attire of their officers was inferior even to that of the Navy's cooks. This was not merely a matter of choice, for the wealth of their pirate crew was tightly controlled by the little red-nosed rascal, leaving them unable to afford decent clothing. Carp shook his head and further elucidated that the greedy Buggy was obsessed with wealth, opting for ordinary garments himself, albeit with a slightly greater quantity than his crew members. He was quite frugal. Indeed, the money he saved had all been seized, becoming his personal expenditures. How truly pitiable. Rhodes speculated that Buggy's heart might be bleeding at this moment, as he scrimped and saved, even pocketing the clothing allowances of his subordinates. Ultimately, he encountered Carp, who swept him away in one fell swoop, truly a pitiable fate. As the two engaged in conversation while strolling towards the deck, Rhodes chatted with Carp, when his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a fluffy creature scurrying back and forth on the deck, seemingly pressing down on something with its front paws. Rhodes paused, casting a keen gaze upon the deck, where a lion lay half-crouched, its hind legs adorned with thick leather shoes, while its forepaws pressed against a substantial towel, diligently scrubbing the deck as though it were a dog digging in the earth. How astonished Rhodes must have been. This little feline, procured by the old man from the mischievous red-nosed rascal, was remarkably obedient. When commanded to clean the floor, it promptly complied, far more docile than the old man's grandson. Kapu stood nearby, his tone brimming with pride, while Rhodes listened in a daze, pondering whether the old man truly saw no issue in such treatment of an animal. Just moments prior, he had witnessed the lion, upon spotting Kapu, with tears welling in its eyes, fervently laboring away. Rhodes could hardly believe that the old man had not employed some form of intimidation to elicit such behavior. Rhodes was aware of the lion's attributes. Machi, the beloved lion, wielded sharp teeth and claws as its formidable weapons. Consumed by thoughts of sustenance, it was during the crew's funeral for Buggy that Licky was similarly preoccupied with food. Licky was a relentless and voracious lion. Had it not been for oppression, such a docile demeanor would be inconceivable. This suggests that the other members of the Buggy Pirates must also be enduring dire circumstances. Chapter 38. The Annihilation of the Buggy Pirates. As long as you are happy, old man. Rhodes could only express his bewilderment, as he truly did not know how to comment on the obedient little kitten that Kapu spoke of. By the way, Rhodes, I have made a significant gain this time. Just look behind you. Kapu suddenly pointed to the platform behind Rhodes, a self-satisfied grin adorning his face. Oh. Rhodes raised an eyebrow and turned to observe three individuals gracefully traversing a tightrope, wielding long brushes as they painted the wall. This was the trio of tightrope walkers. Rhodes cast a discerning glance and swiftly discerned the identities of the three individuals. He inquired, with a hint of amusement, why Carp appeared so jubilant, only to discover that he had captured a group of laborers. "How splendid," he remarked. "Ever since I brought these individuals aboard, the soldiers have been relieved of a considerable burden, and now they all seem invigorated." Carp, with a satisfied gesture, cleared his nostrils and welcomed the crew of the red-nosed imp aboard the vessel. They would not only serve as general hands during the day, but could also entertain the troops with performances in the evenings. And what is that red-nosed fellow up to now? Rhodes was somewhat curious about what the clown buggy was up to, observing the members of the buggy pirates. They seemed to be faring quite well, suggesting that Old Man Garp had arranged a decent position for Buggy. As it turned out, he was washing dishes in the kitchen. Garp remarked nonchalantly, his expression remaining quite indifferent. Rhodes, upon hearing this, felt a wave of disbelief. Wasn't washing dishes what that fellow Luffy had been forced to do after being caught for feasting without paying? It seemed that even Garp had a fondness for this arrangement. Well, he must be quite pleased then. Rogers believes that Bucky would likely take pleasure in doing the dishes, as he is often seen wearing gloves, which suggests he would be quite adept at ensuring they are impeccably clean. Not to mention that troublesome little rascal with the red nose, he has already shattered numerous bowls, prompting the chef to voice his grievances to me for quite some time. Garp feels a mix of frustration and disappointment towards this red-nosed imp, who proves utterly inept, even at the simple task of washing dishes, and constantly causes mishaps. The chef has even come to seek my assistance. Were it not for the diligent efforts of this red-nosed fellow's crew, I would have considered sending him off to impel down. Nevertheless, the red-nosed one's devil fruit power is indeed intriguing. It serves remarkably well as a target for darts. And Garp has recently been reminiscing about the joys of tossing darts during his childhood. Rhodes found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that Buggy was so inept as to be incapable of even washing a bowl? Suddenly, a thought struck Rhodes. Surely, the esteemed Captain Carp and his companions would not resort to washing dishes with seawater. If that were the case, Buggy's propensity for breaking bowls would make perfect sense. After all, those endowed with abilities become utterly powerless upon contact with the ocean's waves. "Captain Carp, my esteemed lord, allow me to offer you a glass of water to alleviate the fatigue of your journey." A figure swiftly approached, balancing a tray in hand, and upon reaching Captain Carp, presented 2 glasses of water to the pair. Upon laying eyes on the figure before him, Rhodes nearly crushed the cup in his grasp. Was this not the most repugnant member of the buggy pirates, Machi? He distinctly recalled Machi's previous attire, adorned in a half-furred costume reminiscent of a beast girl. While such outfits might be tolerable on women, on a man, it was an affront to the eyes. Machi donned it with an intensity that made it all the more unbearable. Lotus stifled the impulse to eliminate this wretch, for Magi had shattered the image of the beastly maiden he held dear. "Esteemed sir, may I inquire what brings you here? If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," Magi stammered. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though the gentleman before him had transformed into a figure of terror, akin to a devil wielding a knife and fork, poised to feast upon the fare laid out before him, with Magi himself being the meat upon the platter. This sensation sent a chill down his spine, causing beads of cold sweat to form. "You may depart," came the curt reply. Rhodes waved his hand, dismissing the individual before him with a gesture, his eyes narrowing in distaste as he contemplated a humane obliteration. "What troubles you, Rhodes?" Cap inquired, observing as Machi distanced himself. He had just sensed a surge of murderous intent emanating from Rhodes, only for it to be retracted in an instant. "It's nothing, old man. This fellow is simply repugnant to me." I nearly felt compelled to take action. Lothus concocted a rather flimsy excuse, dismissively stating, "You must be cautious. In the future, you shall be a righteous Navy officer, and such conduct is unacceptable." Carp replied with an earnest demeanor, as a member of the Navy. How could one resort to murder simply because of another's appearance? At most, one should merely administer a sound thrashing. "Ah, I shall be more mindful next time," came the response. Rhodes replied with a lack of enthusiasm, expressing his desire to inform Carp that he would only join the Navy once they provided meals. Otherwise, he would merely be a temporary worker. Is that not the case? Indeed, within Rhodes's cabin, there were 3 individuals laboring diligently, and despite their unfamiliar faces, he was inclined to take action. Carp suddenly realized that Rhodes was not acquainted with the crew of the red-nosed little rascal. What if those 3 individuals, while transporting goods, were mistakenly perceived as thieves by Rhodes? After all, they were quite adept at their laborious tasks. "Oh, I see," Carp remarked. "Then, old man, Please clarify any unfamiliar individuals in one go. Otherwise, I fear I may inadvertently strike the wrong person. Lottie's pondered for a moment, concluding that it would be far more prudent for the venerable carp to elucidate everything in one go. After all, who could discern how many more souls had boarded the vessel? Over the course of the past month, he had painstakingly familiarized himself with all the soldiers aboard. Now, with the addition of a pirate crew member, he would have to exert himself once more to commit yet another face to memory, which was quite the inconvenience. Aside from the 3 laborers toiling in the hold, there were also 4 individuals in the kitchen assisting with the preparation of ingredients like potatoes. Carp made a quick mental calculation and realized that the crew of the red-nosed lad was not particularly numerous. Thus he proceeded to introduce everyone in full. Now I have it firmly etched in my mind. Upon hearing Carp's narration, Rhodes swiftly calculated the members of the Buggy Pirates. Buggy, Machi, Kabeji, Ricky, the trio of strength, the special effects quartet, and the tightrope trio. He dismissed these individuals as inconsequential, merely a band of miscreants unworthy of his attention, hardly deserving of a single blow from him. It was sufficient to remember their names. Rhodes then proceeded to train under the old man, admonishing himself not to be lazy. Carp, with little regard for pleasantries, unceremoniously tossed Rhodes into the sea, followed by a swift kick that sent a pile of ropes tumbling overboard. After completing his task, Carp settled into a beach chair, retrieving a packet of sunbae from his coat pocket, reclining comfortably as he began to munch on the snacks. That irksome old man, always ready to resort to force at the slightest provocation. Rhodes emerged from the sea, expelling a mouthful of salt water. His face contorted in dissatisfaction as he muttered curses under his breath. Yet, he swam toward the rope, straightening it to commence the towing training. Look, Rhodes is training again. One remarked, I knew Admiral Carp wouldn't allow Rhodes a moment's respite. Indeed, it seemed we could enjoy a brief reprieve. With Rhodes hauling the ship, we need not fret over unforeseen circumstances. It was a stroke of fortune. The soldiers, having witnessed Admiral Carp cast Rhodes into the sea, began to converse amongst themselves. Before long, the warship stirred to life, swiftly departing from Windmill Village. How terrifying! Machi, clutching a tray, cowered in a corner, trembling. He had witnessed the Admiral's brutal methods firsthand. This was how Carp treated that dreadful demon, and it was fortunate the creature had not erred. One could only imagine the consequences if it had. This thought caused him to worry for himself and Captain Buggy. While the surrounding Navy personnel claimed Carp was merely training the demon, there was no guarantee that the Admiral wouldn't whimsically turn his wrath upon them. With this in mind, Machi hurriedly stepped out from the shadows and rushed to the kitchen to confer with Captain Buggy on a strategy. Captain Buggy, are we truly destined to serve as lackeys here for an extended period? He queried. Indeed, Captain Buggy. We are fearsome pirates. How can we be reduced to kitchen drudges? If other pirate crews were to find out, our Buggy Pirates would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. Lord Buggy, as a former crew member of the Pirate King Roger, you must possess some means of resolving this, they implored. Sure, you fools, Buggy exclaimed, his face a mask of panic, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He urged them to lower their voices, fearing that if the kitchen staff overheard and reported to Carp, he would likely spend the remainder of his days imprisoned in the depths of Impelled Down. He had finally managed to fade from the public eye, only to encounter the very person he most dreaded in this wretched East Blue, Carp. Buggy was all too aware of Carp's reputation. During what appeared to be glorious days from an outsider's perspective, Carp had casually hurled a massive iron ball at their ship, causing Buggy to tremble at the mere thought of it. He had assumed that by avoiding the Grand Line and living in obscurity, he could safely pursue treasure. Yet, fate cruelly toyed with him. Not only had he failed to uncover any treasure over the years, but the riches he had plundered were seized by Carp. Each night, this realization brought him to tears. First, he had encountered that scoundrel Shanks in his youth, depriving him of his fortune, and now, in his middle age, he was facing another devastating loss. But what could Buggy do? Carp was already aware that he had consumed a devil fruit, and should he be imprisoned and impelled down, wearing seastone shackles, his fate would be sealed. He shall never emerge from his confinement. In his quest for treasure, Buggy can only endure in silence and hardship. Each time he contemplates the devil fruit, tears stream down his face, and fury ignites within him, wishing he could slay that scoundrel Shanks in the New World. Chapter 39. The Overlooked Kabeji. Captain Buggy, are you there? Machi whispered cautiously as he approached the kitchen, glancing around nervously to find that the cooks were absent, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Come in, Machi. Do you have news? Upon hearing Machi's voice, Buggy's expression transformed with excitement. He sensed that Machi had crucial information to share. "Captain Buggy, I need to discuss something urgent with you." Once inside the kitchen, Machi began to relay his concerns. "Captain Buggy, what should we do? That Vice Admiral Garp is exceedingly violent. I believe we are in grave danger here," Machi anxiously inquired, fearing being cast into the sea to haul the ship. "Haha, this is splendid. It is our opportunity." Buggy's expression darkened, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. For the illustrious Captain Buggy had discerned a chance to escape. Of course, this necessitated the assistance of the so-called devil man that Machi mentioned. Buggy was no simpleton like Machi. Incapable of distinguishing the nuances of a devil man, Buggy surmised that this devil man was likely coerced by Garp to toil at sea. Given that Machi had stated Garp cast the devil man into the sea to compel him into servitude, Buggy believed the devil man must harbor resentment towards Garp, yet, under Garp's oppressive influence, could only endure in silence. Now, all that was required was for the esteemed Captain Buggy to engage in a conversation with this devil man surely. This lumbering giant would be eager to heed his command, enabling their escape from Garp's clutches. As for how to manipulate this devil man, Buggy was confident that his clever mind surpassed that of the muscle-bound brute. Buggy shared his plan with Machi and the other four subordinates. The special effects quartet gazed at Buggy with admiration, their expressions akin to that of fervent fans, while Machi remained remarkably clear-headed, having accompanied Buggy for some time. Even knowing Buggy was a crew member of the Pirate King, he did not succumb to fervor. Machi sensed flaws in Buggy's plan, having encountered the devil. He understood that the individual was not as foolish as Captain Buggy portrayed. On the contrary, the devil man was somewhat ruthless and possessed considerable intelligence. "Captain, I believe we should reconsider. That devil man is not easily deceived," Machi advised. Should the situation truly be as Captain Buggy described, it would be well. However, if otherwise, he feared they might be subjected to a thorough beating from Garp. After all, judging by the manner in which Garp and that demon boarded the ship, their bond appeared exceedingly close. Machi merely wished to caution Captain Buggy to be wary of being tossed into the sea by Garp, not to incite discord. "Machi, this is an order from the captain," Buggy replied earnestly, his face a mask of authority. He had no faith that the muscle-brained demon could possibly possess intelligence surpassing that of Captain Buggy. After all, Buggy had served under Captain Roger. How could he be outdone by a mere demon? "Then, Captain Buggy, I will have Kabeji approach that demon. I truly cannot bear to encounter him myself. He seemed intent on killing me as soon as he boarded," Machi explained, feeling the weight of Buggy's command pressing down upon him. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, suggesting Kabeji take on the task instead. "Very well. Relay the message to Kabeji, stating it is the captain's command." Buggy stroked his chin thoughtfully before arriving at a decision. If Machi was unfavorable in the demon's eyes, then sending Kabeji was indeed a prudent choice. "Splendid. Captain Buggy, I shall take my leave," Machi exclaimed with unrestrained joy, relieved at not having to confront the fiend himself. Buggy's brilliance in devising such a clever plan astounded him. Indeed, quite remarkable, if you ask me. The red-haired emperor ought to yield his title to Captain Buggy. Precisely. After Machi departed, the special effects quartet gazed at Buggy with adoration, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they began to extol his virtues. "Ahem, the cooks are arriving shortly. Let us hasten our tasks," Buggy interjected, clearing his throat to stifle their continued praises. He was taken aback by their unwavering belief in his boastful claims, their admiration overwhelming him. Machi ascended to the deck and found Kabeji, relaying Captain Buggy's instructions verbatim. "Oh, I see. I will handle it," Kabeji nodded, assuring Machi that he would successfully undertake the task assigned by Captain Buggy. Engaging with the demon was no challenge for him. After all, he was not merely an idle strategist of the Buggy pirates. "Then I leave it in your capable hands, Kabeji. I shall now attend to my duties." Machi departed with great relief, eager to avoid any potential change of heart from Kabeji. On the deck, Ricky, having completed his cleaning, approached Machi with a look of distress, his lion-like face trembling. Machi's heart ached at the sight, and he comforted him, saying, "Old friend, do not despair. We shall soon escape this torment. Here, have a piece of meat." Machi gently comforted Ricky while offering him some meat he had stealthily taken from the kitchen. As Ricky consumed the meat, his demeanor began to stabilize. "What is the matter, big brother Machi? Is Ricky all right?" The trio known as the Tightrope Walkers, having finished painting the walls, descended to find Machi tending to Ricky, their faces filled with curiosity. "It's nothing. Just focus on your work," Machi replied, all the while vigilantly observing the surrounding soldiers. anxious that Captain Bucky's plans might be exposed. Very well, we shall take our leave. Sensing Machi's reluctance to divulge further details, the tightrope walkers did not linger, each carrying a bucket and brushed towards the storage room. As time passed gradually, the sky transitioned towards noon, and Lotus emerged from the sea, having captured several sea creatures. Climbing aboard the warship. As soon as Rothus stepped onto the deck of the warship, he noticed Kabaji approaching with a tray, offering him a glass of juice. He expressed his gratitude. Rotus was unreserved, for the juice belonged to the venerable Captain Kabu's warship. Why not indulge in it? Drinking it would be a gain rather than a loss. It's nothing, my lord, Kabaki remarked with a smile, his eyes glimmering as they darted about, contemplating how to engage the person before him. Indeed, Lotus gulped down the juice in one swift motion, placing the cup back onto the tray held by Kabaji before striding away without a glance back. Kabaji watched as Lotus disappeared into the distance, a hint of embarrassment creeping over him. His eyes, obscured by his hair, involuntarily twitched. He had not anticipated that the other party would entirely disregard his contemplations, treating him merely as a menial worker. Indeed, the crew of the buggy pirates possessed a remarkable aptitude for servitude. It seems that Old Man Carp's decision to keep them as laborers was indeed a sagacious one. Rothus felt a twinge of emotion as Kabaji offered him juice, while Lion Ricky presented him with a towel, and the special effects quartet served him dishes. These individuals were remarkably considerate, truly exemplary attendants. If he were the owner, he would undoubtedly reward them with bonuses. However, Carp likely regarded their efforts as merely mediocre. After finishing his meal, Rothus took a brief respite before resuming his task of hauling the ship from the sea. Kabaji, observing Rothus, who seemed utterly indifferent to him, felt his face flush with indignation. He never anticipated that the chief strategist of the buggy pirates would be overlooked, and judging by Rothus's demeanor, it appeared he had not a care for them at all. This deeply troubled Kabaji. In a bid to evade Carp's clutches, he stealthily made his way to the kitchen to seek out Captain Buggy. How dare that despicable magician underestimate our buggy pirates? It's infuriating. I shall teach him a lesson, Kabaji declared. Upon hearing Kabaji's account, Buggy was consumed by rage, his already prominent nose reddening further. He cast aside the cloth in his hand, eyes ablaze with fury, ready to confront that odious magician. Captain, please, don't be reckless. Kabaji swiftly intervened, preventing Buggy from engaging in a confrontation. Kabaji, as the chief strategist of the buggy pirates, was acutely aware of Buggy's limitations. He recognized that Buggy would be no match for such a formidable adversary, one capable of maneuvering a massive warship. Buggy would likely be dispatched with but a mere flick of the magician's hand. How impressive! Truly, Captain Buggy is remarkable, they chimed in unison, their admiration evident. Even in dire circumstances, he remained steadfast in defending the honor of the pirate crew, a feat only the great Captain Buggy could achieve. The special effects quartet gazed at him with adoration, their praises incessantly flowing. Were it not for Kabaji's intervention, he would have relished the opportunity to reprimand these four for their incessant chatter. Their lack of assistance was one thing, but adding fuel to the fire was intolerable. Given Buggy's vanity, Kabaji knew that their remarks would only exacerbate the situation. No wonder our pirate crew has fallen to such depths. It is clear that the presence of these dim-witted individuals has led to our current predicament. Kabaji, now acutely aware of how the buggy pirates had descended to such a lowly state, felt a surge of sorrow as he reflected on his unparalleled cunning thwarted by a band of inept companions. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Chapter 40. The versatility of the buggy pirates. The galaxy spilled across the ocean, resembling a belt adorned with jewels. Under the cloak of night, Kabaji stealthily led Buggy to Rothus's door. Kabaji, are you certain this is the magician's room? Buggy inquired, a sinister smile gracing his face as he followed closely behind. Of course, Captain Buggy. I witnessed him enter with my own eyes. But let us agree beforehand, do not engage him. Kabaji pounded his chest, affirming that he had exerted considerable effort to temper Captain Buggy's impulsiveness. Should Captain Buggy resort to violence, by the morrow, Carp would utilize them as bait to lure sea beasts. Kabaji did not underestimate the time it would take to subdue someone capable of commandeering such a warship. I know, Kabaji urged, hastily knocking on the door. Buggy, growing increasingly impatient, silently withdrew a dagger from his pocket, embodying a readiness for an ambush. All right, Kabaji, sensing Buggy's irritation, began to rap on the door. Thud, thud. Who is it? Who's knocking? Within the room, Rothus had already succumbed to slumber but was abruptly roused. His face contorted with fury, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red. He swiftly arose from his bed and flung open the door. "Radas!" Kabaji exclaimed, retreating in fright. His words stumbling over one another, while Buggy, no less shaken, collapsed beside him. The two were paralyzed with terror, gazing into the darkness at the scarlet eyes that radiated with murderous intent. "You two had better provide me with a reason that will prevent my wrath, or else even Old Man Carp will be powerless to save your lives." Rotes seethed with indignation, pondering how these two imbeciles dared to disturb his peaceful slumber in the dead of night, asserting that if they could not provide a satisfactory explanation, he would send them to meet Roger. "My Lord Rotes," they interjected, "we, along with Captain Baki, are well versed in the art of massage. We have come to offer our assistance in alleviating your fatigue after a long day." Kabaji, drenched in cold sweat, swiftly organized his thoughts. "You possess such a skill?" Rotus cast a scrutinizing glance over the two individuals, a look of suspicion etched upon his face, as he failed to realize their capabilities. This was hardly surprising, for the captain of this vessel was indeed a member of the Pirate King's crew, well versed in a myriad of knowledge. Suddenly, Buggy spoke up, his countenance brimming with pride, a stark contrast to his earlier display of timidity. "Now, come in and give me a proper massage. I must inform you that I possess the power of armament hockey. Should you entertain any mischievous thoughts, your fate will be quite dire." Rothus allowed two individuals to enter and provide him with a massage, seizing the opportunity for free labor without hesitation. After all, he merely required them to perform a basic massage, harboring no expectations of exceptional skill from these two. Baki stood in astonishment upon hearing that this man possessed the formidable ability of armament hockey. His preparations were rendered utterly futile, for his opponent was beyond the reach of his modest tricks, and he realized he was in dire straits. Kabaji observed Captain Baki's expression of shock, frozen in place like a pale stone statue. He hastily pulled Baki into the room, fearing that if this formidable figure were to unleash his wrath upon them, he doubted that Garp would intervene on behalf of a few mere pirates. Thus, Baki entered Rothus's chamber, and the following day, Kabaji and Baki emerged from the room, their fingers swollen and joints tinged with purple, resembling two desiccated fish, laboriously moving back to their quarters. From the moment they entered the room, they were engaged in massage, a relentless endeavor that lasted the entire night. Whenever they paused even momentarily, the slumbering Rothus would awaken abruptly, demanding they continue. Despairing Baki and pitiful Kabaji lacked the courage to resist. Upon encountering Rothus's piercing gaze, brimming with menace, their hearts immediately raced with trepidation. Baki never anticipated Rothus's astonishing vigilance. Any slight movement from them would rouse him instantly, first with a warning glare, followed by verbal threats. Unable to contend with him physically and devoid of any cunning tactics, they could only submit to his overwhelming presence, laboring for an entire night under his oppressive demand, leaving them utterly drained both physically and mentally. In stark contrast to Baki and Kabaji's plight, Rothus radiated vitality and felt invigorated, finding the skills of these two rather commendable, as their ministrations provided him considerable comfort. Alas, what a pity! Lotus felt a tinge of regret for these two individuals, as their abilities were rather lacking and their stamina could not keep pace. After a night of toil, they resembled withered eggplants, a source of great concern. However, upon reflection, Lotus realized that these two could only navigate the East Sea, which brought a sense of acceptance. If their skills were more formidable, they would not be confined to the East Sea. They would have long ventured into the Grand Line, seeking treasures far and wide. Rotes cast aside his chaotic thoughts and directly leapt onto the deck, plunging into the sea to catch breakfast. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, it was afternoon. Both Buggy and Kabaji emerged from their rooms, swaying unsteadily as they opened their doors simultaneously. Upon seeing each other, they momentarily froze, only to realize that both wore expressions of profound disorientation, with stubble adorning their faces, reflecting their shared frailty. "Captain Buggy, do you think we should still engage with that Rotes?" "I doubt he is as manageable as you suggest," Kabaji inquired, expressing his reluctance to further interact with Rotes. The man was formidable and had a notorious temper. Should they provoke him again, they might find themselves massaging him for another night. After their previous encounter, Kabaji felt as if he had glimpsed Roger himself, and one more session might lead him to join Roger. No, Buggy hastily waved his hands, his face a portrait of trepidation. He was genuinely frightened. He had never anticipated that this sorcerer would possess such a temperament, unresponsive to reason, resorting instead to threats and coercing them into servitude. The mere thought filled Buggy with sorrow. He, the illustrious crew member of the Pirate King Roger, and captain of the Buggy Pirates, had been reduced to the role of a mere messer. All of this misfortune was the fault of that scoundrel Shanks. Had he not caused Buggy to consume the devil fruit, he would never have left the Grand Line, nor would he have ended up in the Four Seas. Had he not ventured there, he would not have been captured by Garp, and without that capture, he certainly would not have become a massage therapist. That's good, Captain Buggy. I'm still quite exhausted. My fingers are still aching. I need to rest. Kabaji sighed in relief, pleased to see that Buggy also seemed disinclined to seek out Rhodes again. After concluding their conversation, both retreated to their rooms to sleep. On the deck, Garp munched on his sunbae, feeling that something was amiss. He set down the snack and waved at the bustling Machi. Upon noticing Garp's gesture, Machi hurriedly approached. Captain Garp, how may I assist you? Where is that long-haired brat? I haven't seen him all day. Is he slacking off? Garp inquired, pinching his nose, his expression indifferent. He had just realized that the etiquette student who rode the unicycle aboard his ship had been absent for an entire day. If other naval officers came to report, the lack of the etiquette student's presence would be quite embarrassing. Well, Captain Garp, Kabaji has fallen ill. Machi swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Compelled to fabricate a tale, Captain Buggy and Kabaji had ventured to the demon's chamber last night, yet to this moment, he had seen neither hide nor hair of them. This morning, Machi knocked several times on their door, but received no response. A sinking feeling gripped his heart, leading him to a grim conclusion. Captain Buggy and Kabaji had likely been devoured by that malevolent entity. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. Yet he could not confess his ignorance to Garp. He had no choice but to maintain his fade, stalling for time and seeking an opportunity to escape. Otherwise, should that demon find Buggy and Kabaji's flavors appealing, he would surely meet his demise as well. Oh, feeling unwell? Very well, then. You may attend to his affairs as well. Garp, upon hearing Machi's words, expressed no further suspicion, instead instructing him to assume Kabaji's duties. For a receptionist was still needed aboard the ship. As you wish, Captain, Machi replied, tears welling in his eyes. Thus, he found himself not only acting as a server but also as a receptionist, effectively taking the fall for Kabaji. Chapter 41. Buggy's circus truly lives up to its name. As the sun descended slowly, Machi, fatigued from a day's labor, wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel draped over his shoulder. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted two figures emerging in the sunset. Captain Buggy. Kabaji, I've missed you both so dearly. Where on earth have you been? Machi rushed towards them, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Today, he truly understood the meaning of helplessness. Every task fell upon him. Every burden he had to bear alone, while his subordinates were utterly unreliable, devoid of any wit, seeking him to resolve every issue. Machi, what on earth is the matter with you? Buggy barked, his annoyance palpable. Having only just awakened and seeking fresh air on the deck, Machi's sudden appearance in tears was infuriating. What has happened to you, Machi? Kabaji, though equally irritated, sensed something amiss with Machi. It's like this. Machi recounted his unfortunate day, word by word. Upon hearing this, Buggy's rage boiled over. He had never subjected Machi to such treatment. That despicable old Garp had the audacity to command him first. It was utterly intolerable. As if Garp believed that Buggy's crew was comprised of mere nobodies. How dare he treat Machi with such disregard? Did Buggy have no pride? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His already prominent nose seemed to swell further, and the frustration of the previous night's massage twisted his face into a mask of fury. Buggy rolled up his sleeves, storming towards the deck. Captain Buggy, what are you doing? Kabaji urgently grasped Buggy, fearing that his anger might lead him to act impulsively. What do you mean? What am I doing? Buggy retorted. Baki forcefully swatted away Kabaji's hand, his face contorted with rage, his eyes devoid of their usual spark, entirely consumed by fury. That detestable Cap, who had ruined this captain's pirate ship, plundered his treasures, and now bullied his subordinates, this captain would not tolerate it. Kabaji and Machi hurriedly covered Baki's mouth and glanced around, relieved to find that the soldiers were oblivious to their predicament. They began to counsel him. Captain Baki, one must lower their head under the eaves, think twice before acting. Indeed, Captain, you cannot contend with Cap very well then, for your sake, this captain shall endure. After being restrained and persuaded by the two, Baki's emotions began to stabilize. He realized that had he sought out Cap, the repercussions would have been insurmountable. Now, He felt somewhat fortunate that he had Kabaji and Machi. At least they were useful during critical moments. "You little red-nosed imp, you've been slacking all day," Baki remarked as he conversed with Kabaji and Machi when an unexpected voice pierced the air. A figure slowly approached, casting a shadow that enveloped the trio. Cap. The three were nearly petrified with fright, their previously rosy faces now drained of color, cold sweat pouring from their bodies as they trembled uncontrollably. They recognized the voice all too well. It heralded the beginning of their misfortunes. "It seems you three are quite unwell," Cap remarked, stroking his chin as he surveyed the trio's condition, drenched in sweat despite the cool weather. "Indeed, Lord Cap," they exclaimed with relief, eager to embrace the prospect of leisure. "Then I shall send you to impel down upon my return to headquarters. It is an ideal place for your recovery." Cap deemed it best to send these pirates to impel down, a fitting locale for their convalescence. "Lord Cap, I believe I have already regained my health." "Just look at me," Kabaji interjected, hastily grabbing a broom to demonstrate his vigor, desperate to avoid being sent to that wretched place. He had come to understand that as pirates, they possessed no rights. Falling ill could lead one straight to impel down, and Cap was truly formidable. "Ah, very well. You may remain aboard the ship, but these two must go for treatment," Cap decided, nodding approvingly at Kabaji's industriousness, recognizing that his recovery allowed him to continue working. "Please, Lord Cap, we are not ill. We merely caught a slight chill," the two protested. Indeed, upon hearing that they were to be sent to the advancing city for recuperation, both Buggy and Machi were immediately thrown into a flurry, hastily grabbing mops. It is no jest that entering the advancing city may be a simple endeavor. Yet the uncertainty of emerging decades later, or perhaps not at all, loomed ominously. "Oh, is that so? Then prepare for the evening's performance. Remember to put on a splendid show, for Rhodas has likely never beheld acrobatics before." Cap, leisurely tapping his nostrils, outlined the tasks for the trio that evening. Surprisingly, these three rascals contemplated slacking off, underestimating Cap's cunning. With merely a slight maneuver, they unwittingly confessed their intentions. "Yes, Master Cap," they replied, their spirits as deflated as wilted eggplants, enveloped in despair at their current plight. The buggy pirate crew had indeed reached the point of resorting to performances for survival. "I shall await your display," Cap declared before departing toward the ship's cabin, intent on procuring additional snacks to enjoy during the performance. Kabaji, Machi, summoned the other crew members to prepare. "Certainly, Captain Buggy," they nodded, promptly springing into action. As night descended, the warship was aglow with lights, and the deck buzzed with excitement as the buggy pirate crew commenced their acrobatic show. Buggy dazzled the audience with his signature human cannonball act, while Machi performed a beast-taming spectacle atop Ricky, effortlessly leaping through fire hoops and rolling about. Kabaji, balancing on a unicycle, twirled plates with chopsticks while simultaneously breathing fire. Following his unicycle act, Kabaji showcased his specialty, steaming meat, transforming it from a vibrant red to a delectable pink, much to the astonishment of the onlooking soldiers, whose applause soon filled the deck. "Thank you, everyone," Kabaji said, bowing deeply before continuing with the next act. With his head tilted back, he slowly produced a sword from his mouth, leaving Rhodas utterly astonished, for he had never witnessed such a feat. He had only seen sword swallowing. Rhodas could only think, "Young man, your oral dexterity is remarkable, managing to swallow something of that length." Kabaji then proceeded with the Wind Euro Theater, where a dozen spinning tops whirled energetically on the ground, creating a gust of wind that left the audience in awe of Kabaji's prowess. The trio of extraordinary strength performed a human pyramid on the deck, while the tightrope walking trio secured a wire between the balcony and flagpole, showcasing their skill in traversing it on unicycles. The special effects quartet, each wielding 6 or 7 knives, tossed them into the air, catching them with precision as they spun like silvery wheels upon their hands. "Rhodas, what do you think? These fellows are indeed impressive in their acrobatic endeavors, aren't they?" Cap chewed on the rice crackers, glancing at the enthralled Lotus beside him, and remarked, "It is rather unfortunate that they have not formed an acrobatic troupe. Instead, they choose the path of piracy, squandering their remarkable talents." Rhodes held the acrobatic talents of the buccaneer pirates in high regard, particularly admiring Kabaji, who seemed to embody the prowess of 3 or 5 individuals. His repertoire was vast, and his performances unfolded in a mesmerizing series. If a circus were to be established, Kabaji would undoubtedly serve as its cornerstone. Unfortunately, This band of miscreants has chosen the path of piracy instead of pursuing a more noble profession. It appears we share a similar sentiment, Rhodes. I intend to propose that they form a circus and perform at the headquarters. Surely, you jest, old man. Lotus believed that it would be prudent for Old Man Cap to think twice about allowing the pirates to perform acrobatics at the headquarters. After all, there are few individuals on the vast seas with such a refreshing perspective. Naturally, Little Crane had likely never encountered such delightful acrobatics before. And even Sengoku ought to take a break. If you ask me, he should have retired long ago, yet here we are, forced to endure the hustle and bustle alongside him. Very well, old man. Just ensure that the buggy pirates do not fall victim to Admiral Akainu's wrath. Rhodes found it rather amusing that Old Man Carp could utter such words. However, he believed that if Akainu were at the Navy headquarters, the buggy pirate crew would pose a considerable threat. It's nothing to worry about. That little brat is no match for me, Carp replied nonchalantly, showing no concern for Rhodes' words. If Akainu dares to make a move, I'll just teach him a lesson. Chapter 42. Arrival. Are we heading back to the Navy headquarters this time? Rhodes inquired openly, sensing from Carp's tone that they were indeed heading towards the naval headquarters. This time I shall assist you in securing a proper rank, and then allow you to attend a few lectures to learn the discipline of the Navy. A rare seriousness adorned Carp's face, clearly indicating his genuine concern regarding Rhodes' enlistment in the Navy. Old man, what rank can you possibly secure for me at headquarters? Please do not tell me that you can actually obtain the rank of colonel. Rhodes believes it is prudent to inquire in advance. Otherwise, if that old man shifts the blame onto Sengoku, he would find himself in a predicament. It is well known that the higher the rank, the greater the authority. And in the Navy, the hierarchy of ranks descends from marshal, general, admiral, 3 positions, lieutenant general, major general, rear admiral, colonel, captain, lieutenant colonel, lieutenant commander, major, captain, lieutenant, ensign, warrant officer, sergeant major, sergeant, corporal, private first class, private second class, private third class, recruit, and general duties personnel. The colonel rank and above in the naval headquarters are approximately 3 ranks superior to those in the naval branches. If the former Colonel Axeman Monka from the branch and the colonel from Nami's village were to return to the naval headquarters, they would likely be regarded at the level of a lieutenant in the headquarters. The naval branches are categorized into 2 types, the 4 Seas branches and the Grand Line branches. The rank system in the 4 Seas branches is generally 3 ranks lower than that of the headquarters, with the highest rank being colonel. However, the Grand Line branches follow a different naming convention, designated as GX, and are directly subordinate to the naval headquarters, maintaining the same rank system as the headquarters. Officers ranked warrant officer, excluding warrant officers, and above are considered naval officers. The admiral is not merely a rank, but a naval governor, belonging to the same hierarchical tier as the marshal, with the marshal being the supreme commander, both possessing the authority to initiate extermination orders. This old man will do his utmost to advocate for you, so you can rest assured and focus on your studies at the headquarters. Carp felt somewhat uneasy upon Rhodes' inquiry, as the regulations at the headquarters are quite stringent. Advancements in rank must correspond with military achievements. He had initially only intended to deceive Rhodes by claiming he would secure a colonel position for him. However, if Rhodes were to go to Sengoku and request a colonel position, it is uncertain whether Sengoku would acquiesce, and among the soldiers, there would likely be dissent. After all, the Navy's traditions have been established for so long that every individual has ascended through the ranks step by step to reach their current position. Rhodes' desire to attain the rank of colonel so swiftly would undoubtedly raise eyebrows and provide grounds for gossip. Therefore, Carp must engage in thorough discussions with Sengoku to determine Rhodes' rank. Very well, once I complete my studies, I will not be required to follow others in their tasks. Correct? Rhodes felt it was prudent to seek clarity. Otherwise, if he were assigned a predetermined path upon completing his studies, he would merely be a foolhardy sailor. His ambition to join the Navy was not solely for the acquisition of knowledge or securing a stable position. Rather, it was the desire for freedom alongside Garp that truly motivated him. Should he find himself under the command of someone insufferable, like a certain spider, he would undoubtedly harbor resentment and might even seize an opportunity to eliminate them. No need. You are personally escorted by me, Garp proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Sengoku had indeed instructed him to recruit at his discretion, and now he had found the right candidate. Only the transfer to the headquarters for training remained. If, during the journey, someone attempted to intercept them, Garp believed that those would-be interceptors would face dire consequences in the ensuing days, as they would have to account for how they had intercepted and subsequently returned the individual. Let us hope, as you so wisely suggest, old man. Rogers cast a glance at Garp, sensing that the old man was preoccupied with some nefarious thoughts. Marine Ford, situated at the heart of the Grand Line, lies adjacent to the Sabaody Archipelago, the Red Line, and the Holy Land of Mariahua. Between Justice Islands, Eni's Lobby, and Impel Down, a vortex current, designated for government use, is encircled by the three gates of justice. The islands below resemble the shape of a crescent moon. After a lengthy voyage, Garp and his companions finally arrived at this destination. Old man, you ought to provide me with a complete naval uniform. We are nearly at the Navy headquarters. Wait a moment. You go seek out Admiral Sengoku. I will wander around the Navy headquarters. I fear being captured and sent to Impel Down as a pirate. Rotus requested clothing from Capso, as it pertained to a matter of significance. Although he claimed to be loitering about the naval headquarters out of fear of being apprehended, the true motive was his desire to dine there, seeking superior cuisine. Rotus was acutely aware that soldiers could not partake in the same meals as the officers. Even if the dishes were the same, his superior rank would afford him greater portions. Otherwise, clad in his current attire, he would undoubtedly miss out on any delectable offerings, for he was not a member of the official ranks. Ah, Rotus, I regret to inform you that we have no suitable garments on board for you, Capso replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Where could we possibly find such a large naval uniform? Ever since that scamp Akiji departed, we have lacked uniforms of that size. Then, dear sir, why not part with the coat you are wearing? After all, the weather is rather mild, and there is no need for such layered attire. Lotus glanced at the cloak draped over Garp's shoulders and mused that wearing such a mantle was undoubtedly preferable to his own attire. Although the cloak was somewhat oversized for him, one should not underestimate its significance. It is worth noting that within the naval ranks, all personnel below the first-class sailor are required to don the standard naval uniform and hat. Upon promotion to the rank of corporal, one gains the privilege of choosing various forms of attire, including civilian clothing. However, wearing garments deemed unsuitable for the naval image remains prohibited. Officers of the junior rank are permitted to wear a coat emblazoned with the word justice paired with the standard uniform. In contrast, senior officers and generals adopt a combination of the justice coat with civilian attire. The moment the Lotus cloak was donned, it was akin to achieving the rank of a major. Of course, the Lotus was merely a fade, possessing nothing beyond the garment itself. Yet this was still advantageous for Lotus. Very well, here you go. Kappa pondered for a brief moment and found some merit in what Lotus had said. Thus he removed his justice cloak and bestowed it upon Lotus. Thank you, old man. I believe you look truly dashing in a suit. Rotes, with a composed demeanor, complimented Garp on how dashing he looked in his suit before donning the Navy justice coat. It felt somewhat snug and short, leaving a chill on his calves. Indeed, upon comparison, what was once lacking now seemed abundant. This was Rotes' impression upon wearing the cloak. Naturally, he thought to himself, I look handsome in anything. Garp, filled with pride, pondered whether he should henceforth wear only suits without the cloak. That is only natural. Rotes has attained what he desired, thus pleasing Garp and deceitfully fabricating lies against his better judgment. While Garp and Rotes engaged in lively conversation, panic engulfed the buggy pirates. After all, it is quite unnerving to be recognized as a thief by the police while entering the precinct. Consequently, a sense of dread permeated the ranks of the buggy pirates. Captain Buggy, what shall we do? Ahead lies the Navy headquarters, a veritable graveyard for true pirates. Indeed, Captain Buggy, you must devise a plan for your comrades. The trio known as the tightrope walkers surrounded Buggy, weeping profusely, as if they were about to ascend the gallows. Buggy, exasperated by their antics, felt his forehead throb with frustration, his fists clenching and unclenching in agitation. Ultimately, unable to endure their incessant whining, he dealt each of them a swift blow to the head. As the tightrope walkers lamented, one of them suddenly sported a fresh bump atop his head, and all three found themselves sprawled on the ground, their posteriors elevated. With a sigh of relief, Buggy felt a wave of ease wash over him. These dim-witted fools were under the protection of that old kook Garp, making it difficult for other Navy personnel to act against them without careful consideration. Captain Buggy, I believe it would be prudent for us not to disembark. Kabaji glanced anxiously at the Navy headquarters in the distance, convinced that it would be wise to remain aboard, lest they feel the weight of the Navy's gaze upon them. This warship requires maintenance. We must disembark. Although Buggy was reluctant to leave the ship, He understood that Navy vessels required periodic upkeep, especially since soldiers aboard had informed them of the impending maintenance. "What shall we do, Captain Buggy?" Upon hearing this, his crew members immediately fell into a state of panic. While they felt relatively safe aboard the warship, stepping onto the Navy headquarters territory could spell disaster. They might encounter colonels, commodores, or even admirals, and if they crossed paths with a fleet admiral, their fate would likely be sealed. The captain has already devised a plan. "Do you see that devil? We merely need to follow him. If trouble arises, we can push him forward." Buggy pointed at Rotes, revealing his simple yet cunning strategy, leveraging the devil's influence. Given Rotes' close ties with Carp, it would be a missed opportunity not to exploit this connection. How clever. Truly. You are remarkable, Captain Buggy. Indeed, Captain Buggy is truly impressive. His crew instantly fell into a state of admiration, lavishing praise upon Buggy. He, in turn, tilted his head back, nostrils flaring with pride, clearly relishing the adoration of his subordinates. Chapter 43, The Lobbyist in the Office of the Fleet Admiral at Navy Headquarters. Carp reclined in his chair, munching on sunbae, leaving Sengoku with little more than 2 large nostrils to contend with. "Carp, you scoundrel, this is the Fleet Admiral's office. Your behavior is hardly befitting a vice admiral." Buddha, filled with exasperation, remarked that the old rascal Carp truly did not regard him as an outsider. Having reached the stage of conversing through his nostrils, "I have declared my intention to retire, yet it is you who refuse to grant me that respite." Carp, with an air of indifference, continued to munch on his rice crackers. Since they would not allow him to retire, he resolved to merely coast along, thereby rendering them speechless. "Then you may as well continue idling," Buddha thought, somewhat helpless. If Carp insisted on using this excuse, Buddha could only acquiesce. The reluctance to allow Carp to retire stemmed partly from his desire to avoid loneliness, and partly from the world government's prohibition against Carp's retirement. After all, Carp was seen by the world as a hero of the Navy, a symbol of justice. Many young recruits looked up to him, only to discover his peculiarities once they joined. "Very well, I have come this time with serious business, not for idle chatter." Carp set down his rice cracker, straightened up, and prepared to expedite the matter at hand, lest the numerous messengers entering and exiting feel awkward in his presence. "Huh, you, the old scoundrel, actually have serious business?" Buddha found this amusing. The last time Carp had claimed to have serious matters, it had been years, perhaps even a decade prior. Now, in such a leisurely state, he dared to assert the same, perhaps suggesting retirement once more. Carp, feeling the weight of Buddha's skeptical gaze, felt his face flush. Although he had indeed been quite idle, he had still been diligently combating the evils of the sea, albeit limited to those he happened upon. "Speak, what is it?" Buddha relinquished his documents, reclining in his chair, ready to lend an ear to Carp's serious business, for Carp's presence in the office was quite the distraction from his paperwork. "Ha ha ha, Buddha. Do you recall when you mentioned that if I recruited someone to the Navy headquarters for training, they could become my subordinate?" Buddha nodded, acknowledging that he indeed had said such a thing. Carp had the audacity to suggest that the younger generation of the Navy train on his ship, which, in euphemistic terms, was merely a guise for employing them as enforcers. Carp had sunk to the point of seeking assistance in apprehending pirates. If it were merely to act as enforcers, that would not be so dire. However, the crux lay in Carp's teaching methods. Akiji, once a passionate youth, had transformed into a lethargic admiral with glazed eyes under Carp's tutelage. With this cautionary tale in mind, Buddha could not possibly allow the younger generation of the Navy to board Carp's ship. Yet, Carp incessantly complained whenever he visited the headquarters, lamenting that while other vice admirals had numerous commanders and lieutenants, he had none, insisting that the headquarters assign him a few. Eventually, Buddha, thoroughly exasperated, had permitted Carp to recruit on his own. Now, it seemed that Carp had indeed managed to bring someone along. "That is well, I have indeed brought someone. Currently, I am wandering around the headquarters, and I must remind the cafeteria to prepare extra meals, for the individual I have recruited possesses quite a hearty appetite. It is imperative to communicate this to the cafeteria, Sengoku." Carp reiterated this point, ensuring that Sengoku takes it to heart, to avoid a situation where many naval soldiers go hungry at the headquarters. It is worth noting that that little brat, Rotes, has recently developed a greater appetite. He mentioned that during his recent physical training, he has noticed his body is growing, thus necessitating an increased intake of food. Indeed, during such growth, one should consume more. Otherwise, he may not reach his full height or strength in the future. Carp believes that Rotes must not be allowed to go hungry, as this could be crucial for his future endeavors. However, Carp cannot permit the soldiers at the naval headquarters to starve either, which is why he has repeatedly emphasized this to Sengoku. All right, I will handle this matter, Sengoku replied, dismissing the concern, stating that with so many giant soldiers at headquarters, there was no way the soldiers would go hungry. The men you brought, Carp, should be able to manage as well. Fine, just don't blame me later, Carp retorted, stating he had voiced his concerns, and should the naval soldiers face hunger, it would not be his fault, as Sengoku had not taken it seriously. Now let us discuss the main matter. Sengoku gestured for Carp to get to the point, as he had no time for Carp's leisurely antics. There were numerous documents from various branches awaiting his approval, and he was quite busy. Carp stammered, his face displaying an unusual hint of embarrassment. Speak quickly, you rascal, Sengoku nearly shouted, disgusted by Carp's demeanor. The matter is this. Sengoku, could you grant the individual I recruited a rank of brigadier general? When I brought him in, I promised him that rank. Carp swiftly articulated his objective, having altered the rank from colonel to brigadier general. You fool. Is a brigadier general position something to be handed out casually? What do you take the Navy for? Sengoku fumed, gripping Carp by the collar, realizing Carp had been lingering to negotiate this matter. Do you think such a position can be casually bestowed? If this were to leak, it would tarnish the Navy's reputation, and it would be challenging to lead the soldiers under my command. Wait, Sengoku. A brigadier general is not a loss. That brat possesses the strength of a rear admiral after my training. It is merely a brigadier general rank we are discussing. We are undoubtedly gaining from this. Carp asserted that this arrangement was beneficial, capturing someone with rear admiral strength for the price of a brigadier general position. You old rogue truly believe this is a business transaction? In the tumultuous world of the warring states, Sengoku was nearly driven to despair by the antics of that old rogue, Carp. It is bewildering that he would utter such words. Should they reach the ears of the public, the ridicule would be relentless. What do you propose, Sengoku? You cannot simply turn a blind eye to this matter. Carp, with a shrug, conceded that if Sengoku was opposed, then the responsibility fell upon him. After all, Sengoku is an admiral, while Carp remains merely a vice admiral. Should Ross express discontent, the blame could not be directed at Carp, who had earnestly sought advancement, yet found his efforts thwarted by Sengoku's refusal. At best, he could aspire to the rank of lieutenant. If he truly possessed the strength befitting a vice admiral, he would inevitably rise to that position in due course. Sengoku pondered the military ranks and assigned Ross a position that was neither too high nor too low. After all, the lieutenant rank is relatively attainable, and with diligent efforts in capturing pirates, reaching the rank of brigadier general would merely be a matter of time. Very well. I shall first assist him in acquiring his uniform, he decided. Carp calculated that the rank of lieutenant would be acceptable to Roths and thus refrained from demanding a higher title, knowing that with Carp's guidance, Roths would soon be poised to tackle the numerous pirates that awaited their attention. Now be off, and do remember to register with Crane, Sengoku instructed as he ushered Carp out of the office, reminding him to ensure that there was a record of Roths in the headquarters to avoid any unfortunate incidents of friendly fire. With a leisurely gait, Carp exited the office, making his way towards the office of Admiral Crane. In the cafeteria of the Navy headquarters, Roths was busy filling a colossal tray with an array of delectable food, while the crew of the Buggy pirates trailed behind, equally eager to feast. Captain Buggy, do you think we stand out too much like this? Kabeji queried, glancing around to note the absence of soldiers, as the lunch hour had yet to arrive. However, the attentiveness of the cafeteria staff bore down upon them. Stand out? Hurry up and eat, Buggy retorted, sinking his teeth into a chicken leg, dismissing Kabeji's concerns entirely. If they were to be conspicuous, could they possibly rival Roths, who donned a naval coat and treated the cafeteria tray as a mere bowl? In comparison, they were hardly noticeable at all. After all, Buggy was starving after a long time at sea and was determined to indulge himself now that he had the opportunity. I quite enjoy this cafeteria, he mused, particularly appreciating its regulations. The food was available in unlimited quantities, yet wastage was strictly prohibited, with penalties for those who dared to disregard this rule. Roths found the cafeteria utterly magnificent. He yearned to settle there, yet reality dictated otherwise. He could only linger at the naval headquarters for a brief moment before he had to assist the venerable Carp. However, for now, he could indulge in the bounty of food and drink until he could consume no more. Boss, I believe we must work overtime. This food is insufficient, he remarked. The chef observed the gluttonous figure in the cafeteria and realized they would indeed be working late, as the provisions prepared were vanishing at an alarming rate. clearly inadequate for the entire naval headquarters. Let everyone resume their duties, the head chef declared, taking a drag from his cigarette. He turned to instruct the chefs, who had momentarily halted, to continue their culinary endeavors. As a chef, how could he allow hopeful diners to leave the cafeteria with empty stomachs? Chapter 44. The mighty hammer Carp exited Sengoku's office and strode purposefully to the door of Tsuru's office. Just as he was about to knock, Tsuru's voice resonated from within. "Carp, come in." "Ha ha ha, little Tsuru, it's been a while," Carp exclaimed, pushing the door open with his signature smile. "Where is your naval coat, Carp?" Tsuru inquired, observing Carp clad only in a suit, a hint of exasperation in her tone. As a vice admiral, he ought to don the naval cloak. No matter how relaxed he felt. "I gave it to my lovely subordinate, little Tsuru." Carp replied with a cheeky grin as he adeptly settled into the chair across from her. "Why do you still behave like a child? Is this visit concerning your delightful subordinate?" Tsuru questioned. "Oh, little Tsuru, you remain as astute as ever," Carp acknowledged. "It's hard not to know, Carp," Tsuru said, rubbing her forehead in mild frustration as she handed him several photographs. "Oh," Carp exclaimed, curiosity piqued as he accepted the photos. They depicted a figure with golden hair and black and white horns, donned in a naval coat that appeared quite snug. Upon further scrutiny, he discerned the location where the photograph was taken. "Little Tsuru, it seems you are already aware. Ha ha ha. This is my newly recruited subordinate, Rhodes. What do you think? Does he not exude my youthful charm?" Carp laughed heartily, eager for Tsuru's praise. "Ah, this young fellow named Rhodes has certainly stirred up quite a commotion in the cafeteria," Tsuru noted. Tsuruko found herself in a state of helplessness as she organized the intelligence she had gathered from Carp and the soldiers. Ever since Carp arrived at the headquarters, news had reached her that he had brought with him a group of individuals of dubious identity, one of whom appeared to be a young man from the demon race, clad in an ill-fitting naval coat. Initially uncertain whether the coat belonged to Carp, who rarely removed his naval attire, she now felt assured of its origin. From Carp's words, it was evident that he held a considerable admiration for this young man, Rhodes, to the extent that he was nearly treating him like an apprentice. "Haha, little Tsuruko. I am counting on you at the cafeteria. After all, you are familiar with the headquarters." Carp cheekily requested her assistance with the cafeteria matters, as Rhodes had an insatiable appetite. "Let us set that aside. Please fill out this form. You brought him in, after all." Tsuruko presented Carp with a form, urging him to provide Rhodes's details for the necessary administrative procedures. She had already resolved the cafeteria issues, or else it would have been reported to Sengoku by now. Carp accepted the form, took up a pen, and swiftly completed it. Within moments, he handed the filled-out form back to Tsuruko. She was somewhat taken aback by Carp's speed, yet she quickly accepted the document. As her gaze scanned the form, her anger began to surface. "Carp, you scoundrel. You've only filled in a name? What about the other details?" Frustration welled up within Tsuruko. The form contained merely a name and gender, with no information regarding birthplace, age, parents, or background. "Little Tsuruko, do not be angry. I truly only know these details. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but I found Rhodes in the new world." Carp felt a headache coming on. He genuinely had no further information to provide. All he knew was Rhodes's name, that he was male, and likely under 20 years of age, nothing more. "So you brought an unknown individual to the naval headquarters. Should I commend your audacity or question your judgment, Carp?" Tsuruko mused, realizing that Carp's actions could not simply be described as careless. He had plucked someone from the new world and brought him aboard, now delivering him to the naval headquarters. It was crucial to remember that the new world was the territory of the four emperors. If this were part of some scheme by one of them, they would be inviting danger into their midst. "Ah, do not say such things, little Tsuruko. Rhodes is a fine lad, diligent and obedient." Carp defended Rhodes, attempting to alleviate Tsuruko's suspicions. He had worked hard to find someone like Rhodes, and he dreaded the thought of her driving him away, unsure when he might encounter someone so compliant and resilient again. "Very well, let us proceed with his registration and observe further." Kong, with such an attitude, has come to realize that preventing Rhodes from joining the Navy is an impossibility. Otherwise, he would have to trouble Sengoku again. "Ah, little Crane, please assist Rhodes in acquiring a more suitable uniform. And while you're at it, inquire with the armaments department if there are any large hammers made of sea prism stone available. Ideally, a 3-meter-high hammer would be preferred, but if that is unattainable, a one-handed hammer of over half a meter would suffice." Prior to his arrival, Kong had asked Rhodes about his weapon of choice, to which Rhodes replied that he desired a hammer. The heavier, the better, preferably crafted from sea prism stone, so that he could take down one ability user with each strike. As for the Navy uniform, Kong insisted on a higher quality, considering Rotes trains daily. It wouldn't do for him to tear his clothes during practice. Previously, Rotes had been bare-armed, as he had not officially joined the Navy, but now that he has, it is essential to maintain a respectable image. Kong, do you think sea prism stone weapons are as common as cabbages? Crane sighed. Realizing that Kong was blissfully unaware of the value of resources, did he truly believe that sea prism stone weapons were abundant in the Navy? It is crucial to understand that sea prism stone possesses a hardness comparable to diamonds, making it exceedingly difficult to refine. To create a 3-meter hammer, one must not only contend with the scarcity of sea prism stone, but also the indefinite time required for its crafting. Is there no alternative material that is both heavy and sturdy, little Crane? As long as we can forge a hammer that is both large and weighty, it will suffice. Upon hearing Crane's words, Kong could only settle for seeking materials of a lesser quality than sea prism stone to craft Rote's hammer. Indeed, Dr. Vegapunk has invented a new alloy with a hardness that rivals that of sea prism stone, albeit it is rather cumbersome. Nevertheless, it aligns perfectly with your specifications. I shall instruct the research department to incorporate some fragments of sea prism stone into the alloy to assist you in forging a substantial hammer. Crane quickly recalled Vegapunk's new invention, an alloy with hardness equivalent to sea prism stone, but its excessive weight had led to its initial rejection for constructing the latest warships, as they were found to be slower than pirate vessels. Thank you kindly, little Crane. Kong was quite pleased, as he had nearly resolved all matters at hand, allowing him to ease into a more relaxed pace. Do not thank me just yet. Bogart cannot depart with you for the time being. This is the wish of Peach Rabbit and Tina, who believe that Bogart would be underutilized following you and would fare better instructing the troops back at headquarters. Crane waved her hand dismissively, signaling Kong not to celebrate prematurely. Peach Rabbit was intent on preventing Bogart from returning to Kong's side, citing that his lax demeanor would not befit such a skilled swordsman as Bogart, who ought to be nurturing the next generation of excellence within the Navy. No matter. If Bogart is content to remain wherever he chooses, I shall not interfere with his decision. However, little Crane, you must ensure that Rotes is well taken care of. Kong showed little concern for whether Bogart returned to the ship. After all, Bogart's presence merely allowed for some light conversation, whereas Rotes and his companions could serve as sparring partners and perform acrobatics. Very well, by the way, Kong. Are you still capturing the pirates of the Buggy crew? Crane inquired, producing a photograph of Buggy's group trailing behind Roctus, which she handed to Carp. She recalled that this Renosed pirate, Buggy, was once a crewmate of Roger and shared a long-standing acquaintance with Shanks. Although she was uncertain why Carp allowed Buggy and his crew such freedom, she merely sought clarification, considering Carp was the one who had apprehended them. The red-nosed brat lacks any significant skills, as you are well aware. My intention to capture him was merely to seek retribution against that young rascal, Shanks. By the way, tonight, the red-nosed lad will perform acrobatics alongside his crew. You must come and watch, little Crane, Carp invited, having meticulously planned this event. As for Sengoku, Carp had not factored him into the equation, knowing full well how busy Sengoku was to attend an acrobatic performance. Carp, are you not concerned that Akainu might eliminate them? Crane pondered, apprehensive that if Akainu were to discover Carp's actions, the Buggy crew could face complete annihilation. Not at all. That magma brat poses no threat to me. Besides, I have no intention of letting him discover my plans, Carp assured, confident that the magma user would not stir up trouble. This endeavor was solely for Crane's enjoyment, and anyone who dared to obstruct him would face his wrath. Very well, Carp. Crane nodded in agreement to attend the acrobatic performance. With her recent busy schedule, a chance to relax and enjoy the show sounded delightful. That is splendid. I'll leave the matter regarding Roctus in your capable hands, little Crane. I must take my leave now, Carp said as he stood to depart, having achieved his objective. He needed to ensure Buggy and the others were adequately prepared to avoid any embarrassment during their performance. Carp truly resembled a child at times. Crane watched him leave with a smile, reflecting on how Carp had not changed. He remained youthful at heart, eternally unable to grow up. Chapter 45 Mom. You no longer need to worry about me going hungry in the Navy headquarters cafeteria. Roctus had just finished a plate of food and was preparing to grab more when a soldier clad in naval uniform approached him, the word transmission embroidered on his arm. Greetings, sir. I am here on the orders of Rear Admiral Crane, requesting your presence in the Giant's Dining Hall for your meal. Giant's Dining Hall? Does the Navy headquarters have 2 dining halls? Rhodes found it quite intriguing to learn that there were 2 dining halls at the naval headquarters. Indeed, due to the presence of the giant brigade, a special giant dining hall had been established, staffed entirely by giants, which enabled a significantly swifter preparation of meals compared to the other dining facility. The messenger nodded in affirmation, conveying that this was indeed the situation. He himself had been left bewildered upon receiving Admiral Crane's orders, which instructed him to accompany the young demon, who was in the company of Admiral Carp, to the giant dining hall. "Very well then, please lead the way, my friend," he said. Rhodes, with a familiar pat on the soldier's shoulder, eagerly anticipated a visit to the giant's restaurant. In his eyes, the colossal giants would undoubtedly prepare whole feasts, far more magnificent than the sparse offerings of their current mess hall. "Very well, please follow me," he urged. The soldier, somewhat taken aback by Rhodes' casual gesture, considered the stark contrast in their statures and realized that one must act with discretion rather than stubbornness. "Captain Bucky, Rhodes has been taken away. Should we follow?" Kabaji inquired, his mouth full, while keeping a watchful eye on Rhodes' departure. After all, Rhodes was a legitimate citizen, whereas they were not. Observing Rhodes walk off with the soldier, he sought Bucky's opinion. "Follow? We've been here long enough without incident. There'll be no trouble now," Bucky replied dismissively. "Just remember, don't cause any disturbances." He merely glanced at Rhodes' receding figure before losing interest. Given that they had gone unnoticed for so long, it was unlikely anyone would start paying attention to them now. Though Bucky may have been somewhat naive, he was not foolish. They were at the Navy headquarters, and upon landing, their identities would have been thoroughly investigated. Since the Navy had not apprehended them, it implied that Garp had established favorable relations with the higher-ups. As long as they maintained a low profile, the Navy would treat them as if they were invisible. Is this truly the Giant's restaurant? It is indeed immense. Following the messenger, Lotus arrived at the so-called Giant Restaurant. Although referred to as a restaurant, its appearance resembled that of a grand stadium, spacious yet slightly misaligned, suggesting that the Navy had opted not to erect such an immense structure at the heart of the base. After escorting Lotus to this locale, the messenger departed. At this moment, with mealtime yet to arrive, Lotus found himself alone in the vast dining hall, his gaze fixated on the enormous wooden platforms laden with roasted sea beasts, their golden sheen reflecting in his eyes. A silly grin crept upon his lips as he sprang into action, clambering up the towering wooden pillars with both hands and feet. "Delicious delicacies, here I come." Rhodes, with drool trickling from the corners of his mouth, began to gnaw on the colossal sea beasts that spanned several dozen meters. At long last, Rhodes felt that his hardships had borne fruit. He was determined to recoup his losses this time. In pursuit of a hearty meal at headquarters, he had shamelessly sought tutelage from Carp, where he learned the invaluable skill of life restoration. Indeed, this technique proved remarkably advantageous. Previously, after a filling meal at the ordinary cafeteria, he found himself satiated. However, upon entering the Giant's dining hall and consuming merely half of a sea beast, his stomach felt uncomfortably full. Yet, with a mere application of life restoration, his belly swiftly deflated, awakening a newfound hunger within him, thus allowing him to indulge once more. Since mastering life restoration, Rhodes believed he was liberated from the necessity of 3 meals a day, as he could now feast to his heart's content, transforming the food into life force stored within his body. As long as his life energy was sufficient, he would not succumb to hunger as swiftly. Admittedly, the quantity of food consumed in a single sitting might be excessive, as evidenced by the remnants of 3 sea beasts, each measuring between 50 to 60 meters. Lying behind him, Rhodes had significantly increased his efficiency in dining, and to encapsulate his experience succinctly, since acquiring the skill of life restoration, his mother need no longer worry about him being outpaced in the race for food. In the midst of their feast, the buggy pirates awaited their next move. Having already finished their meal, they chose to remain in the cafeteria, anticipating the arrival of their escort. Their unfamiliarity with the area made them cautious. They were aware that wandering aimlessly could lead to unforeseen troubles. After all, they were outsiders in a place where certain areas were strictly off-limits, and they had no knowledge of such restrictions. Thus, they resolved to stay put, knowing that both Garp and Lotus would surely come to find them, especially Garp, who had explicitly invited them to perform at the naval headquarters. As anticipated, Garp soon arrived. He inquired about their situation, and upon learning that Lotus had gone to the Giant's restaurant, he instructed his soldiers to escort the buggy pirates to a resting area, ensuring that there would be no mishaps during their performance that evening. After arranging for their comfort, Garp made his way to the Giant's restaurant, his spirits buoyant as he reflected on the tasks he had accomplished. Not long after, Garp reached the giant's restaurant. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of enormous wooden stumps lined with neat rows of pristine white bones, illuminated by the flickering golden light dancing upon the sea beast meat. The golden glow lingered momentarily on the glistening surface before shifting to another spot, leaving behind only the stark whiteness of the skeletons. "Lotus, have you had your fill?" Garp called out, his voice echoing as he sought to ensure that Lotus could hear him. He paid no mind to the quantity of food Lotus might have consumed, dismissing it entirely as he recalled that little Crane had already taken care of the situation. "Old man Garp, just a moment. I have a few more to go," Lotus replied. "I'll be finished shortly, and then we can head to the regular cafeteria for another meal. I'm still quite hungry." Rotes momentarily paused his meal, raising his voice in a fervent call, fearful that Cap would escape. Having finished his current portion, he felt capable of consuming more. However, finding his way to the ordinary cafeteria required a guide, especially given the rather intense atmosphere of their previous dining experience. "Then you should hurry," Cap said, producing a bag of senbei and crunching away, intending to pass the tedious time of waiting. "Very well." Rotas resumed his meal after a brief exchange, appreciating the merits of the giant's restaurant. Here, the food was simply laid out before him, with no one lingering around, allowing him to dine without the burden of curious gazes. It was truly a delightful experience. Not long after, while savoring a rice cracker, Garp noticed a golden light descending before him. He paused, ceasing his actions, and regarded the individual before him with suspicion. "Rotas, how could I possibly think you have grown a little taller?" Garp remarked, observing Rotas directly. To his surprise, he realized he had to slightly tilt his head upwards to meet his gaze. "Have you?" Rotas glanced at Garp and, upon feeling his own body, realized that Garp indeed appeared to have shrunk considerably, while he himself seemed to have grown significantly taller. "It seemed to be true, old man. Old man, as I have mentioned, I believe I have been undergoing a growth spurt lately. Please, take me to the dining hall, for I find myself feeling hungry once more." Lotus gestured to his current state, indicating that he was indeed undergoing development. It turned out that the prolonged pauses along the journey, spent foraging for sustenance, were not merely for the sake of experimenting with the restoration of life. Rotas still cannot comprehend how he suddenly grew taller. Could it be a side effect of the excessive restoration of vitality? He certainly does not wish to grow excessively tall, for it would make finding a wife quite challenging. Rotas decided to set aside the reasons for his sudden growth, feeling a bit constrained in his attire. He hastily returned the coat he had draped over himself to Cap, which brought him considerable relief. It was indeed time to indulge in more nourishment for his development. "Come, let us dine together," he urged. Cap nodded in agreement, leading Rotas to their meal. Although he was quite puzzled by Rotas's unexpected height increase, he was certain that one must never starve during such a crucial phase of growth. "Old man, how do you find my rank?" Lotus followed closely beside Garp, filled with curiosity about the rank Garp had secured for him. "A captain. Sengoku would grant no more than that. Despite my earnest pleas, it proved futile. However, fret not. When the time comes, I shall take you to apprehend a few pirate crews, and you will swiftly ascend to the rank of colonel. No need to worry, old man. I merely wish to inquire how long we shall remain at headquarters." Rotas wished he could reside here indefinitely. With an abundance of food available without the need to spend time or money, it was truly an ideal place for indulgent development. A week at most. For even he could not linger in the headquarters for too long, as it had grown rather tedious. Garp, having pinched his nostrils, was not particularly eager to remain in the headquarters either. It was rather dull and exposed one to the darker aspects of the Navy. Very well then. Rotes felt a tinge of disappointment. It was indeed a pity that he could not linger at the naval headquarters. However, as a subordinate of Garp, he had little choice in the matter. Chapter 46. The mess hall. The Fiend had returned, this time shadowing Rear Admiral Garp. It appeared that another overtime shift awaited them. Was it not true? Hadn't this creature been escorted to the giant's dining hall? What could have compelled its return? Surely, it had not consumed all the provisions meant for the giant brigade. Do not jest. The giant's dining hall prepares an abundance of food, more than sufficient for the soldiers of the giant brigade. You are well aware of the sheer quantity of provisions available there, one chef replied. Indeed. But considering this creature's stature, even with its demon lineage, it could hardly devour everything, another chef remarked, though soon he began to question the logic of the situation. If the food at the giant's dining hall is so plentiful, why has it come back to us? That is undoubtedly due to the superior taste of our offerings. You know how rough the skills of those giant chefs can be. I believe it simply could not withstand the flavor of their cuisine and sought refuge here. the first chef declared, pride illuminating his face. Chefs take great pride in their ability to attract patrons with their culinary skills, and even as they served in the Navy, this sentiment remained unchanged. In his eyes, the fact that patrons returned from the giant's dining hall to their establishment was a testament to the superior flavors of their own dishes. That makes sense. The second chef agreed, finding merit in his companion's reasoning. It provided a plausible explanation. Why are you two still dawdling? Do you intend for our guests to go hungry? A voice suddenly emanated from behind them. Upon hearing it, both chefs instinctively recoiled, their earlier bravado swiftly replaced by subservience. Chef Commander, we shall attend to it immediately. Yes. Our apologies, Chef Commander. They quickly offered their apologies and joined the other chefs in their tasks. Such indolent individuals, the Chef Commander mused as he observed their retreating figures. Shaking his head, such laziness would never yield an exceptional chef. He took a deep drag from his cigarette before extinguishing it with haste. He glanced at Carp and the ravenous fiend, recognizing that this was a formidable challenge, a battle between the speed of the diners and that of the chefs. Rotes, slow down. There is plenty more here, Carp gently advised, watching as Rotes piled an enormous quantity of food onto their table. Even Carp felt a blush of embarrassment, having noticed the substantial gap that Rotes' voracious appetite had created in the food display. Not to worry, old man. None of this food will choke me. Rotes, believing that Carp might choke due to his rapid consumption, expressed his gratitude by offering a brief explanation. Afterward, he resumed his pace of devouring the meat. Carp, who felt the weight of responsibility for his subordinates, was overwhelmed with a sense of duty. Fortunately, he found solace in the fact that the meal expenses were covered by the headquarters, sparing him the need to part with a single belly. Seated beside Rotes, Carp partook in the food every time Rotes brought a dish. As the repetition continued, Carp, having indulged to his fill, could no longer eat. Meanwhile, Rotes' stomach swelled and deflated under Carp's watchful gaze, a cycle of expansion and contraction. Time passed unnoticed until the first soldier entered the dining hall, ready to eat. At that moment, Rotes finally ceased his relentless feasting. Are you full? Carp inquired, somewhat astonished. He had become almost numb from watching Rotes consume food with such fervor. He had anticipated that Rotes would continue, yet to his surprise, Rotes had chosen to stop. No, soldiers have come to dine. I shall take my leave for now. I will return after they have finished, lest they work on an empty stomach. Rotes wiped his mouth and surveyed the kitchen and dining area, where the chefs were still diligently at work and the food on the tables was gradually returning to a semblance of normalcy, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that when the soldiers from the naval headquarters arrived at the mess hall, there would be no sustenance available. And such a scenario would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation, along with that of Carp. However, this notoriety would likely be of a most unfavorable nature. Thus, when the first soldier entered the dining hall, he abstained from eating, ensuring that the chefs could replenish the food supply for the incoming soldiers. Very well then. Come along with me, Carp declared, rising to his feet and leading Rotes away. The sight of the two departing was not lost on the chefs busy preparing meals. Some felt their eyes welling with tears, while others quietly sobbed. In stark contrast, the head chef watched the pair leave with a smile, aware that this time victory was theirs. Yet, among the beleaguered chefs, one muttered in a daze as he witnessed their exit. Finally, they are gone. Upon uttering these words, he seemed to collapse from exhaustion, prompting a nearby chef to assist him, while the head chef arranged for him to rest. The head chef, observing the departing figure, understood that this battle had been exceedingly arduous. These chefs had never endured such prolonged high-intensity work, and it was entirely reasonable for them to feel physically drained. Consequently, he resolved to commence training for them starting today. After all, how could a chef allow himself to be outpaced by the speed at which customers consumed their meals? Rotes, will you be able to dine in the mess hall by yourself later? I have matters to attend to, Carp suddenly remarked as they walked, expressing his reluctance to accompany Rotes any further, for he could no longer bear the scrutiny that accompanied Rotes' dining habits. Of course, old man. You go on and take care of your business. As long as I catch a whiff of food in the air, I shall know where the mess hall is. And my memory serves me well. There is no need for you to lead the way. After a moment of contemplation, Rotes surmised that Carp might be arranging a performance for the buggy pirates. He then candidly expressed his navigational prowess. Indeed, a commendable skill. By the way, you are scheduled to embark on your studies tomorrow. A dedicated soldier will escort you, so there is no need to await my arrival. Carp felt a slight embarrassment regarding Rotes' navigational talent, yet he was relieved that Rotes could find his way independently, sparing him the task of guiding him. Tomorrow. Carp had no intention of accompanying Rhodes, as he needed to check on Bogart's circumstances at headquarters. Is it truly that soon? I suppose it would be fine if I have my breakfast first before I leave. Rhodes was slightly taken aback. Isn't it customary to have a day of rest before the school term begins? How could the naval headquarters operate at such a rapid pace? He had hoped to indulge in another day of feasting. Nevertheless, there is no issue with that, but you must be mindful of the time and not be late. Carp pondered for a moment and advised Rhodes, reminding him not to lose track of time while dining. It would rely on you, old man, to arrange for someone to call me. Lotus remarked that when he dined, he was utterly oblivious to the passage of time, as long as there was food. He would indulge, regarding time as ephemeral as smoke. Very well then, allow me to assist you. Carp pondered the manner in which Lotus had dined that day, and concluded it would be prudent to assign someone to accompany him, lest he arrive tardy on his inaugural learning experience. Although this learning was merely a formality, for they typically executed missions at sea and returned to headquarters only a few times over several months. Such formalities still required adherence. Thank you very much, esteemed elder. Rhodes expressed his gratitude to Carp, remarking on the old man's thoughtfulness. It's nothing, Carp replied. After all, what could he do? He had to take responsibility for his own recruits, even if it meant dealing with their complaints. As nightfall quietly enveloped the surroundings, Carp led the buggy pirates to a secluded area, a remote part of the base that rarely saw visitors. Carp chose this location deliberately to avoid attracting the attention of the numerous soldiers. After all, bringing a pirate crew to the headquarters for a performance of acrobatics was hardly a matter to be taken lightly. Listen well, you little rascals, Carp commanded. Put your heart into this performance. If you do well, perhaps your bounties will be lifted. But those who fail to put in the effort should not blame me if I hold them accountable later. Carp first offered a sweet promise before resorting to a veiled threat, ensuring that these scoundrels would not slack off. He was keen on making a good impression, especially since he had invited Saru to witness their antics. Should these youngsters embarrass him in front of her, they would soon learn the meaning of his iron fist against wrongdoing. Yes, Lord Carp. We will give our all. You can count on us. The buggy pirates eagerly reassured him. Among them, Buggy was the most enthusiastic, having long desired to keep a low profile. If he could manage to have his bounty reduced, he would seize the opportunity to escape, making his future treasure hunts considerably easier. Very good. Carp nodded in satisfaction at the response from the buggy pirates before turning to seek out Saru. As Carp and the buggy pirates departed, Rhodes emerged from his quarters, his intentions crystal clear. There were only two places to go, the mess hall and the Giant's restaurant. In the darkness of the night, a storm was quietly brewing. In the mess hall, chefs busily arranged tables and chairs, shuttling between the kitchen and dining area. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the vast emptiness of the hall, arriving silently and unnoticed by anyone except the chefs, who were left trembling at the sight. Prepare yourselves, the figure commanded. Let us satisfy this greedy patron thoroughly. The head chef, smoking a cigarette, instructed the cooks to prepare the ingredients. Another battle was upon them, yet they would not waver. For this was the dignity of a chef. Chapter 47. The Hungry Ghosts. It was a morning like any other, as the morning sun cast its golden rays upon the world, dispelling the shadows of the night. The sunlight bathed the earth, and the soldiers of the headquarters, as usual, made their way to the mess hall for breakfast. However, upon arriving at the typically aromatic dining area, they were met with an absence of delightful scents and an empty table that should have been laden with food. The soldiers were momentarily taken aback, before quickly engaging in conversation, inquiring whether anyone knew the reason for the mess hall's closure that day. Amidst the rising clamor, they all heard the same disheartening word: no. Determined to uncover the truth behind the unlit kitchen, the soldiers ventured towards it. As they entered, they found the lights on, which initially surprised them. But soon confusion etched their faces. If the lights were on, there should have been chefs present. Yet, an eerie silence pervaded the air. Cautiously, the soldiers approached the kitchen door, a chill creeping down their spines. Some of the more timid soldiers distanced themselves from the door, opting to peek through the window. What they beheld made them gasp. All the chefs lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. What happened? Why are you shouting? Other cautious soldiers exclaimed, startled by the commotion. The chefs. They are all down, cried the soldier by the window, his face a mask of terror, his words faltering. What? Everyone, quickly, into the kitchen. Upon hearing this, the other soldiers rallied, urging one another to enter the kitchen. Inside, they were met with a shocking sight. The usually spirited chefs lay scattered across the floor, each one in a state of unconsciousness, their eyes darkened, and the kitchen strewn with remnants of spices, clearly untouched. Head chef, what has happened to you? Who attacked you? The soldiers hoisted the chefs and rushed them toward the infirmary, their minds racing with questions about the assailants responsible for their dire condition. The hungry ghosts from hell. We lost, the head chef murmured as he regained consciousness. But after uttering those words, he lapsed back into unconsciousness. Hungry ghosts from hell? What could that possibly mean? One soldier pondered aloud. I don't know, but we must hasten to get the chefs the treatment they need, another replied. Their minds swirling with confusion regarding the head chef's cryptic mention of hungry ghosts, yet they understood the urgency of the situation. In the marshal's office, Carp sat with a sour expression before Sengoku, leaving him with nothing but two nostrils to regard. Carp, do you know why I summoned you? Sengoku inquired. How could I possibly know? Carp retorted. Kapu's forehead was adorned with a myriad of frown lines, his displeasure evident as Sengoku summoned him early in the morning. After all, what pressing matters could possibly arise at such an hour? Perhaps it was due to yesterday's events, where he had not been invited to witness the acrobatics alongside Xiaoha and the others. Yet, such pettiness did not seem characteristic of Sengoku. Initially, it was Kapu who intended to invite he to the acrobatics, but ultimately, he had included Momotori, who in turn had brought Tina, and Sha-Tun had joined them as well. Consequently, the gathering had swelled to an uncountable number, leaving Kapu bewildered by the sheer influx of attendees. Is this the group you brought along? Sengoku inquired, presenting a photograph to Kapu. Upon receiving it, Kapu scrutinized the image, noting its dim quality, yet recognizing it as that of Rhodes. What is it? He queried. Has Rhodes committed a crime or engaged in some scandal? His confusion was palpable. Why would Sengoku show him a photo of Rhodes without reason? Not at all, Sengoku replied, shaking his head. Rhodes has done nothing wrong. Then why have you summoned me? Kapu's expression darkened. If there is nothing amiss, why waste my time? Are you merely toying with me? That's not the case, Kapu. Sengoku hastily reassured him, gesturing to dispel any notion of jest. If there's something to discuss, please do so swiftly. I have matters to attend to with Bogart. Just get to the point, Kapu grumbled, irritation etched across his features. I have no time for delays. Do you know that all the chefs in the cafeteria collapsed last night? Sengoku queried. I do not, Kapu replied succinctly. The chef's condition holds no relevance to me. As I was not present in the cafeteria, I was in a secluded area of the headquarters. Well, almost all the supplies in the headquarters were depleted. Are you aware of that? Sengoku pressed. I am not, Kapu retorted, remaining unfazed. The depletion of supplies does not concern me. I am not in charge of the storeroom. Shouldn't you inquire with the chefs instead? Would you like to know more? Sengoku persisted. I would not, Kapu replied bluntly. Such matters do not pertain to me, nor do I have any interest in them. However, this is related to the individuals you brought along, Sengoku insisted, pointing to the photograph in Kapu's hand. Although Sengoku himself had doubted the connection, the evidence from the surveillance was irrefutable. Are you suggesting that Rhodes harmed the chefs and subsequently pilfered the supplies? Kapu's expression reflected disbelief. While he could not vouch for Rhodes's character entirely, he was certain that such acts of burglary were not in Rhodes's nature. No, Kapu. You misunderstand, Sengoku clarified. What I mean is that the individuals you brought consumed all the supplies in the headquarters and left the chefs utterly exhausted. Zhangguo hastily clarified, fearing that Carp might misunderstand. This time, Carp had indeed brought an extraordinary glutton who consumed the entire stock of provisions within a day, exhausting the chefs in the process. Consequently, the soldiers at headquarters were left with no choice but to venture out to sea to catch fish. What does this have to do with Luotes? Isn't the cafeteria primarily meant to ensure the Navy is well fed? Moreover, I had forewarned you in advance. Carp insisted he would not bear the blame, after all. The cafeteria's purpose was to satiate the Navy's hunger. So what if the provisions were depleted? They could simply procure more. Could it be that the Navy would allow a soldier to go hungry? Wait, Carp, why are you taking him away? Zhangguo's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that Carp's companion would be so extraordinary and voracious. Rumors had already spread through headquarters about a glutton who, in a single night, consumed all the provisions and left the chefs utterly worn out. Zhangguo hoped that Carp would swiftly take this individual away, although the headquarters could barely manage. The chefs were truly suffering. The talent has only just begun to learn. Why must he leave? Zhangguo protested. I have only just arrived at headquarters. You cannot dismiss him so hastily. Carp was quite irked. He had only just settled in and had barely spent 2 nights there, yet was now being urged to leave. Carp, you scoundrel, can't you recruit someone more normal? Is it so easy to find such a person? Do you truly believe the Navy is a place that produces belly fat? Zhangguo scolded, gripping Carp's collar in anger. This scoundrel Carp had indeed recruited a glutton. Even if Luotes possessed the strength of a vice admiral as Carp claimed, the amount of food required to sustain him would suffice to nourish many vice admirals. It was absurd to expend so much sustenance on Luotes when he had yet to prove himself as a formidable force. Zhangguo merely wished for Carp to expeditiously remove Luotes, as the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. He did not want to hear any more about Luotes. Fortunately, Carp intended to take Luotes aboard the ship. Had he remained at headquarters, Zhangguo felt he would truly become despondent. Do not speak so, Zhangguo. Luotes possesses significant potential. Recruiting him into the Navy now is undoubtedly advantageous. I assure you, in less than a decade, even the likes of Akiji and his peers will not stand a chance against Luotes. Carp boasted, exuding confidence that they were indeed making a tremendous gain. Oh, come now. Carp, in 10 years, we will all be retired. This vast sea will forever belong to the youth. We old-timers will no longer have a ship to board. Zhangguo was entirely unconvinced by Carp's argument. In 10 years, they would all be retired. Who could predict the circumstances at sea? If Luotes failed to achieve the promised strength, who would be accountable for the resources expended on him? Zhangguo, do you not wish to contribute to the cause of justice? An extraordinary opportunity has presented itself. Carp, with a tone of heartfelt persuasion, contemplated inwardly whether to allow Rhodus to partake in sustenance aboard the vessel. If Rhodus were to indulge, one must first consider the source of such provisions. Merely the time required to consume this abundant fare would necessitate a prolonged wait. By the time they finished, the battle might very well have concluded, leaving Rhodus still unsatisfied. Thus, Carp resolved to allow Rhodus a few more days to ascertain whether his appetite could return to its normal capacity. Carp, I grant you 2 days. After that, regardless of the circumstances, you must depart with your men, Sengoku stated, unwilling to engage in further debate with Carp. If Rhodus remains at headquarters, my position as marshal will be untenable. Very well, I understand, Carp replied, calculating that a 2-day time frame was acceptable and conceding, for Sengoku held the rank of marshal. Chapter 48. 2 days, old man. Haven't we planned to stay for a week? Why must we leave in just 2 days? Upon his return, Rhodus was met with disheartening news from Carp. What transpired? Why did the itinerary suddenly change? Alas, Rhodus, your insatiable appetite is quite notorious. That fellow from the warring states intends to dismiss you, and I have only just managed to secure an additional 2 days for you. Remember, during these 2 days, indulge yourself and ensure you are well fed. Otherwise, there shall be scarce provisions awaiting you aboard the ship. Carp tapped his nostrils, reminding Rhodus to consume abundantly, for once aboard. Sustenance would be limited, and here at the headquarters, no currency is required. Very well, old man. Rhodus declared that even if the old man remained silent, he would indulge himself. For what purpose had he come to the headquarters if not to relish a feast? Was it merely for a leisurely visit? He had meticulously planned for this day, and he simply could not leave unsatisfied. By the way, Rhodus, do refrain from dining in the ordinary cafeteria. Instead, head to the giant restaurant. You have already gained notoriety in the regular cafeteria, where the chefs refer to you as the Hungry Ghost. Your reputation has spread throughout the headquarters, so it would be wise to minimize your public appearances. Are you aware of the chaos you caused yesterday? You depleted the food supplies and left the chefs utterly exhausted. Carp advised Rhodus against visiting the ordinary cafeteria, suggesting instead the giant restaurant, where Sengoku had already made arrangements for him to dine over the next few days. Well, I certainly did not anticipate the chefs at headquarters to be so dedicated. I was merely prepared to wait for the dishes, and it was their tireless efforts that left them worn out. Am I to blame for that? Moreover, this is the Navy headquarters. Surely, you jest, old man. How could I possibly deplete the entire stock of ingredients? I suspect that Commander Sengoku has wrongfully accused me. Is it such a crime for me to have a hearty meal? Why must I bear such an immense burden of blame? Rhodes expressed that this is undoubtedly Sengoku attempting to shift the blame. He possesses no such prowess to consume all the provisions of this headquarters. Moreover, even if he were the one indulging, Rhodes firmly stated that he would not bear the responsibility. I share this sentiment, surely. Rhodes could not possibly devour such an immense quantity. Carp nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Rhodes' assertion. After all, this is indeed the headquarters, where provisions are stored in hundreds of tons. He could not believe that Rhodes, having arrived only yesterday, could consume so much food. In Carp's view, this was undoubtedly Sengoku. That miserly fellow, begrudging the expenditure of belly for provisions, who intentionally cast the blame upon Rhodes. Indeed, old man, you are the most discerning among the entire navy. Rhodes deemed Cap to be a remarkably sensible individual, albeit with a somewhat irritable disposition. Ha ha ha, that is only natural. Cap, brimming with pride, displayed no semblance of embarrassment. By the way, my dear sir, it is getting late. I must depart for lunch, as I have studies to attend to this afternoon. Rhodes expressed to Carp that if he continued their conversation, he would miss lunch. With only 2 days to spare, missing a meal would be a significant loss for him. Very well, go ahead. Carp gestured for Rhodes to hasten to his meal, advising him not to let himself go hungry, as it would be detrimental to his health. Especially since Rhodes was still in his developmental years. All right, old man. I'm off. Rhodes received Carp's consent and promptly hurried towards the giant's restaurant. Was it that I did not rest well last night, or is it simply the weight of my years? It seems that Rhodes has grown significantly taller. Carp gazed at Rhodes' departing figure, sensing that Rhodes appeared to have indeed gained height. In a dormitory within the headquarters, Buggy and Kabeji were engaged in a clandestine meeting. 3 individuals seated around a table, exuding an air of caution. Has anyone made any discoveries within the headquarters? Is there any opportunity to exploit? Buggy quietly inquired of his subordinates. They had put on a vigorous performance the previous night. Even Leaky had leaped through the fire rings several times. Yet that old coot Carp remained untrustworthy, failing to retract their bounty notices. Originally, it was agreed that if they performed well, their pirate crew's bounty would be lifted. Yet Carp had utterly failed to fulfill this promise, inciting Buggy's ire. Clearly, the individuals Carp brought along had found immense joy in their performance. No, Captain Buggy. The defenses here are tight. Securing a warship is exceedingly difficult, and we are surrounded by surveillance snail cameras. We have no chance, Kabeji reported after his reconnaissance, revealing the presence of numerous surveillance snails throughout the headquarters. Any suspicious activity would immediately attract attention. Indeed, Captain Buggy, through conversations with the soldiers stationed here, I discovered that the dock where the warships are moored is heavily guarded, with many soldiers on board, some even being captains, Machi added. Drawing upon the popularity gained from their performance last night, he had conversed with several soldiers, though regrettably, none of the information proved useful. We must devise a plan to escape. We cannot remain under Carp's watch any longer. That old man is utterly untrustworthy. If we return to his ship, we will have no chance to flee. Only within the headquarters do we have a sliver of opportunity, Buggy declared decisively after hearing the reports from his companions. He lamented. In all my years, aside from being duped by that red-haired scoundrel, this is the second time I've endured such suffering. Had I the strength to confront Carp, I would surely challenge him. But that is rather difficult, Captain, Kabeji remarked. Though he understood the harsh reality, they were simply no match for the Navy with their frail limbs. We must escape, no matter how daunting it may seem. Have you forgotten the life we endure daily? What we once experienced? As Buggy spoke, he could no longer contain his emotions. He had once reveled in freedom and joy, sailing the seas with his crew, despite their meager treasure finds. Yet now, he found himself living in a state of constant anxiety, compelled to read the moods of Carp daily, fearing that a mere frown from him could lead to imprisonment. Kabaji and Machi, upon hearing Buggy's words, were transported back to the joyful days aboard Buggy's pirate ship, and in that moment, they embraced one another and wept bitterly. Captain Buggy, we must escape. They chorused, their voices trembling with resolve, having grown weary of their current existence and yearning to return to their former lives. Yes, we will surely escape, they affirmed. The clandestine meeting of the 3 was remarkably fruitful. They came to a profound understanding of the significance of freedom and set their sights on liberating themselves from Carp, unaware that they had only 2 days left. In the office of the Grand Admiral at Navy headquarters, Saru sat across from Sengoku, holding a photograph that Sengoku had handed her, a playful smile gracing her face. Saru, what are your thoughts? Sengoku inquired. That old rascal Carp is notoriously lazy and unprofessional, yet he seems to excel at recruiting. However, the individuals he has summoned this time are nothing short of gluttonous fiends from the depths of hell. Just look at the chaos he has wrought. Sengoku lamented, rubbing his temples in frustration. While it is one thing for him to consume his own hefty portion of food, it is entirely unacceptable that he allowed the giant brigade to go hungry after devouring all their rations. Sengoku had initially thought that merely preparing another meal for the giants would suffice. But he never anticipated that this Rhoda's character would consume the entirety of the next meal's supplies, leaving not even a leaf of vegetable behind. Had it not been for the recording from the transponder snail, They might have assumed the kitchen was devoid of any provisions. Let us not be too harsh on Carp. Tsuru interjected with a smile, her eyes glinting with amusement. While he may be somewhat lackadaisical, his intentions are undoubtedly good. Besides, as you mentioned, it is only 2 days. Carp will surely take his leave soon. Tsuru, do you have any idea how insatiable that Rhodes is? He has no regard for food etiquette whatsoever. I suspect Carp recruited him merely to retaliate against my refusal to grant him retirement, Sengoku replied. You must persuade Carp to rein in Rhodes's appetite. In the face of the insatiable appetite of Rhodes, Sengoku found himself utterly powerless. He could not deny a newly enlisted sailor the sustenance he required. Nor could he allow the absence of food. After all, if word spread that the Navy failed to adequately feed its soldiers, future enlistments would dwindle. Yet, if Rhodes continued to consume at such a rate, even the Navy's resources would be strained by the incessant outflow of berries. Sengoku, truly at his wit's end, had no choice but to send Crane to speak with Garp, imploring him to persuade Rhodes to moderate his intake. I will do my utmost, she stated, fully aware that success was uncertain. After all, Rhodes merely sought to satiate his hunger. He was not thieving or robbing, and thus she felt powerless to intervene. Chapter 49. Kazara, this twilight of the setting sun feels akin to the days of my impending departure. Alas, I am indeed a pitiable soul. Rhodes gazed at the twilight. Feeling a profound sense of nostalgia, time seemed to slip away far too swiftly. In the blink of an eye, dusk had descended. And he had barely eaten anything. Another day had passed him by. This simply would not do. He needed to indulge in a late-night meal, or it would be an utter loss. Rhodes resolved to hasten to his meal, dismissing the notion of lingering in self-reflection. Furthermore, one could hardly overlook how remarkably he had grown, standing at least over 4 meters tall now. Carp pinched his nostrils and glanced at Rhodes's current stature. He recalled the boy's height upon boarding the ship. A comparison revealed that Rhodes had indeed grown by a full meter, and notably, this increase had occurred in recent times. Very well, old man, he replied. I shall make my way to the cafeteria at once. By the way, old man, although I am a half-blood demon, I am still a demon nonetheless. A bit of growth is hardly a cause for alarm. Please do not take it too seriously. Lotus was about to go out for a meal, but before he left, he felt compelled to remind Cap that he was indeed a demon. Although of mixed heritage, he still identified as a demon, and was it not rather normal for him to grow tall? Compared to other demons, he considered himself rather diminutive. Nonetheless, even as a small figure, he still towered over ordinary humans, which caused him considerable distress. As he walked through the crowd, he felt exposed and vulnerable, making him an easy target for any ill intentions. Indeed, Lotus, you truly are on the shorter side. Now, do hurry off to your meal and strive to grow taller. Cap pondered the formidable stature of the demon race, then glanced back at Lotus, realizing just how small he truly was. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Old man. Lotus remarked that being this tall was already quite conspicuous. If he were to grow to the height of an ordinary demon, it would be quite impractical. Go on, he urged. Lotus, make sure to eat well. Our department is not lacking in funds. Cap watched Lotus depart, adding a final note, encouraging him to indulge freely and eat to his heart's content. After all, it wouldn't cost anything. As soon as Lotus departed, 2 individuals arrived shortly after, their voices reaching Cap's ears before they even approached. Little Cap, we just heard that. You mentioned that the headquarters is not short on funds, allowing that little rascal to eat freely. Do you know how furious Sengoku would be if he found out? No worries, if you don't mention it. He wants to know. Little Crane, Peach Rabbit, what brings you here? Whereas T-Pig. Cap was unconcerned about Crane and the others potentially informing Sengoku. After all, it would be futile. Sengoku had long ceased to care. What piqued Cap's curiosity was that T-Pig had accompanied Peach Rabbit. Why are you so concerned about T-Pig, little Cap? You should focus on the person you brought. Sengoku hopes you could rein in Lotus's appetite a bit. That child Lotus is in a growth spurt. He mustn't be deprived of food. You haven't seen how much taller he has gotten. Cap chuckled, dismissing Peach Rabbit's words. If Lotus didn't eat his fill at headquarters, he would surely consume even more upon returning to the ship. After all, this was Sengoku's request through his sister. Little Cap. Peach Rabbit subtly gestured to Cap, indicating that this was indeed her sister's intention. Little Crane. You must understand my predicament. Lotus is still a child. We can't let a child go hungry. Cap scratched his head, his face displaying a mix of difficulty and irritation, inwardly cursing Sengoku for shamelessly sending Little Crane. No worries, I understand. Crane replied with a smile, completely unfazed by the task assigned by Sengoku. Ha ha, that's good, little Crane. As long as you don't mind, it doesn't matter who comes. I want to be held accountable. Little Cap, how have you been managing to feed Lotus all this way? I heard from my sister that he has quite the appetite. Although Peach Rabbit had heard from Crane about how Cap had fished Lotus out of the sea, she remained curious about how Cap had been feeding this troublesome individual all along. Lotus is a well-behaved child. He can catch his own food. So I haven't had to put in much effort. His appetite might have increased a bit lately due to his growth spurt. Cap explained the recent surge in Lotus's food intake. So, you're saying Lotus only began to grow after arriving at headquarters? Peach Rabbit regarded Cap with suspicion. She felt that Cap's words implied that Lotus's appetite had only expanded upon reaching headquarters, suggesting that his appetite on the ship had not been as large. Indeed, I find it quite strange as well. However, it's unpredictable when young people will grow. Kapu nodded thoughtfully. Realizing that Lotus indeed began to develop only after arriving at the headquarters, his appetite seemingly increasing. However, is it not typical for youth to undergo such development? Well, little Kapu, my sister and I merely came to ascertain the situation. We do not wish to involve ourselves in the matters concerning you and Sengoku. Peach Rabbit sighed slightly, perceiving the underlying complexities in Kapu's words. Yet, she had no intention of meddling further. Lotus was likely always a hearty eater, but for some unknown reason, he had previously restrained his consumption aboard Kapu's ship. Now, it seemed, he had suddenly unleashed his appetite. Peach Rabbit was uncertain whether this change was instigated by Kapu as a means to retaliate against Sengoku for denying him retirement, or if Lotus had simply been under such restraint for too long that he could no longer contain himself, finally revealing his true nature. The notion of development merely served as an excuse for the explosive increase in his appetite. Otherwise, how could one individual's consumption fluctuate so dramatically? Regardless of the circumstances, she found amusement in the unfolding drama and had no desire to intervene. Standing aside, Crane listened to the exchange between Kapu and Peach Rabbit, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. To her, the situation was becoming increasingly captivating. Lotus remained utterly oblivious to the events that transpired in his absence. Presently, he found himself at the giant restaurant, where he encountered a rather lecherous gentleman. This man, clad in a bright orange checkered shirt and draped in a naval coat, incessantly addressed him with the phrase "little brother." Admiral Kizaru, could you kindly refrain from bothering me? Surely, you must have pressing matters to attend to. Why then do you come to the giant restaurant to disturb me? I am merely a lowly captain, and it is currently my mealtime. Might I request a modicum of respect? The individual pestering Lotus was none other than Admiral Kizaru. Lotus was perplexed by Kizaru's apparent idleness, as he believed admirals were typically preoccupied with their duties. Why would he seek him out for idle chatter? Oh dear, the sight of you angry is truly terrifying, Kizaru remarked, thumping his chest with a feigned look of fear, his words dripping with a suggestive undertone that he could not disguise. Upon hearing the words of the yellow ape, Rothus found himself at a loss for words. It was quite disconcerting that a high-ranking officer would exhibit such a lack of decorum. Continuing the conversation with the yellow ape felt rather humiliating, prompting Rothus to disregard the general altogether. After all, he was under the protection of the old man, and had no fears that this clock-punching general would create any trouble for him. What an astonishing appetite! The yellow ape, witnessing Rothus's indifference, was not angered but rather astonished by the young man's capacity for food. His return to headquarters was initially intended for rest. However, Admiral Sengoku had assigned him a minor task to observe how Rothus could possibly consume such an enormous amount of sustenance at the giant restaurant. The yellow ape had readily agreed, as he too needed to dine, and eating in the cafeteria was no different from feasting at the giant restaurant. Little did he anticipate that this young man named Rothus would possess an appetite so prodigious, and his eating speed nearly rivaled that of the yellow ape himself. The yellow ape could only watch as a streak of yellow light danced over the food, leaving nothing but a pile of bones in its wake. This spectacle made even the yellow ape, who had consumed the Pika Pika no Mi, question the authenticity of his own abilities, as he had never devoured his meals at such a pace. General Yellow Ape, is there something you wish to discuss with me? After finishing his meal, Rothus finally had the opportunity to inquire about the purpose of Admiral Kizaru's visit. He found it hard to believe that this punctual individual would take the time to seek him out of sheer boredom. The young man was indeed astute, having deduced that it was the marshal who had sent him. Kizaru, while speaking, displayed an expression of surprise, though his exaggerated demeanor struck Rothus as rather insincere. After all, this was merely something he had speculated. It was not as if Kizaru had explicitly stated it. Rothus felt somewhat powerless to express his thoughts. He had initially believed that the yellow ape might have been sent by Crane, but to his surprise, it was actually Sengoku. Speaking of which, didn't the old man have a word with the fleet admiral? Why then was Sengoku still sending someone to keep an eye on him? Did they really think that Rothus was the kind of person who would eat and then ask for a takeaway? It was a joke. There wasn't even enough to eat, let alone pack anything. Chapter 50. The strategist carp. You admirals truly lead a leisurely life. Even while I'm merely trying to have a meal, you're watching me. I have no intention of taking anything away with me, so there's really no need for you to keep such a close watch. Rothus spoke earnestly, expressing that during this time of scrutiny, the pirates were unaware of how many could be captured. The Grand Admiral Sengoku had orchestrated such a grand operation, even dispatching an admiral for surveillance. This was a rare occurrence on the seas. He requested the young man's understanding, for it was an order from Grand Admiral Sengoku. Admiral Kizaru indicated that this was indeed the admiral's directive, and he merely took on the surveillance task as a matter of convenience. Very well then, Admiral Kizaru. I shall leave you to your watch. I have studies to attend to this afternoon. Lotus expressed that as long as they were happy, he would take his leave, for he had to attend the military discipline lecture in Shanghai later that afternoon and could not afford to waste time here. Take care, he said as he departed. Huang Yuan waved his hand, kindly bidding farewell to Lotus. Once Lotus had left, Huang Yuan shifted from his standing posture to leaning against a wooden stump. With the task accomplished, I am free to pursue my own desires, he murmured, his form dissolving into countless specks of light, vanishing from the giant's restaurant. That night, Lotus returned to Carp's place. Upon entering, he found Carp wielding a large hammer in one hand while incessantly striking with it, the rhythmic clinking sound resonating from the contact of his fingers and the hammer. Lotus, you've returned, Carp called out upon hearing footsteps behind him. Indeed, old man. By the way, you wouldn't believe it, but Admiral Sengoku, in his boredom, actually sent Admiral Huang Yuan to keep an eye on my meals, Lotus chuckled. Ha, that's nothing. That rascal Sengoku even sent Xiao He as a negotiator, insisting I make you eat less. Carp laughed heartily at the absurdity of Sengoku's tactics. It seemed Sengoku had truly run out of options, resorting to having Huang Yuan monitor Lotus's dining habits. What was there to watch? No matter how closely Huang Yuan observed, Lotus would not consume any less. Well, old man, you didn't agree to that, did you? I'm still just a child. You can't let me go hungry. Upon hearing that the warlord of the warring states had appointed Crane as an envoy, Lotus became anxious, cautioning the venerable Cap to not be beguiled by the allure of beauty. Ha! Fear not, Lotus, for I have already thwarted that scheme on your behalf, Cap proclaimed, a hearty laugh escaping his lips as he presented the freshly delivered hammer from the soldiers to Lotus. So swift, old man. Rothus was slightly taken aback. He had initially assumed that Carp was merely holding a sample. However, upon further reflection, he realized the remarkable efficiency of the Navy. In just a few days, the final product had already been produced. After all, this was a request made personally by me, and they dared not be negligent. Carp, with a proud gesture, tapped his nostrils and remarked that he had enlisted the help of little Crane. How could the speed not be impressive? Old man, you truly are remarkable. Lotus couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of familiarity. Had he been merely an ordinary captain seeking to procure such a weapon from the headquarters, he would have faced not only concerns regarding its quality, but also an arduous wait of no less than several months, if not a year. How effortless it was now, acquiring it within just a day or two. Indeed, Lotus, how does it feel in your hands? The old man remarked, having just tested it himself. Finding it less effective than his own fists, Carp felt that this hammer was not as useful as his own hands, feeling rather uncomfortable to hold, especially with its uneven weight distribution. Let me give it a try, old man. Rothus first weighed the object in his hand, noting its slightly lightness. He then tapped it with his finger, discovering its commendable hardness. Finally, he wielded the hammer, finding it to have a satisfactory grip. Fortunately, the hammer possessed a pleasing hardness and feel, albeit a tad light in weight. However, it was well suited for my rapid striking style at present. Rothus offered a rather candid assessment, noting that this hammer suits his style of striking with precision. However, when facing opponents of superior strength, its weight may prove insufficient. No matter, Rothus can make use of it for now. When the time comes for a replacement, I shall ensure that one is procured for you. By the way, Allow me to introduce the materials used in the hammer's construction, so that you may wield it without hesitation. Upon hearing Rhotus's remarks, Kapu prepared to enlighten him about the hammer's composition, ensuring that Rhotus would not fear damaging it during use. Very well, esteemed elder. Rhotus ceased his playful antics with the hammer, perked up his ears, and prepared to attentively discern the materials from which this tool was crafted, so as to avoid the concern of wielding it too forcefully, which might lead to its damage. This hammer is forged from the latest alloy research by Vegapunk Bow, and its surface is adorned with speckles of a pale blue hue, derived from sea floor stone fragments. Although constructed with these fragments, to those with abilities, it is akin to encountering the sea floor stone itself. Therefore, Rhotus, you need not fret about damaging this iron hammer, for it is remarkably durable. By the way, Rhotus, I noticed that this hammer, standing at 3 meters tall, falls considerably shorter than your own height. Do you not think it prudent to extend its length? Carp, having nearly finished his explanation regarding the use of this hammer, pondered whether it might be somewhat short for Rhotus at his current stature. There is no need for such complications, old man. I find this height quite satisfactory. It serves well as a one-handed hammer and feels quite comfortable to wield. Rhotus found the height of the hammer resting against his chest quite satisfactory. He maneuvered it with ease, and its elevation was indeed convenient for carrying. He certainly did not wish to have to hold it with his hands wherever he went. Furthermore, the material of the hammer was commendable, crafted from an alloy by Vegapunk. Combined with fragments of sea tower stone, its quality was undeniably exceptional. Although he had not acquired a hammer entirely forged from sea tower stone, this particular one suited his preferences well enough for the time being. That's good, Carp nodded, preferring to avoid complications and hoping to resolve matters in a single attempt. Since Rhotus deemed it usable, he decided to proceed with it for now. Whenever a replacement was required, he would simply notify Little Crane via the snail phone for assistance. By the way, old man, what of Buggy and his crew? The last I saw them was in the mess hall, and I have not encountered them since. They wouldn't be plotting an escape, would they? You ought to be cautious. The moment I laid eyes on that red-nosed fellow, I sensed he was no good. Rhotus recently discovered that Buggy's gang had seemingly vanished without a trace, leaving not even a shadow behind. He harbored suspicions that this group was plotting an escape. It is worth noting that they had sought him out while aboard the ship. Although they did not disclose their intentions and were instead conscripted as laborers, Rhotus understood from the moment they approached him that Buggy and his crew were indeed scheming to flee. Otherwise, why would they specifically seek him out? Nevertheless, the red-nosed miscreant was unlikely to stir up any significant trouble. Tomorrow marked the final day for Rhotus, and he advised to eat well, as he would not have the luxury of waiting for anyone to satiate their hunger once they boarded the ship. Carp remained indifferent to whether Buggy was indeed planning an escape. After all, this was the headquarters, and he need not concern himself with such matters. The premises were monitored by numerous transponder snails, and should any signs of movement arise, Little Crane would swiftly apprehend them. It is crucial to note that the headquarters maintained a vigilant watch over such intruders, and in due time, the red-nosed rascal would undoubtedly find himself and impel down. Time certainly passes swiftly. Rhotus curled his lips in disdain, completely disregarding the matters concerning Buggy and his crew. Time seemed to pass with astonishing swiftness. In just 2 days, he would be departing. Fear not, Rhotus. I shall take you to capture some pirates, and when the time comes, you can escort them back to the headquarters for a meal in the mess hall, Carp remarked, tapping his nostrils. Hadn't Sengoku instructed them to make haste? While they could indeed leave, it was inconceivable that the captured pirates would remain aboard his warship. Ultimately, they would need to be delivered to the headquarters, from whence they would be sent to impel down. As the one responsible for apprehending the pirates, Rhotus would undoubtedly require a place to stay at headquarters. Sengoku could scarcely deny him that. The notion of preventing them from entering the headquarters was nothing short of absurd. Moreover, to have the audacity to send in a negotiator like Little Crane was to underestimate Carp's resilience. Old man, your strategic prowess is truly remarkable, he mused. Rhotus gave a thumbs up to Carp, expressing his admiration for the old gentleman. He never anticipated that Carp could devise such a clever strategy. It was simply splendid. What a legitimate reason and a flawless excuse. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku would find no fault in it. Naturally, although I may not rival Little Crane, I certainly surpassed that Sengoku fellow. Carp found Rhotus' approach quite beneficial. He relished the opportunity to disparage Sengoku in front of the younger generation, which brought him great joy. Chapter 51. The Buggy Trio in Action. Captain Buggy, I have recently sensed an increase in the number of soldiers watching us. Is our plan compromised? Impossible. Our plan is impeccable and cannot be discovered. Machi, have you procured the naval uniforms I instructed you to acquire? Report. Captain Buggy, I sent Ricky to steal them from the bathhouse, but he has yet to return. I fear he may be in dire straits. Machi, you fool. I instructed you, not Ricky. Do you not realize that sending a lion to acquire naval uniforms is a grave mistake? What were you thinking? Buggy scolded Machi, incredulous that he would dispatch a lion to the bathhouse, unaware of how odd it would appear. What shall we do, Captain Buggy? Machi, realizing his error, could only hope that Buggy would devise a remedy. Otherwise, they would be forced to remain aboard the ship for eternity. Go find Ricky and, while you're at it, procure a few naval uniforms. Without them, we have no means to commandeer a warship. Buggy mused that sending Machi to find Ricky while sneaking some uniforms was indeed a clever idea. Yes, Captain Buggy. With the order given, Machi promptly set off to locate Ricky. Captain Buggy, I believe we should exercise caution. I have an uneasy feeling about the atmosphere, Kabaji whispered, shielding his face with his hand. He sensed something amiss and noticed the nearby soldiers moving about more frequently. He suspected that their increased activity over the past couple of days had drawn attention. Kabaji, what are you afraid of? We have old Carp watching over us. As long as we aren't caught in the act, no one can touch us. Buggy was solely focused on making his escape, indifferent to whether they had been noticed. As long as they were not apprehended on the spot, they could continue their plans. That may be true, but I still think we should consider our options carefully. Kabaji felt that Buggy was becoming a bit reckless, uttering such remarks. He feared Buggy had forgotten that Carp was not truly concerned about them. Carp's attention was directed solely towards Rotes. If they were discovered while attempting to steal a warship, they might very well end up and impelled down. I am the captain, and you are not. Kabaji, remember this. It is the captain's command. Upon hearing Kabaji's words, Buggy was instantly infuriated. He felt that Kabaji was not giving due regard to his authority as captain. Buggy was the captain, while Kabaji merely served as an advisor. Decisions were to be made by him, Captain Buggy, not by Kabaji. Since he had made a decision, Kabaji was obliged to follow his instructions. Otherwise, how could they possibly escape from the clutches of Carp? Yes, Captain Buggy, Kabaji replied, observing Buggy's imminent fury, and could only comply with Buggy's commands. However, should the situation take a turn for the worse, Kabaji would not hesitate to change his allegiance, especially since they no longer possessed a pirate ship. And the entire crew was on the verge of disbandment. While Buggy and his companions were enacting their plans, Suru in the office received reports from the soldiers. Gazing at the photographs in her hand, a wry smile crept across her face. They were quite an amusing bunch of pirates. Suru found it comical to see the trio in the photos, appearing so cautious. 3 pirates whose total bounty barely exceeded 40 million berries. Yet they dared to attempt stealing a naval ship. It was indeed laughable. Nevertheless, Suru refrained from sending soldiers to thwart their actions, as their endeavor provided her with an opportunity to assess the facilities within the naval headquarters and identify areas in need of improvement. In the naval bathhouse, Machi was looking around, searching for Ricky, while simultaneously seeking suitable naval uniforms to avoid returning with ill-fitting attire that would easily attract the attention of the Navy soldiers. While Machi was searching, he suddenly heard a whimpering sound. Recognizing this as the target he sought, he rushed towards it, calling out loudly, "Ricky, Ricky!" Inside the bathhouse, Ricky was perched on a step, repeatedly patting a person's shoulder with his paws, emitting whimpering sounds in the process. "You are a lion. How can you be so weak? Hit harder. Your touch is far too gentle. I can hardly feel it." Carp was half submerged in the water, leaning against the wall, while Ricky was on the step providing a shoulder massage. Originally, Ricky had entered the bathhouse to steal some clothes. But the first place he stumbled upon was Carp's bathing area, where he was promptly conscripted into service. Upon noticing a lion had entered the bathhouse, Carp recognized it was none other than little Ricky. Perfectly, he was in need of someone to massage his shoulders, and here was Ricky, quite fortuitously. Thus, Ricky began his arduous life of shoulder massaging. At first, he struck Carp's shoulders with strength, only to be met with a painful jolt from Carp's robust physique. Ricky yelped in agony, swiftly retracting his paws, but before he could fully escape, Carp firmly held them in place. Ricky had never encountered anyone as formidable as Carp. With a chuckle, Carp remarked, "I've heard that bathing and roasting lion meat go hand in hand. What do you think, little Ricky?" Upon hearing the call, Liji was so overwhelmed by pain that he could hardly focus on it, and immediately began to labor. He realized that the human before him was terrifying. He was merely a pitiable little lion, while this human exhibited a cruel and deranged propensity for tormenting and intimidating beast workers. Liji, your master has arrived. Kapu, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, having just heard someone calling the little lion's name. The voice was familiar to him. It belonged to that audacious little scamp, Machi. Just in time, as Liji's strength was waning, Machi was perfectly positioned to take his place. Liji, I'm here. Who dares to bully you? Machi promptly followed the voice to the bathing area where Liji was located, charging in without a moment's hesitation. Oh, little scamp, quite impressive. Kapu regarded Machi with mild astonishment. He had not anticipated that the timid Machi, who always cowered on the warship, would possess such audacity to speak to him in this manner. As Machi entered the bathing area, he quickly realized who was in the tub and was struck dumb, his jaw dropping in shock, unable to close. A sound caught in his throat. He struggled to speak. All right, you little rascal, come here and give this old man a shoulder rub. Kapu waved his hand dismissively at the stunned boy, urging him to come over quickly. Why yes, Machi stammered, gradually making his way toward Kapu. He understood that he could not fulfill Captain Buggy's task this time, and had even put himself at risk. No amount of courage would compel him to steal in front of Kapu. Liji, feigning non-existent tears, hurriedly shifted his position to make way for Machi. He was genuinely pleased that Machi had come to relieve him, and as he attempted to massage Kapu's shoulders, he nearly fractured his own forelimbs in the process. Kabaji, what are you doing, sneaking around like that? Rhodas gazed as he walked away, when the sly Kabaji spoke up. Ah? My lord Rhodas, how have you grown so tall? Kabaji was surveying the terrain leading to the dock when he was suddenly called out, nearly losing his balance in fright. Upon turning around, he found it was Rhodas, and he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon a second glance, he was taken aback to see that Rhodas had indeed grown significantly taller since a few days prior. This is only natural. I am a demon, Rhodas replied. Kabaji, not wishing to digress, inquired, are you planning to flee? I must warn you, if you cause any trouble at headquarters and are caught, you will be condemned to spend the rest of your days in Impel Down. The old man has stated that he will not intervene on your behalf. Rhodas half threatened, half intimidated, warning this group of fools not to stir trouble at the Navy headquarters. Otherwise, it might adversely affect his livelihood. Who knows if there are any lunatics in the Navy headquarters who, having nothing better to do, might come after him. How could that be? We would never dare. Kabaji exclaimed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he hastily denied the accusation. They had done nothing, yet someone had already caught on to their intentions. If they were truly planning something, they would probably be apprehended before they could even act. No, he needed to inform Captain Buggy. He must not let Buggy act foolishly. If anything were to happen, even if he weren't directly involved, he couldn't escape the consequences, especially since he was a member of the Buggy Pirates. It is best to avoid any trouble. Even if there were any thoughts of mischief, they should be extinguished. Otherwise, no one would come to their aid when the time comes. Kabaji, please convey a message to Buggy for me. The old man won't detain you for long. And soon enough, you'll be under my command. At that point, as long as you follow my instructions, you shall enjoy a life of luxury and abundance. If you desire belly, it will be yours. Rhodes harbored no desire to see Buggy advance so effortlessly into the city. Buggy, it seemed, possessed a certain degree of capability, particularly with his self-made Buggy Bomb, whose explosive power was quite formidable. Given some time for refinement, it was conceivable that he could attain the destructive force akin to obliterating an island with a single shot, much like that of Pluto. Very well, my lord Rhodes. Kabaji nodded repeatedly, indicating his understanding. He would return to Captain Buggy and convey that their chances of escape under Rhodes were considerably greater than those with Carp in the headquarters. Now, faced with such significant risks, it would be wiser to endure a little longer, waiting for the opportune moment to flee once they were in Rhodes territory. Chapter 52. Departure. As time flowed slowly, the day of departure finally arrived. For Rhodes, it was a day of anguish, yet for Sengoku, it marked a moment of relief. On that day, the soldiers of the naval headquarters were taken aback to observe their usually preoccupied Marshal Sengoku bidding farewell to Vice Admiral Carp at the dock. The sight evoked a sense of camaraderie among the soldiers. The bond between Sengoku and Carp was undeniably profound. At last, he has departed. May he never return. Sengoku silently prayed, watching Carp's vessel fade into the distance. He hoped fervently that Carp would not bring anyone back with him. In the preceding days, Sengoku had invested considerable time and resources in matters concerning Rhodes, and thankfully, Rhodes had only lingered for 2 days. Had he stayed longer, the headquarters would have needed to recruit yet another batch of cooks. On board the warship, Buggy's crew diligently engaged in their respective tasks, while Roats conferred with Carp regarding their forthcoming journey. Old man, I believe a voyage to Fishman Island in Chambord would be advantageous. It is the gathering place of the supernovas and a crucial passage to the New World. If we station ourselves there, not a single pirate will escape. Roats proposed to venture to 2 locations, both notorious for their pirate presence, albeit with relatively weak adversaries, making them ideal targets for action. However, this notion was met with skepticism. The Sabo archipelago, while a haven for pirates, is not a place where they easily instigate trouble. After all, it is frequented by celestial dragons. Any disturbance could lead to the intervention of a marine admiral. If we were to apprehend pirates there, it would likely incite chaos within the archipelago, potentially prompting desperate individuals to take celestial dragons hostage. Kapu expressed his reluctance to go to the Sabo archipelago, given its dark underbelly of human trafficking and the presence of the detestable celestial dragons. More importantly, their presence could easily lead to disorder and civilian casualties. As for Fishman Island, Roats pondered, but Kapu had already voiced his concerns. Given Kapu's reservations, Roats decided to abandon the idea of Sabo. Acknowledging the abhorrence of the celestial dragons, Fishman Island, however, seemed a plausible alternative. It serves as a crucial passage for pirates heading to the New World, and their mission to capture pirates could be seen as a noble endeavor, especially since the fishmen are often victims of plunder. Yet, this too appeared unfeasible. Unless Fishman Island requested assistance from the Navy, we typically refrain from intervening in the internal affairs of allied nations. Furthermore, Fishman Island relies on the economic activity generated by passing pirates. Capturing all the pirates would result in a significant decline in commerce, leading to the island's deterioration and, inevitably, blame directed towards me. I refuse to bear that burden. Kapu reiterated that going to Fishman Island would be futile, as the island's prosperity hinges on pirate interactions. If all the pirates were apprehended, the depths of the sea would be devoid of any visitors, save for the inhumane traffickers, who could be regarded as mere beasts. So, what shall we do, old man? Where shall we go to capture pirates? We certainly cannot venture into the New World, for that is the territory of the 4 emperors. Lotus found himself at a loss for words. The inhabitants of Fishman Island harbored a deep-seated animosity towards humans, yet simultaneously relied on their consumption. If neither of these locations were viable options, were they to resort to capturing individuals within the territories of the 4 emperors? This time, I intend to lead you into the New World for the purpose of capturing some prey. We shall position ourselves near the exit of Fishman Island, ensuring that none of the pirates emerging from the New World can escape. Carp, with a dismissive gesture, scoffed at the notion of the 4 emperors, asserting that they were not formidable adversaries. Their plan was merely to intercept the supernovas in the New World, not to confront the pirate crews of the 4 emperors. Thus there was no cause for alarm. Truly, the old man was remarkably astute. Roats raised his thumb in admiration for Carp's plan, truly embodying the adage that appearances can be deceiving. Although the venerable Carp bore a rugged exterior, his meticulous nature was unexpectedly profound, having already orchestrated every detail. Naturally, in these vast seas, the old man had traversed numerous locales, possessing an intimate understanding of the routes pirates take into the New World. Carp asserted that this was merely fundamental. After all, he had spent the entirety of his life upon the ocean, throughout the Grand Line and into the New World. There was no area accessible to pirates that eluded his knowledge. Thus, whether I can apprehend a pirate rests entirely upon your esteemed guidance. Rogers. The old adage that having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure rings true now more than ever. Just look at old man Carp. He is nothing short of a living map upon the vast ocean, effortlessly tracking the whereabouts of pirates as if he were a built-in tracker, swiftly guiding us to their location. Indeed, the unwavering Carp unexpectedly proves to be quite dependable. Captain Buggy, where are we headed now? Kabaji inquired, standing beside Buggy, gazing at the unfamiliar sea and capricious weather with curiosity. The New World, Buggy replied slowly, savoring the 3 words. His eyes glimmered with nostalgia as he took in the surroundings that felt both strange and familiar. It was here that he had once sailed alongside Captain Roger, where they had all become part of the legendary pirate crew. Isn't this the territory of the 4 emperors, Captain Buggy? Kabaji expressed a hint of trepidation. The New World was indeed the domain of the 4 emperors. Was it truly wise for them to navigate their warship into such waters? The 4 emperors? That scoundrel Shanks is also here. I shall have his head. Buggy's expression transformed from nostalgia to a fierce blaze of anger upon hearing the mention of the 4 emperors. He could never forget how that rascal Shanks had terrified him into swallowing a devil fruit, rendering him a landlubber. Even more infuriating was the loss of his treasure, which had been swept away by the winds into the sea. Were it not for that scoundrel Shanks, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. If he were to encounter that rogue again, he would not let him escape. Captain Buggy, but he is one of the 4 emperors. Although you were once a crew member of the Pirate King, it seems exceedingly difficult for you to defeat Shanks given your current strength, Kabaji remarked. Sensing the vast disparity in power between Buggy and Shanks, it seemed utterly impossible for Buggy to vanquish Shanks. Otherwise, they would not still be laboring aboard Carp's warship. What? You scoundrel, are you actually defending Shanks? Buggy seethed, lifting Kabaji off the ground, his fury palpable. And no, Captain Buggy, I certainly did not mean that. What I meant was, how could Shanks possibly be your rival, the great Captain Buggy? Kabaji flailed in midair, his face etched with terror. Taken aback by Buggy's explosive reaction to his mere observation. That is more like it. This time, I shall make Shanks pay. Buggy beamed with satisfaction at Kabaji's response, releasing him from his grasp. Though Shanks might be slightly stronger, when it came to a real confrontation, Buggy was certain that he would not be outmatched. Captain Buggy, you are truly overconfident. I hope you achieve your desire, Kabaji thought silently to himself, sensing that Buggy might be getting a bit ahead of himself. After all, if they couldn't even defeat a single Rotus, how could they possibly contend with Shanks, one of the 4 emperors? Despite Buggy's past with Shanks, did he not recognize the reality of their current standings? 2 days later, the warship arrived at the entrance of the New World, specifically the waters at the exit of Fishman Island. As soon as the vessel reached this location, numerous pirates, who had just emerged from Fishman Island, appeared momentarily bewildered before collectively opening fire. To them, the presence of the warship signified the Navy's intent to encircle them. They were not the type to surrender easily. They were the most free-spirited and ruthless pirates of these seas. Truly a pathetic lot, rendering me devoid of any inclination to engage. Rotus, do deal with them thoroughly. Capture those you can, and eliminate those you cannot. Carp stood at the bow of the ship, observing these pirates with disinterest. The pirates emerging from the paradise were indeed feeble, lacking any excitement. Aside from their cannon fire, none dared to charge forward. Very well, old man. I shall handle it with precision, ensuring to enhance your reputation. Lotus declared that he would tidy up these worthless individuals, those incapable of discerning the significance of the esteemed Admiral Carp's battleship. It was truly perplexing how they had managed to survive until now. You should hasten, for I await your return. Carp gestured for Lotus to proceed promptly. Subsequently, he turned back to his recliner, retrieving a rice cracker from his pocket, and began to chew contentedly. Chapter 54. I, Lotus, have acquired a ship. Lotus effortlessly captured the pirates from the sunken ship destroyed by Kapu in the sea. Among them were 2 individuals with special abilities, who immediately sank upon falling into the water. Witnessing this, the other pirates swam towards them. Upon witnessing this situation, Lotus felt a surge of joy, for these pirates had illuminated the path to significant figures within their crew, thus saving him a considerable amount of time. Lotus seized a piece of driftwood that floated nearby, casting it with a deft throw, resulting in an impressive home run. Those who were once rescued by the pirates, possessing extraordinary abilities, were promptly dispatched back into the depths of the sea. Many of the pirates struck by the wooden plank floated momentarily upon the surface before succumbing to the watery abyss. It is the non-resistant pirates who embody the essence of virtue. Those who resist are but misguided souls. Rotes emerged from the sea, having retrieved 2 individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Their descent into the ocean was fortuitous, for even a natural elemental user would be rendered powerless, akin to a limp shrimp, making them exceedingly easy for him to capture. In that moment, he felt as though he were foraging for ingredients in a bountiful forest, relishing the ease of his endeavor. Before long, Rotes spotted several pirates who appeared to possess considerable prowess. These individuals swam with a swiftness surpassing that of their peers, their aura exuding a strength far superior to that of ordinary pirates. Rotes, with a discerning eye, recognized that these individuals were formidable, significantly stronger than mere fodder. This realization filled him with delight, as he had been lamenting the lack of worthy pirates to bolster his ranks, and here they were, seemingly delivered to him. Rotes swiftly seized the floating plank, launching a series of water skips. The plank collided with several pirates who were swimming. One was sent flying, while another staggered back, his mouth stained with blood. 2 others managed to block his water-skipping assault, which caught Rotes off guard. However, he quickly resumed his relentless barrage of floating attacks. Initially, These two pirates could withstand the onslaught, but as more planks hurtled towards them, driven by an overwhelming force, they found themselves increasingly overmatched. Ultimately, they were reduced to mere flotsam, sinking into the depths of the sea. I had thought they could withstand more. It turns out they were merely a bunch of blusterers. Rhodes curled his lips in disdain, observing that this group of fledgling adventurers had proven to be rather fragile. Just as he was immersed in the throes of enjoyment, the experience was abruptly interrupted. Rhodes felt a tinge of disappointment, so he set out to rescue his comrades. After emerging from the depths of the sea, he discovered that the pirate ships, which had once been bombarding the area, had been reduced to mere wreckage, with fragments of their hulls floating around him. Did these fellows not know how to flee? How could they so foolishly engage in a firepower contest with the warships, brimming with such unwarranted confidence? Lotus gazed at the sunken pirate ship with admiration for the unwavering resolve of its crew, who chose not to flee. How could they possibly believe their vessel could contend with a battleship? Yet, their decision to remain was fortuitous for him. It afforded him the opportunity to salvage the pirates. In such vast waters, aside from the merfolk, who are inherently adapted to marine life, and beings as resilient as Kaido and Rayleigh, few could hope to return to land from a sea encircled by water. Rhodes need not worry about the pirates he had sent flying. They would hardly return to the shore alive. After dealing with the pirate crew's officers, Rhodes prepared to return to the warship. After all, with only 2 hands, capturing another pirate ship would be beyond his capabilities. On the warship, Garp was tallying the number of captured pirates, while Rhodes leaned against the railing, feeling rather bored. The operation had proven to be quite tedious, devoid of any formidable adversaries. Rhodes, you performed admirably this time. Keep up the good work. I shall take a brief respite. For now, the command of the warship is entrusted to you, Garp remarked after instructing the soldiers to secure the captured pirates. He had invested considerable effort, and it was finally time to reap the rewards. Very well, rest assured, old man. I shall handle matters with diligence, Rhodes replied. Rhodes patted his chest and assured, it is truly splendid to be in command of such a magnificent warship. Although the headquarters has not assigned me a vessel yet, merely filling in as captain is exhilarating. Rhodes, remember to remain here and capture pirates. Do not allow the warship to roam aimlessly, Garp cautioned, somewhat surprised by Rhodes' enthusiasm. However, he felt it necessary to convey his instructions lest Rhodes leave and become lost to him. Rest assured, old man. This place is a veritable gold mine. How could I possibly leave? It is an essential route for pirates entering the New World, and I could not find a better spot to lie in wait for them. I am no fool. I have no intention of wandering off. In fact, I hope for more pirate ships to arrive, so I may gather a sufficient crew to bring back to headquarters. Very well, then I shall take my leave to rest, Garp mused, realizing that Rhodes indeed had no reason to abandon this area, and thus he retired to his quarters with a sense of ease. Haha. This territory is under my jurisdiction now. How delightful. Rhodes exclaimed. Gentlemen, there is no need for such strenuous effort. Simply leave 3 individuals to monitor the sea conditions. With Garp granting him full authority over the management of the warship, everyone could rest easy. Rhodes was quite delighted. The first thing he did after Garp's departure was to instruct the soldiers, who stood like flagpoles, to leave a few to monitor the sea conditions while allowing the others some freedom to roam. Rhodes, isn't this ill-advised? If Vice Admiral Garp finds out, you may face his wrath, one soldier cautioned. Indeed, we should continue with our mission to prevent any unforeseen incidents, Rhodes replied. Although the soldiers were pleased with the prospect of rest, the potential repercussions from Garp loomed ominously, suggesting that Rhodes might soon find himself in trouble again. Moreover, being in the New World, the unpredictable weather could change at any moment, making it prudent to have additional eyes on the lookout rather than just 3. How about this? One suggested, you could split into 2 teams, taking turns to rest every hour. This way, the numbers remain stable, and the old man is less likely to object. After listening to the soldiers, Rothus found their arguments quite compelling. However, he realized that without implementing some changes, the command on the ship would remain unchanged under the old man's leadership. Having the opportunity to command a warship was a rare thrill for Rothus, and he was determined to savor it. Since the soldiers believed that retaining only 3 individuals was impractical, they would undoubtedly be amenable to a shift rotation system. This idea seemed promising. Indeed, while they already had a rotation system in place, the intervals were excessively long. Transitioning to a morning and afternoon schedule would be far more advantageous. The soldiers, inspired by this suggestion, quickly began to converse among themselves, and before long, they opted to adopt the morning and afternoon shift rotation. Rhodes stood on the deck, observing the diminished number of soldiers with a sense of satisfaction. The presence of so many individuals was merely a hindrance, and in this new world, quantity held little value. It was strength that truly mattered. No matter how many low-tier fighters there were, their presence would be of no consequence even if they filled the ship to capacity. After attending to matters at hand, Rhodes made his way to the cabin, seeking a serious discussion with Buggy, as he required Buggy's talents for a particular task. Within one of the rooms in the cabin, Buggy the Clown sat on one side, while Rhodes occupied the other. Although Buggy's side boasted more personnel, their faces betrayed a palpable anxiety. They were acutely aware that Captain Carp had entrusted Rhodes with command of the warship, a development that was both a blessing and a curse. From their perspective, Rhodes posed a greater challenge than Carp. While Carp had dismissed their significance, Rhodes was keenly attentive to their movements, ever vigilant against their potential escape. Captain Buggy, would you be inclined to engage in a transaction with me? Should you fulfill this agreement, I shall permit your departure. Furthermore, I will assist you in withstanding the pressure from the old man, Rhodes proposed. Is that true? Buggy and his companions exclaimed with excitement. Their greatest obstacle to escape was Carp, and if Rhodes could persuade him, they would not merely flee, but could depart openly and without fear. Indeed, I, Rhodes, am a man of integrity and do not deceive, he assured them. What do you require of me, Captain? Buggy inquired directly, recognizing that Rhodes' proposition would likely not be straightforward. I have heard of your exceptional skills in bomb-making, Captain Buggy. Thus, I wish to enlist your expertise in manufacturing a batch of explosives that can rival the power of the King of Hell's cannon. Do not jest. I lack such capability. Buggy retorted. Despite his belief in his bomb-making prowess, he could not claim to possess the skill to create explosives on par with the formidable King of Hell. If he had such abilities, he would not find himself residing in the Four Seas. Can the bombs you create reach the potency of explosive rock? Rhodes pressed on. Rhodes, somewhat undeterred by the circumstances, inquired, since you have attained the level of a King of Hell, surely you can manage something as simple as a dynamite rock? That is impossible, Buggy replied, his expression fraught with anxiety. Dynamite rock is second only to the King of Hell. And I lack the capability to create explosives of such formidable power. Chapter 55. Justification. Very well, then. This time, I shall burden you a little more. I require a few pirates to bolster my ranks back at headquarters. You shall endure this inconvenience. Since Buggy and his crew proved to be of no use, Rhodes resolved to utilize them as mere numbers, conveniently saving himself a significant amount of time. It was astonishing that they could not even concoct a bomb with the potency of a dynamite rock, yet they shamelessly boasted of their superior bomb-making skills. He had foolishly believed Buggy's crew might possess some utility. However, it turned out that a salted fish remains a salted fish, and even if it were to flip, it would still be a salted fish, utterly incapable of transforming into a lively one. Rhodes, why are you sending us back to headquarters? Buggy questioned, visibly flustered. Though he harbored some suspicions regarding Rhodes's intentions, he still yearned for a clear answer. Indeed, Rhodes, what is the purpose of this return? Machi and Kabeji echoed, equally anxious for a response. Surely, you must have surmised the answer, Rhodes replied with a smirk. I am sending you to Impel Down, a place abundant with delightful individuals. For your retirement. Lotus cast a glance at the trio, utterly speechless. Had their intellects sunk to such depths? His previous statement had been crystal clear. They were in need of pirates merely to fill numbers. Apart from the three of them, were there any other pirates in this room? He was, after all, a bona fide naval officer. Yet, you mentioned that we could accompany you to enjoy the finer things in life. Kabaji stubbornly persisted, recalling the very words spoken by Lotus. Indeed, Kabaji had conveyed this to the captain, urging Lotus not to be disingenuous. Grasping at this lifeline, Buggy eagerly interjected. I did say that, but Buggy, you cannot conjure a bomb with the power of the underworld king, nor can you create a bomb with the might of the rock bomb. Why should I keep you around? You shirk your duties, and as pirates, you rank among the most inept. It would be more beneficial for you to assist me once. And thereafter, every year at this time, I shall visit you and Impel Down, bringing along some delectable treats. Rhodes harbored no intention of accommodating idlers. If he sought laborers, he could easily recruit KB. That young man was diligent, hardworking, and aspired to join the Navy, thus ensuring high efficiency in his endeavors. You cannot be so heartless, Rhodes. We are, after all, fellow crew members on the same ship. How can you cast us into Impel Down? Lamented Baki. Indeed, once we enter, there will be no escape. They sobbed. At this moment, their anguish was palpable. Mere moments ago, they had felt like they were in paradise, only to plummet into the depths of despair. They had naively believed Rhodes had come to recruit them, only to discover the harsh truth of his indifference. No, this era, or rather, this world, is inherently cruel. I have merely made the same choice as countless others. Baki, you must understand that in this world, only interests remain the unwavering constant. Rhodes ardently imparted a lesson on life to them, for in his view, only the ability to create explosives rivaling the formidable power of plutonium was of any significance. Should he fail in this endeavor, the value of Baki and his associates would diminish. The ambitions he harbored had been contemplated by others before him and would undoubtedly be pursued by many in the future, albeit with a history of failures. If you could procure plutonium, I might be inclined to experiment, he remarked. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Baki, who had been in a state of despair. Though he could not manufacture explosives on par with plutonium, he realized that utilizing it as a foundational material for his bombs could yield a far greater explosive force than that of the plutonium itself. Do you perceive me as a fool, Baki? Do you think I require your assistance to acquire plutonium? Lotus pointed at himself, wearing an expression that seemed to question whether he appeared foolish. If he could procure explosives, why would he need Baki? He was more than capable of orchestrating the plan himself. Lotus, you underestimate my abilities. If you hand over the explosive rock, I assure you that the bombs I create will possess far greater potency than the original explosive rock. Though I am uncertain of your intentions, I am certain you desire a more powerful explosion. Am I right? Baki exclaimed anxiously, striving to showcase his expertise in bomb making, hoping Lotus would consider allowing them to remain aboard the ship. Indeed, Lotus. Captain Bucky's bomb-making skills are truly unparalleled in the world, Kabaji chimed in, recognizing Bucky's intent and making an effort to bolster the persuasiveness of his claims. Are you certain? Liquid can be used to create explosives, confined in a sealed space. Once exposed to air, it will detonate. Is this something you can also manage? Rhodes felt it necessary to issue a warning to this group, as he surmised their understanding of explosive rock was rather limited, and he hoped they were not attempting to deceive him. Very well, there is absolutely no issue. Captain Buggy has never faltered in the creation of bombs, regardless of how perilous the materials may be. Before Buggy could utter a word, Kabaji hastily assured him that every member of the Buggy Pirates held unwavering faith in Buggy's bomb-making prowess. Otherwise, they would not dare to risk their lives and the vessel's integrity by allowing Buggy to experiment with innovative explosives aboard. Is that so? Very well. I shall place my trust in you this once, but do not even think of fleeing. Should I discover any treachery, I cannot guarantee your survival upon being imprisoned and impelled down. Rhodes pondered over Buggy's fortunate use of Conqueror's Haki and deemed it worth a try. After all, the greater the explosive power, the more advantageous it would be for his plans. However, before locating the explosive rock, Rhodes would not allow Buggy and his crew to escape. For if they found the materials but the crew slipped away, he would be made a fool. No. Buggy and his companions shook their heads vigorously, fearing to flee. Rhodes was notoriously ruthless. His words threatened to consign them to impel down, while his intentions hinted at sending them to meet Roger. Attempting to steal a warship from Rhodes would be akin to sipping poison with the old immortal. This was the right approach. Focus on the task at hand, and I shall not treat you unfairly. Lotus was quite pleased with the trepidation displayed by the trio. Had they not feared him, he would have had to resort to more physical methods of instilling fear among this unruly group. At present, he maintained a considerable aura of authority, effectively keeping these individuals in line. Indeed, they were in complete submission to him. The three of them, akin to chicks pecking at grains, held no genuine hope that Lotus would treat them with fairness. They had come to realize that this sorcerer was even more ruthless than Carp. While Carp merely exploited them for labor, this sorcerer demanded both blood and tears. The very fact that he tasked them with the creation of explosives indicated that he was not one to be trifled with. Their only hope was that in the future, this sorcerer would not embroil them in trouble that might expose the Buggy pirate crew. Otherwise, they would find themselves akin to rats in the street, universally condemned. For they lacked the strength of Lotus. If he were to be exposed, he could still manage to evade repercussions, but they could not. Well then, I shall take my leave. From this moment onward, you need not toil so excessively. 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon for cleaning will suffice. Remember, do not attempt to flee. Before departing, Rothus alleviated the workload for these gentlemen, sparing them from the incessant hustle aboard the ship, which had become quite bothersome to behold. Very well, my lord. Upon hearing this, the trio of Baki was nearly moved to tears. They could finally lighten their burdens. marking this as the most favorable news in recent times. After departing from the trio at Baki, Rothus made his way to the deck. He was uncertain whether the soldiers had prepared the fishing nets and ropes, as he intended to venture into the sea to salvage treasures from the sunken pirate ship. Even if the berries were thoroughly soaked, the gold and silver artifacts would still hold considerable value. Although these pirates appeared rather feeble, it was reasonable to assume that those who had reached the New World possessed some worthwhile assets, regardless of their impoverished state. Captain Rothus, everything is ready. Are you prepared to dive into the ocean? The soldiers maneuvered the warship to the site of the sunken pirate vessel, arranging the ropes and fishing nets, awaiting Rothus' command. The soldiers maintained a cordial disposition towards Rothus, especially since he was currently serving as the acting captain, which further heightened their enthusiasm. Although they now referred to him with the title of lieutenant, this did little to alter the familiarity of their rapport. Thank you very much. I shall descend to inspect the sunken pirate ship. If we are fortunate enough to recover some gold coins, we shall share the bounty. Lotus generously addressed the soldiers, his expression conveying the delight of having discovered something remarkable to share with them. Is that so? Then I am most grateful, replied the soldiers, their faces brimming with joy. Many of the nearby soldiers also wore expressions of elation. Though they had joined the navy in pursuit of justice, who could resist the allure of prosperity while upholding righteousness? Chapter 56. Flourishing business roads descended into the depths of the sea, meticulously sifting through the underwater treasures. He emerged with a considerable haul of damp berries and a clinking assortment of gold coins. Although the pirate ship had met its demise beneath the waves, the vaults of riches remained largely unscathed, with much of the wealth merely dampened rather than damaged. Boats emerged from the sea, laden with treasures, only to be immediately surrounded by soldiers. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they beheld the bounty that had been salvaged, and they expressed their admiration fervently, exclaiming, "How astonishing! There is such a wealth of treasure. It seems this pirate crew is indeed affluent. Indeed, it appears we shall profit handsomely from this venture. Lieutenant Rhodes is truly remarkable. Very well, you may divide the berries amongst yourselves. I shall take the remaining gold and silver. The next batch of salvaged treasures should be shared with the other brethren aboard, and a portion ought to be allocated to the chef and the buggy pirates as well." In just a few words, Lieutenant Rothus efficiently distributed the spoils among the soldiers, ensuring that everyone received their share of the bounty. This way, there would be no room for gossip. Otherwise, if the higher-ups caught wind of any misappropriation, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Very well, Lieutenant Rothus. We comprehend the situation. You need not worry. The soldiers accepted their portions with remarkable ease, indicating that Captain Carp had likely engaged in similar practices of personal enrichment. For how else could they be so adept? That is reassuring. Let us steer the ship to the next location. The waters here are tumultuous, and we must not risk returning empty-handed. Rhodes harbored grave doubts that if they did not act swiftly, the sunken vessels might be swept away by the tumultuous currents of the ocean. Upon hearing that there was nothing to salvage, the soldiers immediately sprang into action, making their way towards the submerged pirate ship. The opportunity lay before them, and the thought of missing out on such a feast would surely sadden them for an extended period. Indeed, their prowess was remarkable. Rhodes observed the soldiers operating at full efficiency, deeply moved by Bailey's charisma. In recent days, numerous pirate crews had emerged from the depths of Fishman Island, situated 10,000 meters beneath the sea, into the New World. As their ships broke the surface, every pirate eagerly inhaled the fresh air above, a stark contrast to the damp, musty atmosphere of the ocean depths. Bathed in the radiant sunlight, their faces radiated vitality. Just as they were about to express their grand ideals, a golden-haired demon descended from the heavens, wielding a charmingly large hammer. Upon spotting his target, he plummeted down, shattering their sails with a single blow, imparting the lesson of life, a constant interplay of surprises and shocks. One can never predict what the next moment may bring. Yet, these pirates understood that when the seagull emblem appeared before them, it signified either their survival or a grim fate and impelled down. As for escape, this was the New World, a domain ruled by the sea, and these pirates, freshly arrived from paradise, had no hope of fleeing. Stripped of their primary means of propulsion, their ships became as helpless as a limping man, struggling to move. Initially stunned, the pirates soon erupted in fury, hacking at the offending Navy personnel. Ultimately, they were captured, and their treasures aboard the ship became the spoils of Rhodes. In recent days, Rhodes has developed a penchant for capturing pirates who hail from the paradise, for they possess feeble strength yet abundant wealth. The most insignificant and wretched pirate crews often yield fortunes of 60 to 70 million berries from their vessels, When encountering adversaries with slightly superior capabilities, acquiring over 100 million berries becomes an effortless endeavor. Indeed, a wise adage rings true. Without unexpected windfalls, one cannot attain riches. Without nighttime fodder, a horse cannot grow fat. Rhodes found this statement profoundly accurate. In recent days, every soldier aboard the ship possessed a sum exceeding 100,000 berries. A fortune selflessly bestowed upon them by those intrepid pirates who journeyed great distances to deliver it. As these enthusiastic marauders had brought forth their gifts, Rhodes felt compelled to accept them with a reluctant grace. When he confiscated the spoils of war, he remembered to reserve a portion for carp, leaving himself with the lesser share, whilst distributing the remainder to the soldiers for their domestic needs. For the past few days, Rhodes had primarily targeted the pirates of the Four Seas, paying little attention to those of the New World until they reached the initial stretch of the Grand Line. Recognizing that softer fruits are easier to pluck, upon sighting the naval flag and the ship's figurehead of a canine, the pirates from the New World would hastily submerge. Having no inclination to ponder the intentions of Carp's formidable vessel, though they were affiliated with the Four Emperors, they lacked the audacity to confront such a formidable opponent. Had it been another naval officer, they might have swaggered boldly, but not in this instance. However, as time progressed, the circumstances here would inevitably become known to the headquarters and the powers that traverse these waters. Thus, Rhodes understood that lingering was unwise. To appease headquarters, he planned to prepare a carefully measured bounty to return, conscious of the need to avoid providing any leverage to certain individuals within the organization. After all, he could not indulge in personal gains, taking as much as he pleased. The Navy, it seemed, offered ample provisions, or else he would have fled long ago. He mused that perhaps it was time to return to headquarters, calculating the number of pirates he had apprehended recently, concluding that a few dozen should suffice for a return. Yet, he feared that such a return would result in a significant loss of berries and gold. Who could tell when these pirate crews from the New World would receive word and hesitate to venture forth, remaining submerged in the depths? Rhodes required these riches to execute his plans. Without funds, there could be no capital for implementation. Initially, he had taken only gold and silver, distributing the berries among the soldiers. However, as the precious metals dwindled, he found himself resorting to berries as well. Being the primary leader, he could not afford to distribute all the berries to his men. While it is wise to care for one's subordinates to earn their loyalty, one must also maintain a balance. Otherwise, if these soldiers were coddled too much, they might begin to see him as a father figure and demand ever more. The berries he had acquired were still insufficient to launch his plans, necessitating further accumulation. Yet, the desire to return to headquarters conflicted with this goal, leaving Rhodes in a state of quandary. On one hand, there was the ambition he longed to pursue, and on the other, the delectable provisions he adored. This inner conflict was truly vexing. As Rhodes wrestled with his dilemma, the situation in these waters finally reached the ears of all factions at sea. After all, the absence of pirate ships from the Four Seas venturing into the New World for such an extended period piqued the curiosity of both the pirates and the indigenous populace. The first to catch wind of it was the world government, followed by the news agencies, then the Four Emperors, and ultimately the shadowy forces lurking within the ocean's depths. The government spies were ever watchful, acquiring information swiftly, while the reporters of the news agencies filled every nook of the ocean, ready to detect any whiff of news. Pirates returning from the New World to the earlier stretches of the Grand Line reported their findings to the Four Emperors. And merchant vessels traversing between the New World and the Grand Line spread the news far and wide. In a flurry of activity, this region became a focal point of attention, with numerous pirates preparing to venture into the New World trembling in trepidation. They were well aware of the legendary exploits of this naval hero and deemed it wiser to remain in the safer confines of the first half of the sea. Otherwise, they would find themselves imprisoned and impelled down. Though they might be self-assured, they recognized that they were no match for a powerhouse like Carp. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard pirates were reveling in a gathering. Whitebeard, seated comfortably with a barrel of rum in hand, erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. That old soldier Carp is so bored that he resorts to bullying the younger generation. Life has truly become increasingly absurd. Ha ha ha. Father, I have heard that it was a demon under Carp who acted, not Carp himself." Marco, sipping his drink, spoke up, revealing the information he had gathered from other comrades, that Carp had not intervened, but rather, it was one of his subordinates who took action. "Oh, in that case, he still possesses some dignity. He did not bring shame upon my generation," Whitebeard exclaimed, taking a hearty swig of his drink, clearly pleased. At last, That old rascal Carp seems to understand a bit about face-saving. He refrained from laying a hand on the younger generation and preserved the honor of our era. Father, do you wish to meet him? Marco suddenly inquired. Carp had arrived in the New World as one of the 4 emperors of the sea. They had not extended proper hospitality to their guest, which was quite inappropriate. Ah, indeed, that thought has crossed my mind. It has been a long time since I have seen that old soldier. This time, I shall see if he still possesses the same vigor as before. Whitebeard chuckled heartily. There are hardly any old acquaintances left from the bygone era, and he truly feared the day when another would be lost. With Carp's arrival in the New World, it was a perfect opportunity to reminisce with the veteran. Chapter 57. A lackluster business in recent days. Rhodes felt that business had become dismal. After waiting 2 days, they had only managed to capture a particularly stubborn pirate crew, and then, nothing further transpired. Rhodes felt that their plan to lie in wait in these waters had ultimately collapsed. Just a couple of days ago, he had been torn between continuing the pursuit of pirates or returning to headquarters. Now, the decision was made for him, as such a dismal venture had compelled him to concede. The soldiers aboard shared Rhodes' sentiments, and even the buggy pirates found themselves unexpectedly disheartened by the absence of pirate activity. This left them, who had already distributed some spoils, feeling quite despondent. Although Rhodes had shown a certain ruthlessness towards the buggy pirates, they had recently observed an unexpected kindness in his treatment of those around him. He had even distributed a sum of berry to them this time. Albeit a mere tens of thousands per individual, collectively, the buggy pirates still managed to garner several million berry. This unexpected windfall nearly tempted the members of the buggy pirates, who previously had scant berry to their names, to defect and pledge their allegiance to Rhodes. Had it not been for their captain's esteemed status as a former crewmate of the Pirate King, which they held in great admiration, the ranks of the buggy pirates might have dwindled to a mere 3, alongside their head lion, who would undoubtedly betray them at the slightest scent of meat. Old man, there's no reason to stay here any longer. There are no pirates left. Let us return to headquarters. Rhodes entered Carp's quarters, expressing his eagerness to return to headquarters, claiming he could no longer endure the current situation. Ha ha ha, Rhodes, do not be so hasty. Have we not only just departed from headquarters not long ago? We shall patiently await the arrival of the pirates. Carp reclined leisurely on the sofa, exuding an air of relaxation and nonchalance. In recent days, Carp had enjoyed a life of comfort, akin to an early retirement. The ship was free of bothersome duties, allowing him to savor his rice crackers and indulge in naps. But how long must we wait, old man? Perhaps we could explore the Sabo archipelago instead. We need not set foot on the islands. We could simply capture those who pass by at sea. What do you think? Rhodes felt that waiting here was less effective than taking proactive measures. They could capture pirates at a distance from the Sabo archipelago, avoiding the island itself, which would likely prevent any disturbances to the archipelago. While this was feasible, the old man feared that if they left, the pirates would catch wind of their absence and emerge from Fishman Island. Consequently, their efforts in capturing pirates would yield minimal results. Moreover, Rhodes, do not forget that my warship is not coded to return to Sabo. We would either have to head back to headquarters or navigate through the calm belt. Kapu, leisurely munching on senbei, lazily reminded them that he had essentially retired, leaving all affairs aboard the warship to Rhodes. Although the appearance of pirates was infrequent here, those rascals could not remain holed up at Fishman Island and Sabo archipelago indefinitely. They would eventually venture into the New World. The primary issue they faced was the visibility under the sea. Should they choose to go to Sabo, they could either return to the Navy headquarters or traverse the calm belt, which would lead them back to the earlier stages of the Grand Line. Both options were exceedingly time-consuming. If the pirates lurking in the earlier sections of the Grand Line became aware of their movements, they would likely gather in groups to evade them in the New World. What then? Should we, the old man, simply remain here and wait? Ross pondered over the old man's words, recognizing their wisdom. However, he questioned the practicality of waiting indefinitely. What if the pirates fail to appear? Ha ha, Lotus. You are simply too eager. You must learn to remain calm and to cultivate patience. Your days ahead are plentiful, Carp exclaimed, laughing heartily as he patiently imparted life lessons to Lotus. The old man's disposition is simply a matter of character. I am not particularly fond of waiting for others. Yet I do enjoy having them wait for me, or I prefer to seek them out directly. Rothus expressed that the situation is far from equitable, and he harbors a desire to pursue them. Waiting for others is the most excruciating experience for him, as he detests the act of waiting above all else. With so many pirates roaming the vast ocean, how could one possibly capture them all? You are still rather naive. Upon hearing this, Carp shook his head, remarking that in this sea, the only thing in surplus is pirates. The notion that Rothus could apprehend every pirate in the ocean is utterly implausible. If it were that simple, why has the Navy, after so many years of establishment, still been unable to eradicate the rampant piracy? Do they not strive in their efforts? Has the Navy not exerted itself in the pursuit of pirates? No worries, old man. I will capture whoever I can, as I am not particularly choosy. Rothus expressed that any pirate will suffice. He is not specifically seeking out those with renown or notoriety, as long as he can bring them back to headquarters. That is all that matters. Moreover, he is not idly consuming his time with the ambition of apprehending every pirate across the vast seas. His intention is merely to capture a sufficient number to meet his quota. If he were to capture all the pirates, it would undoubtedly exhaust him to the brink of collapse. The reality is that the pirates of the ocean are inexhaustible. This is a matter of the times. Rhodes believes that to bring an end to this era of great pirates, it is essential for this age to be supplanted by another. Indeed, how astute. I have not misjudged him. Upon hearing Rhodes' words, Carp's face radiated joy, for Rhodes' insight confirmed his unwavering faith in him. In Carp's view, all pirates, regardless of their rank, ought to be apprehended, rather than merely focusing on those with bounties who have already caused significant harm. Many pirates, if not quelled before wreaking havoc, ultimately inflict casualties upon innocent civilians. Naturally, my esteemed elder, allow me to assure you that while I may lack in various attributes, my integrity is beyond reproach. To find an individual as upright, principled, and responsible as myself is akin to a stroke of good fortune for the Navy. Moreover, my greatest virtue lies in my honesty. Unlike other naval officers who indulge in flamboyant tactics, I am steadfastly committed to apprehending pirates and fulfilling my duties as a naval officer with utmost sincerity. Those who merely speak of the dangers posed by pirates while languishing in the comfort of their offices, directing orders without action, are often the most rotund and self-satisfied. Look at me, a mere figure of a man, not only short in stature but also evidently undernourished. This is the hallmark of a dedicated and pragmatic naval officer, tirelessly laboring on the front lines of battle. While you mentioned that Fleet Admiral Sengoku does not provide me with benefits, I harbor no grievances. However, he ought to allow me to return to headquarters weekly for a nourishing meal. As a diligent and resilient naval officer, it is unreasonable for the headquarters to leave me hungry. I do not mind enduring hardship alone, but I fear it may dampen the spirits of countless soldiers. Upon hearing Kapu's self-praise, Rothus immediately began to climb the metaphorical pole, his words becoming increasingly lofty. He shifted from self-adulation to concerns regarding his meals, essentially expressing a desire to return to headquarters for dinner every week. Ahem, Rothus, I am well aware of your remarkable qualities and honesty. Yet there is no need to vocalize them. My understanding suffices. Kapu, feeling quite embarrassed, coughed a few times, realizing that his casual flattery had inadvertently touched upon the hearts of countless Navy personnel. If Sengoku were to learn of this, one could only speculate what his reaction might be. Furthermore, Sengoku currently harbors no intentions of allowing their return, and Rothus' wish to visit headquarters weekly is utterly implausible. My mother once imparted that one should be forthright and honest. As an honest man, how could I be so frivolous? Rhodes displayed an unfaltering demeanor, as if he were simply adhering to the lessons imparted by his mother. Feel free to proceed as you wish. I find myself somewhat unwell. So you may take your leave. Cap raised a hand to his forehead, sensing a slight throb at his temples, urging Rhodes to depart. Very well. I shall take my leave then. Do remember to take care of your health, for you are in the twilight of your years and must not overexert yourself. Before leaving, Rothus did not forget to inquire about Cap's health. The old gentleman appeared quite robust, yet he still had some minor ailments. Indeed, time is an unbeatable adversary. Alas, it truly does not allow this old man to rest easy. After Rhodes departed, Cap lowered his hand from his forehead and retrieved a packet of rice crackers from his pocket to chew on. At this moment, he found solace only in the taste of the crackers as they alleviated his troubled mind. He resolved not to engage in further tedious conversations with Rhodes, who had proven to be excessively verbose. Chapter 58. Approaching as the sun dipped below the horizon, the enchanting twilight enveloped the vast sea, casting a mesmerizing golden hue upon the waters. Rhodes stood aboard the warship, gazing at the sea, transformed by the dusk. How he longed for it to be a genuine golden ocean. In such a case, he would be the wealthiest person in the world. Lieutenant Rhodes, everything is prepared. The gathering can commence. Just as Rhodes was lost in his reverie of the sea, A soldier hurried over to deliver the report. Very well, let us begin. Rhodas turned around with a smile and followed the soldiers onto the deck. On the battleship's deck gathered all the soldiers, the buccaneer pirates, and even the cooks, united for a celebration. Why the festivities? Naturally, it was due to their elation. Each individual was adorned with hundreds of thousands of berries. How could they not be joyous? Furthermore, the food and beverages for this gathering had been seized from the pirate ship, alleviating any concerns regarding supplies. Their recent capture of pirates had employed a remarkable strategy. They had not sunk the pirate vessels. Each time they apprehended a pirate, Rhodas descended gracefully like a celestial being, delivering a decisive blow to the foes. Following this, the soldiers aboard the battleship would navigate over to clean the battlefield. The advantage of this approach was that the resources aboard the pirate ships remained intact, allowing them to be utilized immediately rather than needing to be salvaged from the sea. After numerous transfers of supplies, the battleship had become well-stocked, enabling Rhodas to indulge in a hearty meal, thus leading to this gathering. Of course, the stipulation for Rhodas to enjoy his feast was that he must not return the favor with his life. Otherwise, no amount of food would suffice. Old man, look how joyful everyone is. Come, let me raise a toast to you. Rhodes approached Kapu, raising his cup in a toast. Oh, it has been quite some time since I have felt such joy. Kapu surveyed the lively atmosphere of the deck and the cheerful crowd, a smile inevitably gracing his lips. It had been ages since he had hosted a gathering at sea, and he found immense delight in this occasion. Kapu clinked his cup against Rhodes and then downed the contents in one swift motion. The old man can hold his liquor. Let us continue. Upon witnessing Carp down his drink in one gulp, Lotus promptly refilled his cup. You little rascal, you possess quite the cunning, Carp jestingly rebuked, lifting his goblet without hesitation. Today was a rare occasion of joy, and he decided to indulge these youngsters by sharing a drink. How can you say that, old man? I am merely pouring wine for you, not engaging in anything else. Why accuse me of being so sly? Rhodes set down the wine barrel, somewhat at a loss for words as he retorted, feeling that his good intentions had been mistaken for something insincere. Ha ha ha, Rhodes. Cap laughed heartily, seemingly unbothered by Rhodes' demeanor. Speaking of which, my dear old friend, do you think my vision is a bit blurred from the drink? For I could have sworn I spotted a majestic whale with its sail raised in the distance, heading our way. As Rothus and Carp were engaged in a heated argument, the corner of Rothus' eye caught sight of what appeared to be a great whale approaching across the distant sea. However, this whale bore an unusual sight. There was a sail affixed to its back. You little rascal, you must be intoxicated, spouting such nonsense. How could a whale possibly have a sail? In all my years at sea, I have never encountered such a thing. You are undoubtedly inebriated. You may consume food with great prowess, but your tolerance for liquor is woefully inadequate. It seems you require more practice, Carp chided, dismissing Rothus' words entirely. After all, it was merely a whale with a sail. Even if it were a creature of the ocean, it was surely no match for him in combat. I assure you, old man, that the whale with the sail resembles a pirate ship. I cannot let this opportunity pass. I must go capture those pirates. I find this great whale rather appealing. Rhodes slowly rose to his feet as he spoke, seemingly spotting a figure leaping atop the sail of a great whale. What initially appeared to be the head of the massive creature now resembled the prow of a ship. This vessel was undeniably striking and charming, and Rhodes found himself yearning to claim it for his own. Perhaps due to his prolonged interaction with the island's villagers, he had developed a fondness for delightful things. And this ship was utterly irresistible. Rhodes could no longer restrain himself. Rhodes, you audacious lad. Your keen eye has indeed settled upon the legendary Moby Dick, commanded by the infamous Whitebeard. Quite impressive. Cap laughed heartily, only realizing after Rhodes had risen that the whale he referred to was, in fact, the ship of Whitebeard. If Whitebeard were to hear Rhodes' words, one could only imagine the laughter that would ensue. This young rascal was truly amusing. What of Whitebeard? My dear sir, you are a naval hero. We need not fear them, Rhodes disdainfully remarked, displaying not a hint of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he shifted his chair closer to Carp, aware that he was currently in a state of cautious development, making it unwise to challenge the formidable figures of the sea. Ha ha ha, Rhodes, you are quite correct. I am indeed unafraid of him. Let us wait here and observe what that fellow intends to do. Carp laughed heartily, showing no concern for Rhodes's proximity, dismissing the Whitebeard as merely an insignificant figure with whom he held no fear. After all, it had been many years since they last met, and he was curious to see how the old man fared, wondering if he was nearing his end. As he recalled the considerable strain the tremor fruit placed on one's body. Admiral Carp, a pirate ship is approaching us. The pirate flag indicates it belongs to the Yonko Whitebeard's Moby Dick, a soldier reported shortly after Carp and Rhoda sensed Whitebeard's arrival. Haha. There's no need to fear while I am here. Whitebeard cannot stir up any trouble, Carp declared, observing the tense atmosphere on the deck with amusement. As Carp's words echoed, the previously subdued ambience transformed into one of revelry, with numerous soldiers cheering loudly, emboldened by Carp's presence. Captain Buggy, who is stronger, Carp or Whitebeard? Kabaji cautiously inquired, drawn closer to Buggy, as he was keen to discern who held the upper hand, so they could navigate the situation accordingly. That's hard to say. I'm not certain, Buggy replied, shaking his head. After all these years, he remained unclear about the strengths of the two men. But one thing was certain, both were among the most formidable in the vast ocean. What should we do, Captain? Kabaji asked, panic rising as he realized they were caught in a precarious position without clarity on who was stronger. Fear not. Regardless of who emerges victorious, we are not in danger. Buggy reassured him, showing no interest in the outcome. If Whitebeard won, he would likely spare them for the sake of Captain Roger's legacy. If Carp triumphed, they would suffer no loss. Old man, we are so close now, Marco observed from the mast, noting that Carp showed no reaction, indicating he was utterly unperturbed by their presence. Ah, Carp, this old soldier seems utterly unfazed by me. Waiting here for my arrival, Whitebeard boomed with laughter, slowly rising from his seat. Are we approaching the warship, father? Naturally. Prepare the drinks. I intend to share a hearty feast with this old soldier Carp. Understood, father. Jaws received the order and immediately instructed the pirates aboard to fetch the wine from the hold. Whitebeard, you audacious fellow, have you come seeking a duel with me? On the warship, Carp stood at the bow, with Rhodas by his side, while Buggy and his crew leaned against the railing. Ah, old soldier, I assure you, I am not here to brawl. I heard of your presence and came to extend my hospitality, declared Buggy, standing at the bow of the Moby Dick. Whitebeard was flanked by Marco and Jaws. Ha ha ha, you are quite amusing. I am eager to see how you express your hospitality, he replied. Let Rhodas accompany me to witness the grand whale you desire. Carp burst into hearty laughter, finding it amusing that Whitebeard had come to reminisce. Very well, old man. We have an agreement. You shall contend with Whitebeard, while I shall attend to the provisions. Rhodes expressed that with such a large vessel, the provisions on board must be plentiful. He was tasked with consuming all the food aboard Whitebeard's ship, while Carp was responsible for engaging in banter with Whitebeard. Chapter 59. Aboard the ship, as the two ships drew closer, they halted at a distance of about 10 meters. The Moby Dick came to a standstill. Carp and Rhodes gracefully stepped aboard the Moby Dick. Haha, Whitebeard, it seems you truly embody the spirit of hospitality, bringing only 2 captains along, Carp exclaimed, laughing heartily upon seeing that Whitebeard was accompanied solely by Jozu and Marco. Indeed, that is only natural, Whitebeard responded with mirth. You, however, are quite daring to board my ship with just a young lad. His laughter resonated with joy as he observed Carp's audacity. This is Rhodes, my disciple, Carp announced as he found a comfortable spot to sit on the ship, casually introducing Rhodes. Ha, an old soldier taking on a student, how surprising, Whitebeard remarked. His curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the young apprentice taken under Carp's wing. You've sired numerous sons, what is the harm in taking on a disciple? Carp retorted with a smirk, pulling out some rice crackers from his pocket and beginning to munch on them. Indeed, they are family, Whitebeard proclaimed proudly, speaking of the children he had gathered over the years, who were his pride and joy. Whitebeard, if I may inquire about your hospitality, I presume there will be food and drink available? Rhodes sat beside Carp, observing the increasingly heated exchange between the two venerable gentlemen, unable to contain himself any longer. He finally interjected with a question, as he had come to dine, not merely to witness their verbal sparring. Ah, naturally, replied Jozu, summoning the food to showcase the hospitality of our pirate crew to the Navy. Upon hearing Rhodes' inquiry, Whitebeard graciously instructed his men to bring forth the food and drink. Very well, old man. Jozu promptly descended into the cabin to prepare the meal, ensuring it was delivered to the deck. Ha ha ha, my disciple does have quite the appetite. You wouldn't let him return to the warship hungry, would you, Whitebeard? Carp remarked, a sinister grin creeping across his face as he watched Jozu prepare the feast. Ah, I am Whitebeard, after all. How could I possibly let my guests go hungry? Whitebeard bellowed with indifference, confident that even little oars had never suffered from hunger aboard his ship, let alone a mixed-blood demon of considerably smaller stature. That is as you say, Whitebeard, Carp responded, a smile gracing his lips as he anticipated Whitebeard's assurance. Ah, the heroes of the sea do not break their promises. I certainly shall not. Whitebeard laughed heartily, exuding an aura of dominance. Rotes, did you hear that? Whitebeard has spoken. You may indulge yourself, Carp said, turning to Rotes, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Very well. Old man, I shall not hold back. Whatever food is available, let it be brought forth to me. Coming from the countryside, I relish such lavish feasts. The mighty Whitebeard could hardly contain his drool, exclaiming in delight. It was quite fortunate that he had not returned to his ship, for he had stumbled upon a local tycoon. This time, he vowed to devour every morsel of their provisions before he would even consider departing. Oh, little rascal, the feast has arrived. Go ahead and indulge, he declared, gesturing grandly towards the abundance of food laid out upon the deck. Then I shall not hold back, esteemed Whitebeard, came the reply. Lotus was quite elated, water cascading from the corners of his mouth. Just as he was about to rise and indulge in the food, a mischievous glint flickered in his eyes, and he continued, Old man with the white beard, by the way, Little Oars is actually my distant cousin, isn't he? You wouldn't just offer me food, would you? After all, we are somewhat related. Shouldn't you provide me with some wine as well? Eating meat without wine is rather dull, and I have little inclination for dry fare. At this moment, Lotus felt that his identity as a demon should come into play. Revealing his demonic lineage could bridge the gap with the Whitebeard pirates and perhaps afford him a bit more to eat. In the future, should he encounter the Whitebeard pirates, he could have a reasonable excuse to make a hasty retreat. Upon closer inspection, he indeed bore a striking resemblance to Little Oars. Whitebeard, upon hearing Lotus's words and scrutinizing his appearance, recognized that Lotus resembled Little Oars to a significant extent, particularly with the long hair that was almost a standard for the demon clan. Since Lotus and Little Oars were relatives, it followed that there was a connection with the Whitebeard pirates, considering Little Oars was his son. Marco fetched several barrels of wine for Lotus, large ones. Since Lotus is Little Oars' cousin, we cannot afford to neglect him as family, Whitebeard instructed. Come now, young Lotus, eat well and do not starve. After addressing Marco, he turned his attention back to Lotus. Ever since Lotus distanced himself from Little Oars, Whitebeard's demeanor had softened, and Lotus felt that his decision was indeed fortuitous. After all, demons bore a certain resemblance to one another, sharing the same bloodline. Claiming to be Little Oars' distant cousin was, in truth, hardly a flaw. Very well, old man, Marco replied, rolling his eyes, sensing something amiss about this self-proclaimed cousin of Little Oars. Yet, he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the oddity. So he retreated to the cabin to procure the wine. Truth be told, Lotus did share some resemblance with Little Oars, and there seemed to be no issue with his identity. Now, Carp, come join me for a few drinks, Whitebeard declared, having resolved the matter concerning Lotus, and finally turned to the main event. Ha ha ha, I shall see just how much you can drink, my friend. Carp, pleased to see Whitebeard's ruse work, readily joined him in a few rounds. The meat was delectable, fragrant, and tender. He wondered what sea creature it was derived from. And this pork chop, heavens! The flavor was simply divine, bursting with aroma and juiciness. This pig had truly lived a fulfilling life. What on earth is this? Truly a culinary delight, he exclaimed. Does the Whitebeard pirates feast like this every day? What bliss! Marco, my brother, might I visit more often? You all are splendid. Were it not for my obligations to the Navy, I would gladly join your ranks. Alas, old man Carp has shown me kindness. Otherwise, I might even consider defecting from the Navy. As I indulged in my meal, I did not neglect the conversation with Marco, who appeared utterly expressionless, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish. This fellow is quite bothersome. Is he truly the cousin of Little Oz? Little Oz was never this tedious. Marco had initially intended to extract recent naval intelligence from Rotus, but it seems he overestimated his chances. Not only did he fail to glean any information, but he also nearly lost his patience with Rotus's incessant chatter. Rotus, there are matters aboard the ship that require my attention, so I must take my leave. Enjoy your meal at your leisure. Unable to endure Rotus's incessant prattle any longer, Marco sought an excuse to depart. Oh, come now, dear brother Marco. Don't you see how well we get along? While we may not swear brotherhood, our meeting feels long overdue. Would you not stay a while longer to indulge in a bit more conversation with me? Upon encountering Marco's intention to depart, Rotus immediately grew anxious. After all, Marco is the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates. Cultivating a good relationship with him could potentially open doors for future visits to the crew, sharing meals, and fostering camaraderie. However, The urgency of the situation left no room for such considerations. Marco promptly waved his hand in refusal, his lifeless eyes momentarily animated by Rhodes's presence. It was absurd. They were hardly kindred spirits. Rhodes lacked the straightforwardness and sincerity of little Ors, revealing himself instead as a cunning, garrulous individual, utterly irksome. Continuing to associate with him would soon become unbearable. So be it. Such a pity, Marco muttered, bidding his farewell. As Rhodes gazed at Marco, who appeared resolute in his intent to leave, he felt a profound sorrow. This was a VIP discount card, and once he departed, the membership package would vanish. The prospect of rejoining the Whitebeard pirate ship would hinge solely on Ace's arrival. Without that, he would struggle to find a reason to visit the Whitebeard crew for meals and conversations. Rhodes was overcome with a sense of existential despair, lamenting the unfairness of his situation. Despite his remarkable qualities, he was unable to secure a ticket to a meal. Chapter 60. Self-praise. I have heard rumors that your body is failing, requiring you to depend on medication daily. Can you truly indulge in drinking under such circumstances? Carp expressed skepticism, fully aware of Whitebeard's deteriorating health. He hoped fervently that Whitebeard would endure for a few more years, ensuring a semblance of stability in the New World. After all, the fall of a Yonko would unleash a torrent of pirates vying to claim their legacy, bringing untold suffering to the innocent souls at sea. The waters had only just begun to settle, and Carp was loath to see them plunge into chaos once more. Ah, alcohol is the elixir of healing. It is the only remedy I require. Whitebeard savored his drink, a look of sheer delight illuminating his face. Alcohol was his ultimate balm, and the only way to prevent him from drinking was through death itself. Then drink heartily, Whitebeard. Otherwise, I fear there may not be any left for you later. Carp cast a sidelong glance at Rhodes, who was voraciously consuming the food, realizing that Whitebeard should indulge while he could. Otherwise, once Rhodes finished dining, he might turn his attention to the alcohol. Ah, old soldier, you certainly know how to jest. Who could possibly stop me from drinking if I so desire? Whitebeard bellowed with laughter, asserting his determination to enjoy his drink, confident that no one possessed the power to deprive him of it. I shall await that moment with anticipation. Carp replied, hinting that while Whitebeard laughed now, he would soon find himself in tears, and as the merriment continued, the prospect of running out of alcohol loomed. Marco, do you not think that Rhodes consumes food at an astonishing pace? Jaws sat beside Marco, having completed the tasks assigned by their father. He had been observing Carp and Rhodes, and now noticed that a significant portion of the food that had once adorned the deck had vanished, with Rhodes still eagerly bouncing around the remaining dishes. Oh, Marco's eyes appeared glazed over, a look of bewilderment on his face, resembling someone who had not slept in months. His eyelids heavy. However, upon hearing Rhodes's name, his drooping eyes sprang open. Recalling Rhodes's incessant chatter, he earnestly advised Jaws, do not concern yourself with Rhodes. Let him eat as he pleases. He will eventually cease. But remember, do not engage him in conversation, or you will be driven to distraction. He is nothing like little Oz. He is far too verbose, and even while eating, he cannot silence his mouth. As Marco recounted this, a shiver ran down his spine. He had merely sought to extract some information, yet he had nearly been exasperated to death. Oh, is it truly that formidable? Upon hearing this, Jaws' eyes sparkled with intrigue. The fact that Rhodes could instill such trepidation in Marco suggested he possessed considerable eloquence, igniting Jaws' desire to forge a connection. Once upon a time, he too had yearned to be articulate and bond seamlessly with his comrades aboard the ship. Hey, Jaws, you don't seriously intend to engage that fellow in conversation, do you? Marco gazed at Jaws in astonishment. It was quite rare for Jaws to wish to befriend a complete stranger. Indeed, Marco, do you not find Rhodes exceptionally capable? He is worth befriending. Jaws nodded, his eyes shimmering with excitement. This scene sent a jolt of anxiety through Marco, who cautioned, but he is a Navy officer, Jaws. Do you truly believe he would befriend a pirate like you? What of the Navy? Did not my father share drinks with that Carp fellow? Moreover, Rhodes is a cousin of little Oars. I believe he would be quite inclined to befriend me. Jaws gestured toward the jovial exchange between Carp and his father. Are they not pirates? Are they not Navy? What are they currently doing if not drinking? Very well, Jaws. But do not place too much trust in others. Marco sighed. Covering his forehead, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, utterly unprepared for such a swift reversal of circumstances. Rest assured, Marco. I merely wish to engage him in light conversation, nothing more. Jaws smiled and rose from his seat, making his way toward Rhodes. Ah, let us hope so, Marco murmured, his eyelids drooping in resignation. The notion of Jaws attempting to converse with a Navy officer was indeed unprecedented. "Greetings, Rhodas, I am Jaws." "Ah, is that not Brother Jaws? Come, come, surely you have yet to eat. Join me, do not be shy. We are all one big family here." As Jaws approached Rhodas and greeted him, the latter, who had been enjoying his meal, instantly halted, flipping over from his food and warmly returning Jaws' salutation. Lotus gazed at Jaws with fervent eyes. This was indeed a valuable opportunity that had arrived just in time. He distinctly recalled that aboard the Moby Dick, aside from Marco, it was this very brother, the Diamond Jaws, who had remained steadfast. "Ah, no, no," Jaws chuckled, scratching his head as he politely declined. This meal had been prepared by his father specifically for Lotus, and he felt it would be inappropriate to partake. Besides, he wasn't particularly hungry. "What a pity, dear Brother Jaws. You ought to indulge a bit more. The cuisine of your pirate crew is truly splendid and tastes exquisite." Lotus wore an expression of regret on his face, yet his heart brimmed with joy. If Jaws did not partake in the food, it would all belong to him. "Oh, not at all. I have been aboard the ship all along. If I desire to eat, I can do so at any moment, unlike you, who must depart after this meal and return to the battleship." Upon hearing Lotus extol the delicious fare aboard his father's ship, Jaws' face radiated pride, for indeed, the chef on their vessel surpassed the naval cooks. "How fortunate you are. Unlike me, who is perpetually occupied with capturing pirates and often endures hunger. The most unfortunate part is that Admiral Sengoku does not permit me to return to headquarters for a meal, leaving me to wander alongside Old Man Carp." As Rothus savored his meat, he lamented to Jaws about his life, declaring it to be far less comfortable than that of a pirate, an utter failure indeed. "Oh, is that so? Then why not abandon the Navy and join us? Our father treats us exceptionally well." Jaws' eyes sparkled with excitement as he listened to Rothus' grievances, encouraging him to sever ties with the Navy. If Rothus were to leave, the Whitebeard pirates could deliver a significant blow to the Navy. "No, no. Captain Garp has shown me kindness. I cannot betray him. Once I have repaid his generosity, we can discuss this matter further. As a man, one must always repay a debt of gratitude." Rhodes waved his hand, expressing that if he were to part ways with the Navy, it would bring great shame to the Old Man Carp. Moreover, given that the old man had shown him kindness, he felt compelled to repay that debt before considering any escape. Otherwise, he would be deemed ungrateful. Indeed, for a man of the sea, the most vital principle is to acknowledge and repay kindness. Jaws appreciated Rhodes with a glance, recognizing that gratitude and loyalty are paramount in these vast oceans. "Ha ha ha, indeed. I, Rhodes, am a man of integrity, valuing brotherhood and deep connections above all else. So what do you say, my brother Jaws? Would you care to share a cup of brotherhood with me? Rest assured, aligning yourself with me will not be a loss, despite my current misfortunes. In 2 or 3 years, I shall rise to heights unimaginable." Rhodes boasted about his intentions to befriend the formidable Jaws, whose remarkable powers and robust defenses were truly admirable. He expressed a desire to forge a bond, suggesting that while they might not be close enough to consider themselves brothers just yet, a friendship could certainly blossom. Jaws, however, felt overwhelmed by the rapid progression of their acquaintance, finding it rather abrupt to contemplate brotherhood after merely a few minutes of interaction. He concurred that friendship would be a fine start, asserting that once he became more familiar with Rhodes, they could indeed evolve into brothers. Rhodes believed that starting as friends was a decent approach, taking things slowly. After all, he had already secured the cafeteria entrance ticket. How far could VIP status be? Chapter 61. Buggy's little admirer Whitebeard. Your pirate crew has disrupted Rhodes' meal. Shouldn't you intervene? Carp remarked, sipping his drink, though his thoughts lingered on the situation involving Rhodes. Upon noticing Jaws walk over to Rhodes, Carp sensed impending trouble. That foolish Rhodes was so verbose that he would forsake his meal for idle chatter. Indeed, Rhodes had entirely abandoned his food to engage in conversation with Jaws, causing Carp immense distress. It was disheartening to witness Rhodes neglecting sustenance for the sake of conversing with a rugged fellow. "Oh, children's matters, how could one claim to be influenced?" Whitebeard chuckled, stroking his beard with a content smile. It was amusing to see Carp, a seasoned veteran, so concerned about Rhodes. If Carp were to successfully lure Rhodes away from the Navy, the expressions on Carp and Sengoku's faces would surely be quite entertaining. Carp, rendered speechless, wondered when Whitebeard had learned to be so glib. The man had changed. He was no longer the honest individual Carp had once known. On board the warship, Buggy and his crew were huddled in a corner of the deck, whispering amongst themselves. Captain Buggy, Carp and Rotus have boarded Whitebeard's ship, but they have yet to return. Do you think they'll be all right? Kabeji expressed his concern. What are you worried about? They are the Navy. If anything goes awry, the naval headquarters will handle it. What you should be focusing on is how we can seize this opportunity to escape, Buggy retorted, exasperated by Kabeji's misplaced anxiety regarding two Navy officers. Had he forgotten their current predicament? But we can't escape, Captain Buggy, Machi lamented. We are on a warship, and ahead lies Whitebeard's pirate crew. How can we possibly flee? You fools. At such a critical moment, I knew I could not rely on you lot. Buggy scolded his subordinates, frustrated that they could not devise a plan to escape during such a prime opportunity. What brilliant idea do you have, Captain Buggy? Kabeji, unfazed by the reprimand, felt a surge of excitement, sensing that Buggy must have a clever strategy in mind. Ha ha ha, of course. As Buggy spoke, a sinister smile crept across his face. The moment this smile appeared, both Kabeji and Machi turned pale, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Whenever Captain Buggy displayed such a grin, misfortune was sure to follow. It seemed that this time would be no exception. They would need to tread carefully. They recalled that just an hour before being captured by Carp, Captain Buggy had worn the same smile. And so too when Rotus had captured them and held Machi for an entire night. Now, Buggy's smile had become an ominous harbinger, a foreboding sign of impending doom. Do you lot doubt my words? Buggy exclaimed, noticing the frightened expressions on their faces, his anger flaring. How dare these two question him? Had they begun to contemplate defecting to the Navy? The more he thought about it, the more he felt justified. These two seemed to have changed significantly since joining his crew, perhaps even plotting to alter their outward appearances to infiltrate the Navy. If that were the case, Buggy was in grave danger. Observing Kabeji and Machi, he felt compelled to prepare an escape route, for it was alarming that his longtime subordinates might be contemplating betrayal. Perhaps they had already betrayed him and were now merely keeping tabs on him. Buggy scrutinized Kabeji and Machi, his eyes darting between them, increasingly convinced they were surveilling him. Meanwhile, Kabeji and Machi grew increasingly restless, acutely aware that calamity was imminent, yet oblivious to its exact nature. As the two pondered in distress, the sound of approaching footsteps drew their attention. The three, each lost in their own thoughts, turned to see a soldier rushing towards them, his expression fraught with urgency. Upon spotting them, relief washed over his face. What are you three doing here? I've been searching for you. Come quickly. Admiral Carp is looking for you. What does Admiral Carp want with us? Kabeji interjected, his face etched with caution, finally grasping the source of his unease. How audacious of Kabeji to speak before the captain. Buggy leaned against the wall, observing Kabeji's impatience, his mind already formulating a plan. The Admiral wants you to perform acrobatics on the Moby Dick. I heard that Whitebeard wishes to meet Captain Buggy, the soldier informed, his gaze lingering on Buggy. Initially, he had thought Buggy merely a deckhand aboard the Pirate King's ship. But from Whitebeard's perspective, it seemed Buggy possessed some merit, or else he would not have been remembered by such a formidable figure. Whitebeard wishes to meet Captain Buggy. Kabeji and Machi were filled with astonishment. They were genuinely taken aback by the soldier's revelations. Initially, they believed that Buggy was merely an inconspicuous figure aboard the Pirate King's ship. However, it became evident that the once cunning and treacherous captain was indeed formidable in his own right. Otherwise, he would not have been remembered for so long by the Emperor Whitebeard, who even now wished to meet him. Whitebeard wishes to see me, Buggy stammered, pointing at himself in a daze, his face a canvas of inquiry as he gazed at the trio. Indeed, the three nodded in unison, affirming the unexpected news. What? Whitebeard wants to see me. Upon receiving their confirmation, Buggy's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. Although he had encountered Whitebeard long ago, the memory was distant. He was aware that Whitebeard bore him no ill will, yet the prospect of meeting a legendary pirate from Roger's era left him feeling exceedingly anxious. Buggy, Admiral Carp and Whitebeard are waiting for you. Hurry. A soldier, noticing Buggy's peculiar demeanor, urged him onward. Captain Buggy, shall we go? Kabeji inquired, his voice laced with urgency. The thought of meeting the formidable Emperor Whitebeard was undeniably nerve-wracking, for he was known as the strongest man in the world. In that moment, Kabeji found himself placing his hopes entirely on Buggy, for after all, Buggy had once been a member of the Pirate King's crew. Let us go, let us go. I shall meet Whitebeard, Buggy declared, his words stumbling forth, beads of sweat cascading down his face. His legs trembled, as he realized that evading a meeting with Whitebeard was futile. If Whitebeard sought him out, he could not escape, rather than face the ridicule of others. It was better to confront Whitebeard directly, a choice that might assert his own presence. Having made his decision, Buggy gathered his crew of pirates, preparing to board Whitebeard's ship. Although his subordinates were but a motley crew, Buggy knew he must not allow himself to be belittled by Whitebeard. He needed to demonstrate that, despite his struggles, he shared the same conviction that Captain Roger had when he set sail. "Captain Buggy, how impressive!" exclaimed one of his crew. "Indeed. Who would have thought that the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, would come to see our captain? Captain Buggy is truly remarkable." The troop of acrobats, alongside the trio of strong men and the 10 formidable brothers, gazed upon Captain Buggy with an expression of profound admiration. They regarded him as truly remarkable, not only for having been a crew member of the legendary pirate king, Joel D. Roger, but also because the world's mightiest man, Whitebeard, had specifically sought to meet him. As for their own capture by Admiral Carp, they dismissed it without concern, for even the infamous pirate king had fallen into Carp's grasp. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Captain Buggy faced a similar fate. After all, Carp's prowess was indisputable. In their eyes, even the formidable red-haired Shanks would find no escape from Carp's clutches, particularly since Captain Buggy's strength was on par with that of Shanks. Chapter 62. Deception. Whitebeard observed the approach of the red-nosed youth. "You can have a proper conversation with him. I captured him across the seas. Now he serves as a deckhand on my ship," Carp declared, pointing at Buggy, his face radiating pride. He had just mentioned this young rascal to Whitebeard, and to his surprise, Whitebeard expressed a desire to meet him. "Ah, it has been quite some time since I last saw this red-nosed brat. As for that little scoundrel Shanks, I've crossed paths with him a few times," Whitebeard remarked nostalgically as he gazed at Buggy, memories of Roger's crew flooding back. "What brings you here, Whitebeard?" Buggy inquired, stepping forward, feeling somewhat intimidated by Whitebeard's towering presence. "Ah, red-nosed brat, just a few months ago I encountered that little scamp Shanks. He mentioned you had established your own pirate crew, which piqued my curiosity. I heard you fell into Carp's hands, so I thought I would come and see how you fared. You seem to be in quite the predicament. Shanks is doing far better than you," Whitebeard remarked, raising an eyebrow at Buggy's disheveled appearance. "How did I end up like this?" "It's all that rascal's fault. That scoundrel Shanks. I came to the New World with the intent of taking him down," Buggy retorted, his fury ignited at the mere mention of Shanks, his eyes ablaze with rage, disregarding the presence of Whitebeard as he unleashed a torrent of curses. "Well, I had thought you and that little scamp Shanks were on good terms. Who would have imagined it would come to this? I recall the days aboard Roger's ship when you and Shanks were inseparable," Whitebeard reminisced, a smile creeping onto his face as he recalled the sight of the 2 young men bravely charging to the forefront. "That scoundrel Shanks. I trusted him completely. Yet he has brought me to this wretched state," Buggy lamented, tears welling in his eyes. "I had a treasure map leading to a devil fruit worth 100 million berries, and now it's all gone, all gone." "Ah, it seems that little scamp Shanks still holds you in some regard. Are you not planning to pay him a visit, red-nosed brat?" Whitebeard found the situation increasingly amusing, a playful smile adorning his face. Of course, he intended to go. This time, he was determined to deal with that scoundrel, Buggy exclaimed with palpable excitement. The red-haired rogue would not escape this time, as he was intent on demonstrating the might of his esteemed self. "How delightful. I have dispatched someone to gather information on that red-haired brat, and once I have it, I shall deliver it to you, my rosy-nosed friend." Whitebeard appeared somewhat gleeful at the prospect, as it had been a long time since he encountered such an entertaining affair. Just as he was chuckling at Buggy, Marco approached him with a sullen expression. "What is the matter, Marco?" Whitebeard inquired, puzzled by Marco's sudden presence, given that he typically held disdain for the Navy. "Father." "Look over there," Marco replied, gesturing towards 2 figures on the deck, Roth and Jaws. "Oh my, is Jaws making friends? How splendid." Whitebeard laughed heartily. As a father, he was supportive of his sons making acquaintances, whether they were pirates or Navy personnel. "Not quite, father. Please take a closer look at the situation on the deck." Marco rubbed his forehead, wondering if his father had been affected by Garp's antics, as he had failed to grasp the crux of the matter. Whitebeard was bewildered. What was Marco referring to? What was happening on the deck that he was unaware of? How intriguing, Garp mused, trying to suppress his laughter. He had indeed underestimated Roth, believing that Jaws' interruption would slow Roth's eating, but it appeared nothing could hinder his pace. "Father, it's the food. Half of our provisions are laid out on the deck." "Which is what you instructed Jaws to do." Marco, unable to contain himself any longer, leaned closer to his father, exclaiming that half of the food on the Moby Dick was being consumed, and it was astonishing that Whitebeard had not noticed. It was quite careless of him. He even saw Garp suppressing a chuckle, confirming that Garp had ulterior motives for boarding their ship. Ah, it's merely food. Marco, have someone bring more to that little brat Roth. We, the Whitebeard pirates, have no intention of letting our guests go hungry. Upon hearing Marco's words, Whitebeard finally understood the reason behind Marco's urgency. However, as the host, how could he allow guests aboard to suffer from hunger? It was merely food. In the vast ocean, it was easy enough to procure more. Surely, the Whitebeard pirates would not starve at sea. Ha ha ha, your words resonate with me, Whitebeard. I truly admire your character. Come, let us share a drink. Kapu did not know when he turned around, holding a bowl of wine as he addressed Whitebeard. At that moment, Kapu was in high spirits. The fact that Rhodes managed to trick the Whitebeard pirates into going out to fish was, for him, quite an amusing affair. All right, old man, he said. Upon hearing his father's words, Marco swiftly set about to comply. As for Kapu's remarks, Marco could only think, that old rascal is up to no good. Believing him would be sheer folly. With a disdainful glance, Marco passed by Kapu and made his way to the cabin to bring all the provisions onto the deck. He had come to realize that the Navy was filled with scoundrels, particularly the older ones, whose malice ran deep within them, much like Kapu. The Whitebeard pirates had kindly invited them aboard for a chat, yet unexpectedly, Kapu had brought along such a voracious individual, seemingly intent on consuming all the food the Whitebeard pirates had to offer. Jaws, my brother, your ship is indeed generous. Unlike the stingy Navy headquarters that keeps a close watch on my meals, I'm merely eating a little food, not stealing. Is it really necessary to act this way? Marco continued. By the way, Jaws, could you fetch me a few more barrels of wine? As I indulge, I find my mouth growing rather parched. Rothus, with a straw clenched between his teeth, sat beside Jaws, eagerly gazing at his newly acquired companion. Rothus? I can't help but feel that perhaps your appetite is a tad excessive, Jaws remarked, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Were it not for witnessing Rothus consume an entire platter of food, Jaws would have doubted that someone shorter than himself could possibly indulge in such a quantity. Now, with Rothus asserting such a statement, their nascent friendship faced a substantial challenge. Not at all. I am a demon. Having a large appetite is perfectly normal for me. Rothus shook his head, indicating that this was merely the customary behavior of the sorcerers, devoid of any faults. He urged not to overthink it. However, your physique does not seem to align with your appetite, Rothus. Jaws, trembling slightly, gestured towards Rothus's figure and the portion of food he had prepared, feeling that the disparity in size was indeed astronomical. How on earth can that fit? Dear brother Jaws, rest assured, I, Rothus, am a man of integrity, never one to deceive. Rothus asserts that he is an honest sorcerer, entirely unaware of how to deceive, and would never dream of betraying his friends. He has always embodied integrity, adhering to the law, respecting the elderly, cherishing the young, and possessing a profound love for animals. Is that so? However, I can't shake the feeling that you, Jaws, are gesturing about something. It all seems somewhat off, despite the seemingly sound reasoning presented by Rothus. Dear Jaws, this is where you err. We are friends, and what is paramount among friends? It is sincerity. You witnessed my actions. Could there possibly be any doubt? Lotus spoke passionately, exuding an air of superiority, as if to imply that one who has read less could not possibly deceive him. Indeed, Jaws nodded in agreement, for he had witnessed Lotus finishing his meal, and there seemed to be no cause for concern. Chapter 63. The Healing Ointment. Jaws, do not waste your breath on this fellow. He is not to be trusted. Just as the two were conversing, Marco approached, his lifeless eyes scrutinizing Lotus with a penetrating gaze. Hey, Marco, my good man, while we may be familiar with one another, I will not hesitate to accuse you of slander should you unjustly malign my character. Rothus curled his lip in disdain, never anticipating that Marco, with his expressive eyes, would so brazenly undermine his influence in front of Jaws. He was far from the villain they painted him to be. He was, without a doubt, a good person. Ha ha ha, go ahead and eat your meal, he quipped. Jaws, let us depart. Marco smirked, convinced that Rothus harbored ulterior motives. He suspected that this man had conspired with that old curmudgeon, Carp, to deceive their Whitebeard pirates, a scheme that was utterly treacherous. He was eager to end Jaws' conversation with such a person. Marco, are you perhaps misunderstanding something? Rothus is not that kind of person, Jaws interjected, bewildered by Marco's assertions. He could not fathom why Marco regarded Rothus as a villain. Although a bit verbose, Rothus had a humorous disposition. Indeed, Jaws, my dear brother, you possess a keen sense of discernment. How could I possibly be the person you claim? Rothus nodded appreciatively. recognizing that his brother Jaws possessed a discerning eye and an understanding of the situation. Rotes, being a man of integrity, could never be as duplicitous as Marco suggested. So, do you trust him or your family? Marco, with a glazed look in his eyes, produced his trump card, wishing to avoid further banter with Rotes, as he felt his head might explode from the incessant chatter. I trust my family. Jaws gazed at Rotes with a look of helplessness. Having spent many years with the Whitebeard pirates, he was undoubtedly loyal to his family, yet he also held faith in Rotes. However, faced with two evils, he had to choose the lesser, and thus he could only apologize to Rotes. Alas, what a tragic day it is for me, to find myself in such a lamentable predicament. Rotes raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, feeling quite wronged. He watched as Jaws and Marco departed, the promise of sustenance under the setting sun drifting further away. Fortunately, a deck full of food remained to accompany him. Otherwise, Rotes would truly feel the harshness of the world. Whitebeard, your son has arrived. It seems you harbor some grievances against Rotes, Carp commented, tapping his nostrils as he observed Jaws and Marco leaving Rotes, letting out a sigh of relief. Now, Whitebeard would indeed be without his drink. Ah. The affairs of the younger generation are of no concern to me, Whitebeard remarked, casting a glance at the disgruntled Marco, laughing heartily. The sea is always brimming with surprises. Marco's experience is still too shallow. Am I free to leave now, Whitebeard? Buggy inquired, observing the exchange between the two, relishing the rare moment of assertiveness. It was evident to him that Whitebeard had no intention of confronting him. This invitation was merely a chance to meet. With that realization, he felt emboldened. Go on, Eurenos brat. I wish to enjoy a drink with the veterans. You may frolic wherever your heart desires, Whitebeard waved dismissively, allowing Buggy the freedom to indulge. I am departing now, Whitebeard, Buggy proclaimed with pride, straightening his posture. He felt this visit had been quite successful, at least it appeared so, basking in the admiration of his subordinates. Depart? Where do you think you're going, red-nosed brat? Do you truly believe this meeting was solely for Whitebeard's sake? Be honest and perform your acrobatics, Carp interjected, unimpressed by Buggy's self-satisfaction, his thoughts drifting to that red-haired brat. The mere thought of that young man ignited his irritation. Very well, Lord Carp, Buggy replied, instantly deflating from a proud rooster to a defeated hen, lowering his head as he prepared to entertain. Ah, Carp, you certainly have a knack for employing the red-nosed brat, Whitebeard laughed boisterously. If Roger were aware of this, I would relish witnessing the expression on his face. Ha ha, that fellow might just come to brawl with me to rescue this red-nosed brat. Carp chuckled at the thought, confident that Roger, given his nature, would indeed rush to save the red-nosed fool. Alas, Roger departed far too early. Whitebeard's eyes reflected a sense of nostalgia. A rival of Roger's caliber is indeed rare. It was unfortunate that he left this world prematurely. Despite his demise, he had stirred chaos across the seas, even in death refusing to grant Whitebeard any peace. What a rascal he was! Kapu, in a fit of indignation, exclaimed while sipping his drink, that scoundrel Roger, on the brink of death, dares to create trouble for us. Ah, Roger is indeed an unsettling character. Whitebeard, with a hearty laugh, responded, how Roger fell into the Navy's clutches is no mystery to me. I, Whitebeard, am acutely aware. In my eyes, Roger has ushered in an era truly deserving of the title Pirate King. Indeed, that is precisely why he stirs up so much trouble. Kapu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that trouble is indeed Roger's forte. At that moment, as their conversation unfolded, Rotes abruptly interjected, Gentlemen, I have heard there are healing elixirs available here. May I partake in some? Having just finished his meal, he recalled Whitebeard's earlier assertion that alcohol serves as a remedy. He felt the need for such a tonic to mend his own wounds, having been unjustly wronged by Marco, leaving him emotionally scarred. Ah, Rotes, my young lad. Would you care for a barrel? Whitebeard chuckled, effortlessly tossing a barrel of liquor towards Rotes. Of course, old man Whitebeard, I raise a barrel in your honor. Rotes seized the wine barrel, pried open the oak cork, and began to indulge himself. His purpose for this visit was solely to feast and revel in libations. Having finished his meal, the wine must not be lacking. Currently, he laughed with such exuberance, yet soon enough, tears may follow. Cap observed Rotes as he sought wine from Whitebeard, striving to suppress his laughter. Little did Whitebeard know the true prowess of Rotes. The revelation would come too late. Old man, he remarked, this wine is quite delightful, yet the quantity leaves much to be desired. It lacks vigor. Rotes hoisted the barrel of wine, positioning its opening towards the ship's deck, signaling that he had finished his drink. Oh, how amusing this little rascal is. Whitebeard observed Rote's antics with admiration. A man of the sea ought to behave in such a manner. Marco, fetch all the wine from the hold. I cannot allow my guests to suffer from thirst. Whitebeard commanded, summoning Marco to retrieve more wine. Old man, are you certain about letting this fellow drink? Marco questioned. His expression one of concern for the old man's judgment. Although, if Rote were to consume all of Whitebeard's wine, Marco would be pleased, as the old man was unable to drink. Yet, he worried that a lack of wine might provoke the old man's ire, for wine had been his lifelong companion. Of course, are we, the Whitebeard pirates, unable to provide refreshments for our guests? Whitebeard asserted, nodding in affirmation. He is but a mere boy. How could he possibly outdrink Whitebeard? Very well, Marco conceded, nodding as he led the crew, who were still in shock from witnessing Rote's unconventional dining. Down to the hold for more wine. Chapter 64. Sweating the old man truly speaks with unwavering authority, living up to the esteemed title of one of the four emperors. Rothus raised his thumb in a gesture of astonishment, delighting in Marco's evident displeasure. It brought him great satisfaction to see this foolish fellow slandering him in front of Jaws. Ah, little Rothus, I am eager to see how much you can drink. The old man leaned back in his chair, a playful smirk gracing his face. The Pequod may lack in many things, but it is certainly abundant in wine. Having spent his life savoring fine spirits, it is inconceivable that the ship would be devoid of them. Now, let Rothus open his eyes and witness the exquisite selection of wines aboard. Ha ha ha, dear old man. I am quite the honest fellow, incapable of refusing others. Whatever wine you offer, I shall undoubtedly consume to the last drop. Rotes was immensely pleased, for there was now ample drink available, indeed, the kind that could fill one's belly. This time, he intended to demonstrate to Whitebeard what it truly meant to be able to drink 1,000 cups without inebriation. Ha ha ha, you better be ready for this. Whitebeard cast a contemptuous glance at Rotes, his tone dripping with disdain. After all, who had he ever feared when it came to drinking? It was audacious of a mere youngling to flaunt his prowess before him. As the two conversed, barrels upon barrels of liquor began to appear on the deck, and it wasn't long before Marco approached. Dad, the deck is overflowing. The remaining liquor is still stored in the cabin, Marco informed Whitebeard, having instructed the crew to transport all the drink onto the deck. However, due to the sheer quantity aboard the Moby Dick, the deck was unable to accommodate it all. Ha ha ha, splendid work, Marco. Whitebeard exclaimed with pride, for aside from his beloved family and the ship itself, nothing pleased him more than this bounty of spirits. Truly, the amount of liquor on your ship is astonishing, Carp remarked, his expression one of sheer astonishment as he gazed at the deck brimming with drink. Other pirate crews amassed treasures of gold and silver, while Whitebeard's haul consisted entirely of liquor. Ha ha ha, these are my lifeblood. Whitebeard inhaled deeply, savoring the intoxicating aroma that enveloped him, his face a picture of rapture. These spirits were his medicine. Without them, his very existence would be in jeopardy. Then it seems your life may be forfeit today, Carp observed, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Whitebeard was indeed a man who lived for his drink. Previously, Carp had only known him to enjoy it, but after so many years apart, he had transformed into someone utterly dependent on it. Carp's gaze shifted from Whitebeard to Rotes, whose nostrils flared as he gasped for breath, and he surmised that today might indeed be the end for Whitebeard, especially considering the fervor Rotes displayed, a state he had never witnessed before. Good liquor, truly exquisite liquor. Ha ha, I shall claim it all. What a delightful little enchantress. Rote's eyes sparkled with fervor, drool cascading down his chin, his face flushed with a deep crimson hue. He gasped heavily through his nostrils and throat, exhibiting an uncontrollable excitement. It had been ages since he had inhaled such an intoxicating aroma of wine. He reminisced about the time he stealthily tasted Uncle Kermit's brew in the village. The fragrance and flavor remained etched in his memory. Now, the wine scent wafting through the air rekindled those vivid recollections of that treasured barrel. Rotes gazed at the barrels of wine scattered across the deck, nearly unable to contain his desire to uncover the vintage that evoked cherished memories. Ah, little Rotes, who would have thought you possessed such discernment? However, this wine belongs to me. Consume as much as you wish, but do not even entertain the notion of taking any with you, for it is my lifeblood. Whitebeard was somewhat astonished that Rotes had an appreciation for fine wine. Yet, understanding alone would not suffice. The thought of Rotes absconding with his treasured collection was utterly out of the question. This wine represented years of meticulous accumulation, and he was unwilling to part with it. Fear not, old man. I, Rotes, am a man of integrity. Since you've made it clear that I cannot take any with me, I shall abide by your wishes. I have my hands full dealing with these pesky little imps here. Rotes wiped away the drool, striving to control his emotions lest his intentions become too evident. However, the wine was exceedingly tempting, nearly rendering him unable to avert his gaze. Oh, what are you waiting for, young Rotes? The old man with the white beard waved his hand, prompting Rotes to venture onto the deck in search of his preferred libations. Is it wise to be so generous? Father? I can't shake this uneasy feeling, Marco expressed, casting a concerned glance at the exuberant Rotes. He harbored a belief that the old man's largesse in allowing Rotes to select his own drink might lead to trouble. Do you think it would be a misfortune if our ship ran out of alcohol, Jaws? Marco inquired, his expression as flat as a dead fish. To him, the absence of alcohol should prove more beneficial than detrimental, especially considering that the old man's health did not permit such indulgence. Perhaps not, Jaws scratched his head, contemplating that a shortage of alcohol might not be a calamity after all. After all, it was primarily the old man who consumed it daily, and given his current condition, as advised by the doctor, he ought to refrain from drinking. Yet, convincing the old man otherwise was an exercise in futility. Thus, it appeared that depleting the ship's supply of alcohol was the most effective means of promoting sobriety. Then let it be so. We shall simply observe, Marco said, narrowing his eyes and crossing his arms as he leaned against the railing, quietly watching the unfolding events. Agreed, Jaws nodded, mimicking Marco's stance as they awaited the outcome. Old man with the white beard, come. 1,000 cups are too few for a kindred spirit. Allow me to toast you with another barrel. Rotes raised the barrel high, exclaiming loudly, and then downed the entire contents in one gulp. As the liquor coursed through him, his previously dry hair became damp, and beads of sweat began to accumulate on his forehead. Oh, Rotes, what ails you? Sweating so profusely while drinking with me. Surely you are not frightened by my presence. The white-bearded man chuckled, his curiosity piqued as he observed Rotes, drenched in perspiration. After years of traversing the vast ocean, he had never encountered anyone who would sweat so abundantly upon consuming alcohol. It is merely a natural bodily reaction. I am powerless to change it. Rotes spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Yet the truth lay in the fact that he was sacrificing his very life to expel the excess moisture from the wine, lest his stomach could not accommodate such abundance. After all, the sustenance offered him greater energy, while the liquor, in comparison, provided but a fraction. In pursuit of maximizing his energy absorption, Rotes sought to empty his stomach as thoroughly as possible. Thus, he devised a plan to sweat it out, cleverly concealing his intentions. For had he opted for a more conventional method of expelling water, he would have been occupied for an inordinate amount of time. How curious, indeed, thought the old man. Whitebeard gave little thought to this peculiar young fellow, as the sea harbored countless strange souls, and the addition of one who sweats while drinking was hardly remarkable. What mattered most was that Whitebeard detected no hint of wine from Rotes's perspiration, otherwise he might have dealt him a fatal blow. For Whitebeard would not tolerate a wastrel of his fine liquor, particularly one who was not even his son. How amusing, laughed Carp, pinching his nose, a broad smile illuminating his face as he regarded Rotes with a glimmer of admiration. It was curious that Rotes had never mentioned his ability to sweat while drinking aboard the warship. Now, in the presence of Whitebeard, this peculiarity came to light. Was it not evident that he was trying to outmaneuver Whitebeard? Carp felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing his efforts in nurturing Rotes had not been in vain. Chapter 65. The High Spirits Youngster, your capacity for drink is quite commendable. You managed to keep up with me for such a duration, Whitebeard remarked, casually discarding the empty barrel with evident appreciation. It had been ages since he encountered anyone capable of sharing a drink for so long. Today, he felt an unusual joy, almost compelled to adopt him as a son. Indeed, that is only natural. I, Rotes, possess the finest drinking prowess in the world, he declared with pride. Rotes's face flushed with a hint of intoxication, his thumb pointed at himself, exuding an air of self-importance, as if declaring himself the greatest in the world. Oh, you little rascal, how utterly naive you are, he exclaimed. He had the audacity to claim his drinking prowess was unparalleled. Today, I shall show you what true drinking capacity entails. The old man with the white beard chuckled heartily, remarking that although young Rotes could indeed hold his liquor, his assertion of being the best was rather arrogant. Today, he intended to impart a lesson to this presumptuous junior, demonstrating the formidable skills of his elders. Marco, do you think father has had a bit too much to drink? Jaws looked at his father at the bow of the ship, who wore an expression of stubborn defiance. It seemed to him that his father was somewhat inebriated. After all, it had been quite a while since he had seen that particular look on his father's face. Just take a glance at the barrels on the deck. Marco pointed towards the half-dozen casks, weariness evident in his tone. Do you truly believe father is sober after consuming all that? It's a miracle if he isn't intoxicated by now. However, it appears young Rothus is inebriated as well. Perhaps he has indeed had a bit too much, Jaws remarked uncertainly, noting his father's complexion. He realized he had never witnessed his father drunk before, and thus lacked experience in identifying the signs of inebriation. Old man with the white beard, I have finished a barrel of wine. Now it is your turn. Rothus casually tossed a barrel of wine, addressing Whitebeard in a tone brimming with provocation. His expression nearly emblazoned with the words, "Look how impressive I am." Huh, you wretched little brat, behold my prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, Whitebeard seized a barrel of liquor and commenced drinking it down. After finishing, he did not forget to shake the barrel before Rothus, his message unmistakable. You wish to challenge me, young one? You are still woefully inexperienced. Impressive, isn't it? Watch closely. As Rothus witnessed Whitebeard's response, he immediately seized a barrel of liquor and began to pour it into his mouth. Before long, the barrel was emptied. Observing this, Whitebeard also took to a barrel of his own, and thus, the two commenced a spirited drinking contest upon the deck. Marco, do you think father is all right? Jaws glanced anxiously at the old man, who was engaged in the drinking challenge. With age, father's health had increasingly deteriorated. In previous years, it was less apparent. But in recent times, he had resorted to the medicine bottle more frequently. This bout of heavy drinking raised concerns about the potential harm to his body. What can we do? He is the strongest man in the world. Do you think we can persuade him to stop drinking? Marco replied with a hint of resignation. They knew it was futile to convince the old man to abstain from alcohol, akin to a fish being unable to live without water. The old man had become dependent on liquor. While their conversation unfolded, in a certain part of the bow of the Moby Dick, Kabeji halted his unicycle and approached Captain Buggy, who was throwing knives. Captain Buggy, we have performed for quite a while. Surely it is time for us to depart? Kabeji croaked, his throat nearly burning from exhaustion after multiple fire-breathing acts. He felt they had entertained long enough and deserved a respite. If he continued, his throat might well be ruined. Let everyone take a break. We shall remain here to observe the spectacle. Buggy, noticing that all the pirates aboard the Moby Dick were engrossed in the drinking match between Whitebeard and Rothus, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He relished the lack of attention, allowing him to blend into the background and pursue treasure across the sea without scrutiny. Despite his identity being revealed, Buggy still preferred to be overlooked by others. As for the performance, he could merely go through the motions without exerting himself excessively. It was unnecessary to put in such effort. Kabeji, typically so astute, had become frightfully earnest upon boarding Whitebeard's ship. Did he not realize that the pirates aboard the Moby Dick were oblivious to their presence? Very well, Captain Buggy, Kabeji responded, his face reflecting a sense of relief. He promptly informed the other performing pirates to set down their tasks and take a break. Captain Buggy, shall we not return to the warship? Machi asked, his voice tense as he stealthily approached Buggy. He felt an overwhelming sense of danger aboard the Whitebeard pirates' vessel. The aura exuding from the pirates was far more menacing than that of the four seas, instilling profound unease in him. This was the essence of true strength, he believed. Machi felt they ought to vacate the ship swiftly and return to Captain Carp's warship, for the atmosphere aboard the Whitebeard vessel was undeniably formidable. You disappointing fool. You have truly let me down. Hearing Machi's words, Buggy swiftly delivered a resounding slap to his forehead, followed by an eruption of invective. Back to the ship. Back to the ship. Is that vessel my home, or what? They are ruthless, lawless pirates. When did they come to yearn for a warship? Machi's remarks felt like a public humiliation before Whitebeard, inciting Buggy's ire. Captain Buggy, I was wrong. Please do not strike me. Machi whimpered, cradling his head with tear-filled eyes. He merely intended to caution Captain Buggy that this place was perilous, rife with formidable presences, and they could not linger here. Why was Captain Buggy reacting so vehemently? The warship was their sole refuge. Where else could they go? Were they to somehow procure another pirate ship? You spineless wretch. You've utterly disgraced our crew. It infuriates me. Machi's plea for mercy only aggravated Buggy further. He found himself appalled by Kabaji's lack of fortitude. As pirates, they were the most savage beings on these seas. How could they ever beg for mercy? The more Buggy pondered, the angrier he became, kicking and striking Machi. He had long harbored a desire to reprimand this ingrate, and now that the opportunity had arisen, Buggy was determined to teach Machi a lesson he would never forget. Captain Buggy, I believe this is unwise. After all, We are still on Whitebeard's ship. If the Whitebeard pirates witness this, our crew will lose face. While Kabaji had grown accustomed to Buggy's beatings of Machi, he was acutely aware that this was Whitebeard's territory. As the saying goes, family disgrace should not be aired publicly. If the Whitebeard pirates observed this, they would undoubtedly look down upon them. Though their crew had never commanded much respect from Whitebeard's faction, it was preferable to avoid further tarnishing their already meager reputation. Indeed, you have a point, Kabaji. Machi, you coward. If you ever utter such spineless words again, I shall see to it that you meet your end. You are a disgrace to our crew. After administering a thorough beating to Machi, Buggy felt a surge of satisfaction. Upon hearing Kabaji's counsel, he decided to relent this time, though he still felt compelled to maintain an authoritative demeanor. After delivering a verbal reprimand, Buggy deemed it sufficient to cease his actions. Having completed this, Buggy's gaze inadvertently fell upon Kabaji. He contemplated the moment. He could also give Kabaji a sound thrashing. After all, the traitorous wretch was not solely Machi. However, at present, Buggy found himself lacking a valid reason to discipline Kabaji. Thus, he resolved to wait for a future opportunity to educate this ingrate properly, ensuring they both remembered the might of Captain Buggy. Chapter 66. The Drunken Fiasco. Captain Buggy. Why are you looking at me? I haven't done anything wrong. As Kabaji felt Backy's gaze scanning over him, a sense of unease washed over him. He pondered whether he had inadvertently transgressed any of Captain Backy's taboos, such as remarks about the captain's prominent red nose. After a thorough recollection, he concluded that he had neither erred nor violated any of Captain Backy's prohibitions, allowing him to gradually regain his composure. However, Backy observed Kabaji's evasive demeanor and concluded that this scoundrel had indeed betrayed him. The sight of Kabaji's behavior only intensified Backy's suspicions that he had aligned himself with the Navy, possibly committing some unspeakable act against him. After all, why else would he instinctively seek to avert his gaze? While Backy was lost in his thoughts, Rotes and Whitebeard were already nearing the bottom of their barrels on the deck. Rotes leaned languidly against the railing, his head drooping, his body drenched as if he had just emerged from the sea. In contrast, Whitebeard's eyes were glazed over, his lips curling into a knowing smile. Leaning against the railing, Rothus suppressed a belch, his visage resembling that of a monkey's rear. With each breath he took, a potent aroma of alcohol wafted forth. He glanced at the old man seated in the chair and exclaimed loudly, "Old man, where's the drink? Pour me some liquor." "Ha ha ha. Rothus, my boy, it seems you've had your fill. You can hardly hold your own." The old man chuckled heartily upon witnessing Rothus' state. "You wish to challenge me in drinking? It appears to be rather premature, for you are already on the verge of inebriation." "Who is inebriated? Speak not such nonsense. I am not drunk," Rothus retorted. "You, old man, are perhaps reluctant to serve me more drink, which is why you make such claims." Upon hearing the old man with a Whitebeard claim that he was inebriated, Rotus felt a surge of anxiety. How could he, Rotus, be so easily intoxicated? He conceded that his mind was somewhat muddled, yet his consciousness remained clear. He was still capable of drinking. This was hardly drunkenness. Was the old man perhaps intending to be untrustworthy? He had promised that as long as Rotus could drink, he could continue, provided he did not leave. "Oh, you stubborn little rascal," he thought. "Very well, I shall ensure your defeat is both convincing and absolute." The old man, amused by her demeanor, found it quite entertaining. Despite her tender years, her capacity for alcohol was commendable, though her obstinacy was excessive. Even in such a drunken state, she refused to concede defeat, and it was evident to all that she was intoxicated, yet she remained a stubborn duck, unwilling to admit it. Marco ventured into the ship's cabin to bring forth all the alcohol. "Today, I must witness just how much this obstinate little imp can consume," declared the old man with a grand gesture, his spirit unyielding. He was determined to see just how much Rotus could drink. After downing half the deck's worth of liquor, she still claimed sobriety. It appeared this individual had a profound affinity for drink. "All right, old man. Jaws, let us proceed," Marco called out to Jaws, beckoning a group of bewildered pirates to join them. "Marco, do we really need to fetch more alcohol? The old man is not in the best state." Jaws expressed his concerns. Although Rotus had begun to show signs of intoxication, her youth and vigor rendered her condition less alarming. However, the old man, being advanced in years, bore the adverse effects of his powers heavily. His body could ill afford such indulgence. "Are you going to heed the old man's words or not?" Marco retorted, sidestepping Jaws' query. On a pirate ship, the captain's word was law, unquestionable even among family. Moreover, the old man had made this declaration in the presence of outsiders. Failing to comply would tarnish his reputation. As members of the Whitebeard Pirates, they could persuade the old man to reconsider, but they could not make decisions on his behalf. For he was their captain and patriarch. Jaws certainly listened to the old man's words. That was beyond dispute. Yet, concern for the old man's health lingered in his mind. He could not allow the old man to lose face before outsiders. Thus, he hesitated but ultimately followed Marco to fetch more alcohol. "Ah, Rhodas, my dear little rascal. Come forth and drink heartily. Do not hold back. I have brought forth my treasured collection from years past. You wouldn't be backing down now, would you?" The old man said with a playful glint in his eye, as Marco and the others brought the alcohol onto the deck. It was now a matter of whether Rhodas dared to continue drinking. The old man intended to teach this junior that while the aspiration to surpass one's predecessors was admirable, there was still much room for growth in their abilities. "Do not underestimate me, Whitebeard. Let us drink. After all, the first to fall will surely be you." Upon hearing this, Rothus became quite displeased. How dare that old man with the white beard look down upon him? This was something he could not tolerate. This time, he would ensure that Whitebeard understood the consequences of provoking him. "Then drink up, you little brat," Whitebeard taunted. "If you don't drink, you're nothing but a coward." A childlike, provocative smile spread across Whitebeard's face, as if to say that refusal would label Rothus as spineless, inciting a wave of mockery within him. "Do not overstep your bounds, Whitebeard." Rhodes, his face flushed and neck thickened with indignation, retorted vehemently before leaping towards the array of beverages laid out upon the deck. "Ugh, that insufferable white-bearded man dares to look down upon me. How utterly intolerable. I shall consume every drop of this liquor, leaving not a single drop for that scoundrel." "Ugh, ugh, ugh." Rhodes, while belching from the effects of his drink, grumbled in indignation about the audacity of the old man with the white beard to look down upon him. He vowed to make this fellow regret his disdain. Rothus seized a barrel of wine and began to drink deeply, swiftly moving from one barrel to the next. Before long, the onlookers aboard the ship were treated to the spectacle of empty barrels soaring through the air. Rothus darted through the sea of liquor like a loach in muddy waters, appearing remarkably agile. "Ha ha ha, little Rothus, I'm joining you," Whitebeard exclaimed upon witnessing Rothus' nimble maneuvers among the beverages. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he bent slightly and leaped into the sea of barrels, seizing one and draining it with gusto before casting the empty vessel into the ocean. The Pequod and the warship lingered upon the waves, surrounded by frothy white crests and a cascade of floating barrels. After a considerable time, the deck was devoid of any barrels, and the hold was left barren as well. The Pequod, having shed the weight of the liquor, felt considerably lighter. "Ha ha, little Rothus, I concede, your capacity for drink is commendable, though it still pales in comparison to mine," Whitebeard remarked, leaning against the railing with a joyful grin, clearly pleased with Rothus' ability to keep pace with him. "Tra-la-la-la, I am the greatest, I am the most handsome. Tra-la-la, I am the merry little imp. La-la-la-la-la-la-la, I am the beloved handsome man," he sang merrily, reveling in the jovial atmosphere. Rhodes was completely oblivious to the words spoken by Whitebeard. Instead, he unleashed his voice upon the deck, embarking on a nonsensical serenade. "La-la-la, Carp, your disciple is inebriated. Just look at this foolishness." Whitebeard erupted into hearty laughter, finding the sight of the young lad in a drunken stupor utterly amusing. "Do you not realize you are equally intoxicated, Whitebeard?" Carp, exasperated, shot a glance at Whitebeard, bemused by this man-child's antics. It was evident that Whitebeard was just as tipsy, if not more so, yet he harbored the audacity to mock Rhodes. "Marco, I believe our father requires rest. Do you not agree?" "I concur," Marco nodded, his agreement evident. Their father, typically formidable and imposing, now appeared to be bickering like a child. It seemed he was quite inebriated. Fortunately, Rhodes was making a greater spectacle of himself, drawing away attention from their father. Had this incident been made public, tales of Whitebeard's drunkenness would likely circulate throughout the seas for ages. Chapter 67. Intoxicated Whitebeard. "I shall escort Rhodes back to the ship. He is quite inebriated. Until next time," Carp declared, rising to his feet upon witnessing Rhodes' drunken state. Seizing the moment while Whitebeard was also under the influence, Carp thought it prudent to take Rhodes back aboard, lest Whitebeard awaken to find his precious liquor depleted, leading to unforeseen complications. Carp, being devoid of wealth, could not possibly compensate Whitebeard for the lost spirits, and even if he had the means, procuring such quantities would be impossible. Thus, It was best to depart while Whitebeard was unaware of their absence, allowing him to sulk in solitude. Go on, go on. Carp, you old soldier. Take your raucous disciple away, lest he disturb my peace. Whitebeard gestured understandingly for Carp to take the inebriated Rotes away. The young lad's drinking prowess paled in comparison to his own, and having him drunkenly serenading on his ship was a source of great annoyance. We shall take our leave. No need to see us off, Carp said, grasping the flailing Rotes, turning his back to Whitebeard and waving. Old man, I am not drunk. Hic. Truly not, hic. As Rhotus stammered through hiccups, he struggled to free himself from Carp's iron grip, yet it seemed utterly futile. In his inebriated state, he continued to babble nonsensically. Carp shook his head in disapproval, firmly grasping Rhotus's arm and dragging him towards the warship, leaving a long trail of water on the deck of the Moby Dick as he was pulled along. Let us go, boys, Buggy declared to his entourage after the spectacle had concluded. With Carp departing, it was time for them to leave as well. Otherwise, he pondered, they might end up experiencing the wrath of Justice's iron fist, a fate he wished to avoid. As Carp and Buggy's group departed, the Moby Dick commenced its journey homeward. I hope Dad won't be angry when he wakes up, Marco remarked, glancing at their slumbering captain with a hint of concern. The alcohol stored aboard the Moby Dick had taken considerable time and effort for their father to procure, and now it had all been consumed. Would he not be enraged upon regaining consciousness? Let him be angry. After all, that alcohol was bound to cause trouble. Now it's for the best, Marco replied nonchalantly. His eyes glazed over as he made light of the situation. He maintained a nonchalant attitude towards the ship's supplies, acknowledging that they could not persuade their father to abstain from drinking. Indeed, the ship felt considerably lighter. Jaws glanced at the vessel's speed and its elevation above the water's surface, realizing that the Moby Dick had indeed become swifter since their arrival. He nodded in agreement with Marco, affirming the observation. That's a relief. Our return journey should be significantly faster, Marco continued. By the way, it's getting late. Jaws, you ought to rest now. We shall meet again tomorrow. Marco gazed at the full moon hanging high in the sky, unable to suppress a yawn as weariness enveloped him. He waved a hand at Jaws and turned to retreat to his quarters for the night. Jaws, initially intent on stopping Marco, relinquished the thought upon witnessing Marco's dismissive gesture. Their conversation had seemingly drifted from discussing the old man's awakening to a different topic altogether. The warship was ablaze with light, while the inebriated Roth was leading a group of soldiers and members of the Buggy Pirates in song. The soldiers, intrigued by the novelty, enthusiastically joined Roth in the merriment, their spirits buoyed by the revelry. In stark contrast, the Buggy Pirates wore expressions of dismay. Having just completed their performance, they lacked the inclination to sing. All they desired was to wash up and retire for the night, with Kabaji epitomizing their sentiment. After several fiery displays, Kabaji's throat was parched and sore, leaving him utterly disinterested in joining the chorus. Yet, under Roth's imposing influence, Kabaji could only feign participation, mouthing the words in an attempt to blend into the singing crowd. His efforts were quickly thwarted when Roth, along with the soldiers, began to step in rhythm. There was no escaping the necessity of moving. Kabaji found himself awkwardly shuffling along with those around him, his body twisting in discomfort. Each movement exacerbated his aching back, prompting grimaces as he recalled the exertion of performing on a unicycle while juggling plates. Indeed, the role of a circus performer was no easy feat in these times. In contrast, Buggy found his abilities remarkably advantageous. He remained stationary, merely shifting his body, which spared him from fatigue. This afforded him the leisure to observe the soldiers' rhythmic swaying. However, Buggy remained vigilant, wary of any potential missteps that might tread upon his feet, as his body could levitate, leaving only his feet grounded. Roth. That should suffice for now. The hour grows late. I must retire, Carp declared, leaning back in his chair. He sensed it was time to rest, deeming further revelry unnecessary. Roth's raucous antics aboard the ship were disruptive to his peace. At his age, quietude was a cherished companion for slumber. La la la, come on, old man, let's revel. What splendid times these are. Why sleep when we can celebrate? Rhodes twisted his waist and shouted loudly at Cap, urging him to seize the magnificent moment and revel in joy instead of sleeping. Now is indeed a time for merriment. You may continue your revelries, but remember not to let the festivities linger too late. I shall retire for the night, the elder stated. Cap pondered for a moment, considering the application of physical silence methods, which seemed somewhat inhumane, especially since Rhodes was acting in accordance with his earlier instructions. Thus, Cap resolved to allow Rhodes to continue his drunken antics, as the soldiers aboard the ship also deserved some entertainment and relaxation. Nevertheless, while revelry was all well and good, he felt he was too old to partake. "Old man, don't go. Join in the merriment. Stay a while." As Rhodas observed Carp's intention to depart, he promptly leaped from the deck, gliding with a moonwalk to stand before Carp, seizing his arm to prevent his exit. "You rascal, are you still inebriated? Why are you clinging to me?" "I am in need of rest," Carp retorted, vexed by the younger man's grasp. The audacity of this impudent fellow to demand his company for such frivolities. Did Carp have no pride? If word of this escapade were to spread, the entire sea would be abuzz by dawn. How embarrassing it would be, especially in front of Xiaohe. "I am not intoxicated. You are merely spouting nonsense, old man." Upon hearing Cap's assertion of his inebriation, Rothus felt a surge of displeasure. How could he be intoxicated? Who, in a state of drunkenness, could maintain such vitality? It was evident that the old man was merely jesting with him. "You, my dear boy, truly baffle me," Cap remarked, shaking his head in a blend of exasperation and resignation. Initially, he had no intention of resorting to such measures, yet given the current circumstances, it appeared that reasoning with Rothus would yield no results. Thus, he resolved to employ the most rudimentary and straightforward approach to deal with this impish youth. "What is it?" "Old man." Rothus was filled with bewilderment, perplexed by the peculiar words of the old man. "Cap Rothus, come and see what I have in my hands," Cap said. Disregarding Rothus' inquiry, he spread his palm, inviting Rothus to gaze upon its contents. "There is nothing there, old man," Rothus remarked. Lotus lowered his head and glanced over, discovering that old Master Cap held nothing in his hands. Apart from the lines of his palm, there was naught to be seen. "You foolish child. Bow your head a little lower and take a proper look at what this old man holds." "Very well, esteemed elder." Upon hearing Carp's words, Lotus gradually bent down, bringing his head closer to Carp's outstretched palm. Chapter 68. Evasion. "Is there truly nothing, old man?" Rhodas tilted his head in bewilderment, questioning with a perplexed expression, as he clearly observed that there was nothing at all. No, there was something. Upon noticing Rhodas approaching him, Carp wore a mischievous grin. Rhodas, upon hearing Carp's response, became even more confused, wondering if perhaps he had truly drunk too much and was unable to see clearly. However, he did not dismiss the possibility that the old man might be jesting with him, so he continued to inquire, "What is it?" Before Rothus could finish his inquiry, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed straight down. What was happening? The old man merely wished to demonstrate the strength of his fist. Yet this insolent brat dared to pester him repeatedly, truly deserving of a reprimand. Carp continued from Rothus' fallen words, expressing his exasperation at the drunken youth who dared to obstruct him, as if he, Carp, were a man of endless patience. Retracting his hand, Carp addressed the astonished soldiers on the deck. "Somebody, carry Rothus into his quarters. It's late at night. Such frivolity is intolerable. If he wishes to cause a ruckus while inebriated, that is one matter, but you all joining in is utterly unacceptable." "Yes, Vice Admiral Carp," the soldiers, though initially startled by the sight of Carp knocking Rothus unconscious, quickly obeyed his command and swiftly carried Rothus toward the cabin. "Finally, it's over. I am utterly exhausted." Kabeji trembled, leaning against the railing, relief washing over his face. He found himself thinking that Carp was indeed a good man. At his most tormented moment, Carp had stepped forward to vanquish the demon and rescue him. How boring. I had only just begun to showcase my gentlemanly dance, and now it has been so rudely interrupted. Buggy pouted, a displeased expression crossing his face. Despite having initially blended into the revelry, he had gradually immersed himself in the rhythm, swaying like a withered leaf falling from a tree one moment and a verdant boat amidst the sea the next. Yet now, with Rothus down by Carp, all festivities had ceased. The soldiers were busy transporting Rothus back to his room, leaving only them behind. Buggy had no choice but to halt his gentlemanly display, otherwise he would be left dancing alone on the deck, which would be exceedingly awkward. As night deepened, the deck fell silent once more, save for the soldiers on night watch, while the rest returned to their cabins to rest. The following day aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard awoke, rubbing his throbbing head, feeling somewhat unwell. He glanced at Jaws and Marco basking in the sun on the deck, and said, "Ooh la la, Marco, would you fetch me a barrel of wine? I am quite parched." "We're out of wine, old man," Marco replied, eyes closed, leaning against the railing, savoring the warmth of the sun, uttering words that left Whitebeard momentarily speechless. "Ooh la la, Marco, stop being petulant and quickly bring me some drinks. I am truly thirsty." Whitebeard assumed Marco was jesting and dismissed his words, confident in the ample supply of beverages aboard the Moby Dick. Really, old man. Yesterday, you and Rothus finished all the ship's wine. If you don't believe me, you can ask Joss. Marco opened his lifeless eyes and pointed towards Joss, who was also basking in the sun by the railing, indicating that Joss could attest to his truthfulness. Upon hearing the conversation between Marco and the old man, Joss was roused from his sunlit reverie and spoke up. Indeed, old man, Marco did not lie. There is not a single barrel of wine left on the ship. Just yesterday, Roats consumed 3/5 of it, and you, old man, drank 2/5. Now, the entire Moby Dick is devoid of wine. And have you not noticed how much lighter the ship feels? To bolster his argument, Joss gestured towards the ship, urging the old man to perceive the changes aboard the Moby Dick. Listening to Joss and Marco, the old man slowly rose from his chair. He gazed out at the distant sea, his expression clouded with gloom. Rubbing his temple, he felt a heaviness in his chest, as if something within him yearned to break free. Having spent half his life upon these waters, he never anticipated being outmaneuvered by that scoundrel Carp. The old soldier appeared so unassuming, yet he allowed his disciple to drain his medicinal wine, intent on depriving him of fine spirits during their voyage, a scheme most malevolent. Are you truly all right, old man? Marco inquired with concern, observing the unusual demeanor of the elder. In his recollection, the old man rarely exhibited such expressions. When he did, it signified grave matters. Fear not. We shall reach an inhabited island in a few days. By then, you will be in better spirits, Marco reassured, finding humor in the situation. The old man's current disposition was merely a result of his lack of wine, and once they landed and procured some, he would surely return to his usual self. A slightly disheartened old man was far preferable to one in poor health. As the two conversed, the old man withdrew his gaze from the horizon and spoke in a somber tone. Marco, Joss, inform me in advance whenever Roats makes an appearance, so we may avoid him. After much contemplation, the old man uttered this seemingly feeble request. What else could he do? He had never felt such despair. Roats was a relative of Little Oz, and he could not simply cast aside the kin of family. The mere thought of such a rumor spreading was unbearable. Yet, inviting Roats aboard would mean parting with his cherished wine. Thus, the only viable solution was to steer clear of Roats altogether. It struck him as ironic that the once great Whitebeard would now evade a junior. Reflecting on this, he could not help but feel a pang of regret, realizing he was indeed growing old. Old man, we are the Whitebeard pirates. How can we shy away from a mere naval officer? If word of this got out, our reputation would be tarnished. Before Marco could utter a word, Joss stood up first. The Whitebeard pirates feared no one. Would they cower simply because of Roats? If word of this spread, would they not lose face? So, think of a way for dear father to prevent that little brat Roats from boarding our ship. That fellow is a cousin of Little Oars, making him somewhat of a relative to us. If he comes knocking, what are we to do? We can't just turn him away. Moreover, you have seen how monstrous his appetite is. While our pirate crew is wealthy, we cannot afford such waste. If he were an ordinary pirate, we would have dealt with him long ago, but Roats is connected to Little Oars, leaving us unable to take action or send him away. I find it quite curious that the Navy can still afford to keep Roats around. It truly is a mystery. Marco, with a blank expression, actually supported dear father's approach. After all, the Whitebeard pirates preferred to remain unbothered, as long as Roats did not actively seek them out. They could continue to sail the seas as usual. However, Joss was rendered speechless by Marco's words. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Yet he could not devise a suitable plan. Enough already, Joss and Marco, cease your bickering. It is merely a junior member. Let us consider it an act of kindness. It's just a matter of face, and at my age, face holds little importance. Whitebeard, seeing Joss' awkward expression, couldn't help but laugh, offering him a reprieve. For Whitebeard, the greatest source of dignity throughout his life has been family. Everything else holds no significance for him. Avoiding Roats is merely an act of compassion to prevent the boy from getting hurt at their hands. Indeed, Joss, try to see it in a different light. Let's consider it a favor for Little Oars, Marco chimed in, hoping to prevent Joss from getting stuck in his own stubbornness. After all, it is just Roats. He cannot pursue them indefinitely, for the Navy is far more disciplined than pirates. Chapter 69. Annoyance. Old man, you have gone too far. You actually tricked me into looking at your hand, and then knocked me out. This is not right. It is quite difficult to garner support. As a proactive young sailor, I have fallen victim to your vile tactics. If you do not allow me to eat my fill 3 times, no, 4 times, my tender heart will never heal. Roats rose from his bed and immediately approached the deck, launching into a tearful diatribe against Carp. He asserted that satisfaction would serve as recompense, while the frequency of their discussions would be the basis for his accusations against Carp's misdeeds. "Come now, you little rascal, you are quite the nuisance," he exclaimed. "Do you think that at my age, I still relish the idea of brawling? You brought this upon yourself. I have no choice but to respond." Carp reclined leisurely on a sunbed, relishing the long-awaited pleasures of retirement. Upon hearing Rote's grievances, he lazily opened his eyes just enough to glance at Rote, then dismissed him. Indifferent to Rote's insistence on compensation, regardless of Rote's incessant complaints, Carp decided to allow him a little more time to rest. "Good sir, you are being rather excessive," Rote retorted. "Who is the real nuisance here? I, Rote, am a paragon of the Navy, always adhering to the rules, consistently guided by the noble principles of not taking from the public and fostering camaraderie among comrades." Lotus expressed that Garp is, indeed, quite the cantankerous old man, shamelessly claiming that he does not enjoy striking others, which is nothing short of deceitful. The entire crew of the warship could attest to how Garp, in his heyday, was quite adept at delivering blows. Now, to audaciously assert that he refrains from violence, does he not feel a pang of conscience? As for anyone being bothersome, what he exhibits is merely social grace. It cannot be deemed irksome. He sacrifices his own time to foster a communicative atmosphere with others. After all, if he does not initiate conversation, the others would find themselves in an awkward silence. This is clearly a manifestation of selflessness for the greater good, yet somehow, in the old man's words, it has devolved into mere annoyance. As Garp listened to Lotus's incessant and indignant tirade, he felt a familiar throbbing in his head returning. Lotus may possess many admirable qualities, but his incessant chatter was undeniably vexing. Garp closed his eyes and rubbed his throbbing temples, sensing that he was on the verge of losing control over his fists. "Old man, what do you intend to do?" he thought. As the saying goes, a gentleman speaks rather than strikes. It is inappropriate to resort to violence without dialogue. Moreover, you, being my elder, ought to exemplify respect for your seniors and care for the young. Did you not just declare your aversion to violence? I am here in the spirit of communication. Could it be that you wish to abandon your own principles? Upon encountering Kapu in such a state, Lotus immediately bent his legs and leaped back a considerable distance, adopting a defensive posture. He then commenced a verbal onslaught, aiming to strike at his opponent's psyche in pursuit of his own safety. When faced with those weaker than himself, Lotus typically preferred action over idle chatter. However, when confronted by someone stronger, he adhered to the principle of psychological warfare before physical confrontation. After all, his future was exceedingly bright, and it was unwise to jeopardize it over trivial matters. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. He, Lotus, not only had the patience to wait but also the fortitude to endure. "Mind your own business. I merely seek a moment of peace. And do you really doubt my word?" he continued, addressing Kapu. "You, young one, should focus on your tasks. In a few days, I shall escort you to headquarters." Kapu believed it wise to restrain his fists, considering he had engaged in about just the day prior. It was prudent to spare Lotus today, for he was a man of his word. "Old man, I shall take my leave then. Remember our agreement about returning to the base in a few days. Do not deceive me." Upon returning to the headquarters, Rote immediately entered a loquacious mode, incessantly confirming Carp's words. "You should hasten to your duties and cease your prattle. Do you not trust me, old man? Speak another word, and I shall leave you behind." Carp's forehead throbbed with veins. The suppressed primal force within him was on the verge of resurfacing. Rote, inquiring, "Is that truly so?" asked him thrice, followed by a reminder, "Do not forget, sir." Posed 4 times. Yet, this impudent child dared to continue questioning him, pushing even Carp's patience to its limits. Very well, I shall take my leave," he relented. "Old man, your word is your bond. Do not deceive me." Upon witnessing Carp's impending fury, Rotus promptly fled the scene, leaving behind only 2 remarks. "That pesky brat is truly loquacious." Carp, seeing Rotus dart away, could not help but curse under his breath. After all, he had finally found someone to shoulder the burdensome labor, only to discover that the individual was a chatterbox. He pondered whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. On one hand, Rotus displayed potential, having advanced so swiftly that Carp felt himself nearing retirement. Yet, on the other hand, how could one be so gluttonous and verbose? Almost reminiscent of a man in his 60s or 70s. Sighing, Carp dismissed the matter. After all, he would soon retire himself, and when that time came, It would be Rodas who would pester Sengoku, so why worry about it now? Reflecting on his own age, Carp realized he would likely retire in a few years. If Rodas remained in the Navy then, it would be Sengoku who would have to endure his antics, unless Sengoku too was nearing retirement. Currently, Rodas had a share of minor faults, but no significant issues. Thus, Carp continued to relish his leisurely retirement days. Meanwhile, in East Blue's Windmill Village at the Dayton household, Ace was busily preparing his belongings. Although his birthday had yet to arrive, Ace was eager to set sail. His recent rigorous training had made it abundantly clear that remaining in Windmill Village would stifle his growth. He yearned for broader horizons and the opportunity to encounter greater adversaries to further his own development. Ace, your birthday isn't even here yet. Why are you packing so early? Luffy exclaimed, his face etched with displeasure and envy. Ace was on the brink of his birthday and ready to embark on an adventure, while Luffy still had years to wait. It seemed dreadfully unfair. Luffy, one must always be prepared. By packing now, I will not forget anything later. Ace replied earnestly after securing the last piece of clothing in his backpack. He took it upon himself to impart wisdom to his younger brother, as Luffy's forgetfulness and tendency to misplace things were a constant source of concern. If Luffy were to venture out to sea, he needed to be more responsible. However, Ace understood he could not delay his own journey for Luffy. He could only hope that Luffy would find reliable companions. After all, having an unreliable captain was troublesome enough, and encountering a crew of similarly unreliable individuals could spell disaster for their pirate crew. It's all right, Ace. I'll remind you when the time comes. Let's hurry and grab a meal, Luffy replied, a foolish grin spreading across his face, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. No, you go ahead, Luffy. I'm about to take a swim. Just remember not to get caught by the boss or the chef. Make a swift getaway, and when it's time to eat, don't overindulge. It's best to leave early. Lastly, remember to avoid the places we have dined at before. Choose a more distant locale for your meals. Ace is unwilling to squander time on free meals or evade pursuit from the owner or chef. He is solely focused on accumulating strength before setting sail to confront the myriad perils of the sea. After all, even a youth like Rodas, only a few years his senior, possesses formidable power, and one can only imagine the terrifying abilities of those significantly older than him. This simple comparison underscores the countless dangers that lurk upon the ocean. However, prior to training, a warning must be issued to Luffy to prevent his scatterbrained younger brother from returning to the establishment where they once dined without paying. If that happens, Luffy may find himself with no opportunity to eat, instead having to flee. Chapter 70, Garrison Ace, Ace. Come train with me, Luffy implored, shaking him vigorously. Since Roda's departure, Ace had not accompanied him to dine in the Goa Kingdom, and now, Ace was training daily, seldom indulging in playtime with him. Luffy, you must understand that in this vast ocean, strength is paramount. I do not wish to waste time in the Goa Kingdom, Ace replied, shaking his head. He was determined not to squander his training time on such trivial pursuits, for he aimed to surpass that man. All right, Ace, Luffy said, his head drooping dejectedly. Resembling a forsaken kitten, his eyes filled with disappointment. Ace was no longer able to accompany him, and being a power user, he could not plunge into the sea. Thus he could not train alongside Ace. However, if you join me for weighted training, I can catch fish from the sea for you, Ace offered, noticing Luffy's forlorn expression, and he decided against swimming, allowing Luffy to accompany him for the training. Really? Ace, Luffy's once dull eyes sparkled with joy. As long as it did not involve entering the sea, he could still partake in other activities. Of course, Luffy, Ace replied with a smile. As an elder brother, he would take good care of Luffy, just as he had with Sabo. Recently, he had indeed become somewhat absorbed in his training, distancing himself from Luffy. But that would change now. Wonderful. Let us train, Ace. Luffy beamed, his face alight with joy as he eagerly dragged Ace towards the forest. Today, they could once again enjoy their time together. As the two brothers trained in the forest at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat in his office, burdened with documents, sighing heavily. Sengoku, how can you be like this? Isn't Garp diligently capturing pirates instead of slacking off? Tsuru remarked, resting her chin on her hands. Seated before Sengoku, her eyes glimmering with amusement. Garp, that eternal child, was once again tirelessly pursuing pirates on the sea, just as he did in his youth. It is indeed amusing to see Sengoku with a frown instead of his usual demeanor. Crane, you are unaware that Garp is about to return with that insatiable little brat in a few days. I am currently troubled by how to manage that extraordinarily voracious child. Sengoku rubbed his temples in distress. While it is commendable that Garp is diligently fulfilling his duties, the return of that troublesome child is far from favorable. It has scarcely been long since he dispatched this source of mischief, and now he must contend with it once more. How can he possibly handle this? Sengoku now regrets allowing that unreliable fellow to recruit individuals on his own. Just look at the kind of people he has brought in. Sengoku, at your age, do you really need to fret over a junior? It's merely a matter of appetite. If necessary, we can always hire additional chefs. Crane jested cheerfully, offering a somewhat impractical, yet feasible suggestion. It's just a bit of food, after all. Our Navy can surely afford it. Don't be ridiculous, Crane. Our Navy's finances are far from robust. Recently, the number of pirates on the seas has surged, increasing our expenditures significantly. Sengoku waved his hand decisively, dismissing the proposal. The funds of our Navy do not come from thin air. If we were to follow Crane's suggestion, no amount of money could suffice to fill the bottomless pit that is Rhodes. What he truly desires is for that little rascal to visit the Navy headquarters less frequently. After all, each time Rhodes comes to the headquarters, the mess hall empties out entirely. Restocking takes time. The headquarters cannot constantly be replenishing supplies. If this continues, we might as well abandon our pursuit of pirates and convert our operations into a dining hall. It would be wiser to assign Garp and Rhodes to a particular sea region, thus preventing Rhodes from frequent returns, allowing Garp to enjoy the retirement he has long anticipated. After reflecting on the Navy's economic situation in recent years, Crane began to act as a sensible advisor once more. If Rhodes could be settled in a specific area where he wouldn't return often, Sengoku's current troubles could be alleviated. Furthermore, with Garp stationed in one location, he could also indulge in well-deserved leisure. This would be a win-win situation. Garp would likely only grumble a bit but would not object too strongly. Which sea region do you think would be suitable? Rhodes has quite the appetite. He should be placed in a location abundant with sea beasts and sea kings. Moreover, it should be a region frequented by pirates. Otherwise, Garp would be merely slacking off. Upon hearing Crane's suggestion, Sengoku's eyes brightened. Stationing Rhodes in a particular sea region is indeed a splendid idea, but the choice of location requires careful consideration. It must be rich in sea beasts and pirates. Otherwise, assigning Garp to such a place would be a waste of his considerable talents. What do you think about the sea route from Alabasta to Water 7? It is not far from the East Sea, populated with numerous sea beasts and sea kings, and most importantly, many pirates frequent Water 7 to build their ships. After a moment of contemplation, Tsuru inquired of Sengoku, seeking his opinion on a particular maritime region she deemed suitable for the stationing of the marine hero, Garp. She believed it to be a favorable area frequented by numerous pirates, should Garp manage to apprehend them. The number of pirates in the New World would significantly diminish in the coming years. However, there was a concern regarding its proximity to the territory of the 7 warlords. Crocodile. Would it provoke unwarranted scrutiny if they dispatched personnel there? Sengoku considered Tsuru's suggestion, acknowledging the potential of the area. After all, Garp had been incessantly lamenting his desire to retire and return home to educate his grandchildren. Stationing him in this maritime domain would likely please him, as it was not far from East Blue. Yet, despite its advantageous location, the closeness to Crocodile's territory raised the risk of the Navy being unjustly accused of collusion with pirates. The 7 warlords were recognized by the world government, and as long as they maintained a low profile, the Navy typically refrained from intervention. What does it matter, Sengoku? We can simply announce in the newspapers that the Navy, in a show of determination to combat maritime crime, has dispatched the heroic Garp to oversee the initial segment of the Grand Line. Thus, no one can find fault with us. We can stabilize public sentiment and manage the prevailing winds at sea. What could possibly go wrong? Tsuru tapped the table, her words assuaging Sengoku's concerns. As long as they preemptively address potential issues, they could prevent any misfortune from arising. Yet, despite her reassurances, Sengoku felt an inexplicable unease. A nagging sensation that something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint what it was. It was a feeling that was neither significant nor trivial, a vague discomfort. Sengoku, you must be overworked. It is time to consider retirement. Have you decided who will succeed you, Akiji or Akainu? Not yet, Sengoku replied, his head throbbing at the thought of succession. Among the soldiers, Akiji was the most favored, yet the whispers from the world government leaned towards Akainu. It seemed inevitable that the two might clash in the future. Things will naturally fall into place. Let us observe with patience. The Crane spoke with remarkable tranquility, asserting that the appointment of a marshal was beyond their control and largely dependent on the whims of the world government. Thus, rather than succumbing to futile worries. It would be wiser to observe the unfolding events. After all, this vast ocean ultimately belongs to the youth, and the remnants of the old era can scarcely prolong their existence. Any additional concern would be in vain. Chapter 71. Influence. A few days later, Carp departed from the hunting grounds aboard a naval vessel, returning to the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Concurrently, news spread across the seas via the newsbirds, announcing the heroic Carp's imminent campaign against villainy in the New World. The pirates who received this news experienced a range of emotions. Some rejoiced while others were filled with sorrow. Those pirates who had already reached Fishman Island and the Sabaody archipelago were particularly elated. Upon seeing the newspaper, they understood that Carp would soon return to the Marine headquarters. After all, this was a public announcement regarding marine affairs, indicating that a meeting was to take place within the Navy. Once Carp vacated that sea area, it would signal the commencement of their full-scale advance into the New World. Indeed, their anticipations were confirmed shortly thereafter when they obtained information from the black market regarding Carp's departure from that region, eliciting great joy among the pirates. Immediately, a multitude of individuals congregated, embarking boldly into the New World. In stark contrast to the jubilation of these pirates, those situated in the Four Seas in the initial segments of the Grand Line bore expressions etched with sorrow upon receiving the newsprint. Who was Carp, after all? A Navy hero renowned for capturing the pirate king, Roger, a man of formidable strength. Why then would such a powerful figure abandon the New World to trouble these obscure pirates yearning merely to pursue their dreams and fortunes? Aboard the terrifying Sphinx ship, Moria gazed at the newspaper he had procured from the newsbird, his countenance shrouded in gloom. With Carp venturing into the front segment, he too would have to retreat to the Four Seas to evade scrutiny. After all, many of the corpses he had unearthed and shadows he had captured were affiliated with the Navy. Should Carp discover his misdeeds, it was likely that his identity as a warlord of the sea would be jeopardized, making survival in these waters exceedingly difficult. Moria, being a pirate returned from the New World, was acutely aware of the weight that the title of Navy hero carried, especially considering Carp's relentless pursuit of the pirate king Roger, who had nowhere to flee. After a moment of contemplation, Moria decided to discreetly navigate his massive sailboat away from the treacherous waters of the Bermuda Triangle. In the rain-soaked lands of Alabasta, Crocodile sat in his casino, staring at the newspaper before him, his eyes filled with frustration. Just as he was preparing to execute his plans, that meddlesome Carp had arrived, casting a shadow over his enjoyment. He was not naive enough to believe that the Navy had dispatched Carp solely to combat maritime villainy. It was more likely a measure to surveil the warlords of the sea. After all, why had Carp only just been sent now, rather than earlier? However, with the Navy already in motion, Crocodile realized he must slightly amend his schemes. Recruitment could continue, but inciting turmoil within the nation would have to wait until Carp had departed. Otherwise, he feared that should the Navy catch wind of his designs, the old man would swiftly converge from the surrounding waters to apprehend him, in the face of a formidable adversary from the same era as Whitebeard. Crocodile deemed it wiser to bide his time, having long surpassed the impetuousness of his youth. On board the naval vessel, Carp sat at the bow, holding the newspaper aloft. Utterly bewildered, he had received no notification from headquarters and found himself thrust into the limelight without warning. Surely, this was the handiwork of that scoundrel Sengoku, who had the audacity to act unilaterally, assigning him to the front segment of the Grand Line without so much as a word of consultation. Had Sengoku even sought his opinion? Such a hasty decision was unacceptable. Nonetheless, Carp considered the assignment to be somewhat advantageous, as the front segment of the Grand Line was relatively close to Windmill Village. When time permitted, he could return to the village to educate his two grandsons, leaving the affairs of this area to Rotes, as there were no particularly formidable pirates to contend with, given Rotes' current capabilities. As long as he avoided encounters with the four emperors or admirals, he should be able to manage. Nevertheless, Rothis is not weak at present. Rather, it finds itself in an awkward position, being superior to those below yet insufficient compared to those above. The old gentleman, the marshal of the warring states, seems to be plotting against us. Should we not consider retaliating against him? After reading the newspaper, Rotus fanned the flames beside Carp, sowing discord with the intent of inciting a quarrel between the old man and Sengoku. His goal was to provoke a confrontation that would prevent the old man from returning to the Navy headquarters while stationed in the early segments of the Grand Line. Rotus, despite his limited education, understood the implications of the term stationed. To put it simply, being stationed is akin to exile. One can only loiter in one place. and returning to headquarters requires formal requests, a tedious process indeed. Most crucially, Marshal Sengoku would undoubtedly deny any request for his return, as he had captured a pirate. It was likely that the headquarters would merely send personnel to retrieve the captured pirate, instead of allowing them to escort him back. The newspaper laid it all out clearly. Sengoku was evidently prepared to act first and report later, and by now, the entire ocean might be aware of it. What purpose would it serve for the old man to engage in a dispute? Furthermore, he was merely a vice-admiral, while Sengoku held the position of marshal. Carp shrugged. Expressing his helplessness, Sengoku was indeed a marshal, and he was just a vice-admiral. Sengoku could afford to act first and report later, but he could not. After all, rank does have its privileges, and this adage was not without merit. Moreover, that rascal Sengoku had published the matter in the newspaper, effectively sealing off any avenue for negotiation and leaving him with no chance to bargain. So, must we then resign ourselves to that corner? Rhodes inquired with a sense of frustration about that wicked old man from the Warring States period, who seemed to deny them any avenue of escape. At present, it appeared that he was indeed correct. Carp, digging into his nostrils, contemplated the situation and realized that they genuinely had no choice but to comply with the orders issued by headquarters. Very well then. It was he who assigned me to that position. If anything were to go awry, he must not blame me. Rhodes raised an eyebrow, expressing his displeasure. The miserly Marshal Sengoku was determined to make things difficult for him, and he was resolved that no one would have an easy time either. The first part of the Grand Line certainly had its share of troublemaking opportunities. Ha ha ha, feel free to stir up as much chaos as you like, the more the merrier. As long as the civilians remain unharmed, Carp chuckled heartily. If Rhodes could cause some trouble for Sengoku, that would be splendid. As long as no harm befell the innocent, he was welcome to create as much uproar as he wished. After all, the more tumultuous the situation became, the more delighted he would be. Sengoku had even betrayed his old comrade. If Rhodes didn't reclaim some dignity, Sengoku would continue to make a fool of him in the future. Rest assured, old man, I shall not let you down, Rhodes replied with a mischievous chuckle. Encouraged by Carp, Rotha's smile radiated even more brilliantly. On the New World ship, Moby Dick, Whitebeard held a newspaper in his hands, his expression one of sheer delight. Observing this, Marco, filled with curiosity, inquired, Old man, what news in today's paper brings you such joy? Ha ha ha, Marco, take a look for yourself. Whitebeard chuckled, passing the newspaper to Marco. As Marco received it, his gaze fell upon the headline, causing him to pause momentarily. The Navy headquarters had acted swiftly, transferring Carp to the front of the Grand Line. This meant that for a considerable duration, they would be spared from the nuisance of Rothus, that bothersome little brat. Ha ha ha, I am truly elated, Whitebeard exclaimed, lifting a barrel of liquor and drinking heartily, his face alight with joy. With Carp stationed at the forefront of the Grand Line, it was likely that Rothus would accompany him, granting Whitebeard a lengthy reprieve from worrying about someone coveting his precious wine. It seemed that the Grand Line's front would soon become a tumultuous place. Marco set down the newspaper, contemplating the fate of the pirates in the Grand Line's front. It appeared that Carp and Rothus were two peas in a pod. If they were intent on capturing pirates, it was likely that for the next few years, few would venture into the New World. Chapter 72. Arrival beside the dock of the Navy headquarters, a ferocious warship, adorned with a skull, approached slowly. As the water level along the shore rose, the ship drew nearer to the dock, halting just as the waves threatened to spill over. With the vessel finally steady, Carp and Rothus disembarked, walking along the dock where they encountered a squad of soldiers on duty. The soldiers, upon seeing the two, immediately halted, prompting Carp and Rothus to do the same. Old man, it seems they are here to salute you once again. Rhodes stood beside Carp, whispering with a tone brimming with certainty. He observed the soldiers approaching, instantly recognizing their intent to pay their respects to the esteemed Carp. In the headquarters, Carp's popularity and fanfare were beyond imagination. The last visit had left Rhodes quite astonished. Indeed, it should be so. These young ones need not go to such lengths. Carp scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. Although he spoke with modesty, a warm glow of happiness filled his heart, for these younger generations regarded him as an idol. Good day, Admiral Carp. The soldiers stood at attention, saluting with admiration and respect, their gazes sparkling with adoration. Rhodes could not help but shut his eyes momentarily, as the brilliance in their eyes was almost blinding. Greetings, young soldiers. Might you assist this old man? My warship is currently housing quite a number of pirates, and the soldiers aboard may find themselves overwhelmed. Would you lend a hand? Carp, glancing at his group of young admirers, waved kindly and greeted them warmly. Witnessing this scene, Rhodes considered that perhaps Carp could indeed pursue a career as an idol, for the old man exhibited an impressive level of skill, clearly honed through practice. While Rhodes was lost in thought, Carp had already dispatched his youthful admirers to assist with the escort of the pirates. "What occupies your mind, Rhodes?" Carp inquired. Noticing Rhodes's dazed expression, intrigued as he had never encountered such a sight before. "I am simply pondering how surprising it is that you, old man, have taken on the persona of an idolized naval figure." Lotus jestingly remarked that his daydreaming was, of course, a contemplation of how to preserve the ocean, safeguard the world, and realize global harmony. He possessed grand ideals and a sense of justice, yet what he lacked was action. When asked when he would take action, the answer was evident. He was merely lost in thought, devoid of such lofty aspirations. Naturally, the old man proclaimed himself a hero of the Navy with unflinching composure, revealing a hint of self-aggrandizement. When Roger surrendered, the Navy publicly declared that it was he who captured the Pirate King, a move designed to elevate his status as a symbol of the Navy, inspiring countless young souls with a sense of justice to join their ranks. "As long as you are happy, old man," he added. Rhodes cast a glance at Carp, indicating his reluctance to engage in conversation. The title of naval hero bestowed upon the old man carries significant weight, yet what is with that self-satisfied expression resembling a vendor boasting about their wares? "Ha ha ha, young Rhodes. I shall seek out Sengoku. You may dine at the giant restaurant. Do remember to eat well. Otherwise, when you yearn for the headquarters cuisine, we might not be able to return for a while." Carp, unfazed by Rhodes' dismissive demeanor, shifted the conversation towards their next course of action. He was undoubtedly headed to Sengoku. For with such events making headlines, an explanation from Sengoku was imperative. After all, did he truly believe Carp could be easily deceived? Meanwhile, Rhodes could enjoy his meal at the giant restaurant, as his presence alongside Carp held little significance. Carp was already as familiar with Sengoku's office as he was with his own home. "Very well, old man. I shall take my leave now." Rhodes nodded, his face illuminated with joy. He admired the old man's perceptive nature, how well the old man understood him, prompting him to dine. Go on, go on." Carp waved his hand, urging Rhodes to depart, while he himself made his way toward the headquarters building. Thus, the two proceeded toward their respective destinations. In the Navy headquarters office, Sengoku sat in his chair, addressing the crane across from him. "Little Crane, Carp has arrived at the headquarters. Later, you must assist me in ensuring that Rascal obediently heads to the front of the Grand Line for his stationing." "Rest assured, Sengoku. I am here now. I will clarify matters with Carp. You need not worry," Crane replied, a smile gracing her face, exuding an air of confidence. Carp, being the child he is, would likely throw a tantrum, which is precisely why she had come, to prevent a potential conflict between Carp and Sengoku. "That is splendid, Little Crane," Sengoku said, patting his chest in relief. He had preemptively announced Carp's transfer to the front of the Grand Line, intending to prevent negotiations from that troublesome fellow. However, Carp had a notorious habit of being rather obstinate. If one were to irk him, he would not care who you were. He would simply roll up his sleeves and deliver a loving punch. Sengoku was quite certain that had Crane not come, Carp would have certainly engaged him in a brawl at the headquarters. "You need not worry excessively, Sengoku. Carp is, after all, our longtime comrade. He likely will not strike too hard," Crane remarked, amused by Sengoku's demeanor. Carp possessed the temperament of a child, albeit he was judicious in his actions. In truth, there was little reason for Sengoku to fret. "Little Crane, you do not comprehend Carp's nature. As he has aged, his temperament has worsened. He may very well unleash his wrath upon me, perhaps even demolishing the office in the process. You ought to know that he is indeed capable of such deeds." Sengoku dared not place his hopes on Carp, for that rascal had long been disgruntled over his refusal to retire. Who could say if he might seize this opportunity to wreak havoc, especially given Carp's expertise in destruction? Indeed, Carp ought to amend this troublesome habit. Crane nodded in agreement, having listened to Sengoku's concerns. While a scuffle between Carp and Sengoku might not pose a significant issue, the potential destruction of the office and headquarters would certainly be grave. This was not merely a possibility, it was a certainty. After all, whenever Carp engaged in combat, he never held back. And given that he had even trained by hammering mountains, should the two fight, at least half of the headquarters would be left in ruins. "Sengoku, you rascal, I have arrived. You must provide me with an explanation, or I shall demolish your office today." As two individuals engaged in conversation, the voice of Carp cut through the air. Upon hearing it, Sengoku immediately revealed a sinister smile and remarked to Tsuru, "Little Tsuru, did you hear that?" That rascal Garp actually intends to dismantle my office. You must confront him later, otherwise he will become increasingly unruly. Seizing the opportunity, Sengoku deftly took hold of Garp's faux pas. Indeed, I shall. Once he enters, I will set him straight, Tsuru replied, her hands propping up her chin as she smiled. Her face devoid of anger, instead radiating warmth and affection. You scoundrel, Sengoku. I will not let this matter rest. Garp grumbled as he approached the door of the marshal's office, cursing under his breath. Upon seeing the door emblazoned with the title of marshal, he delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding crack, the flimsy door could not withstand Garp's forceful blow, shattering into splinters that filled the office. Chapter 73. Banner Little Tsuru, what brings you here? Garp, amidst the flying wood shavings, caught sight of Tsuru and was momentarily taken aback. Instantly, his furious demeanor shifted to a sheepish grin. The rapid change in expression leaving Sengoku astonished. If I hadn't come, you would have demolished the office, Tsuru replied, casting a disapproving glance at Garp. Oh, Garp. Why do you still act like a child throwing a tantrum? She was relieved to have arrived early. Had she come later, their headquarters might have been in ruins. Where's the truth in that? Little Tsuru, do not listen to that scoundrel Sengoku. He is merely trying to frame me. Garp scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. Though his sidelong glance at Sengoku, who was relishing the spectacle, revealed his realization that Sengoku had set a trap. The audacity of Sengoku, dragging Tsuru into their affair, was infuriating. Little Tsuru, do not heed Garp's nonsense. You just heard him. He wishes to dismantle my office. You must teach him a lesson this time, or else Garp will only grow more reckless in the future. Sengoku had no intention of allowing Garp to evade responsibility. He was eager to seize this rare opportunity to discipline the old rascal. You shameless scoundrel, Sengoku. If you have the guts, face me in a duel like a man. Instead of hiding behind little Tsuru for support, Garp shouted, his frustration boiling over as he pointed an accusing finger at Sengoku. You deceitful old fool. Standing behind little Tsuru and scheming. Why not confront me directly? As the marshal, I will not stoop to such indignities, Sengoku replied, adopting a serious demeanor, exuding the air of a high-ranking official. Engaging in a duel with Garp is hardly a jest. He had nothing to do after satisfying his hunger, so he went. That rascal Garp possesses a formidable punch. He wouldn't seek out discomfort for himself, although he is a devil fruit user capable of amplifying his attacks with shockwaves. Such exertion places a considerable burden on his own body. Presently, he holds the advantage of time and place. So why would he engage in a duel of masculinity with someone like Garp, which would surely put him at a disadvantage? Coward, weakling. Upon witnessing Sengoku's demeanor, Garp immediately erupted in a barrage of insults. How shameless could this scoundrel be, hiding behind little Crane and audaciously condemning such weakness with righteous fervor? Truly shameless. All right, enough. You two should cease your bickering. You're both far too old for such childish antics. Crane, observing the quarrel between the two, rubbed her temples. Feeling exasperated by her comrades who seemed to grow more reckless with age, they appeared utterly oblivious to the concept of decorum, squabbling like children within the marshal's office, likely tarnishing the esteemed image of Marshal Sengoku and the Navy hero. Once Crane spoke, the arguments ceased immediately. However, the silent clash of glares continued. Sengoku's eyes sparkled with triumph, while Garp's teeth ground in frustration. Little Crane, it's all Sengoku's fault. He deceived me first. Please don't let this shameless fellow trick you. Garp produced a newspaper, presenting it to Crane, recounting how Sengoku had acted without consulting him, directly publishing his transgressions. Most grievous to him was Sengoku's behavior of acting unilaterally, which not only betrayed his trust but also disrespected his position as Admiral of the Navy. In Garp's narrative, Sengoku transformed into an ungrateful and despicable traitor. Garp was determined to vilify Sengoku, as the latter had indeed wronged him first, and now he was merely retaliating. Over the past few months, Garp had been harassed by Rodas, and he endured such torment for nothing. He had learned a thing or two from Rodas. Do not malign me, you scoundrel. Sengoku's face shifted from pale to red, then to a deep shade of anger, struggling to catch his breath. He could hardly believe that the once innocent Garp had now become so eloquent, skilled in the art of deceit, and adept at twisting the truth. Where have I slandered you? Speak up, come on, say it. Garp reveled in Sengoku's flustered state, his heart lightened by the sight. Thus, he raised his voice, brimming with an aggressive tone. You wretched scoundrel, are truly insufferable. After hearing Garp's words, Sengoku's face darkened further. This rascal was indeed relentless, a true nuisance. Enough, Carp. The decision to publish your affairs was mine. Do not place the blame solely on Sengoku. Seeing the state in which Sengoku was left by Carp, Tsuru couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. She spoke up, attributing 70% of the situation to her own suggestion, while the remaining 30% was solely Sengoku's doing. Little Tsuru, what on earth is happening? Why have you assigned me to the front of the Grand Line? Carp inquired cautiously, a goofy smile plastered across his face. However, his mind was racing with various thoughts, suspecting that the old men of the world government were behind his reassignment. After all, having been idle for so many years, what could possibly necessitate his relocation now? This decision arose from the consideration that having roads trailing you everywhere is not ideal. Moreover, in recent years, the number of pirates in the seas has surged. Thus, it was deemed prudent to position you at the front of the Grand Line to combat those fledgling pirates. This arrangement not only facilitates your visits back to the East Blue to see your two grandsons, but also allows Rhodes to accumulate military achievements. Tsuru explained her well-prepared reasoning to Carp. She felt it necessary to be somewhat diplomatic, as revealing that the Navy found Carp's entourage troublesome would not only sound unpleasant but could also hurt feelings. I see, indeed. It's considerate of you, little Tsuru, to think of me returning from the New World to Windmill Village. You specifically arranged for me to be stationed at the front of the Grand Line, Carp responded, feeling grateful for Tsuru's thoughtfulness, in stark contrast to Sengoku, who often seemed to lead him into trouble. Sengoku, observing Carp's blissful expression, was left speechless. This fellow was still as gullible as ever, believing every word Tsuru said, unchanged from the past. Yet, Sengoku pondered where Carp had acquired such a knack for twisting the truth. He felt compelled to investigate, lest he find himself at a disadvantage in future debates with Carp. You truly are like a child, Sengoku remarked. Well then, Carp, you've asked your questions. Now, go do whatever it is you need to do and refrain from causing any more disturbances in the office. I am quite busy. Tsuru, noting Carp's cheerful demeanor, cautioned him to avoid stirring up trouble for Sengoku once she departed. After all, Carp had a tendency to hold grudges. Don't worry, little Tsuru. I have no intention of visiting that rascal anytime soon, Carp assured her, expressing his disinterest in seeing Sengoku, and even harboring thoughts of giving him a good beating. Once he received the transfer documents, he would leave with Rhodes for the front of the Grand Line. He had no desire to remain in the Navy headquarters when training Luffy in Windmill Village was far more enjoyable. Very well. I will have someone deliver the documents to you shortly, Tsuru confirmed. With Carp's assurance, she felt relieved knowing that he wouldn't trouble Sengoku, thus concluding her troublesome task. It seemed that peace would reign in the Navy headquarters for a while. Chapter 74. Departure. Old man, have you fallen for a beauty scheme? Rhodes regarded the smiling Carp with a scrutinizing gaze, convinced that the old man from the warring states was indeed devious, employing the allure of beauty to ensnare the love-struck Carp. Such despicable cunning was evident, and Carp, a man besotted by affection, readily believed the words of Advisor Crane. Surely, love has the power to transform individuals, and infatuation can lead one to folly. Carp, once free to roam wherever he pleased, now found himself confined to a single location, all under the pretense of facilitating his return to Windmill Village, as if he sought to evade duty, and as if the headquarters could truly hinder him. Rhodes, we shall set sail shortly. You have lingered at the Giantess restaurant long enough. Surely you're satiated, Carp remarked, glancing at the documents in his hand and the evening sky, deciding that a nighttime departure would be more refreshing. Not quite. The meal was somewhat lacking. I left still hungry, as the restaurant ran out of food, Rhodes replied, a hint of displeasure etched on his face. Despite the abundance of food, he felt it insufficient to satisfy his appetite, indicating a certain stinginess from the headquarters. It was indeed a harsh world when one could not even be adequately fed before embarking on a lengthy journey. Haha, Rhodes, your appetite is insatiable. It is only natural that the headquarters cannot fill your voracious cravings. Fear not, for during our expedition in the initial stretches of the Grand Line to capture pirates, all provisions seized shall be yours. Carp laughed heartily at Rhodes' lament. Their deployment to the Grand Line was largely due to Rhodes' considerable appetite, after all. Maintaining such a high consumer of provisions within the headquarters posed a significant concern. Sengoku must be fretting over the daily food consumption. And although Crane claimed it was for their benefit, Carp surmised the true reason behind their assignment. While he understood the underlying motives, he chose not to voice them, for he and that scoundrel Sengoku were comrades. Thus, he could only offer support, recognizing the challenges of Sengoku's role as a commander. Hence, he resolved to accompany Rhodes. the insatiable eater, on their mission to plunder provisions from pirates in the Grand Line. Old man, you truly are wise and formidable, exuding an aura of grandeur. Upon hearing Cap's words, Rhodes felt an overwhelming sense of validation in his decision to follow him. This was a true demonstration of responsibility. Ensuring that his subordinates were not left to suffer from hunger exemplified the essence of a true leader. Indeed, Rhodes. Please inform everyone that we shall return to the warship and prepare for departure. Cap, while casually clearing his nostrils, appreciated Rhodes' perceptiveness, as his words resonated deeply within him. He genuinely cared for his subordinates, unlike that scoundrel Sengoku, who was always undermining him. Very well, old man. After Rhodes signaled an okay gesture to Cap, he proceeded to inform the soldiers that he, Rhodes, had arrived at the initial stretch of the Grand Line. Days later, a massive warship sailed across the surface of the sea, compelling all other vessels in its vicinity to yield. For this warship was not only colossal but also bore the daunting visage of a gigantic hound's head gnawing on a bone at its prow. Such a conspicuous emblem rendered the identity of the ship unmistakable, as all seafarers, seasoned by years on the ocean, were well aware. Indeed, the vastness of the sea and the azure expanse of the sky heralded the dawn of prosperity for me, Rhodes. Rhodes stood upon the deck, gazing at the vast expanse of sea and sky, and could not help but express his sentiments. He resolved to toil diligently in this place, ardently combating malevolence, and transferring the ill-gotten gains of those pirates under his own name, transforming their provisions into his own sustenance. The mere thought of it stirred a sense of exhilaration within Rhodes. After all, there is scarcely a thrill greater than that derived from outmaneuvering pirates. Rhodes, my old friend, I shall leave you here, Carp remarked, his eyes fixed upon the ocean. Rhodes was left utterly bewildered, expressing his confusion at the circumstances. What on earth was happening? Was the old man intending to abandon him here? The situation was that the pirate strength in the early part of the Grand Line was not formidable. He should be capable of handling it. I wish to return to Windmill Village to train Luffy, hence we shall part ways here. Carp observed Rhodes's perplexed expression and quickly discerned his thoughts, prompting him to elucidate the reasons. Old man, are you implying that I must undertake this alone? Rhodes, pointing to himself, inquired of Carp whether that was the implication. What on earth is this so-called Grand Line? There are no formidable pirates around. Are you jesting with me? Old man, who knows if such a powerful individual would come wandering here? Indeed, Rhodes, Carp replied, chuckling heartily, his smile radiant. That is precisely the intention. My long-anticipated retirement is now on the horizon, and I am truly elated. I can now allow you to operate independently while I head to Windmill Village to mentor Luffy. Old man, you must be joking. You surely overestimate my capabilities. The early stages of the Grand Line are fraught with danger, and without your guidance, I am quite anxious. Rhodes expressed his current state of panic. With the esteemed Captain Garp by his side, he felt invincible, yet in the absence of the venerable elder, he perceived himself as nothing more than a fool. The immense stature of Garp was a source of anxiety for him, for he was still but a child in need of the elder's protection. Fear not, Rhodes, Garp reassured with a hearty laugh. I have resolved to visit you once a month henceforth. Focus on honing your skills in the early stretches of the Grand Line, and remember, daily training is paramount. Otherwise, your progress shall be painfully slow. With a jovial chuckle, Garp comforted Rhodes, emphasizing that this was a test of his resolve and a vital part of his training. He insisted that Rhodes must commit to his practice and avoid idleness, for he would return monthly to assess his advancement. Old man, you cannot simply depart without teaching me the intricacies of observation hockey. What do you mean by having taught me all you can? Does your conscience not ache? Garp interrupted Rhodes, dismissing his protests with laughter, and gracefully leaped into the air, seemingly intent on traversing the skies towards Windmill Village. Lotus expressed his frustration at being interrupted by the old man Carp. He was about to convey something significant, specifically how to cultivate the elusive observation hockey, a skill that Carp had never imparted. It was absurd to expect him to learn from a ghost. In the vast ocean, without the ability of observation hockey, would he only be left to rely on his years of honed instincts? This instinct, developed through years of hunting, paled in comparison to the advantages offered by observation hockey. He pondered whether he should blindfold himself in hopes of stumbling upon some insight into this mysterious ability. After all, the notion of observation hockey was quite enigmatic, and perhaps it was worth exploring this unconventional approach. Lieutenant Lotus, where shall we head now? The soldiers, seeing that Major Carp had departed, gathered and approached Lotus. He was now the strongest among them, and they depended on his protection. In the lawless expanse of the ocean, the presence of formidable individuals was abundant, and they cared little for one's allegiance to the Navy. What mattered was sheer strength. "What location are we approaching?" Lotus inquired, as he needed to ascertain the situation within his own territory. Otherwise, how could he prepare for a temporary refuge? He had no intention of recklessly wandering about, lest he risk injury. Chapter 75. The favorable wind shipped the city of Seven Waters, Lieutenant Lotus. The soldier glanced at the nautical chart and exchanged a few words with the navigator aboard the warship before hastening over to convey the acquired information to Lotus. The city of Seven Waters, the city of Seven Waters. As Lotus pondered, memories surfaced in his mind. It seemed that at this juncture, Frankie had already spent a year in Water 7, and the iceberg had provided him with the design blueprints for the Pluton. Meanwhile, the CP9 agents had been lurking for 2 years. He was uncertain whether it was appropriate to intervene at this moment, fearing it might raise the alarm of the world government or attract the attention of those foolish CP9 agents. His warship, rather grand in size, would undoubtedly draw attention if docked in the harbor. Fortunately, news of the ship's presence in the initial stretches of the Grand Line had been published in the newspapers. Otherwise, the arrival of such a colossal vessel would have certainly sparked widespread rumors the moment it appeared on the Grand Line. "Lieutenant Lotus, are we heading to Water 7? A soldier inquired, perplexed by Lotus's repeated mention of the city's name. "Are we going or not?" "Of course we are going," Lotus replied. "Why would we not? While there may not be any formidable pirates in the initial stretches of the Grand Line, one can never be too cautious. It would be prudent for us to seek refuge in Water 7 for the time being." After expressing his concerns to the soldiers, Rhodes garnered their unanimous agreement. They too believed that it was prudent to exercise caution in the absence of Admiral Carp. After all, Admiral Carp had previously apprehended numerous formidable pirate crews, and who could predict whether remnants of those crews, upon discovering Carp's absence from the warship, might seek revenge. The decision to head towards Water 7 was indeed a favorable one, as it was rumored to have a sea train and was not far from Eni's lobby, making it easier to call for assistance in the event of an ambush. Thus, under Rhodes' influence, the warship made its way towards Water 7. Initially, Rhodes had contemplated taking it easy, but considering Carp's absence and his own somewhat precarious position, he resolved to dedicate himself to rigorous training, increasing his efforts in order to reach the esteemed level of Admiral Carp. In doing so, he could eventually roam the seas freely and without restraint. Speaking of the old man, could he navigate through the skies as he walked upon the moon? Rhodes scratched his head, pondering this intriguing question, especially since it seemed that Luffy's family had a penchant for getting lost. He hoped that the old man wouldn't end up wandering around the four seas, as that would certainly complicate matters for him. "Where am I?" Carp mused, contemplating whether he should inquire about his whereabouts. He had been traversing the skies effortlessly, but after some time, he sensed that he might indeed be lost, as the surrounding landscape was unfamiliar. However, Carp remained unperturbed. He was confident that he would encounter people on the nearby island who could provide him with directions. "Let me tell you something." A pirate hunter addressed his comrades on an island. "The naval hero Carp is expected to capture pirates in the early segments of the Grand Line. We must be astute and aware. Wherever the warships appear, we should head in the opposite direction. Otherwise, we may return empty-handed, reduced to drinking the bitter winds." "Understood, boss," the hunters replied in unison. On that island, hundreds of pirate hunters had gathered, and one among them was addressing the group to ensure they wouldn't return home empty-handed over the coming weeks. These hunters operated in teams, primarily targeting pirates who had recently arrived from the four seas. This approach not only increased their odds of success, but also made encounters less formidable than confronting pirates already navigating the Grand Line. However, the news of Admiral Carp's impending arrival had instilled a sense of pressure within their ranks, as their livelihoods depended on bounties from captured pirates. If Carp intimidated the Four Seas pirates into avoiding the Grand Line, they would be forced to contend with the more dangerous pirates of that region. Without bounty income, they would be left with no means of sustenance, resorting to fishing to survive, a prospect utterly unappealing to these seasoned hunters accustomed to a life of luxury and indulgence. "Hey there, young man," an older voice interrupted. "I just heard you mention my name. Do you have an issue with me?" As the captain of the pirate hunters finished his statement, a chill ran down his spine. It was at this moment that he heard the ominous phrase. The pirate hunter was drenched in cold sweat. The silent yet powerful presence behind him was daunting enough to evoke fear. What terrified him even more was the name uttered by this formidable figure. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned cautiously to face the individual whose visage was identical to that depicted in the newspapers, Kapu. He bowed respectfully and inquired, "Lord Kapu, what brings you to this humble place?" "I was merely returning to the East Sea, traversing the moonlit path, when I overheard someone speaking my name," Kapu replied. His nostrils flared, gazing skyward in an enigmatic manner. In truth, Kapu felt somewhat embarrassed to admit that after spending half his life at sea, he had lost his way while attempting to return alone to the East Sea. The thought of such a revelation spreading would be mortifying. "Regrettably, my impoverished locale lacks the means to properly host your esteemed presence. I am deeply sorry," the pirate hunter's captain said, almost wishing to smack himself for being so foolish as to come out here to converse, when he could have gathered his crew in a tavern. Despite their current struggles, having witnessed a significant decline in pirates along the Grand Line, leading to diminished earnings, encountering Kapu was certainly worse. After all, they were bounty hunters motivated by monetary gain, not the same as the Navy. Who could fathom Kapu's perspective on them? He could only hope that Kapu did not belong to the faction within the Navy that held disdain for them. "I harbor no prejudice against you pirate hunters. As long as you uphold the stability of the seas, I have no qualms," Kapu stated, waving his hand dismissively. He understood the apprehension of these individuals, but was disinclined to meddle in trivial matters. The Navy's ambition to eradicate all pirates was an impossibility. Thus, the existence of bounty hunters was indispensable. "Thank you, Lord Kapu. Your fairness is commendable," the pirate hunter's captain responded, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The fact that Kapu bore no ill will towards them was indeed reassuring. Just as his spirits lifted, he noticed his crew huddled together like a group of frightened shrimp. Heads bowed in silence, some even trembling uncontrollably. Angered, he chastised them. "How dare you lot stand before Lord Kapu without offering your greetings? Is this how I have taught you to treat esteemed guests?" "Greetings, Lord Kapu. Greetings, Lord Kapu," they stammered in unison. The frightened pirate hunters, upon hearing their leader's scolding, gradually emerged from the imposing presence of Carp and greeted him. There was little they could do. The reputation of Carp in the seas was vast and terrifying. As mere minions of the ocean, they had never dreamed of encountering Carp in person. That they did not flee at the sight of him was already a feat. Enough of this triviality. "I have a question for you. Are you headed to the East Sea?" "How fortuitous, for I am also on my way. It would be quite convenient, wouldn't you agree?" Carp said, pinching his nostrils, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the pirate hunters before him. It seemed he might catch a favorable ride back to the East Sea. Indeed, luck was on his side today. "Certainly not. These are mere trifles. Please, Lord Carp." The pirate leader, meeting Carp's menacing eyes, immediately acquiesced, asserting that they were indeed bound for the East Sea, having come specifically to escort Carp home. As for any intentions of capturing pirates, he had never uttered such a notion. Everything he had just said was but a figment of imagination, an illusion. Chapter 76. Bombs in Water 7. Iceberg sat in his office, reviewing documents. Ever since taking office as mayor, his days had become exceedingly busy, as this was a renowned shipbuilding hub along the Grand Line. However, recently, there had been a noticeable decline in the number of pirates, which greatly concerned Iceberg regarding the island's economy. After all, their primary source of income stemmed from tourists and merchants visiting to commission shipbuilding, alongside the pirates. "Mayor, are you troubled by the economic situation on the island?" Khalifa inquired thoughtfully, placing a cup of coffee on his desk. She had heard of Carp's recent deployment to the Grand Line. Indeed, the number of pirates has dwindled significantly, leading to a reduction in business at the shipyards and fewer tourists. "I fear the island may descend into desolation," Iceberg replied, taking a sip of coffee. He genuinely worried that Water 7 might fall into such a state. With Carp stationed here, it was likely he would remain for some time, after all. Water 7 was famed as a shipbuilding island. Alas, notoriety does not always yield favorable outcomes. "Do not fret so, Mayor. Everything will improve," Khalifa said with a reassuring smile, moving behind Iceberg's chair and gently massaging his shoulders with her delicate hands. "Thank you, Khalifa," Iceberg expressed, feeling a sense of relief wash over him as he appreciated her kindness. "It is my duty, Mayor," Khalifa replied with a smile. "If you truly wish to show your gratitude, perhaps you could hand over the design plans for the Pluton." Words alone hold little value. That accursed fishman, Tom, has hidden the design schematics in some wretched place, causing CP9 to languish in their covert operations for over 2 years, with nary a trace of the Pluto design to be found. Were it not for the knowledge that this fellow is a disciple of that fishman, potentially safeguarding the design of Pluto, CP9 would have long departed from this cursed isle. "Buggy, take this bounty and procure materials on the island to craft some explosives. I wish to witness your prowess." The remaining bounty after your purchases shall be yours to keep. After Rodas led Buggy into the room, he presented him with a suitcase full of berries. This visit to Water 7 was not for leisure, but rather for serious business. If everything proceeded smoothly, it would secure his livelihood in the future. However, before delving into matters, Rodas wanted to assess Buggy's capabilities. Otherwise, he felt a lingering unease. To ensure Buggy would diligently serve him, Rodas had recently assigned him a rather idle role aboard the warship, a position devoid of authority yet pleasantly relaxed. It was a shame to waste a character like Buggy, yet releasing him felt like a grave loss. Thus, he sought to utilize him for his own purposes. Fortunately, Buggy had a penchant for wealth. Otherwise, Rodas would have been at a loss regarding how to handle such a troublesome individual. "All right, Rodas," Buggy said, rubbing his hands together in delight as he accepted the suitcase filled with berries. With this bounty, he would certainly have plenty left after purchasing materials. Life was indeed better than aboard a pirate ship. There was no need to rob passing merchant vessels or plunder small towns for cash, which brought him a sense of comfort. The only regret was that he could no longer pursue the grand adventure of treasure hunting. Nevertheless, he was not disheartened. At least he had carved out a niche for himself on the warship, commanding the soldiers to carry out tasks. Just imagine a pirate directing the navy. What a prestigious image that would project. For the time being, Buggy planned to gradually save up money aboard the warship, biding his time. After all, he lacked a ship and sufficient savings, rendering him unable to undertake any ventures. Thankfully, Rodas distributed some berries to everyone aboard the warship whenever he captured a pirate. Otherwise, Buggy's savings plan would have been in jeopardy. Once he accumulated enough berries to purchase a grand ship, he would escape from the warship and resume his noble quest for treasure. As for Rodas, Buggy had no desire to ever see him again. That man was far too treacherous. The thought of Rodas discovering that Buggy had used the very berries he provided to buy a swift vessel for his escape brought a thrill of excitement to Buggy's heart. For now, however, Buggy resolved to obediently labor under Rodas's command. Rodas was stationed at the forefront of the Grand Line, and if Buggy attempted to flee now, he would undoubtedly be swiftly recaptured, given the speed of the warship. With this in mind, Buggy decided to diligently save up for a ship so magnificent that even the warship would be left in its wake. Reflecting on his former pirate flag, Buggy felt a surge of emotion. His downfall at the hands of Garp stemmed from not having a fine ship. Having learned from past misfortunes, he was determined to acquire a swift vessel this time. "Buggy, the berries I provide you for materials to create bombs are not to be squandered. Make sure you understand clearly. Do not return with just a few materials while pocketing the rest of the berries," Rodas warned. Rodas gazed at Buggy, whose avarice was all too apparent, and felt compelled to offer a word of caution to this man blinded by the allure of wealth. For who could fathom whether he might indulge in self-serving greed? What if the materials procured could only yield a mere handful of explosives? Such a misallocation of his considerable funds would be a dismal loss, especially considering the suitcase contained his entire fortune. Though he bore no affection for Bailey, such extravagance was simply unacceptable. "Rest assured, Rodas, your captain is well aware of the materials required for bomb construction. You need not worry," Buggy replied, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth to conceal his ulterior motives, while clutching the suitcase even tighter, fearful that it might slip from his grasp and flee. "Knowing is paramount. Should things go awry, Buggy, do not fault me for my lack of compassion. For I would have no choice but to send you to impelled down to endure the remainder of your days." Rodas remained apprehensive about the individual who had fallen into the abyss of greed, and thus he proceeded to unveil his trump card to advance into the city. Lest this person truly jeopardize the situation, the captain assured that he would handle matters adeptly, so there was no need for concern. After all, he was a professional when it came to crafting explosives. Seeing that Rodas was still uneasy, Buggy pledged an oath of military responsibility to ease his mind, stating that creating a bomb was a trivial task, with materials being quite affordable. He would procure additional supplies, as he was well versed in the local market, and indeed, he was an expert in bomb making. "Very well then, prepare yourself," Rodas instructed. "We are approaching our destination. Once we arrive at the city of Seven Waters, assist me in acquiring a duplicating machine. Remember to gather ample paper for copying, and also bring your subordinates along to avoid inconveniencing the soldiers aboard the warship." As Rodas observed Buggy with an air of authority, his previously anxious heart found solace. Buggy had proven himself to be a reliable figure. Certainly more so than the mischievous Luffy, whose penchant for creating chaos often turned good intentions awry. "Why do we need a photocopier? Isn't that something only newspapers utilize?" Buggy queried, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. What purpose would such an expensive machine serve on our warship? If we purchase it, my precious belly will dwindle significantly. Rest assured, my intention to buy it is for a purpose. I wouldn't squander money on something useless. Once you acquire it, there will be ample belly to come, and we cannot allow a trivial expense to jeopardize future lucrative opportunities. Remember, we must procure the finest photocopier available. Do not settle for substandard quality. Our future prosperity hinges upon this very machine. Rhodes discerned the source of Baki's distress and could not help but caution him, lest this money-obsessed fellow procure a subpar photocopier, resulting in unclear reproductions. How would he manage to convert those blueprints into sustenance? Oh, very well. Upon hearing the prospect of substantial profits, Baki's eyes gleamed with avarice, and he promptly ceased his prattle. Although Rhodes exhibited a certain ruthlessness, he was nonetheless a man of his word. Having promised great wealth, it was unlikely he would deceive him. Chapter 77. The City of Seven Waters. As the warship advanced, the silhouette of the City of Seven Waters gradually emerged upon the deck, revealing itself to the gaze of all aboard. It truly resembled a magnificent six-tiered cake. Lotus gazed at the vast metropolis in the distance and, inexplicably, was reminded of cake. Just look at the Seven-Water City, with its myriad layers resembling a grand confection. The flowing waterways resemble the cream and chocolate embellishments atop a dessert, while the buildings evoke patterns painted with fruit and chocolate. Indeed, Captain, I must say, it does resemble a cake. Baki, standing nearby, upon hearing Lotus's words, suddenly realized that Seven-Water City did indeed bear a striking resemblance to a cake. As Baki contemplated the appearance of cake, he found that his perception of the city had transformed. The brick, tile, steel, and concrete structures gradually morphed into a grand cake adorned with flowing cream. Now, do rein in your drool. It seems you are even more tempted than I am, Baki. Lotus patted Baki, urging him to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth. It was quite unbecoming for a man of his stature to let such a thing occur, especially in the presence of a city. It only added to the absurdity of the situation. Baki chuckled, wiping away the drool as he remarked that had it not been for Lotus's comparison to cake, he would never have made such an association. The more he thought about it, the more it resembled cake, leading to the unfortunate drool. Well, we shall soon arrive at the City of Seven Waters. Do keep an eye out for Bailey. We wouldn't want him to fall prey to the local ruffians. Shortly, I intend to pay a visit to the mayor at the shipyard. Rhodes gazed at the approaching buildings and spoke to Buggy about the matters concerning Water 7, cautioning him to be vigilant lest he be robbed of his precious treasure by the ruffians associated with the Frankie family. The waterways dominated the landscape, leaving little room for land, and Buggy, being a devil fruit user, could easily find himself at a disadvantage in such an environment. Rest assured, Rhodes, this captain will not afford those scoundrels any opportunity, Buggy replied with a nonchalant smile. He was no novice, having navigated the vast seas for many years as a pirate. He was quite adept at managing the finer details. However, the location of Water 7 indeed posed challenges for him, though he felt somewhat reassured by his previous visits. After all, it was here that Captain Roger's ship had been crafted by the esteemed Tom, who, regrettably, had passed away. Otherwise, Buggy would have sought his assistance in building a swift vessel. Just keep that in mind. Exercise caution here, and do not forget that you are a devil fruit user. I would not wish to see you fall here. Having uttered these words, Rhodes turned away from the bow of the ship. He was now contemplating how to concoct a legitimate reason to dine at the iceberg. After all, the iceberg was none other than the mayor of this place and the proprietor of the shipyard, undoubtedly a person of considerable wealth. It was rumored that the shipyard was the preferred establishment of the world government for shipbuilding. Such an individual would certainly be capable of covering the expenses of his meal. Speaking of which, I believe I am part of the Navy. Thus, engaging in a delightful banquet with this mayor of the iceberg under the guise of amiable diplomacy seemed like a splendid idea. Rhodes pondered and realized that his naval identity might facilitate a cordial exchange with Mayor Iceberg. After all, the mayor would likely not disdain him for being merely a captain. Speaking of which, the justice cloak bestowed upon him by the venerable Carp was indeed due for use. Clad in the Navy's emblematic mantle, his stature would undoubtedly be elevated. Iceberg would surely perceive him as formidable, and perhaps even extend an invitation to dine together, at which point he could reluctantly acquiesce. Mayor, Carp's warship has arrived at Water 7. Should we pay a visit? Califa adjusted her glasses and stood beside Iceberg's desk. Having just received news of Carp's vessel making its way to the city, while uncertain of the Navy's intentions, she believed this matter did not pertain to their duties. Nevertheless, out of professional courtesy, she deemed it prudent to inform Iceberg. Oh, really? What business does the Navy have in Water 7? Is their ship in need of repairs? Iceberg set down his pen, astonishment flickering in his eyes as he stroked his chin, contemplating the Navy's presence. Though pirates roamed the waters, it hardly warranted the personal attention of a naval hero. Thus, aside from ship repairs, he struggled to fathom why the Navy would come to his city. That remains unclear. Mayor Califa replied, shaking her head. We, CP9, are not in the habit of idly monitoring the Navy's movements. Our primary focus is the search for the Pluton blueprints, and other matters are inconsequential to us. I see. It seems we must pay this esteemed carp a visit, Iceberg declared, rising from his chair, eager to ascertain the motives behind the legendary naval hero's arrival in Water 7. Since the reasons were unknown, direct inquiry seemed the most prudent course of action. He recalled reading in the newspaper that the Navy had been combating maritime evildoers in the early stretches of the Grand Line. How perplexing it was that they had now ventured to Water 7. Very well. Let us proceed to meet with the mayor and perhaps apprehend a few petty pirates to replenish our long empty ship's hold. As the warship sailed into the harbor, Rhodes left behind a contingent of soldiers and made his way to Dock 1. Shortly after his departure, Buggy and his crew headed off in a different direction. Captain Buggy, why don't we make our escape? This is a golden opportunity. Machi, trailing behind Buggy, inquired with curiosity. They were affluent and in Water 7. Why not procure a ship and flee? This was an excellent chance, as they were close to the four seas. Escape from this place would soon lead them back to their homeland, where the sky would be theirs to traverse and the sea theirs to conquer. Do you really think the ship we could buy would outrun a warship, you fool? And let us not forget where we were captured, you dimwit. Bucky, in a fit of irritation, exclaimed, what nonsense is this about running away? They are merely utilizing the meager funds from their briefcases. There is no vessel that can outpace a warship. Besides, they were captured on the high seas and are now attempting to return. As if their brains had been kicked by a donkey. The seas are no longer safe, and I am contemplating whether to seek refuge in the doldrums for a while. After all, the furious Rhodas might scour the ocean in search of me. Captain Bucky, I trust you must have a strategy in place. For how else could you exude such confidence? Kabaji, noticing Machi being berated, couldn't help but flatter, since you were so quietly working for Rhodas. I'm sure you have devised your own plan. Otherwise, given your indomitable spirit, you would have fled long ago. Indeed, that is a certainty. Just look at who I am. Bucky readily admitted. Following a heartfelt conversation with Kabaji, he had come to understand their mutual thoughts. And thus he no longer harbored doubts about the loyalty of the two seasoned veterans who had followed him for years. So, Captain Bucky, where shall we head next? Kabaji. Now aware that Bucky had a plan, refrained from further inquiries, his curiosity piqued about their next course of action. Were they truly all going to procure materials to make explosives? First, we shall gather the necessary supplies, followed by acquiring a quality photocopier. Then, we shall host a grand gathering at a tavern for the Bucky pirates. Bucky announced with a suitcase in hand, leaving his crew utterly astonished. Captain Bucky, is this truly your intent? Is it really permissible? The crew, mouths agape and eyes nearly popping out, could hardly believe their ears. Their captain was treating them to a celebration, a phenomenon as rare as the sun rising in the west. What are you imbeciles gaping at? Do you not wish to indulge in some drinks? Bucky scolded his subordinates upon witnessing their astonished expressions. Were it not for the necessity of securing their loyalty, lest they abandon him when the time came to flee, he would never have squandered his precious funds. Chapter 78. Missed opportunities after departing from the warship. Lotus and his soldiers arrived at the boat rental shop. Given their large number, they felt that walking to Dock 1 would attract undue attention. Therefore, they decided to rent a larger boat to make their way to Dock 1. After all, they could not visit the Water 7 without experiencing its unique charm. It would be akin to entering a treasure mountain only to leave empty-handed. Welcome. Are you here to rent a boat? The owner of the rental shop inquired, adjusting his glasses and holding a newspaper while reclining in a rocking chair. How many of you are there? What types of boats do you have? Please, do tell. Lotus responded. Lotus, accompanied by his soldiers, entered the shop and observed the proprietor engrossed in a newspaper. He inquired, what about the barracuda, the hammerhead shark, or the glasses fish? Which one would you prefer, esteemed guest? The owner, still fixated on the newspaper, replied without diverting his gaze, indicating that he had little time to attend to his business, responding only to the customer's queries. How do you determine your prices, dear proprietor? Furthermore, do you have any larger specimens of the bluefish? The ones you have here appear rather scrawny. Can they withstand the weight of a person? Lotties measured the dimensions of the pond within the establishment and contemplated whether the soldier he brought along could be seated. However, He pondered the precariousness of the situation, fearing that should the soldier take a seat, it might inadvertently lead to the demise of the creature within. How large must the creature be? He inquired of the customer. Upon hearing of a significant business opportunity, the proprietor promptly set aside his newspaper and turned to face the patron. To his astonishment, a neatly arranged line of naval officers stood before him. What trouble have I found myself in? He thought, bewildered by the unexpected presence of so many sailors. At least several meters in size, it should be considerably larger, he responded. It must be able to withstand my weight. Of course. If you could procure an even larger one, that would be acceptable as well. After contemplating, Lotus concluded that a larger blue would indeed be preferable. After all, the bigger the blue, the more people it could accommodate, and upon reaching dock number 1, it would exude an even greater air of grandeur. Very well, indeed. Upon hearing this, the proprietor suddenly remembered that these naval officers were here to rent the blue, and his anxiety gradually subsided. With such a considerable number of naval personnel, it seemed that a modest profit could be anticipated. How much will it be, boss? You must offer us a discount, as our numbers are quite substantial. Rhodas glanced at his boss, contemplating that it would be prudent to issue a warning. After all, who could tell if this employer might be blinded by the allure of berries, leading them into a predicament with the Navy? What do you think of the two-seater blue? Priced at 1,800 berries, sir? The boss ventured cautiously. He was wary of offering too steep a discount, fearing significant losses. As for angering the Navy, that was a risk he dared not take. They could easily fabricate a charge against him, resulting in a life sentence and impel down. No. You've only offered a 10 discount. The two-seater blue should be 1,600 berries, the single-seater 900 berries, and the large blue should be priced at 12,000 berries. Rhodas pondered the moment when Luffy and his companions arrived in Water 7, considering the cost of the large boat, known as Blue, which was priced at 2,000 berries. The proprietor was currently offering him a mere 1,800 berries, which was only a modest discount. This sum felt insufficient, prompting him to negotiate further. Kind sir, the price for the large blue is far too low. That vessel can accommodate a dozen individuals. How does 18,000 berries sound? The owner, facing the distinguished naval officer before him, found the initial two prices somewhat acceptable, but he could not acquiesce to the last offer for the large blue. A price of 12,000 berries was simply too disadvantageous, especially considering that such a grand vessel was a rarity in Water 7, undoubtedly commanding a much higher value. Very well. Please prepare the blue promptly. The day wanes. After a moment of contemplation, Rothus acquiesced to his employer's proposed price, for the hour was growing late, and any further delay would result in missing mealtime. Very well, very well. Please hold on a moment, sir. Upon hearing Rothus' words, the employer beamed with delight and cheerfully set about his tasks. After securing the seat for Blue, the employer was gratified to receive the payment he rightfully deserved. Rotes, filled with joy, rode alongside his numerous soldiers towards dock number 1 atop Brew. As he advanced towards the dock, Akiji, accompanied by Califa, also made his way to the naval vessel's anchorage. Is the Navy's warship indeed stationed in the bay? Akiji inquired, adjusting his attire while seated on Brew. That seems to be the case. According to the citizens, the Navy's warship is anchored in the bay, Califa responded, readjusting her glasses. Along their journey, many citizens riding on Brew had shared various tidbits regarding the naval fleet. That is reassuring. Let us hasten our pace, Akiji sighed in relief, hoping the Navy would not create any significant disturbances. Their island could scarcely endure such upheaval. It was imperative that he personally receive the naval officers while they were docked in the bay and subsequently invited them to the island to avert any unforeseen incidents. What did you say? The mayor of Water 7 is not at the dock? Where has he gone? Listening to the boatman, Lotus felt a twinge of frustration. His luck seemed exceedingly poor. How could the mayor of the city of 7 waters be so idle, wandering aimlessly instead of dutifully remaining in the office or at the docks? Even more exasperating was the fact that this iceberg did not even inform anyone of its whereabouts, leaving him in utter darkness. It was entirely possible that the iceberg and Califa had discreetly slipped away to indulge in a clandestine romance, intentionally evading everyone. Rhodes believed that this possibility was the greatest. After all, the iceberg had been mayor for quite some time, and given his advancing age, it was only natural for him to seek a place to unwind with his secretary. However, Rhodes had come here to dine, not to partake in trivial matters. It seemed he could only find something to occupy his time, as the hour for lunch had long passed. Why had everyone gathered here? It need not be stated. From this moment forth, I instruct each team to scour the entirety of 7 Water City for pirates. Should you encounter any formidable pirates, inform me, and I shall attend to them personally. Now, you may disperse." "Yes, Captain Rotes," the soldiers responded, their faces beaming with enthusiasm as they set out to hunt for pirates. For they were in pursuit of bounty, their eyes glimmering with the prospect of gold. "Excuse me, esteemed Navy officer, is this truly advisable?" a shipwright inquired cautiously. While apprehending pirates was indeed a noble endeavor, those in the shipbuilding trade depended on clients purchasing and repairing vessels, most of whom were pirates themselves. If the Navy were to capture all the pirates, their business would surely suffer greatly. There is nothing improper about it. It is my duty as a naval officer to apprehend wrongdoers. Should I witness pirates causing chaos on the island and refrain from intervening, that would be a dereliction of my responsibilities. Rhoda spoke with righteous indignation, exuding a certain naval authority. It was no jest. He had expended a considerable amount of berries to board the ship. Initially, he had hoped to enjoy a meal in exchange for his expenditure, but now, with the absence of the iceberg man, he found himself at a loss. Should he resort to capturing sea beasts for sustenance? This was a bustling island metropolis, teeming with exquisite women and affluent patrons from across the globe. What if a charming lady were to take a fancy to his striking visage and robust physique, wishing to embark on a grand romance? However, if she were to witness him chasing after sea creatures, her interest would surely dissipate, and the budding romance would wither before it even began. Who would then take responsibility for his unfulfilled desires? One must possess a modicum of self-awareness. At nearly 5 meters tall, if he did not seek a beautiful companion soon, he might be left with no choice but to pursue relationships with other races to propagate his lineage. Indeed, esteemed Navy officer, the shipworker responded, gazing at Rhodes with admiration. What a commendable naval officer he was. If only the seas were populated with such upright individuals, life would undoubtedly be much more pleasant. Very well, you carry on. I shall take my leave. Rhoda surveyed the desolate dock and decided it would be prudent to depart, as nearly everyone had gone to dine, leaving only the receptionist behind. He certainly could not subsist on wood shavings, so he resolved to seek out a few pirates to gather some funds for a meal. Chapter 79. Inquiry: What a splendid warship this is. It appears to be well maintained. Aberg, standing upon the deck, gently caressed the vessel while murmuring, "Truly, it is a testament to the Navy's craftsmanship, both immense and robust, with meticulous upkeep." "Who are you? Please refrain from approaching the warship without permission." The soldiers stationed on the deck, hearing voices from below, promptly raised their rifles toward the two individuals daring to draw near. How absurd that the world's foremost shipbuilding engineer and the mayor of Water 7 would be confronted with firearms. Karifa, upon witnessing the soldiers aiming their weapons at them, immediately expressed her indignation. "Calm down, Karifa," Aberg hastily reassured her, then addressed the soldiers observing them from the ship, saying, "I am Aberg, the mayor of Water 7. I have come here with the intention of meeting Vice Admiral Karp." Upon hearing this declaration, the soldiers' expressions shifted to one of perplexity. "Is there a problem? If we have trespassed upon some unwritten law, we shall depart at once," Aberg remarked, sensing the soldiers' disconcerted demeanor, which dimmed his hopes for a fruitful conversation. "How should we articulate this? It cannot be deemed a breach of decorum, can it?" he pondered. "Should we speak the truth? It seems that Vice Admiral Karp and Lieutenant Rhodes have not previously mentioned this matter as something that must remain confidential. Indeed, it appears we can disclose this information." The soldiers concluded after a brief deliberation, addressing the two individuals at sea. "Vice Admiral Karp is not aboard the ship. Lieutenant Rhodes has assumed command of the warship. Moreover, prior to your arrival, Lieutenant Rhodes had already sought you out, Mr. Mayor." Having conveyed their message, the soldiers leaned curiously against the railing, eager to observe the expressions on the faces of the two. "What, Karifa, you were aware of this news?" Aberg exclaimed in surprise, realizing he had misjudged the situation. He had initially thought they had committed some faux pas, only to discover that Vice Admiral Karp was indeed absent from the ship, and command had shifted to a mere lieutenant. What astonished him further was that Lieutenant Rhodes had sought him out. This seemed implausible, as he had come directly from Dock 1 and had not encountered anyone in naval attire along the way. Additionally, the citizens he passed had not relayed any such information to him. If my analysis is correct, Lieutenant Rhodes must have taken refuge elsewhere, conveniently avoiding an encounter with me. I surmise they must have gone to Rena Blue. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to remain unaware of the multitude of naval soldiers appearing in the streets of Water 7. Khalifa adjusted her glasses. Contemplating the reasons behind this situation, it was likely that Rhodes had some understanding of Water 7. Otherwise, an outsider, newly arrived in Water 7, would have no inkling of what a blue truly was. Moreover, the establishment that rented out blues was not far from here, spacious enough that if the soldiers entered, the external world would remain oblivious to the happenings within, leading to their current predicament. The truth is that Rhodas, accompanied by the Navy, had swiftly gone to rent a blue. During the time they were engaged in this transaction, the Iceberg and his companions happened to traverse the river that led to the rental area. By the time Iceberg and his group had passed, Rhodas had only just completed the rental, thus causing the two parties to miss each other. The citizens encountered by Iceberg had not witnessed Rhodas and his men renting a blue, leading them to believe that the Navy was still aboard their warship, naturally providing Iceberg with information about the ship's docking in the bay. "We must return immediately, Khalifa. Thank you all for the information." Iceberg expressed his gratitude to the soldiers and instructed Khalifa to turn the blue around. Heading back, the Navy had arrived at dock number 1. While he had come to the bay, uncertain of who this Lieutenant Rhodas might be, hoping he was not an arrogant individual. How amusing. What do you suppose Lieutenant Rhodas's expression is like now? A soldier, observing the urgency in the two individuals, couldn't help but envision the scene of Rhodas at the dock, sharing a gleeful moment with his fellow soldiers. He must be quite upset. I've heard that Lieutenant Rhodas is known at headquarters as the Glutton. Perhaps his visit to Water 7 is merely an excuse to dine with the mayor under the pretense of pursuing pirates, another soldier chimed in, recalling numerous tales he had heard about Lieutenant Rhodas at headquarters. Given Rhodas's clear objectives, he couldn't help but suspect that the lieutenant was indeed motivated by the prospect of food, especially after such a prolonged voyage at sea. However, delicacies on land are costly, and it would be unlikely for Lieutenant Rhodas to part with his coins willingly, hence directing his attention towards the local mayor, whom he had heard was quite wealthy. Being the head of the shipyard, Lieutenant Rhodas truly has unfortunate luck, doesn't he? They laughed heartily. Indeed, they all shared a hearty laugh, imagining Rhodas's frustrated visage. Having spent considerable time with Lieutenant Rhodas, they knew that such a scenario was entirely plausible, as they had witnessed his voracious appetite firsthand. Report to Lieutenant Rhodas, we have discovered the Iron Hook pirate crew, led by Captain Golden Hook, who has a bounty of 3,000 berries. They are currently located on West Street. Please advise. The soldiers discovered Rhodas indulging in sweet delicacies at a dessert shop, reporting the pirate intelligence they had gathered. Oh, a mere 30 million berries for such a small fry daring to come to Water 7. I shall apprehend him immediately. Inform the other comrades to seize that fellow's ship. It is our prize and must not be squandered by the local shipyard. Additionally, inquire with Dock 1 about where they procure timber. We shall dismantle the Iron Hook pirate crew's vessel. The wood should fetch a decent sum of berries. This money will serve as provisions for everyone. Upon hearing the mention of pirates, Rhodas promptly initiated a division of labor, eager to seize the opportunity before it slipped away. He invested his savings in procuring materials for explosives from Buggy. After paying off his debts to Blue, he found himself with just enough to indulge in a few desserts. This time, he was determined to bolster his modest treasury, while also allowing his soldiers to earn a little extra coin. He paid little heed to the Navy's decrepit regulations. All he recognized was that his men risked their lives to capture pirates. If they managed to secure a substantial share of the spoils, what harm was there in that? It was certainly preferable to the actions of those Navy personnel who colluded with pirates. Furthermore, it wasn't as if he intended to forego remitting the required bounty to headquarters. He merely intended to reduce the amount slightly. Rhodas, relying on his own efforts, ensured that his soldiers benefited from their labor, and he found solace in his conscience, feeling no sense of indebtedness to anyone. Understood, Lieutenant Rhodas. I shall proceed to Dock 1 to inquire, one soldier responded. Lieutenant Rhodas, I will gather our scattered brethren immediately. Another added. Upon hearing Rhodas's directives, the soldiers divided into 3 teams, each embarking on their respective missions. Let us depart and discover what manner of fool this Golden Hook might be. Should he lack the bounty that satisfies me, I shall make him regret his choice of piracy. Lotus, with an ice cream cone in hand, spoke to the soldiers, his face alight with joy. The desserts here are delightful, yet they pale in comparison to the taste of meat. If this Golden Hook were a miser, I would have given him a good thrashing. How can a pirate be so destitute? It truly tarnishes the reputation of our profession. Indeed, they are in that direction. The soldiers nodded in agreement, guiding Lotus towards the Iron Hook pirate crew. They too hoped that this crew would be prosperous, otherwise their share of the bounty would be meager. After all, they wished for their pursuance of justice to also fill their coffers. Chapter 80. The Iron Hook Pirate Crew. My little ones, drink to your heart's content. Once we have filled the record pointer, we shall set sail for Sabaody Archipelago. The captain of the Iron Hook pirate crew, known as the Golden Hook, caressed his golden hook with a look of rapture upon his face. He intended to use this hook to proclaim to the world who the next pirate king would be. Naturally, Captain, you are the strongest. None shall claim the title of pirate king but you. One of the pirates gazed in admiration at his captain, his eyes practically sparkling. Ha ha ha, I appreciate your insight. Golden Hook chuckled heartily, his large yellowed teeth gleaming in the tavern's light. I hope, my friend, that you too can amass wealth akin to that of the pirate king. Otherwise, my soldiers may very well drag you back to the warship today. Just as the Golden Hook was indulging in laughter, a voice rang out from the tavern's entrance, swiftly followed by a brick that flew directly towards the captain's prominent teeth. Crack! Ah! The sound of the brick shattering coincided with the captain's wail. And soon the patrons of the tavern witnessed the door being pushed open. A towering figure, over 4 meters tall, adorned with black and white horns and draped in a naval cloak, strode in, golden hair glinting as he wielded a hammer, casting a menacing gaze upon the prostrate Golden Hook. Navy, brothers, arm yourselves. The pirates of the Iron Hook crew, seeing that the newcomer was a naval officer, immediately scrambled to grasp their weapons, aiming their firearms at the entrance. Val Navy, today, Golden Hook shall make you comprehend my might. Golden Hook spat out several broken teeth. His face twisted with malice as he glared at the naval officer, determined to make this despicable foe understand the consequences of crossing him. You lot, dressed in such disarray, causing disturbances wherever you go. Surrender now, and I shall send you to impel down. Otherwise, it will be too late. The officer added, and you foolish blockhead. Your words are as clear as a wind tunnel. I barely caught what you said. Lotus found it quite amusing to observe the group of pirates armed with flintlock guns aimed at him. Such trivial toys might suffice against commoners. But for someone of his caliber, they might as well be using sea stone bullets. And what of that individual, whose incessant rambling resembled the noise of a blower? What was he prattling on about? If he could not articulate his thoughts, perhaps he should write them down. Listening to him was exhausting. And with such a meager band of pirates, barely numbering 30, what audacity did they possess to challenge him? Such arrogant fools, they were doomed. Upon hearing Lotus's disdainful remarks, the Golden Hook pirate immediately raised his golden hook and charged at Lotus. The other pirates of the Iron Hook crew revealed cruel smiles at this display. Their captain, wielding the Golden Hook, appeared ready for a direct confrontation, yet his true intention was to activate the mechanism of the hook to launch it at Lotus. While the hidden sword beneath the Golden Hook lay in wait to ambush his opponent. Boring as they were, it was fortunate there was something of value amidst them. Lotus observed the subtle antics of the Golden Hook fellow and remarked with a hint of boredom that, fortunately, the title of Golden was not merely for show. At the very least, his hook was crafted from gold, making this venture worthwhile. Lotus swung his mighty hammer, executing a swift maneuver that left a fleeting shadow in his wake. He closed the distance to the Golden Iron Hook and delivered a devastating blow. The air buzzed incessantly, reminiscent of countless bees buzzing around his ears, before the Golden Iron Hook collapsed to the ground, its lips curling into a sinister grin. So feeble, yet still daring to flaunt itself, inviting confrontation. Lotus hefted the hammer in his hand, appreciating its satisfying weight. However, the Golden Iron Hook could withstand only a single blow, leaving him unable to unleash a flurry of strikes. As the Golden Hook fell, the crew of the Iron Hook pirates finally grasped the situation. With mouths agape and faces etched with disbelief, they stared at their fallen captain. In an instant, they gathered together, trembling, and stammered at the figure of Lotus standing at the entrance. Do not approach, unless you wish to see the tavern owner perish. You are a naval officer, are you not? Surely, you are bound to protect the innocent. Let us go, and we shall spare his life. The pirates brandished their firearms at the tavern owner, having realized that this naval officer posed no threat with merely his outdated musket. Thus, they resorted to using him as a hostage for leverage. Oh, is that so? You certainly are amusing, Lotus replied. Lotus cast a glance at the tavern keeper, who was busily polishing a glass, and nearly burst into laughter. These fools. Whom do they consider as hostages? If they intended to kill this tavern keeper, he would certainly not intervene. On the contrary, should they carry out such an act, he would seize this golden hook-handed fellow alone and set them all free. Noble Admiral, save me, I do not wish to perish, Bruno exclaimed, placing the glass down and raising his hands high, his face a mask of terror, resembling a commoner threatened and seeking refuge from the authorities. Had Lotus not been aware of this man's true identity, he might have been deceived. Bruno, a member of CP9, possessing a combat power of 820, and a user of the door fruit, capable of opening portals anywhere, including human bodies, with the ultimate ability to create doors in thin air, seemingly with immense brute strength. His mission, to infiltrate Water 7 for 5 years under the guise of a tavern keeper to acquire confidential information. If Rhodes recalled correctly, this individual was indeed Bruno. It appeared that all spies were adept performers, convincingly masquerading as ordinary citizens. Hey, do you no longer need your boss? Rhodes glanced at the golden iron hook lying on the ground and, with a swift kick, sent the discarded melon peel flying towards the crew of melon peel pirates. Since Bruno wished to maintain his secrecy, Rhodes was disinclined to stir up trouble. Their encounter was purely coincidental. Quickly, go catch the captain. The pirates, upon seeing the golden iron hook soar through the air, could not help but reveal expressions of delight. Indeed, these champions of justice had yielded under the threat to their hostage, and here came their captain. How splendid! Once they escaped this place and awaited their captain's awakening, they could embark on their grand journey anew. Life's path is fraught with setbacks, yet they believed that overcoming this trial would lead them to smoother sailing ahead. The crew of the Iron Hook pirates hurriedly reached out to grasp their captain, oblivious to the fact that Rhodes's figure, left behind, was gradually becoming indistinct. Bang! Bang! As Rhodes wielded his hammer with all his might, a magnificent home run was struck, sending a multitude of his pirate crew soaring through the air. Utterly oblivious to the spectacle, the sound of crashing debris echoed crack, thud, thud, as rubble fell to the ground, producing a crisp resonance. The once dimly lit tavern was instantly illuminated, though the gaping hole in the roof would surely allow rain to pour in during inclement weather. Fear not for your safety any longer, dear proprietor. And there is no need for gratitude. This is merely our duty as Navy men. Now, I must take my leave. Farewell. After Rothes concluded his remarks, he strode towards the entrance, addressing the soldiers stationed by the door. Ensure you ascertain where those pirates have fled to. Your task is to locate them. Whoever finds them will claim the bounty upon them. Additionally, seize them as well, and if the situation proves troublesome, do not hesitate to bring back their heads. Once more, I must emphasize the importance of safety. Oh, and immediately retrieve that pirate captain. He possesses a golden hook that belongs to me. Do not dare to keep it for yourselves. Very well, I shall take my leave. After Rhodes divulged everything, he promptly fled. It was no jest. He had demolished half of the tavern and could not afford to wait for Bruno to demand compensation. Although his actions were aimed at apprehending pirates, Bruno was keen on concealing his identity and might very well seek reparation, which Rhodes was keen to avoid at all costs, especially from the foolish officials of the world government. Thus, it was prudent to escape while Bruno was momentarily distracted rather than waiting for the new year. Chapter 81. A meeting with terrifying prowess. The ability to wield the 6 styles with such unparalleled mastery. Who exactly is this Navy officer? I had never heard of him before. Bruno surveyed the half-destroyed tavern, feeling no sorrow but rather astonishment at Rhodes's strength. He had not been aware of such formidable individuals among the younger generation of the Navy. It seemed that they were not to be underestimated. Just moments ago, when Rhodes executed the shave technique, Bruno had failed to notice until it was all over. Clearly, his prolonged engagement in undercover work had dulled his vigilance, a serious concern that he must report to Lucci. Evidently, the world government's intelligence apparatus was sufficiently funded, as no one had come to demand compensation from him. Having fled for a considerable distance, Rhodes sensed no unusual occurrences behind him and let out a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that Bruno would approach him for reparations, which would have placed him in a rather awkward position. Fortunately, it appeared that was not the case. Having dealt with a foolish pirate, he had acquired a golden hook, which, for now, seemed quite valuable. Now, he intended to inspect the loot from the pirate ship of this foolish crew, hoping it would not disappoint. Mayor, please slow down. Just as Rhodes prepared to see if the soldiers had managed to secure the pirate ship of the Iron Hook crew, he heard this plea. Turning around, he spotted a man with a slicked-back hairstyle, dressed in a suit, rushing toward him, closely followed by a professionally attired woman, who had just uttered the previous words. Good day, Mr. Mayor. I wonder what brings you to seek my presence? Rhodes presumed that the esteemed mayor had sought him out. Thus, when the iceberg unexpectedly loomed before him, he boldly inquired, greetings, Mr. Navy. The iceberg, taken aback by this sudden query, paused momentarily. Truth be told, he had arrived here only after hearing the commotion in this vicinity. He had just received news from a soldier at the tavern and had hastened to this location with the intention of urging Rhodes to temper his fervor and cease the disturbances. However, Rhodes's abrupt question left the iceberg momentarily speechless. The words he had prepared now lodged uncomfortably in his throat. Mr. Mayor, did you come to inquire about the events at the tavern? Rhodes smiled and inquired, noting that Iceberg's urgent summons must pertain to matters concerning the tavern. Otherwise, he would likely be at the company, instructing the crew. Indeed, I have just received news of a skirmish between your navy and pirates at the tavern. And I rushed over immediately, Iceberg replied, nodding as he steadied his breath and gradually articulated his purpose for coming. It appears that the Iron Hook pirate crew has taken the tavern owner hostage. Upon receiving this information, I brought the navy here to rescue him. For it is our duty to apprehend pirates and safeguard the populace. There is no need for further gratitude, Mr. Mayor. On another note, during my visit, I intended to discuss the situation in Water 7 regarding the rampant piracy. Might you have a moment to converse? Let us find a suitable place to dine and chat. Rothus pondered briefly before recounting the events he had meticulously packaged to Iceberg. In Rothus's narrative, he described how he, accompanied by the navy, rescued a tavern owner who had been taken hostage by pirates. In their fervor to save the man, the navy regrettably caused damage to the tavern. As for the reasons behind the tavern owner's abduction, Rothus feigned ignorance, stating that he was not privy to the affairs of the Iron Hook pirates. When questioned about Iceberg's belief in his story, Rothus asserted that his own conviction sufficed. To deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. Having mentally replayed the recent events, he became increasingly convinced that his version was indeed accurate. I truly appreciate your assistance, Navy gentlemen. Iceberg expressed gratefully upon hearing Rothus's account. Upon arriving at the tavern, Iceberg could discern little beyond the structural remnants of what once was. The roof appeared as if it had been forcibly dismantled, and the owner was nowhere to be found. The only certainty remained that the owner was safe, though his current whereabouts were unknown. Without the owner's testimony, and with the surrounding populace only aware of fragmented details, after all, they would not venture into a tavern rife with pirates. Iceberg instinctively accepted Rothus's words as truth. He felt compelled to express his gratitude and extended an invitation for Rothus to join him for dinner. Rothus was quite pleased with Iceberg's attitude, and rightly so. He had dealt with a notorious pirate that had been suffocating the citizens of the City of Water. Such treatment was indeed warranted. Mayor, should we not confirm the situation? Califa whispered as she adjusted her glasses, leaning closer to Iceberg. As a spy secretly cultivated by the world government, it was customary for her to scrutinize conversations and their content meticulously. Although Rothus's words appeared logical and well-founded at first glance, a closer examination revealed several inconsistencies, prompting Califa to feel the necessity of a thorough investigation. There is no need for that, Iceberg replied softly, while also noticing the significant gaze from Rothus. He couldn't help but cough awkwardly and smiled at Rothus, saying, Mr. Navy, please do not misunderstand. Our relationship is not of that nature. Califa was merely inquiring about my dining arrangements. Not at all, I understand, Rothus replied. Rothus nodded, a broader smile gracing his lips. Explanation merely veils the truth. For none of us are children anymore. Some things he understands. It is truly not as you perceive. Iceberg, upon witnessing such an expression from Rothus, could not help but feel that his attempts at clarification might only deepen the misunderstanding, leaving him with a wry smile. Nevertheless, he harbored no desire to elaborate further, as he realized he could not alter the other's perspective. Regarding Califa's words, Iceberg deemed further investigation unnecessary. He certainly did not wish to provoke discord between the parties involved. In his view, the current situation was quite satisfactory, and as for the reality of the matter, he had his own insights. He now merely hoped to keep a watchful eye on this naval officer. Rest assured, I shall not speak of it. By the way, shall we dine together? I have recently gleaned advanced naval philosophies and a resolute commitment to combating evil from Admiral Carp. This occasion presents a perfect opportunity for me to promote these ideas. Compared to idle gossip, Rothus favored satiating his hunger. Consequently, he swiftly shifted the conversation from the private life of the Iceberg to the topic of the evening meal. After all, he was on a mission to champion the cause of naval righteousness, and how could he do so without like-minded companions? Upon glancing at the Iceberg, he recognized him as an ally in the pursuit of justice. For the stability of the ocean and the peace of the world, he resolved to enlighten the Iceberg about the noble endeavors of the Navy, while also enlisting his support. Perhaps he could offer a modest contribution of food to ensure that this hunger-stricken champion of justice could dine heartily. Very well, the Iceberg replied with a smile, though a sense of perplexity lingered in his heart. Had the Navy recently introduced something new? How could he, the mayor, be so uninformed? Was the intelligence of his city, the Water City, truly so outdated? Let us depart swiftly then, he suggested, glancing at the sky and noting that time was of the essence. Rothus exclaimed with delight. remarking that such a meal was indeed a rare find, and he needed to finalize matters quickly to avoid prolonged uncertainties. "Ah, splendid," he said. Iceberg nodded and led Rhodas towards the restaurant, somewhat startled by Rhodas's exuberance, pondering whether the Navy was truly impoverished. After all, it was merely a meal. Yet this naval officer appeared immensely pleased. He contemplated whether he should offer a shipment of provisions to this officer as a means of fostering camaraderie. It seemed this naval officer could be easily befriended, and a generous gift of food might indeed be a worthwhile endeavor. Chapter 82. The Frankie family. The clown buggy had a bounty of 15 million berries. In the shadows, Frankie family's captain, ZBI, held a wanted poster. Observing Buggy and his crew ambling down the street, a smile creeping across his lips. They were indeed a fine quarry, presenting themselves on a silver platter. Although the 15 million berries were a far cry from the amount needed for Frankie's grand aspirations, diligent accumulation would surely lead to success. Captain ZBI, shall we make our move now? This group appears feeble, resembling a troupe of circus performers. They should be easily dispatched, suggested other members of the Frankie family. Eager to take action, convinced that a band who looked like mere entertainers could be easily subdued. Patience, let us wait a while longer, ZBI replied, surveying the surroundings. He deemed it prudent to strike in a more secluded corner to avoid causing unnecessary destruction. Captain Buggy, it seems we are being watched. Kabaji remarked with a grin to the crew member at the forefront, having noticed some peculiar individuals trailing behind them since earlier. Their demeanor suggested ill intent. Ha ha. Is that so? It appears a group of arrogant fools intends to bring harm to your captain. Buggy chuckled dismissively, glancing back at the sneaky figures with a carefree demeanor. A bunch of imbeciles who cannot even discern their own identities dares to challenge me, Buggy. They truly know not what they tread upon. For years, I, Captain Buggy, have navigated the treacherous waters of piracy. Have I not encountered countless bounty hunters seeking my head? And yet, here I stand, alive and well. Does that not speak volumes? Captain Buggy, allow me to deal with these fools, Machi volunteered, riding on Leaky. He had been on the receiving end of Buggy's wrath for days, and he was eager to channel his pent-up frustrations onto these oblivious adversaries. No, no, no. You mustn't engage them. I still hope to extract a profit from them. Buggy countered. Baki raised a finger and shook it at Machi, having just returned to the warship after their purchases, only to discover that numerous soldiers were discussing their recent gains. Upon inquiry, he learned that Rhodas had instructed the soldiers to capture a band of pirates and divide the spoils of their bounty and the value of their ship. Realizing he had missed out on a lucrative opportunity, Baki lamented the excessive time he had spent shopping, for otherwise, he too could have claimed a substantial share of the bounty. However, he soon recognized a chance to compensate for his loss, and his spirits lifted. A bounty hunter, you say? Capturing pirates for profit, indeed. Surely, they must possess a considerable sum of berries. As this thought crossed his mind, a sinister smile crept upon his lips. Currently, Baki was working under the Navy's auspices, not as a notoriously ruthless pirate. If these pirates dared to make a move, he merely needed to inform Rhodas, who would undoubtedly be eager to eradicate this nest of pirate hunters. After all, through their prolonged interactions, Baki had discerned that Rhodas resembled a pirate far more than he himself did. Thus, he was confident that Rhodas would seize this splendid opportunity. Reap a profit? Machi scratched his head, perplexed, muttering to himself. Could they truly extract any benefit from these ragtag individuals who appeared even more destitute than themselves? He glanced at his companions trailing behind him, feeling that they were impoverished beyond measure. Captain Zambai, shall we make our move now? The members of the Frankie family, witnessing Baki's crew retreating to a secluded area, began to crack their knuckles, itching for action. Yes, let us strike. Zambai, sensing the opportune moment, swiftly drew his blade and charged towards Baki's group, his subordinates following suit, shouting, "We are the fearsome Frankie family. Clown Baki, surrender your head for 15 million berries." A bunch of tiresome fools, Baki mused, hoping to glean some berries from them. He regarded the peculiar assortment of individuals charging towards him with a sense of boredom. Captain Baki was a consumer of the split fruit powers, utterly unfazed by swords. How audacious of them to approach him wielding blades. They were indeed courting death. Machi. Kabaji, step aside. I shall deal with these oblivious fools. Baki extracted a dagger from his person and gestured for his subordinates to withdraw, intent on demonstrating his terrifying prowess to those who dared to confront him so brazenly. Yes, Captain Baki. Upon hearing their leader's command, Kabaji and Machi promptly retreated to the sidelines, prepared to witness the unfolding spectacle. They observed the approaching figure wielding a long knife and immediately recognized that Captain Buggy could effortlessly handle the situation. As expected, moments later, Buggy reassembled his dismembered upper body and strolled leisurely towards the bloodied Zambai and his crew, laughing heartily, "Ha ha ha. I am a user of the chop-chop fruit. To think you would dare to wield swords against me is utterly premature by a millennium. Do not celebrate too soon. Brother Frankie will not let you off easily." Zambai retorted through clenched teeth. It was no surprise that their attacks had proven futile. This clown Buggy was indeed a devil fruit user. However, Zambai thought, this fool should not revel for too long, as Frankie would certainly seek revenge for them. "Ahaha, is that so? Then I shall await your Frankie with great anticipation. You lot, incapacitate these fools and bring them aboard the warship. We are off to find Rhodas." Buggy was uninterested in further listening to Zambai's prattle. He was determined to consult Rhodas on how to dismantle the so-called Frankie family. After all, a family that claimed to be one ought to possess some wealth. Yes, Captain Buggy. Upon receiving Buggy's command, Kabeji and his crew swiftly subdued and bound Zambai's group with remarkable efficiency. "Captain Buggy, where shall we find Rhodas now?" Kabeji inquired after dealing with the group. "First, take these ruffians to the warship. I will seek out Rhodas myself," Buggy replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He knew Rhodas's whereabouts, but, considering Rhodas's policy of sharing spoils, Buggy deemed it prudent for there to be fewer witnesses. The fewer people present, the greater the bounty he would secure from Rhodas upon capturing this Frankie family. As for why the esteemed Buggy did not personally apprehend Frankie's crew, it was simply because he was not foolish enough to challenge Rhodas while he was busy apprehending pirates in Water 7. After all, Frankie's family was still a family. Capturing its leader would certainly attract attention, leading to questions about whether Rhodas would claim him or not. If Rhodas chose not to apprehend him, suspicions would arise among the citizens of Water 7. Conversely, if he did capture him, there would be procedural complexities. Would Captain Buggy surrender outright or hesitate before doing so? Surrendering immediately appeared disgraceful, yet delaying might provoke Rhodas, a man known for his cunning nature. After considerable contemplation, Buggy resolved to concede a minor setback and allow Rhodas to capture Frankie. After all, it was merely a family within Water 7, and Buggy was confident that Rhodas could easily concoct a reason to deal with them. Chapter 83. Dining Mr. Mayor, let me assure you, we in the Navy are more than willing to assist cities like Water 7 that suffer greatly from pirate scourge. Furthermore, I am stationed at the forefront of the Grand Line. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall endeavor to resolve them for you. Excuse me, could you please bring the waiter over? The wine here is quite exquisite. I would like to order another 10 barrels. Lotus sat opposite the iceberg, his hands incessantly shoveling food into his mouth while engaging in conversation with the icy behemoth. He fervently assured the iceberg that it could reach out to him should any matters arise, all the while summoning the waiter to bring forth more dishes. "Are you certain, esteemed guest? Once our food and beverages are served, they cannot be returned." The waiter approached Lotus with palpable excitement, confirming repeatedly. Given the guest's considerable order of food and drink, the waiter was entitled to a commission according to the establishment's rules. However, he remained exceedingly cautious to ensure everything was in order. "Consider your words, for it is the mayor of your illustrious city of 7 Waters who has invited me to dine. Do you truly believe that such a dignitary would default on his obligations?" With a brazen demeanor, Rhodas unabashedly remarked, ensuring the waiter caught sight of the esteemed mayor seated across from him. "This is the mayor of your illustrious city, 7 Waters. While I, Rhodas, may escape, it is certain that your mayor shall not. Do you, as a mere servant, truly believe that such a dignified mayor could flee? Furthermore, this esteemed mayor is a man of wealth. He would not tarnish his reputation over a trifling sum. In his view, the president of the shipyard, Iceberg, must possess assets amounting to several million belly. This modest meal would merely cause him a slight discomfort." "Mayor?" the waiter inquired, casting a questioning glance at the mayor, whose gaze seemed distant. "Shall I serve him?" "Go ahead," Iceberg replied, his expression taut, as if he had expended all his strength. The implication that the esteemed mayor would ever default on payment was disconcerting. It seemed this fellow had him cornered. Gazing at the towering pile of dishes, Iceberg resigned himself to the fact that 10 barrels of wine were no longer an issue. After all, he was destined to incur a significant expense this time around. "Very well, please hold on." Upon receiving the mayor's affirmation, the waiter's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried off to the kitchen to prepare the drinks. "The mayor is truly generous. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the Navy." Rhodas raised his wine barrel in gratitude towards the iceberg, truly a commendable mayor. Aware of Rhodes's arduous journey at sea, he took the initiative to prepare a grand feast to honor him. Indeed, genuine affection exists among humanity, and warmth permeates every corner of the world. "Oh, not at all," replied Captain Rhodes, though inwardly he contemplated a hasty retreat. This Rhodes was quite the Epicurean. And if this continued, even if the restaurant offered a discount out of respect for him, he would soon find himself unable to afford the meal. "Not yet, Your Excellency. Are you planning to order more for me? I truly apologize for the inconvenience." Rhodes scratched his head, a sheepish smile adorning his face, resembling a simpleton from the countryside, displaying that bashful demeanor when queried. "Well, please eat first. We can order more once you are finished." Upon hearing Rhodes' response, Iceberg nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He pondered whether Rhodes was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending not to grasp the implications of his words, responding in such an unexpected manner. It seemed that Rhodes was not only a hearty eater and drinker, but also particularly shameless and incorrigible. Just as Iceberg wore a troubled expression, Karifa emerged from the kitchen. Approaching him directly, leaning in close, she whispered, "Mayor, I have just conferred with the owner of this establishment, and he is willing to offer us a 40 discount. Is that so? I am immensely grateful to him," Iceberg replied, his previously listless gaze suddenly brightening with the prospect that the discounted price would allow him to spend significantly fewer Bailey. "However, Mayor, the situation is not looking optimistic. This naval officer seems to possess an extraordinary appetite." Karifa adjusted her glasses, reminding the beleaguered mayor of this harsh reality. She had not anticipated such voracity from this naval officer. The sight of the numerous plates had startled her, and she had barely stepped away when the pile had grown so extensive. Sighing, Iceberg, who had initially been buoyed by the good news, was swiftly disheartened by Karifa's poignant words, succumbing to a lament. Indeed, she spoke the truth. Rhodes' insatiable appetite rendered any discount, even in 90 reduction, insufficient to cope with his relentless consumption. He lamented his earlier lapse in judgment that had led him to unwittingly acquiesce to Rhodes' dining proposal. "Lieutenant Rhodes, I have something to report." Just as Iceberg and Karifa were conversing, a soldier dashed into the restaurant, coming to a halt before Rhodes, saluting as he delivered his message. What is it?" Rhodes paused momentarily in his act of consuming food, casting a puzzled glance at the soldier before him. Surely, the soldier must have known that he preferred not to be disturbed while dining. "Indeed, Captain Rhodes," the soldier replied, sensing Rhodes' confusion. He leaned closer, whispering the details of the matter. It seems I shall not be able to enjoy my meal after all." Rhodes dabbed his mouth with a napkin, feeling somewhat speechless. He had yet to confront Francie, yet this fellow had already set his sights on the foolish Bucky. Now, inspired by this encounter, Bucky had turned his attention to Francie as well. This presented Rhodes with a perplexing dilemma. On one hand, the opportunity to intervene felt too good to pass up. Yet on the other, he lamented the thought of foregoing such a delectable meal. After a moment's contemplation, Rhodes ultimately decided to forego the sumptuous feast. After all, meals could be savored at any time, but such a fortuitous occasion and excuse were rare indeed. Duty called, and as a naval officer, he must adhere to the principles of propriety. "Captain Rhodes, do you have pressing matters to attend to?" Iceberg inquired, suppressing his inner excitement as he observed Rhodes's actions. The way Rhodes wiped his mouth and spoke suggested he had matters to handle, which was splendid news, hinting that he might not continue his meal. "Indeed, Mr. Mayor." Rhodes nodded, casting a glance at the visibly delighted Iceberg, pondering that if Iceberg were aware of his true intentions, he might not be quite so cheerful. After all, he was on his way to apprehend his junior apprentice. Was Iceberg truly justified in his exuberance? "Well then, Mr. Rhodes, please take care on your journey. I shall not see you off any further," Iceberg remarked with a smile, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him. At last, he had managed to bid farewell to this harbinger of misfortune, which brought him great joy. He had nearly feared for his financial ruin. "Thank you for your hospitality. Until we meet again," he added. After bidding farewell to the Iceberg, Lotties followed the soldiers in search of Bucky. Having apprehended Frankie, he intended to depart from Water 7. For the prospect of confronting the Iceberg later would be quite awkward. After all, attending a meal hosted by someone whose disciple he had just captured would be rather indelicate. "Mayor, since Lieutenant Lotties has taken his leave, shall we proceed with the evening's affairs?" Khalifa adjusted her glasses and retrieved a notebook, appearing ready to peruse the mayor's plans for the night. "Hold on, Khalifa. I wish to return to the dock." Upon observing Khalifa's demeanor, the Iceberg waved his hand dismissively. He had little interest in political matters and preferred the allure of ships over the tedium of governance. Very well, Mayor. Upon hearing the iceberg's words, Khalifa promptly tore up the plan, concluding that since the mayor was disinterested in the evening's arrangements, there was no need for her to be overly concerned. Chapter 84. Speech. Where have Zambai and the others gone? Why have they yet to return? Frankie, seated upon the chair of his household, glanced around in bewilderment. His younger brothers were present, yet Zambai and his crew were conspicuously absent. Brother Frankie, Zambai must have set his sights on someone. Which is why they have not returned yet, replied Kiwi, slightly intoxicated. Have you forgotten that this has happened before? Isn't it common for them to go missing like this? Indeed, Brother Frankie. You need not worry. Zambai and his crew are fine. We shall see them by morning. Maz added in agreement. Those fellows are typically quite mysterious, only returning once their tasks are complete. Oh, is that so? Perhaps I am simply overly anxious. Ha ha ha. Frankie, upon hearing the comforting words from the sisters, rubbed his metallic nose, realizing that he might indeed have been a tad too worried, and erupted into an unrefined laugh. Wait a moment. I shall eliminate that Frankie in an instant and send him to the Naval Branch's prison for 5 or 6 years. You all are to seize whatever belongings they have that we can take and dismantle anything that can be disassembled, understood? Our naval code dictates that we do not take anything from the populace, but the Frankie family is clearly not upstanding, so as long as we avoid severe harm. Inflicting superficial injuries is permissible, understood? Rothis stood in the open space, gazing at the 20 or so soldiers before him, and spoke with a gravity that was meant to alleviate any moral burdens they might bear. He did this all for Frankie's sake, to prevent him from being discovered by CP9, which could lead to dire consequences for Iceberg. Iceberg, the honest man that he was, ought to have been more cautious, especially knowing the folly of his apprentice. Had he forgotten how his master, Mr. Tom, had met his demise? It was indeed rather amusing that a fisherman would name himself after a cat. The moment Rothis thought of the name Tom, he couldn't help but recall that all-powerful feline. Suddenly, he felt his thoughts drifting. What had he been considering? Rothis tapped his forehead, and in a moment of clarity, he remembered that he was here as a good man. Rothis prided himself on being grateful, helpful, and believing in repaying kindness with overflowing generosity. His actions were all for Frankie's benefit. Just look at Frankie, who, despite not being dead, refused to find a place to conceal his identity and instead paraded around Water 7. Although Frankie had undergone considerable transformation, if one were to compare his current appearance with photographs from his youth, one would find that he still bore a striking resemblance. Perhaps above 4 on a scale of similarity. What on earth was Frankie thinking, believing that he could change his name and identity in Water 7 without being discovered? If Frankie were to live quietly under a different name, perhaps he could evade detection until his last breath. However, just look at this foolish fellow and the antics he was up to in Water 7. His notoriety had reached an almost legendary status, especially due to his ship-repairing skills. If someone were to conduct a thorough investigation, it would be laughable to think that this fool could have eluded capture for so long. Frankie's continued freedom was largely due to CP9's discreet operations and their fixation on Iceberg. Moreover, they believed that Mr. Tom's young apprentice, Cutty Flam, had long since perished, which led them to dismiss any suspicion regarding Frankie's identity. Unlike others, Rothis was well versed in the details surrounding this fool. If one were to doubt him, Rothis could recite them at will. Frankie's original name was Cutty Flam. Abandoned by his parents at the age of 10 due to his hyperactive nature, he was taken in by Tom, who recognized his innate talent for crafting powerful weaponry. 8 years ago, the ships he had designed, including the 36 warships known as the Frankie Fighting, were misused by CP5's then commander, Spandam, leading to Tom being falsely accused of attacking a judicial ship and subsequently imprisoned in Eni's lobby. In an attempt to save Tom from the maritime train that was taking him away, Frankie sustained severe injuries. Fortunately, he was able to utilize the abundant steel from a nearby derelict ship, transforming himself into a cyborg powered by cola. His registration in the household records of Water 7 still bore the name Cutty Flam. Does the world government only recognize him as Cotty's? At that time, the Navy could not locate Frankie's body and thus declared him dead, yet no one else was aware of his moniker, Frankie. For years later, in the form of a cyborg, he reunited with his brother, Iceberg. Iceberg entrusted Cotty's with the design of the ancient weapon, Pluton, which had long been coveted by the world government, and implored him to forsake his birth name. Naturally, Cotty's refused to abandon his identity, and thereafter continued to reside on Water 7 under the name Frankie, establishing the Frankie family, which specialized in ship dismantling. If you were to inquire how Rhodas knows all this so well, he would tilt his head at a 45-degree angle, gazing into the sky with an air of profound mystery, and say, "Do you really think I would divulge that I learned it from Baidu? You must be dreaming. I, Rhodas, am an honest person, and, of course, I acquired this knowledge through my own intelligence network. If you ask me why I am so impressive, the answer is simple, because beauty is justice." After wandering through the expanse of the horizon, Lotus's thoughts finally returned to his mind. He was poised to utter something to the soldiers who stood at attention, when he suddenly sensed a malevolent gaze, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, fixated upon him. Rhodas followed the source of the cold, disdainful gaze and discovered Buggy squinting at him with contempt. This sight ignited a fierce indignation within Rhodas, who nearly retaliated with a slap to Buggy's face, hoping to impart a lesson on respect and hierarchy. After all, Rhodas was a champion of justice and a companion of the people. How could he endure such derision, especially from a base and shameless pirate? Nevertheless, considering the imminent need for teamwork to combat wickedness, he restrained his anger. It was vital to maintain a broader perspective when undertaking their mission. However, Rhodas would not let this incident slide easily. He resolved to record Buggy's affront in his mental ledger of retribution, vowing to settle the score at a more opportune moment. For Rhodas was no naive saint. He believed in addressing grievances promptly or allowing time to ensure his enemies met their demise. The notions of forgiveness and letting bygones be bygones were foreign to him. Truly, Buggy was a cunning and shameless individual, and it seemed that in this turbulent world, his naivety remained intact. Unbeknownst to Buggy, he had been noted for future reckoning by Rhodas, yet he continued to bask in his own self-satisfaction. Convinced that as Captain Buggy in this grand age of piracy, he remained true to his principles. When Buggy witnessed Rhodas addressing the soldiers with an air of righteousness and a commitment to serve the people, he nearly believed they were embarking on a noble quest to vanquish evil and uphold justice upon the seas. However, upon realizing that they merely sought a pretext to target the local tyrant, seize their bounty, and imprison the local lord under fabricated charges, Buggy felt a profound sense of failure in his piratical endeavors. Engaging in underhanded tactics, he found himself outmatched by even the naval forces. Despite his feelings of inadequacy, he could not help but scorn his adversaries. After all, he lacked their brute strength and could only resort to a gaze of disdain as a form of passive aggression. Chapter 85. Frankie's house. All right, everyone, let us encircle Frankie's house. Buggy, you should return to the warship. Your presence alongside us at Frankie's house could provoke unnecessary conflict. After Rhodas instructed the soldiers to encircle the residence of Frankie, he summoned Baki and advised him to return to the warship, lest he fall prey to the ever-watchful eyes of the press, who might capture an indiscreet moment and transform it into a sensational headline. Well, Rhodas. Baki nervously rubbed his hands together, his gaze cautiously fixed on Rhodas, fearful that a moment of displeasure might lead to his own unjust incarceration. Considering the information I've provided and the effort I've exerted, what do you say about my share? He ventured, seeking assurance. The private assets of the Frankie family will belong to you, while the possessions of the lower ranks will be divided between me and the soldiers. Do you find any objections to this arrangement? Rhodas cast a disdainful glance at Baki and articulated the distribution plan. This foolish Baki had offended him, and yet dared to seek a share of Bailey. How preposterous! However, laws govern nations, and families abide by their own rules. He had established the regulations that he himself must adhere to. Hence, Rhodas contemplated a cunning maneuver against Baki. For Baki surely believed that the head of the Frankie family was undoubtedly the wealthiest. Perhaps he was even reveling in that thought at this very moment. Really? Rhodas. A glimmer of gold from Bailey sparkled in Baki's eyes as he struggled to contain his excitement, asking, the head of a family must be the richest, right? With this share of Bailey, I am one step closer to escaping Rhodas. As for whether Rhodas would betray him, Baki had not the slightest concern. After all, not long ago, Rhodas had bestowed upon him a suitcase full of Bailey. If Rhodas were truly stingy, he would have confiscated the remaining Bailey from his purchases and assigned someone to surveil him. Of course, I, Rhodas, am an honest man. When have I ever failed to keep my word? Rhodas nodded, affirming the truth of his words. However, the wealth possessed by the head of the Frankie family was entirely contingent upon Bucky's fortune. If Rhodas recalled correctly, Frankie harbored a rather peculiar habit. He never kept money overnight. This meant that should Bucky search Frankie thoroughly, he would likely discover nothing more than 3 bottles of cola. After all, given Frankie's eccentric attire, it was almost ludicrous to think he could conceal any significant wealth. Nevertheless, this mattered little to Rhodas. All he sought were the blueprints concealed within Frankie's body. He had never harbored the illusion of extracting gold from a pauper. Thank you so much, Rhodus. I shall return to the warship now, awaiting your favorable news. Upon receiving Rhodus's encouraging reply, Bucky could hardly contain his delight. Promptly bidding farewell to Rhodus as he prepared to return to the warship in anticipation of good tidings. Go ahead, go ahead. Rhodus waved his hand, urging Buggy to leave quickly. He laughed heartily, but he wondered if he would still be so jovial when he caught Frankie later, in Frankie's residence. Frankie sat in the position of the head, joyfully hosting a gathering with his underlings. Suddenly, he heard the sound of orderly footsteps approaching, causing him to pause. Who among you will check what's happening outside? This sound of footsteps seems rather unusual. Let us go, Brother Frankie, the Block sisters, tipsy with drink, eagerly volunteered. They linked arms, swaying as they rose from their seats, and made their way to the door. You two come back. I'll go, Frankie said, observing their condition and immediately halting their movements. If enemies were to arrive, it would be problematic with them in such a state. It's fine, Brother Frankie. Perhaps it's the Zambai gang returning, they waved dismissively, appearing unconcerned. It's quite late. Those guys should be back by now. Besides, this is the stronghold of Frankie's family. Who would dare to act presumptuously here? I will check it out. Frankie felt a sense of unease and, disregarding the Block sisters' reassurances, rose from his chair and walked towards the door. Everyone, stop drinking. Let us follow Brother Frankie to see who is causing trouble here. The underlings of Frankie's family, seeing their leader stand up, quickly set down their bottles and followed him outside. As they stepped out, they were met by rows of soldiers clad in naval uniforms, armed with rifles, surrounding them. What is the meaning of this? We are not pirates. Lower your weapons. Do not point such dangerous things at my underlings. Frankie shouted at the soldiers, positioning himself protectively in front of the Block sisters. Why were the Navy surrounding Frankie's home? Were they aware of his true identity? As this thought crossed his mind, his expression grew solemn. His life was inconsequential, but he could not allow his innocent underlings to suffer. Indeed, what do you Navy officers intend to do? What do you want with Brother Frankie? This is the residence of Frankie. The underlings of Frankie's family, witnessing his actions, became fervent and shouted at the naval soldiers. Their Brother Frankie was the one who sheltered them from the storm. Such a leader was worth following for a lifetime. All right, let us not get too melodramatic. It's as if we Navy are some evil force bullying the innocent. Rhodes observed a rather melodramatic scene before him, feeling utterly speechless. He stepped out from behind the soldiers, questioning the fervor of the crowd, as if he were part of a nefarious scheme bent on silencing others. What do you intend to do? He inquired. Frankie, noticing the cloak of righteousness draped over Rhodes, recognized that a person of significance had arrived and thus posed the question. What do you wish to achieve? Surely, you are well aware. The soldiers proceeded to elucidate the rationale for their presence to the members of Frankie's household, who were implicated in the assault on the naval vessel and the conspiracy to harm Mr. Baki, the naval artillery research expert. Rhodes waved his hand, summoning a soldier to elucidate to Frankie the reason for their visit. As for why Lieutenant Rhodes himself did not provide the explanation, it was simply because having a subordinate convey the message exuded a certain elegance. Very well, Lieutenant Rhodes, the soldier acknowledged, immediately setting down his firearm and retrieving a sheet of A4 paper from his pocket. He cleared his throat before proclaiming loudly, Today, a group associated with Frankie was apprehended by the Navy while attacking Mr. Baki, an expert in naval artillery research. The captured individuals claimed they would not spare the Navy's warships and would continue their assaults. Consequently, the Navy believes that although Frankie may not be directly involved in this incident, for the sake of civilian safety in the city of Seven Waters and the stability of the seas, we kindly request Mr. Frankie of the Frankie family to accompany us for a brief discussion. We hope for your understanding. Now that you are all aware of the situation, we ask that you accompany us without resistance. Otherwise, we may have no choice but to consider this a premeditated and organized conspiracy. As Rhodes observed the soldier's words come to an end, he realized it was his moment to step forward. He spoke with a tone that was both threatening and cautionary. If Frankie possesses any wisdom, he should obediently accompany me, lest he endanger his comrades. Should he choose foolishness, he shall find himself cast in the role of the villain, serving as a lesson to Frankie, who, after such a prolonged stay in Water 7, seems to have forgotten the true power of the sea. Chapter 86. Departure. Do not slander us, you naval officers. It is inconceivable that they could commit such acts. They exclaimed. Indeed, you must be mistaken. Brother Frankie, do not let them deceive you. Kiwi and Moss fiercely grasped Frankie's arms, directing their ire towards the naval soldiers. It was evident that these naval officers were unjustly accusing them. Usually, they only dared to confront pirates, never the Navy. There was certainly a conspiracy at play. Perhaps the Navy sought to pin the blame on Brother Frankie for a significant price, a scenario they had witnessed frequently on the seas. At this moment, their only hope was that Brother Frankie would not be misled by the Navy, acting impulsively in a misguided attempt to protect them, thus willingly following the naval officers. They understood that should he do so, it was likely they would never see him again. Hey, what are you saying? Do not tarnish our reputation, Navy. We are not like you ruffians, causing chaos on the island and disturbing the peace of the citizens. If you were to inquire about your own reputation, you would soon realize how you are perceived by the very people you claim to protect. Rhodes expressed his disdain, questioning their self-awareness and audacity to lay blame upon their Navy. Although their reputation in Water 7 may not resemble that of a universally reviled pariah, it certainly leaves much to be desired. He could easily summon a local citizen who would articulate at least 3 misdeeds committed by the Frankie family, setting aside other matters. The mere act of Frankie parading about without proper attire and creating a cacophony would surely provoke the ire of the townsfolk. Such indecorous behavior not only tarnishes the city's image but also corrupts the youth, adversely impacting their development. Most grievously, their actions inflict psychological distress upon the already burdened citizens. Truly, their transgressions are unforgivable. In light of this, Frankie listened to Rhodes with an expression of serene composure. The Navy's assertions were not without merit. Their reputation in Water 7 was indeed tarnished. However, if it meant safeguarding this cherished locale, bearing a notorious name seemed a small price to pay. Today, for the sake of his beloved younger brothers, he might not be able to shield Water 7. But such is the weight of his responsibilities as the head of the family. Regardless of the missteps of his subordinates, it is his duty to bear the consequences. Releasing them was simply not an option, as they were the principal offenders. If he genuinely cared for his brethren, he should comply and accompany them. Otherwise, his younger brothers would also face charges as accomplices. It would be folly to release those rascals, for who could predict the scandal they might propagate in Water 7? Rumors might spread that this naval captain colluded with pirates to undermine local authority. Should such information leak, Rhodes would be stripped of his dignity. Perhaps even Admiral Carp would be the first to confront him. The implications of his actions, if revealed to the world government and the Navy, could lead to dire consequences. Thus, releasing them was out of the question. They must be confined to ensure the secrecy of his plans and avoid unnecessary complications. He had painstakingly evaded the attention of CP9 and could not afford to squander his efforts. Then you cannot harm Kiji and the others. I shall accompany you, Frankie declared through gritted teeth, infuriated by the audacity of the Navy to threaten the lives of his brothers. Indeed, the Navy was no different from the scoundrels who once harmed Mr. Tom, their methods indistinguishable. Ah, how rational you are. Let us proceed, Frankie. Rhodes chuckled heartily, appreciating that Frankie had taken the initiative to spare him considerable trouble. He certainly did not wish to attract excessive attention, especially since the CP9 agents were present on the island. Brother Frankie, you cannot accompany them, one of the members urged. Indeed, what's the worst that could happen? We shall confront them head-on. They are merely the Navy, nothing to be feared, another asserted. Yes, let us stand together against them, echoed the crowd. We must rescue Zambai. The Navy has only a mere 20 personnel, whereas our numbers are far greater. As the excitement among Frankie's subordinates escalated, some ventured into the house to retrieve weapons, distributing them among their comrades, all poised for a confrontation with the Navy. Frankie, you must rein in your men. Do not allow their fervor to spiral out of control. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the promise I just made. Rhodes gazed at Frankie with keen interest and urged him to quickly pacify his younger brother, lest he be accused of breaking his word later. While it was true that he had previously spared Frankie's younger sibling, any offensive action taken against the Navy would compel him to retaliate and capture individuals involved. If you still regard me as the head of the Frankie family, lay down your weapons and await my return here patiently, regardless of the year or month, or the time and place, as long as I, Frankie, draw breath. I shall return. Frankie turned around, pressing down the weapons raised by his younger brothers, and solemnly declared that the Navy would undoubtedly not spare him today. For the sake of his brother's safety, he had no choice but to accompany the Navy. Perhaps this opportunity would also allow him to rescue Zambai. As the head of the Frankie family, he could not forsake Zambai's rescue. Do you hear that? Your head of the family has spoken. Quickly, lower your weapons. We are the Navy and wish to avoid conflict with you, but do not force our hand. Remain here patiently for news. I shall ensure that you receive updates. Rhodes cast a defiant glance at the underlings of the Frankie family, asserting that he merely intended to confine Frankie for a few years. Once the time elapsed, he would be released. There was no intention of slaughtering him, so why the excessive agitation? Listen well, you lot of Navy, should anything befall Brother Frankie. Even if it leads to his demise, the Frankie family shall not let you off lightly. Indeed, Brother Frankie, remember to safeguard yourself. We shall devise a means to rescue you. The underlings of the Frankie family clung to Frankie, not forgetting to threaten Rotus. They understood that Brother Frankie had accompanied the Navy for their sake, and they would assuredly come to his aid. Very well, I shall take my leave now. You must look after yourselves. I shall certainly return. Kiwi, Maz, while I am away, the Frankie family rests in your hands. Ensure the safety of yourselves and the younger members. Frankie embraced Kiwi and Maz, then released them to stride confidently towards Rotus, a provocative expression adorning his face. Let us proceed. I am eager to see what the Navy truly desires. Then let us be off, Frankie. Lotus waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to regroup and return to the warship. As he too felt weary and desired to return aboard, Frankie took the initiative to suggest this, which was quite timely. The soldiers retracted their rifles aimed at Frankie's group and stood in orderly formation, leisurely following Lotus as they made their way towards the ship. What to do? Frankie's elder brother has been apprehended by the Navy. Alas, after Rotes departed with Frankie, the younger members of Frankie's household could no longer contain their emotions and began to weep uncontrollably. Do not fret, Brother Frankie will undoubtedly return. Our current task is to safeguard everything he has left behind and patiently await his return. Kiwi comforted the younger members, while Maz gathered the fighters of Frankie's family. At this moment, unity was essential. They should not scatter but stand together. Her primary focus was to stabilize the spirits of Frankie's household. Chapter 87. Frankie and Bucky, your warship is quite impressive. I wonder how much it would fetch if dismantled. Frankie approached the hull of the warship, caressed it, and then turned to Rotes with a provocatively mischievous smile. You may give it a try, but I assure you, you would not wish to provoke Old Man Carp. Otherwise, the Pirate King Roger would serve as a cautionary tale for you. Rotes gazed at Frankie with keen interest, simultaneously gesturing for him to proceed. If Frankie dared to lay a hand on the warship, he would be fortunate to walk the grounds of Water 7 with his family the following day, marking his defeat. Although the Old Man Carp had never openly demonstrated his affection for the ship, should anyone venture to dismantle it, Carp would undoubtedly return from Windmill Village in a flash, ready to impart a lesson on the meaning of Justice's iron fist. Who would have thought this was indeed Admiral Carp's vessel? Frankie clicked his tongue, retracting his gaze with caution. He had heard tales of the naval hero Carp. To offend a man who had repeatedly cornered the Pirate King in his quest for vengeance against Rotes seemed unwise, for he did not possess the formidable prowess of the Pirate King. That is certainly the case. However, for now, it falls under my temporary jurisdiction. Rotus was quite unperturbed by the prospect of engaging in a verbal spar with Frankie. After all, he had already captured the man, and his scheme had come to fruition. For the ensuing years, this